9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 1009 to Chapter 1059. At this moment, the Castle of Darkness outside was constantly exploding. The entire Empire of Darkness was on the verge of collapse. The Xianxia imperial capital was also emitting loud noises and tremors. Those who stayed inside felt as if the end of the world had arrived. Now, Princely Ming was completely certain that this was Yang Dingtian's doing. Yang Dingtian wasn't lying. He really could destroy the Empire of Darkness. Thinking of this, Princely Ming even felt a sense of suffocation. How could it be? The Empire of Darkness was so powerful that even the people of Naga had to flee. How could Yang Dingtian, a mere half-saint, destroy the Empire of Darkness? But reality had just happened. Princely Ming was really jealous. Could it be that Yang Dingtian was really the legendary son of destiny? Was he really the nemesis of evil ways? Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous thing have happened? He could actually destroy the Empire of Darkness. As if knowing that Princely Ming believed it, everything in the Empire of Darkness was completely restored. The terrifying explosions and the tremors of the Xianxia imperial capital finally stopped. The entire Empire of Darkness returned to normal. However, at least dozens of dark castles had been destroyed. Princely Ming glanced at Zhao Mu. Now, cutting off Zhao Mu's arm to threaten Yang Dingtian was ridiculous. He used the Empire of Darkness to threaten him. How could he threaten him with an arm? He couldn't afford to lose face. Yang Dingtian had already played his card. It was a card that couldn't be any bigger. The biggest card in Do Diju was a bomb. Then, the card that Yang Dingtian played now was a nuclear bomb. Princely Ming thought of Yang Dingtian's conditions. Unconditionally release Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and all the other captives of the Council of Light. Of course, there was no doubt about this. It had to be released. Furthermore, the so-called Operation Viper had to be stopped. He didn't even want the other party to mention it. You go kill and capture a few of them, and Yang Dingtian will come and destroy your nest. Even if he wanted to humiliate himself, this was not the way to do it. In addition, Yang Dingtian also proposed to hand over Vulture and Wolingzi unconditionally. This was completely unacceptable. Vulture's greatest use seemed to be in the First and Second Armageddon Wars. However, the Queen Devil Queen had said that Vulture would be of great use in the future. Even Princely Ming didn't know what this great use was. However, since it was said to be of great use, it must be very important. As for Wolingzi, he had the Netherworld Ghost Flame and a second-grade evil spirit. Of course, he had become very powerful. Moreover, because it was not a first-class evil spirit, it could not be suppressed. However, this was not a big deal. Because Wolingzi's life and death were always in the hands of the Dishibian. The key was Vulture. Yang Dingtian would definitely propose to hand her over. Regarding this, Princely Ming had no choice but to look for the Queen Devil Queen. No, Vulture can't be handed over, the Queen Devil Queen said directly. Princely Ming said, but if we don't hand it over, Yang Dingtian will threaten to destroy the entire Empire of Darkness. The Queen Devil Queen said, what happens after he destroys it? All the evil martial artists will have no protection. Everyone will completely fall out. We will kill the entire Council of Light, and Yang Dingtian will also kill us. We can ignore the lives of those evil martial artists, but does Yang Dingtian not care? As soon as these words came out, Princely Ming nodded heavily. That's right, Yang Dingtian had the ability to destroy the Empire of Darkness. But this bargaining chip could only be used to intimidate. Once the Empire of Darkness was destroyed, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Council of Light. For the evil ways, at most, they would lose all their claws and teeth, and a few powerhouses at the half-saint level and above would become generals without an army. A few hours later, the Council of Light and the evil ways once again met in the same place. However, at this time, Princely Ming's arrogant and mocking expression had disappeared. Of course, his anger and jealousy were also gone. The moment he saw Yang Dingtian, he laughed and said, Sect Master Yang Dingtian, I really admire you. Well said, Yang Dingtian said. Princely Ming said, may I ask how you did it? Yang Dingtian said, even if I tell you, you won't understand. Of course, you won't be able to do anything unless you tear down the entire Xianxia Empire. Prince Li Ming said as if joking, of course, there's another way, which is to kill or capture you. Yang Dingtian said, I'm afraid I can't do that. In front of my Naga royalty sword spirit, I'm afraid no one can stop it. Prince Li Ming said, then I'm curious, how long can your Naga royalty sword spirit last? Yang Dingtian said, anyway, it'll be a very, very long time. Prince Li Ming said, okay, let's not bicker. Let's get down to business. Yang Dingtian said, please. Prince Li Ming said, I'm willing to release Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and all the other Council of Light prisoners. I'll also stop Operation Viper and stop hunting and capturing the Council of Light. You and I will return to our original tacit understanding. In exchange, you have to release Dongli and all the other evil spirit prisoners. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Dingtian laughed and said, Your Excellency Li Ming, are you joking? Prince Li Ming said, what's wrong? I think my conditions are very fair. 3 important hostages in exchange for Dongli. Then, all the light hostages in exchange for all your evil spirit hostages. I'll stop Operation Viper in exchange for you stopping your revenge on the Empire of Darkness. I'm not going to bicker with you. Yang Dingtian said, I'll state my conditions. You unconditionally release Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and all the other Council of Light prisoners. You also unconditionally hand over Vulture and Wolingzi. As for Operation Viper, I don't even need to say anything. Then what do you have to pay? Prince Li Ming asked. Yang Dingtian said, stop your revenge on the Empire of Darkness and stop destroying the Empire of Darkness. Prince Li Ming's face twitched. Yang Dingtian, you're really asking for too much. Yang Dingtian said, I can't help it. Who asked me to have such a big card in my hand? Li Ming sneered and said, it's true that you have a big card in your hand, but don't forget that this is a card that can't be played. Once it's played, not only will it hurt us, but it will also hurt you. He was right. Destroying the Empire of Darkness was like a nuclear bomb. After it was used up, it would be useless. Prince Li Ming said, okay, even if you destroy the entire Empire of Darkness and we evil ways lose all our nests, so what? Can't we just occupy an island and use it as a new base? Yang Dingtian said, now the sky, sea, and land of the entire human countries are under my control. Evil ways can't find a place to hide unless you build the Temple of Annihilation in the Underworld Empire. Yang Dingtian wasn't bragging. After evil ways lost the Empire of Darkness, no matter where they built a new base, it would definitely be destroyed in a few days. Prince Li Ming said, okay, then we'll build the base in the Underworld Empire. Yang Dingtian said, then I'll bring lightning to the Underworld Empire and destroy all the undead in the Underworld Empire. Ha 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 ha. Prince Li Ming was so angry that he laughed and said, can you do it? Yes, but the price is high and it takes a long time. Yang Dingtian said, as long as the undead and Shura of the Underworld Empire can't come out, I don't have to find trouble with them for the time being. But that doesn't mean that I can't do it. Then, Yang Dingtian said, I promise that if necessary, I'll create thousands of lightning weapons and enter the Underworld Empire to completely destroy the entire Underworld plane. Prince Li Ming fell silent. Then, he slowly said, okay, even if you don't let us have any place to hide, then we'll completely tear off all pretenses. Thousands of us evil spirit warriors will carry out the craziest hunt against your radiant parliament. When the time comes, let's see if more of your subordinates will die, or if more of us will die. Our people have evil energy, so they won't die. At most, they'll be captured. Then, Prince Li Ming said with a cold face, and to say the most ruthless thing, I don't care about the life and death of those evil warriors. You're different. You're hypocritical. You care about the life and death of those people in the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian said, well said, but I have a question. Please speak, Prince Li Ming said. If I destroy the Empire of Darkness, how will you explain it to the Demon King Wendian? Yang Dingtian said slowly. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming's face twitched. Yes, destroying the Empire of Darkness and letting the evil ways and the Council of Light fight to the death would cause the Council of Light to be at a disadvantage. But, the Demon King Wendian was currently surrounded by the Chaos Emperor armor. In the future, whether he wanted to possess Yang Dingtian or leave the Chaos Emperor armor, he would need the Empire of Darkness's refining array and fusion array. And even without these, the Empire of Darkness's Throne of Darkness had always been the Demon King Wentian's greatest treasure. After hesitating and struggling for a long time, Prince Li Ming looked at the Devil Queen. In the end, he said slowly to Yang Dingtian, "I still have the same condition. I'll stop Viper's operation and release all the hostages in exchange for the hostages in your hands. Also, I'll stop the destruction of the Empire of Darkness. It's impossible for me to do anything more. If you have the ability, destroy the Empire of Darkness. Let's fight to the death." With that, Prince Li Ming turned and left. This person was indeed domineering. He was determined to step on Yang Dingtian's weak spot and bite off the biggest chunk of flesh. He was betting that Yang Dingtian could not bear the consequences of destroying the Empire of Darkness. Therefore, he had to use the lowest price to exchange for the biggest chip. Prince Li Ming had just left. Yang Dingtian said, "Violets, return to Cloud Sky City. Neru, use the Demon Spirit Mist Cloak Flash technique and go to the Empire of Darkness as soon as possible. While the Devil Queen and Li Ming have not returned to the Empire of Darkness, we will attack the Empire of Darkness and rescue Vulture and Wulingzi." As soon as he said this, Violet's expression immediately changed. She did not expect Yang Dingtian to be so decisive and attack the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian was taking advantage of the time difference. This place was more than 5,000 miles away from the Empire of Darkness. It would take more than 2 hours for the Devil Queen and the other two to return to the Empire of Darkness. And it was more than 5,000 miles away from the center of the demon domain. Yang Dingtian desperately used the demonic spirit Foggy Cloak Flash and reached the center of the demon domain in less than 2 hours. He had about an hour, so it was more or less enough to attack the Empire of Darkness and rescue the people of the Vulture and the Council of Light. But there was a prerequisite for all of this. Wulingzi was willing to cooperate. In order to protect Cloud Sky City, only Neru could enter the Empire of Darkness alone. Wulingzi was also a saint-level expert. If he did not cooperate, not only would Neru not be able to rescue them, but she would also be trapped. Yang Dingtian completely ignored the consumption of his celestial qi and desperately used the demonic spirit Foggy Cloak Flash. He kept flashing and flying. Flashing and flying. In less than 2 hours, he once again arrived at the center of the demon domain's vortex. He quickly flashed to the end of the vortex cave and once again arrived in front of the deflector. Then, he immediately used the dark mystic flame to form a black hole vortex and create an isolated space. He directly forced it into the deflector, the shaft conductor of the Skirich Imperial Capital. In an instant, rumble, the entire Skirich Imperial Capital stopped spinning once again. All the energy arrays had lost their effectiveness. All the light was extinguished. All the evil spirit martial artists were once again in a state of panic. Mu Dan, the temporary controller of the Throne of Darkness, suddenly lost all her power. The Skirich Imperial Capital could no longer launch any attacks. Originally, Wulingzi had been trapped within the energy prison. But at this moment, the shackles were released. This was already many times, but he did not leave because he did not know that the Devil Queen and Dishi Bian had already left. He did not even dare to imagine that this was an attack by Yang Dingtian. He also thought that this was a normal malfunction of the Empire of Darkness's Skirich Imperial Capital. Princess Mudan, even on the Throne of Darkness, was still staring at Vulture. At this moment, Vulture's mystic meridians were completely sealed. Under the Throne of Darkness, Princess Mudan could kill her at any time. The entire Skirich Palace suddenly dimmed. Princess Mudan's pupils constricted, and she was immediately filled with vigilance. "You seem very nervous," Spirit Vulture said with a smile. Princess Mudan ignored him. Spiritual Vulture said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be our husband attacking the Darkness Empire. Use mystic flame mystic flame 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 mystic mystic meridians flame mystic flame 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 mystic." Princess Peony said coldly, "I know what you are thinking, but don't think that he will come and save you. If anyone rushes into the Celestial Palace, I will kill them immediately. You won't have a chance." Vulture's heart trembled, but she still sneered, unwilling to admit defeat. All the evil martial artists instantly fell into a panic, waiting for the Skirich Imperial Capital to recover once again. Actually, none of the evil spirit martial artists knew what was going on. Most of them thought that this was a malfunction of the Empire of Darkness. A small number of them thought that this was Yang Dingtian's counterattack. However, in their hearts, the former reason was more terrifying. Because if it was a malfunction of the Empire of Darkness, evil ways would be completely helpless. At this moment, Nehru had already taken the eye of the primeval Naga and rode on Yang Dingtian's soul sword to melt the dark matter and fly into the Empire of Darkness. Even the thinnest part of the dark matter was more than a few thousand miles thick. It would be too late to directly lift the eye with one's hand. And the speed of Yang Dingtian's soul sword was extremely fast. Not long after, the soul sword carried Nehru through a few thousand miles of dark matter and directly rushed into the Empire of Darkness. At this moment, the Empire of Darkness was completely dark, and all the energy had stopped. If it was before, any intruder would be discovered immediately if they entered the Empire of Darkness. But now, a soul sword and a saint-level expert had entered the Empire of Darkness without anyone noticing. And Nehru discovered that after the Skirich imperial capital stopped spinning, the dark matter had already begun to spread and become thicker. To think that things would turn out like this. If the Skirich imperial capital were to completely stop moving, the dark matter would probably completely engulf the entire space of the Darkness Empire. However, there was no time to think too much. Nehru followed the blueprint of the Skirich imperial capital's structure and controlled the soul sword to fly toward the Skirich imperial capital's Skirich palace. The soul sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the Skirich palace. Nehru immediately left the soul sword. And Yang Dingtian immediately removed the isolated space inside the folding object. Instantly, the entire Skirich imperial capital regained its energy. The Skirich palace, which had been dark for nearly 15 minutes, suddenly lit up again. Princess Mudan immediately felt relieved. She immediately wanted to enter the Skirich imperial capital's energy field to monitor and control the entire Empire of Darkness. But then, Yang Dingtian once again forced the isolated space into the folding object. Boom, there was a loud bang. Instantly, the Skirich imperial capital stopped spinning again. Princess Mudan was furious. Then, a terrifying scene appeared once again. The Skirich imperial capital spun intermittently, and then stopped for an instant. The entire Empire of Darkness couldn't withstand such a buffer of energy. Many dark castles were once again shattered and began to explode. And the Skirich imperial capital let out a terrifying sound as if it would burst open at any moment. And at this moment, whoosh 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 whoosh, 10,000 swords return, thousands of miles away. Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to directly unleash the 10,000 swords return and shot towards the evil spirit figure in the Skirich palace. He was very grateful for the special aura of the evil spirit energy. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian wouldn't have been able to identify who Princess Mudan was based on the soul sword. It was even faster than lightning. From the moment the sword's soul attacked to the moment it directly pierced into Princess Mudan's body, it took less than 0.01 seconds. And Princess Mudan, who was being tortured intermittently by the Skirich imperial capital, was completely defenseless. The saint-level Naga royalty sword soul directly shattered her body. Even though Princess Mudan's body belonged to Dongfang Bingling and was Yang Dingtian's lover. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian had no other choice. As Princess Peony's body was crushed, lightning flew into the Skirich imperial capital. She used her fastest speed to snatch Vulture out of the Skirich imperial capital. As for the shattered Vulture, the evil spirit energy in her body instinctively healed her body. She didn't have time to kill Vulture. After Nehru rescued Vulture, she didn't stop and flew out of the Skirich imperial capital as fast as she could. After flying out of the Skirich palace, Vulture said excitedly, were you sent by my husband?" "Yes," Nehru said. Vulture was overjoyed. Then, it shouted, "Daddy, Daddy." Walingzi heard Vulture's voice from the energy prison and immediately rushed out of the Skirich imperial capital. Nehru said, "Do you know where the captured Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and the others are being held?" Vulture and Walingzi shook their heads. Vulture said, "However, the Skirich imperial capital has lost all its energy. All the energy is in the energy prison. If we shout, Zhu Hongxue and the others will take the initiative to respond." Immediately, Nehru shouted, "Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and all the martial artists of the Council of Light, where are you? Please speak. Although Neru's voice sounded elegant and moving, it could penetrate thousands of miles. Obviously, all the captives of the Council of Light would hear it. However, it was a pity that there was no response. Obviously, besides the energy prison, there was also a physical prison. Moreover, everyone's mystic meridians were sealed, so they couldn't respond. Right at this time, Princess Peony's voice suddenly resounded in every place. All evil spirit warriors, go and kill the captives of the Council of Light. With that, she took the lead and flew toward a certain place. The thousands of evil spirit martial artists were like shooting stars as they flew towards a certain direction. Wolingzi rushed forward and instantly blocked in front of Princess Mudan and the thousands of evil spirit warriors. Wolingzi, are you courting death? You have to know that your life and death are in our hands, Princess Mudan said coldly. So what? Wolingzi said. As long as my life and death are not in your hands now, it's fine. Attack. Princess Mudan ordered. Immediately, thousands of evil spirit warriors flew toward Wolingzi. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In an instant, Wolingzi quickly made clones. It became 2, it became 4, it became 8, it became many, many. Then, he crazily killed the evil spirit warriors. Even though he had many clones, none of the evil spirit warriors were his match. Everyone was smashed into pieces and turned into evil spirit energy. 10,000 swords return, Yang Dingtian's countless Naga royalty soul swords shot out. In an instant, it was as if the autumn wind had swept up fallen leaves. Countless evil spirit warriors were instantly smashed into pieces. Then, the near-emperor grade soul swords flew directly to a huge door in the Skirich imperial capital. Swish 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 swish, the soul swords crazily slashed at the thick door. What the hell was this Skirich imperial capital made of? It was actually so sturdy. Thousands of swords slashed out like lightning, but they were unable to penetrate this huge door. Neru quickly rushed forward and suddenly blasted out a ball of astonishing flame. Under the efforts of a saint-level expert and a near-emperor grade soul sword. Finally, a huge hole was cut open in the thick door of the Skirich imperial capital. Neru quickly entered the huge hole. Inside, there were indeed a few prison rooms. Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and the others were imprisoned. However, all the captives' mystic meridians were suppressed. They were completely unable to move or make a sound. Neru was immediately worried. How was she going to bring these dozens of captives out of the Empire of Darkness? At this moment, the Devil Queen, Prince Li Ming, and the others were about to rush to the Empire of Darkness. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming's expression changed as he said in shock, "Not good, not good. Yang Dingtian will attack the Empire of Darkness." The Devil Queen's expression changed abruptly. She immediately summoned her wand soul sword and shot out. Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and the rest had their mystic meridians locked and were unable to move at all. Neru's cultivation was enough to unlock their mystic meridians, but it would take time. At this moment, Vulture closed her beautiful eyes and waved her hand. Instantly, dozens of dark evil dragons flew over like lightning. At this moment, the Skirich imperial capital had stopped moving, and the entire Empire of Darkness was out of control. Therefore, Vulture, who had the talent of a celestial spiritualist, became the highest commander of these dark evil dragons. If it were the dark evil dragons from before, they would all be assigned to different evil martial artists. However, most of these dark evil dragons were newly created, and only those on the throne of darkness could directly command them. The dozens of dark evil dragons easily carried the Council of Light hostages and flew out of the Empire of Darkness. Meanwhile, Wolingzi and Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty sword soul alone blocked thousands of evil martial artists. After Vulture controlled the dark evil dragons to fly a few hundred miles away. Neru used her mystic chi to forcefully break through the mystic chi shackles on Vulture's body. Then, the two of them flew out together with the dark evil dragons. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian's Emperor-grade soul sword changed its direction with Neru's help and flew toward the edge of the Empire of Darkness. The saint-level powerhouse Wolingzi retreated while fighting and followed closely behind. Soon, the escaping team led by Neru arrived in front of the dark matter. The soul sword absorbed the primeval Naga's eye gem and melted the dark matter. The dozens of dark evil dragons followed closely behind with the Council of Light hostages. Naru and Vulture followed behind the dark evil dragons, and Wolingzi brought up the rear. Their movements were extremely fast. The group directly entered the dark matter and disappeared from the Empire of Darkness, disappearing from the sight of all the evil martial artists. As for Princess Mudan and the several thousand evil spirit warriors, they could only watch as this group of people escaped. This was because the dark material plane would soon close. Without the Queen Devil Queen, they would not be able to enter the dark material plane. The most terrifying thing was that after the Skirich Emperor's capital stopped spinning, the dark matter continued to spread. In other words, if the Skirich imperial capital continued to spin like this, the entire Empire of Darkness would be devoured by the dark matter. At that time, all the evil spirit warriors would have no place to stay. After entering the dark matter layer, Yang Dingtian controlled the soul sword and led the way. Furthermore, they were not walking in a straight line. Instead, they were taking 7 or 8 turns. This was because the Queen Devil Queen and Prince Li Ming might catch up to them soon, and the direction in which Nero left was seen by Mudan and the others. If they walked in a straight line, they might catch up. Trying to catch up to him in this vast expanse of dark matter was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Sure enough, not long after. The Queen Devil Queen had not arrived yet, but her soul sword magic staff had. This was because the speed of the soul sword was extremely fast. After entering the Empire of Darkness, the Queen Devil Queen's soul sword could not find a non-elven evil spirit warrior, so it could not attack. Thus, she could only resentfully summon the soul sword. Following that, the Devil Queen's soul sword magic staff flew out of the Empire of Darkness once again. Passing through the thick dark matter, it arrived beside the Queen Devil Queen. The Devil Queen picked up the soul sword and saw a few words written on it. This was what Mudan had left on the soul sword to inform the Devil Queen. Vulture Wolingzi, all the hostages of the Council of Light have escaped from the Empire of Darkness. There is a saint-level expert among them. Seeing these words, the Queen Devil Queen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is too much, too much. And Prince Li Ming's heart also twitched. He was just worried that something like this would happen, but he did not expect it to really happen. Yang Dingtian really dared to take the risk, he really dared to do this. Following that, the Queen Devil Queen was about to enter the Empire of Darkness. No, it's too late to enter the Empire of Darkness now. Prince Li Ming said, once they get into the dark matter, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It will be impossible to catch up. Therefore, the only way now is to guess where Yang Dingtian will get Vulture, Wolingzi, and the others to come out of the ground, and then intercept them there. However, the entire continent corresponding to the dark matter was tens of thousands of miles long. Guessing where Vulture and the others would come out of the ground was completely tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Prince Li Ming said, of course, there's another way. Yang Dingtian is attacking the Empire of Darkness, so he must have sent 2 saint-level experts. Therefore, Cloud Sky City must be very empty now. Dongfang Minmi, Qin Wanzhou, Yun Zhenu, Song Chunhua, and the others must be there. If they go back now, they might be able to get more important hostages, and Yang Dingtian will suffer a greater loss. Queen Devil Queen said, is it possible that this group of people is no longer in Cloud Sky City? Prince Li Ming nodded. This possibility was very, very high. When Yang Dingtian attacked the Empire of Darkness, he must have thought of the danger in Cloud Sky City. Furthermore, as long as all the important people in Cloud Sky City were all in the sea, they would be protected by the ancient beasts of the Mermaid Empire. Evil ways would not be able to do anything to them. Suddenly, Dishibian said, I know where Vulture and the others are. When he said this, Li Ming was overjoyed. He had almost forgotten that Wolingzi's life was completely in Dishibian's hands. Ghost Emperor Wendian had left a special mark on Wolingzi's body. Prince Li Ming sneered. If that was the case, not only would they be able to stop Wolingzi from Vulture, but they would also be able to capture all the saint-level experts sent by Yang Dingtian. Immediately, under Dishibian's lead, the 3 of them quickly flew towards the first place. How far are those fugitives from Vulture from us? Prince Li Ming asked. 4,300 miles. At this moment, they are already under the demon's domain, Dishibian said. Suddenly, Princely Ming said, Devil Queen, you said that Yang Dingtian destroyed the Empire of Darkness. Is he inside or outside the Empire of Darkness? The Devil Queen was stunned for a moment, and then she said, it should be outside. This was because when the Skirich imperial capital was operating normally, anyone who entered the Empire of Darkness would be detected. Princely Ming said, if he is outside the Empire of Darkness, then Vulture and the others are now in the dark matter, and Yang Dingtian is on the ground. Moreover, he only has one person with him, and even the soul sword is not with him. Does that mean that we can capture him? As soon as these words came out, Devil Queen's eyes lit up. If they could capture Yang Dingtian, not to mention one vulture, even if 10 vultures escaped, it would not matter. Yang Dingtian was the one who was truly priceless. He was the key to the Demon King's breakthrough to demigod, or even higher. Devil Queen said, then, where do you think Yang Dingtian will be? Princely Ming said, I think he should be in the demon's domain, because Vulture and the others are flying towards the demon's domain. They will definitely choose a central point to meet up. Immediately, Devil Queen and the others quickly flew in the direction of the demon's domain. Princely Ming's intelligence and cunning were indeed impressive. Even when he was faced with the worst news, his mind was spinning quickly, looking for the best opportunity. Indeed, 2,000 miles away from the center of the demon's domain, Nero broke out of the ground with Vulture and the others. As for Yang Dingtian, he was already waiting there. After rushing out of the ground, Vulture saw Yang Dingtian at first glance, and then jumped into his arms. Unable to hold back the joy in her heart, she kissed Yang Dingtian's lips. Finally, she escaped from that terrifying demon's den and returned to Yang Dingtian's side. At this moment, she was really filled with a sense of security. After the kiss, she snuggled into Yang Dingtian's arms, smelling his scent. She really felt that she had never been happier than at this moment. Yang Dingtian hugged Vulture's seductive body, then nodded at Wolingzi, and then gently kissed Vulture's head. Let's go, maybe the Devil Queen and the others will catch up. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian led everyone to fly north. Suddenly, Vulture said, Husband, the north of here is the boundless demon's domain, we can't get out. I know. Yang Dingtian said, that's why I'm going in this direction. Because the Devil Queen must have caught up, she knows where we are. Vulture was puzzled, and then her expression changed dramatically. Soon, she also knew that the Devil Queen did know where they were. Because Wolingzi was also there. Soon, Wolingzi also thought of this point. Ghost Emperor Wentian must have left some imprint on him, so Dishi Bian must know that he was here. Suddenly, Wolingzi gritted his teeth and was about to fly in another direction. He wanted to lead the Devil Queen and Dishi Bian away. Unexpectedly, Yang Dingtian immediately appeared in front of him and said, Senior, come with me. No, if I follow you, I will implicate you. Once Dishi Bian arrives, I will completely lose my ability to fight, then you will only have one saint-level expert, and won't be their match. Everyone will suffer, including you. Wolingzi said. Yang Dingtian said, time is of the essence, I don't have time to explain, I can only say that I won't give up on anyone, believe me. Then, Yang Dingtian firmly grabbed Wolingzi and continued to fly north. At this time, the Devil Queen, Princely Ming, and Dishi Bian were catching up faster and faster. If it was only Yang Dingtian, of course Nero would be incomparably fast. However, she was also carrying dozens of dark dragons, so her speed was inferior to that of the Devil Queen and Li Ming. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. From 4,000 miles, to 3,000 miles, to 2,000 miles, to less than 1,000 miles. In fact, the Devil Queen could already see Yang Dingtian and the others. Princely Ming said, Yang Dingtian only has one saint-level expert by his side, Wolingzi has lost his ability to fight, then can we capture Yang Dingtian? The Devil Queen said, my soul sword against Yang Dingtian's soul sword. Yang Dingtian still has dozens of burdens, we will definitely win this battle. Who knows, maybe we can really capture Yang Dingtian. Princely Ming sneered and said, Yang Dingtian is really too smart, this time even he will be defeated. Then, the three of them madly chased after him. The Devil Queen and the other two were getting closer and closer. In fact, Yang Dingtian could already see the 3 black dots. Yang Dingtian led everyone to the north, and north. Finally, they reached the end of the demon domain. The scene here had already begun to repeat, and there was already a vast void in front of them. Yang Dingtian used the fastest speed to create a dark vortex with the dark mystic flame. The dark vortex rotated into a black hole, creating an isolated space. Then, the mystic flame slammed into it. A beautiful spatial portal appeared. Vulture, you lead the people of the Council of Light and leave first. Yang Dingtian said loudly. Yes, husband. Vulture said. Then, she controlled the dark evil dragons to shrink their wings and rush into the spatial portal one by one. Suddenly, the dark evil dragons and their hostages of the Council of Light disappeared into the air. Seeing this scene, Vulture and the others were stunned. Although they already knew that there was a spatial technique, when they really saw it, it still made their hair stand on end. Vulture was suddenly filled with admiration for Yang Dingtian. The Demon King and the undead concubine behind them were getting faster and faster, and the distance was less than 200 miles. Whoosh, suddenly, a green bolt of lightning whizzed over. This was the soul sword magic staff of the Devil Queen. This soul sword had been successfully cultivated for hundreds of years, and its power was completely unquestionable. Whoosh, Yang Dingtian used his mystic chi to maintain the spatial portal while controlling the near-emperor-grade soul sword with his consciousness, and suddenly shot out. 10,000 swords returned to origin. In an instant, the Naga royalty sword soul and the Devil Queen's soul sword fought fiercely. All of a sudden, the Devil Queen's dead concubine's saint-level soul sword was completely suppressed. However, that was all. After all, the opponent was only a soul sword, and they were both sword souls fighting each other. It was almost impossible to destroy the other parties. Soul sword. Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty soul sword was extremely powerful and could instantly kill all of the Legion of Doom. However, that was only because their energies countered each other. Its energy was only at the saint level. After all, the source of its energy was a demon nucleus of the ancient Naga, not the Naga itself. It blocked the Devil Queen's soul sword magic staff. About 2 to 3 minutes later, the dozens of Dark Owl dragons finally charged through the dimensional portal. Vulture reluctantly looked at Yang Dingtian, then rushed through the spatial door and entered the torn space. Yang Dingtian quickly pulled out Dongli from his spatial ring and threw him through the spatial gate. Then, he said to Neru, quickly enter my spatial ring. Neru jumped, and Yang Dingtian opened the isolated space inside his spatial ring. In an instant, Neru disappeared into the air and entered Yang Dingtian's spatial ring. At this time, the Queen Devil Queen and the other two were only a few dozen miles away. Yang Dingtian said to Wolingzi, Senior, quickly enter my spatial ring. Yang Dingtian's spatial ring was only about 1 cubic meter, and it was a little difficult for two people to squeeze in. Moreover, Neru was a woman, and it wasn't good for her to squeeze in with a man. However, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't care so much. Want to leave? It's too late. The Queen Devil Queen sneered, Yang Dingtian, you're going to fall into my hands today. The three of them appeared in front of him in an instant as if they had flashed. Wolingzi suddenly turned around and said, Yang Dingtian, I won't go over. It's useless for me to go with you. Everything I have is in the hands of others. Take good care of Vulture. After saying that, Wolingzi suddenly turned into a ray of light, and rushed toward the Queen Devil Queen and the other two with incomparable determination and ferocity. Senior, don't. Yang Dingtian roared. Wolingzi wanted to die together with the Devil Queen and the other two, but he couldn't do it. After approaching a distance, Dishi Bian opened her hand, and her beautiful eyes suddenly changed color. In an instant, Wolingzi's whole body trembled violently, and he couldn't move or attack. At the same time, the Queen Devil Queen and Prince Li Ming, full of complacent sneers, rushed toward Yang Dingtian. Whoosh, Yang Dingtian flashed. In an instant, his soul sword and person jumped into the space door together and disappeared into the air. The Queen Devil Queen was furious and rushed directly into the space door. However, it was a pity, her cultivation was at the saint level, which exceeded the maximum load of the space door, and she was directly bounced back. Li Ming, on the other hand, could have jumped over. However, if he jumped over alone, that was completely courting death. After just a moment, the beautiful space door trembled violently and then disappeared into the air. The Queen Devil Queen was mad and furious. She desperately bombarded everything around her to vent her anger. Just a little bit more, and she could have caught Yang Dingtian. As long as she caught Yang Dingtian, everything would be settled. Just a little bit more, she really hated it now. Previously, when Yang Dingtian was very weak, why didn't she directly catch him? She didn't think that when Yang Dingtian was very weak, the only precious thing on him was the greater space technique, which couldn't be forced. Now, the reason why she desperately wanted to catch Yang Dingtian was because the Nagaduga Shuang had appeared. The Demon King Wentian wanted to seize Yang Dingtian's body and share Naga's demigod talent. Before this, who knew that Yang Dingtian had a real Naga? Prince Li Ming, on the side, was completely jealous to the point of vomiting blood. The greater space technique. The dream of the entire evil ways, the crown of the entire chaos world's martial arts civilization. The Demon King Wentian couldn't get it, and even the demigod Naga couldn't get it. What did Yang Dingtian do to get the greater space technique? And it was this greater space technique that made them watch Yang Dingtian disappear in front of their eyes, unable to do anything. The furious Devil Queen, dead concubine, suddenly rushed in front of Wu Lingzi. Swish 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 swish, the sharp sword in her hand slashed wildly. In an instant, Wu Lingzi was directly chopped into meat paste. The evil spirit energy resurrected Wu Lingzi again and again. Then, the Devil Queen's dead concubine killed her again and again. Prince Li Ming looked at Wu Lingzi and said slowly, "Wu Lingzi, your evil spirit energy was given to you by us. Your saint-level cultivation was also given to you by us. Why did you betray us?" Wu Lingzi didn't say a word. Prince Li Ming said, "Aren't you the most afraid of death? Why aren't you afraid of death now? You know, it's easy for us to kill you." Wu Lingzi said slowly, "That's right. I'm so greedy for life and afraid of death. But it was you who made me realize that death is not so painful. And you don't know me as well as Yang Dingtian. Every time, Yang Dingtian would leave me a way out, so that I wouldn't do anything desperate. And you, every time, left me with no way out and forced me into a desperate situation." Prince Li Ming said, "Yang Dingtian destroyed your vulture palace and made you like a stray dog. Is that leaving you a way out? Before he destroyed the vulture palace, he didn't tell me. He just did it directly. By the time I reacted, the vulture palace had already been destroyed and became an unchangeable fact. Then, letting me live became a way out." Wu Lingzi said, "And you, every time, threatened to kill me, cut me into pieces, and humiliate my daughter. Every time, you imprisoned me in the energy prison, making me feel that it was no different from death. So Li Ming, although you are very smart, your grasp of propriety is not as good as Yang Dingtian." Prince Li Ming's face twitched. Devil Queen said coldly, "We will go to Cloud Sky City and start a massacre. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will capture Dongfang Minmi and the others." Prince Li Ming shook his head and said, "There's no chance. That mysterious saint-level expert and Yang Dingtian's soul sword will soon come out of the spatial tear and return to Cloud Sky City. If we go, we will just kill for a while. It's meaningless." Then, Prince Li Ming said to Dishibian, "Is there any way to control Wu Lingzi's will and make him fight for us?" Dishibian shook his head and said, "Unless we replace him with a first-class evil spirit and then suppress his will." At this point, Prince Li Ming sighed again. If Dongli was still here, he could strip his first-class evil spirit and plant it in Wu Lingzi's body. Anyway, there was no difference whether Dongli had a first-class evil spirit or a second-class evil spirit now. His only use was the void-splitting fire. But Dongli was in Yang Dingtian's hands. Of course, there were still 2 first-class evil spirits. One was Dishibian, and the other was Princess Mudan. Strip Dishibian of his first-class evil spirit? Then Dishibian would immediately turn hostile and kill the evil ways. Strip Princess Mudan of her first-class evil spirit? Princess Mudan would immediately become Dongfang Bingling. He couldn't bear to do it. "Your Majesty Devil Queen, is there a way to strip Wu Yuming of her first-class evil spirit and plant it in Wu Lingzi's body?" Prince Li Ming asked. Queen Devil Queen shook her head and said, "Wu Yuming's first-class evil spirit is controlled by His Majesty Demon King's half of the evil spirit tree. Moreover, its evil spirit has been entangled with the dark matter. It can be considered destroyed. Prince Li Ming closed his eyes in pain. This time, he took control of the evil ways, but the result was not much better than Queen Devil Queen. Queen Devil Queen lost 2 world destruction battles, and he, Prince Li Ming, launched Operation Viper. After only a few days of prestige, he suffered a fatal blow. Not only were all the captured captives rescued, but even the celestial spiritualist Vulture was lost. Moreover, if Operation Viper hadn't been launched, Yang Dingtian might not have been able to find a way to destroy the Empire of Darkness. He, the Crown Prince Li Ming, had truly suffered a double loss. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming could no longer bear the pain and tumbling in his chest and abdomen, and directly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Queen Devil Queen vomited blood after losing 2 world destruction battles. He, Prince Li Ming, was not much better. After a big defeat, he directly vomited blood. Queen Devil Queen said, "What should we do next? Should we continue Operation Viper, kill more Council of Light martial artists, and capture more hostages?" Prince Li Ming shook his head and said, "It's meaningless. Yang Dingtian will take revenge on the Empire of Darkness." Queen Devil Queen said, "Yang Dingtian doesn't dare to destroy the Empire of Darkness. That would be a life and death struggle, and he would suffer countless casualties." Prince Li Ming shook his head and said, "He doesn't need to destroy the Empire of Darkness. As long as all the dark castles, all the refining arrays, and the fusion arrays are destroyed, it will be a loss we can't bear." Queen Devil Queen fell silent. That's right, all the dark castles were destroyed because the Empire of Darkness couldn't bear it. Queen Devil Queen even complained in her heart that her side was so passive, and it was all because of the Demon King Wentian. Just like that, he left without a care, leaving the entire evil Dao to him. If he was still here, with his heaven-defying strength, things wouldn't have developed to this point. However, not to mention the Demon King Wentian, even she, Queen Devil Queen, didn't think that they would lose before the Apocalypse War began. Even if you used your toes to think, it was impossible to lose. In the end, they lost both Apocalypse Wars, especially the last one, when 100 million undead entered the human countries. What a huge investment. In the end, they lost even more cowardly, and didn't even make a splash. She really didn't know where the Demon King Wentian went. When would he come back? If the Demon King keeps coming back, what should we do? Queen Devil Queen asked. Prince Li Ming said, "There's no other way. We can only fight for the gate of the human countries." Yang Dingtian's side had 3 saint-level powerhouses and a saint-level sword soul. It was impossible to fight for the gate of the human countries by force. It was even more impossible to threaten with hostages. Li Ming said slowly, "Use the most direct method, use force, to fight for the gate of the human countries." Queen Devil Queen was startled, but she didn't say anything. Crown Prince Li Ming's gaze turned resolute as he said, "Regardless of the price, I have to surpass Yang Dingtian in terms of martial Dao strength. I have to seize back the door to the human kingdom and open up the Little Western Paradise. Only by opening the Little Western Paradise can we instantly reverse the situation, completely suppress Yang Dingtian, and catch them all in one fell swoop." In the Little Western Paradise, there were many saint-level powerhouses, and even more half-step saint-level powerhouses. It had been many years since Xianxia Wentian became the chairman again. Now, with his methods, his control of the Little Western Paradise had reached a certain extent. If Xianxia Wentian could obtain the martial strength of the Little Western Paradise, he could indeed suppress Yang Dingtian in martial strength. In the ruins of the old Naga Empire, Queen Poisa was getting more and more anxious. Because the upheaval of the 3 force fields around her was getting closer and closer. Under the pressure of the 3 force fields, everything was turned into ashes. Everything within 100 miles, whether it was the abyss, the mountains, the pyramid, or the solid crystal ground. Under the pressure of the invisible force fields, everything was instantly crushed and turned into ashes. The pyramid under her was getting closer and closer, closer and closer. At this moment, it was finally in front of her. Poisa could clearly see that everything less than 3 miles away from her had been crushed. Boom! Finally, the edge of the pyramid began to shatter. At this moment, the gate of the pyramid was still closed. Queen Poisa closed her beautiful eyes in pain, waiting for the arrival of her body being crushed. At this moment, a miserable cry of Naga suddenly came from the pyramid. Then, there was the sound of frantic slapping on the ground. The transformation of the Naga Dugu Shuang had entered the final stage. As long as it was completed, she would completely regain her consciousness and human form, but she had to race against time. Note, it's a waste not to beg. Please give me some votes. Thank you. The three force fields were getting closer and closer, stronger and stronger. Queen Poisa watched helplessly as this incomparably powerful pyramid was directly reduced to ashes instead of being smashed into pieces. These incomparably sturdy crystals just turned into nothingness in the air and disappeared without a trace. At this time, the loud noises and vibrations in the pyramid were incessant. Even Poisa, who was outside, could clearly hear the powerful collision inside. If Xianxia were here, she would definitely run away. If it were someone else with a strong will, they would definitely rush into the pyramid and desperately take the Naga Shuang away. However, Queen Poisa had always been lazy and believed in fate. Therefore, she did nothing and just stood there like this. If God wanted her to die, if God wanted Naga Shuang to die, then they would die together. If God wanted Naga Shuang to live, then there would be a miracle in the end. Bang, 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 the energy of the three force fields surged. Queen Poisa watched helplessly as the surrounding pyramids all disappeared from her sight and became wrapped in energy, growing larger and larger. This destruction was getting closer and closer to her. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, soon, it was in front of her. Suddenly, ow, a sharp cry suddenly came from inside the pyramid. Boom, then, a huge hole was suddenly blasted in the center of the pyramid, and a golden light shot out. Then, Queen Poisa felt her body fly up like lightning. A stunningly beautiful golden-haired woman, carrying the Venomusa Queen, flew hundreds of kilometers away like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the three force fields violently collided. In an instant, the pyramid below was instantly reduced to ashes. At the same time, a huge crack of hundreds of miles was instantly torn open in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. However, the entire irregular structure, because of this release of energy, finally returned to a relatively stable state. Of course, if this continued, the entire irregular structure of the ruins would be completely destroyed. Because this kind of energy, this kind of instability would continue until the day it self-destructed. Queen Poisa looked at the beautiful woman who was as beautiful as the sun in the sky. This was Dugu Shuang the Naga Dugu Shuang who had completely transformed. Really, really beautiful. This kind of beauty surpassed that of the Queen Devil Queen and the Mermaid Queen. Without a doubt, she had directly occupied the top of the pyramid of beauties in this world and had unquestionably become the #1 beauty in the world. Perhaps there was someone who could stand on the same level as her, and that would be Queen Medusa of Naga. But now, whether it was Poisa, the Devil Queen, or anyone else, they had to succumb to the beauty of their beloved Naga Dugu Shuang. Although Poisa had given birth to her, she had never treated Naga as her own daughter. Of course, Naga would never treat Poisa as her mother. The two of them were completely silent. After a long time, Naga Shuang said, "How are we going to return to the human countries? My husband needs me very much." Queen Poisa said, "There is an energy passage that directly connects the ancient Sea Serpent Empire and the Naga Empire. The crystal ball that opens the passage to come is in the palace of the Sea Serpent Empire. The crystal ball that opens the passage to return should also be in the palace of the Naga Empire." Naga Shuang nodded and said, "Then let's go find it." "Okay," Queen Poisa said. Then, Naga Shuang let go of Queen Poisa, and the two of them quickly rushed down the irregular structure of the old Naga Empire ruins to find the crystal ball that opened the energy passage back to the Sea Serpent Empire. The scene returned to when Yang Dingtian led everyone into the torn space. After Dongli was pulled out of the space ring, he was still groggy. Then, he was thrown through the space door and into the torn space. Then, he woke up. He found that Yang Dingtian was not around, only a group of dark dragons. Suddenly, he had no time to think. His first instinct was to run away frantically. At this time, Vulture jumped into the torn space. "Dongli, where do you think you're going?" Vulture said angrily, and then chased after him like lightning. At this time, Dongley's cultivation was not as good as Vulture's. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up. Before he could say anything, the fatal pain happened again. That was because Spirit Vulture's leather boots had kicked him in his weakest spot. Bang, the fatal, hellish, nightmarish pain came again. Dongley's whole body curled up. His eggs were broken again. Soon, under the energy of the evil spirit, the broken eggs were restored again. Then, the Spirit Vulture kicked him again. Ah, there was an earth-shattering scream, and the hellish pain. His eggs were broken again. At this time, Dongley really regretted it. If he had known, he would have been better off being a eunuch. He would not have had to let the evil spirit help him completely restore his manhood. Otherwise, he would not have had to suffer such terrible pain. The pain of having his eggs broken 100 times was really more terrible than death. Moreover, he completely believed that his thing would not be used in the future. Of course, it was not because it was broken by the kick, but because it was completely psychological. As long as he thought of that, the fatal pain would still come even though he was not kicked. Therefore, his thing would not be hard for the rest of his life. Although he was not castrated, he had really been castrated in his heart and spirit. When Yang Dingtian jumped into the torn space, he just happened to see this tragic scene. Vulture broke Dongley's eggs again and again. Yang Dingtian summoned Neru from the space ring. She did not look at Dongley. At this time, she was curled up on a huge rock and kept twitching. She had no intention of escaping. Vulture could not help but look back. I asked your father to enter my space ring and bring him over. He is not willing. Yang Dingtian, moreover, he can't come over. Everything about him is completely in the hands of the Dishibian. Vulture's beautiful eyes suddenly trembled, and she could not help but want to cry. If it was before, she would not be worried, because she really did not have any feelings for Wolingzi. But now, Wolingzi had really begun to protect her as a father. Will he die? Vulture asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, no. Instantly, Vulture relaxed. As long as he did not die, it was fine. Moreover, Yang Dingtian said that he would not die, so he definitely would not die. Soon, Vulture threw this matter to the back of her mind and became happy again. After all, she had already escaped from the demon's den and was about to return to the human countries. She would be second only to one person and above hundreds of millions of people. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and directly threw Dongley into his space ring. Then, he led everyone to the west of the torn space. Sure enough, as Princely Ming expected, because they were worried that Cloud Sky City would be attacked, Neru and Yang Dingtian's soul swords left the torn space and flew towards Cloud Sky City. As for Yang Dingtian, he would turn around in the torn space and then randomly choose a direction to leave and return to the human countries. This would eliminate the possibility of being intercepted by evil ways. Of course, at this time evil ways would not send people to intercept them. Queen Devil Queen and the others had already returned to the Empire of Darkness. The next day, Yang Dingtian led everyone back to Cloud Sky City. This operation could be said to be a real victory. Before returning to Cloud Sky City, Vulture was still thinking about how to be awe-inspiring, but when they were about to arrive, her heart was filled with uneasiness. Because she used to be the enemy of the Council of Light. Moreover, after becoming Shura Vulture, in the Empire of Darkness, although she was loyal to Yang Dingtian, because she was afraid of death, she had always been working for evil ways. She could definitely be considered as helping the evildoers do evil, but she did not make any contributions. In the end, she realized that she was completely overthinking. Whether it was Qin Wanchou or Dongfang Minmi, their attitude towards her was very good. Especially Qin Wanchou, who even bowed and called her madam. Qin Huayu only joked about her. Song Li's attitude was even better. Only Song Chuanhua's attitude towards her was not cold or warm. Therefore, Vulture decided that from now on, her main target would be Song Chunhua. Anyway, she used to call her sister, so there was nothing wrong with pleasing her now. Without mentioning Vulture's thoughts, everyone in the Council of Light heaved a sigh of relief when she was able to return. Although she had not been able to fully display her abilities, Vulture, as a heaven spiritualist, was really too heaven-defying. It could be said that she was the key core of both doomsday battles. In the meeting room of Cloud Sky City, there was only one topic discussed. What would evil ways do next? What should the Council of Light do next? After the first and second Doomsday battles failed, it was impossible for Operation Viper to start a war. Then, the only thing evil ways could do was to seize the door to the human countries and open up a path to Little Western Paradise. However, with the current strength of evil ways, it was indeed impossible for them to seize back the door to the human countries. Unless, however, Prince Li Ming was so infatuated with Mu Dan that he would definitely not do that. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was faced with two choices. The first choice was to find Naga Shuang. The second choice was to solve the problem of Little Western Paradise and completely eliminate any worries. This choice was not easy to make. Because Yang Dingtian really did not know what the evil ways would do. Would they seize the door to the human countries by any means? Or would they lay low and wait for the Demon King Wentian's return? Prince Li Ming locked himself in his room for a few days and nights. He did not eat, drink, see anyone, or say anything. Of course, he was not reflecting, nor was he in pain. He was just making a choice. This choice would determine the fate of the person he loved the most. Would he do nothing here and wait for the Demon King Wentian's return, or would he take the first-class evil spirit from Dongfang Bingling and give it to Wulingzi? In that case, his side would have one more powerful saint-level warrior. And Dongfang Bingling would be liberated, which meant that he would lose Dongfang Bingling forever. After a full 5 days and 5 nights, Prince Li Ming walked out and said to Queen Devil Queen, "I've already confirmed it." Queen Devil Queen's face twitched. "Are you sure you want to do this? You know that if you do this, you'll lose Bingling forever." Prince Li Ming said, "Actually, she'll never belong to me." Queen Devil Queen said, Actually, we can do nothing. When His Majesty Demon King returns, everything will be resolved. With His Majesty Demon King's strength, he can easily eliminate all of Yang Dingtian's strength. There's no need for Little Western Paradise. Prince Li Ming said slowly, "Your Majesty Devil Queen, actually, this is already my last battle. If I don't do anything, then I'll become a complete waste. Moreover, I won't be a waste like Wu Yuming, but a waste like Dongli. My existence won't have any meaning." Queen Devil Queen fell into silence. Prince Li Ming was right. If they had to wait for the Demon King Wentian to come and deal with Yang Dingtian, then, whether it was Prince Li Ming or Queen Devil Queen, they would all lose their meaning. There was no meaning in living. For some people, it was nothing. But for some people, it was better to die. Prince Li Ming said slowly, "The first person to deal with Yang Dingtian was my lackey Ning Wuming. He lost. Then Wu Yuming also lost. Then, Dongli also lost. Devil Queen, you also lost. And I, too, lost just now." He took a deep breath and said, "So, this is my last battle with Yang Dingtian. If I lose, then I will have to hand everything over to His Majesty the Demon King. But at least I fought hard. If I stay here and do nothing, then I can't find any reason to live." In the end, Prince Li Ming laughed bitterly and said, "Wu Yuming chose to perish together with the dark matter partly because of her repentance. On the other hand, they couldn't find the meaning of living and couldn't find a reason to live. If I stay here and do nothing, I might as well disappear from this world like him." After hearing Li Ming's words, Queen Devil Queen didn't say anything and directly stepped aside. Prince Li Ming walked into Princess Mu Dan's room. At this time, Princess Mu Dan was sitting quietly, motionless. Prince Li Ming stepped forward and sat across from her. "Bingling, I know that all these years, you haven't stopped fighting," Prince Li Ming said. As soon as these words came out, Princess Mu Dan's expression changed slightly, and her eyes revealed a light that belonged to Dongfang Bingling. Prince Li Ming said, "After you were poisoned by a first-class evil spirit, I always thought that you would never be able to get rid of it. Yang Dingtian kept saying that he wanted to liberate you, that he wanted to save you. Of course, he was as weak as an ant. I really didn't care about his words at all. In the end," Prince Li Ming said bitterly, "in the end, he really did it. In fact, he didn't even make a move and forced me to liberate your will. This is really an ironic thing. This should be considered a different kind of army that subdued the enemy without fighting. Yang Dingtian was tens of thousands of miles away, and he was able to liberate your will and soul. How amazing is that? As soon as these words came out, Princess Mudan's expression changed drastically. Her soul was actually going to be liberated. For a few years, Dongfang Bingling had never given in. But it was completely impossible to defeat a first-class evil spirit and regain control of the body. Therefore, although she was very strong, she did think that one day, Yang Dingtian could destroy a first-class evil spirit and save her soul and will. Prince Li Ming said, "If I take away the first-class evil spirit in your body, will you commit suicide?" Dongfang Bingling shook her head. Prince Li Ming said, "But, I will imprison you." Dongfang Bingling nodded. Prince Li Ming took a deep breath, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Some feelings and such were meaningless to say. Prince Li Ming said, "Well, you get ready. I will let the Devil Queen take away the first-class evil spirit in your body." Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes flashed with an incomparably bright light. However, at this moment, Queen Devil Queen suddenly walked in and said to Prince Li Ming, "Come out." Prince Li Ming was taken aback and couldn't help but walk out. Queen Devil Queen said, "Don't take away the first-class evil spirit in Bingling's body." Prince Li Ming was taken aback. He didn't know why Queen Devil Queen suddenly changed. He thought for a while and said, "Thank you Devil Queen for your pity, but for the sake of the overall situation, personal feelings are not worth mentioning." Queen Devil Queen said, "You are confused because you are concerned. In fact, there is another way." Prince Li Ming was stunned. Queen Devil Queen said, "Propose a deal to Yang Dingtian and exchange Dongli back from his hands." When these words came out, Prince Li Ming trembled and said, You mean, use Mudan to exchange for Dongli?" Queen Devil Queen nodded and said, "Yes. As long as the first-class evil spirit is in Mudan's body, then even if Yang Dingtian obtains Mudan, he can only imprison her in the energy prison. Not only can he not use her, but he also has to worry about Mudan causing trouble at all times. So, when the time comes, Yang Dingtian can't use her, he can't kill her. Instead, he has to use every possible means and be on tenterhooks. There will be at least 2 or 3 sage-level powerhouses watching over Mudan." When these words came out, Prince Li Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, it was true. Even if Mudan was given to Yang Dingtian, it would still be of no use. Instead, it would restrict Yang Dingtian's power and bury a nail in his heart at all times. As long as the first-class evil spirit was there, Mudan would always belong to the evil ways. But Dongli was different. Vulture had been rescued, and Dongli was of no use to Yang Dingtian. He would throw Dongli into the dark matter at all times and directly devour Dongli. If Dongli was exchanged back, not only would he get back the first-class evil spirit, but he would also get back the vital void fire. This deal was really worth it. Of course, if Yang Dingtian was a villain, Mudan would definitely lose her chastity after being in his hands. But who asked Yang Dingtian to be a gentleman? On this point, Prince Li Ming was 100% assured. Let's go to Cloud Sky City immediately and negotiate with Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's meeting was still ongoing, and he still had not made a choice. Should he go to the Little Western Paradise or go to the Nagaduga Shuang, because he really could not figure out the attitude of the evil ways. Was Prince Li Ming willing to lose Dongfang Bingling forever and transfer the first-class evil spirit to Wulingzi and gain a powerful immortal saint-level powerhouse from then on? In Yang Dingtian's heart, Prince Li Ming was a very complicated person. He was very, very infatuated, but also very, very snobbish and realistic. In the end, everyone was inclined to believe that Prince Li Ming would use any means to fight for the door to the human kingdom. And at this time, Jiao Liao came to report that Prince Li Ming and the other two had come to visit again. Yang Dingtian was stunned. At this time, there was nothing to talk about, so why did they come to visit again? But he still had to go and see what Prince Li Ming was planning. After a while, Yang Dingtian led Neru and Mudan to the pavilion in the Land of Chaos again. When Yang Dingtian arrived, Prince Li Ming and the other two were already sitting there. This was the third negotiation between the two sides. After Yang Dingtian entered the pavilion, he sat down directly and looked at Prince Li Ming, waiting for him to speak. "Sect Master Yang, this is our third negotiation," Crown Prince Li Ming said with a smile. "However, the first 2 negotiations ended on bad terms, and I suffered a crushing defeat. I hope that the third negotiation will go smoothly." Yang Dingtian nodded and did not speak. He was not in the mood to show off with Princely Ming. Princely Ming took out a red wedding invitation. Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Last time, Princely Ming sent a wedding invitation, and Yang Dingtian became a prisoner of the Empire of Darkness. If not for the Naga Dugu Shuang, Yang Dingtian would have become a walking corpse, a tool of evil ways. Princely Ming said, things haven't been going well recently, so in order to make it more festive, Mu Dan and I will postpone our wedding and hold it tonight. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's pupils shrank. Princely Ming sighed softly and said, I know that Lord Yang will not attend my wedding. But it's reasonable for me to send an invitation. Yang Dingtian's face twitched and said, what do you want to say, what do you want to trade? Speak. Princely Ming said with a serious face, Dongfang Bingling, trade for Dongli. Yang Dingtian was shocked when he heard this. He had never thought of making such a deal before. He thought that Princely Ming would release Dongfang Bingling's soul and transfer the first-class evil spirit to Wulingzi in order to have another saint-level expert. Even if Bingling regained her consciousness, she would still be in Li Ming's hands. Now, he did not expect Princely Ming to propose a trade, to give Princess Mu Dan to Yang Dingtian. At first, Yang Dingtian's eyes were filled with excitement. This was a completely instinctive reaction. For several years, since the incident of the yin-yang mirror, he wanted to save Dongfang Bingling every day. Now, Princely Ming was taking the initiative to come to him. And his expression was caught by Princely Ming at the first moment. He could not help but feel happy, but then, Yang Dingtian's heart immediately understood. The real saving of Bingling was to release her soul and will. Otherwise, it would only be Mu Dan in evil ways. Not only would that be useless, but he would also have to be vigilant at all times. She would harm the Council of Light. Princely Ming said, I know that Lord Yang is deeply in love with Miss Bingling, and I am willing to fulfill your wish. But if Sect Master Yang's feelings for her are fake, then why don't you fulfill my wish and let me marry her tonight and consummate our marriage? This despicable prince of evil ways had already revealed his most disgusting and ugly side. Either he would hand over Dongli and let the evil ways have the void-splitting fire again, adding a powerful saint-level expert. Or Dongfang Bingling would lose her chastity. And the moment she lost her chastity would probably be the moment her soul was destroyed. At that time, Dongfang Bingling's soul would really die forever. This choice was something that Yang Dingtian couldn't make. If he chose to preserve Bingling's chastity, it would harm the interests of the Council of Light. On the other hand, Dongfang Bingling would completely disappear from this world. Yang Dingtian looked at Princely Ming in front of him. At this moment, he had never hated someone as much as he did now. It was this person in front of him who, again and again, did despicable things to a woman's chastity. The reason for his shamelessness was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said to the Queen Devil Queen, Nihility Piao Ling, Dongfang Bingling is your disciple, and you are as close as mother and daughter. You clearly know that once she is defiled, she will choose to destroy herself. Are you going to watch as Bingling completely disappears? The Queen Devil Queen's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and then she slowly said, evil ways are now decided by Princely Ming. Princely Ming smiled and said, Yang Dingtian, it's useless to say more. I think you should hurry up and make a decision. There's not much time left, probably only a few hours. When the time comes tonight, Mu Dan and I will consummate our marriage. Yang Dingtian suddenly clenched his fist. His nails had been trimmed very short, but they still pierced his palm and bled. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. His whole body seemed to have become a bomb that was about to explode. His anger made his whole body feel like it was about to explode and tear apart the thief in front of him. Seeing this scene, Princely Ming had an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. You, Yang Dingtian, are very powerful, but in terms of methods and intelligence, you are still crushed by me. At this time, I have forced you into a desperate situation. For a full quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian did not speak. A quarter of an hour later, he opened his eyes and said, Li Ming, I don't have the final say in this matter. I have to discuss it with Master. His master was, of course, Dongfang Minmi, because Dongfang Bingling was his daughter. Of course. Princely Ming said, however, it's best to hurry up. According to your unit of time, we're going to have our wedding night tonight at 8 o'clock. Then, Princely Ming's face turned ferocious as he said, even if you destroy the entire Empire of Darkness, you won't be able to stop our wedding night. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I understand. I will definitely give you an answer before 5 o'clock this evening. With that, Yang Dingtian brought Neru and Violets back to Cloud Sky City. Queen Devil Queen asked Li Ming, do you think he will agree? Prince Li Ming sneered and said, don't worry, he will. This person's hypocrisy is already deeply ingrained in his bones. It can't be changed. Then, Prince Li Ming looked down at the ground. There were many drops of blood. He could still see Yang Dingtian's anger. When Yang Dingtian returned to Cloud Sky City, he immediately told his master, Dongfang Minmi, about this matter. His master's body trembled and he staggered. Then, he immediately closed his eyes. Because his vision suddenly blurred and his entire head was dizzy. It was as if his entire soul was about to leave this body. After a long time, his master, Dongfang Minmi, finally came back to his senses. Then, he said to Yang Dingtian, child, I know you have already made a decision in your heart and won't be influenced by anyone. However, I have my own opinion. Please speak, Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi said, my opinion is to give up on Dongfang Bingling. After Dongfang Minmi finished speaking, he didn't give a reason. He didn't need to give a reason. Moreover, he already owed this daughter of his to the extreme. When she was very young, Dongfang Minmi left Dongfang Bingling in order to find the truth of the world, causing her to be bullied. And now, after he returned, he had to give up on his daughter before he even met her. After a long silence, Dongfang Minmi said, child, what's your decision? Dongfang Minmi could certainly put righteousness before family, but he couldn't make a decision from Yang Dingtian's standpoint. Whether it was sacrificing the interests of the Council of Light or giving up on Dongfang Bingling, neither was a choice that Yang Dingtian could make. Yang Dingtian looked in the direction of the Empire of Darkness in the distance and said slowly, Master, I won't give up on Bingling. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi frowned. If he didn't give up on Dongfang Bingling, it meant that he had to hand over Dongli, which meant that he had to harm the interests of the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian continued, however, I will never compromise and will not harm the interests of the Council of Light. Dongfang Minmi's expression changed. He didn't know what Yang Dingtian would do to not harm the interests of the Council of Light and Dongfang Bingling. There was no such way at all. There could only be one choice. After speaking, Yang Dingtian quickly flew in the direction of the Yin-Yang mirror. In less than 2 hours, Yang Dingtian flew to the end of the Yin-Yang mirror. Then, he opened a space door and jumped into the torn space. After entering the torn space, Yang Dingtian flew to the connection between the torn space and the dark matter at the fastest speed. In front of him was a sharp dark matter. Yang Dingtian pulled Dongli out of the space ring and looked at him silently. Dongli woke up again and saw Yang Dingtian's serious face, which he had never seen before. He couldn't help but be shocked and said, what do you want to do? What do you want to ask me? I said, don't think that I will betray the Temple of Annihilation. Yang Dingtian didn't speak for a long time. Then, his expression softened and his voice became gentler. He said, Dongli, what do you want to say in the end? As soon as he said this, Dongli's expression changed and he said, what do you mean by this? Don't think that you can scare me, I won't say anything. Yang Dingtian, although you and I were enemies before, hatred and enmity are meaningless now. If you have any last wishes, just say it. If I can do it, I will do it for you. Suddenly, blood drained from his face and he said, don't think that you can scare me, what tricks do you have? At this time, Dongli no longer had the aura of the young master of the evil ways. He was completely scared out of his wits. If you don't have any last wishes, then forget it, Yang Dingtian said. Then, he took out the essence of the eye gem and melted a huge hole in the dark matter. Then, he escorted Dongli into it. Dongli suddenly screamed and said in horror, Stop, what do you want to ask? I'll say it, stop. Yang Dingtian, Dongli, I really don't have anything to ask. Prince Li Ming forced me to return you to the evil ways in exchange for Princess Mudan. If I don't agree, he will sully Dongfang Bingling's innocence, so I can only destroy you. As soon as he said this, Dong Li's face trembled and he said in disbelief, Li Ming is actually willing to hand over Dongfang Bingling for me? He was suddenly valued, and he had a feeling of disbelief. Yang Tian, you think too much. The reason why he wants to exchange you is because he wants the first-class evil spirit in your body. Now, Lingzi has broken through to the saint level, but he is not controlled by the evil ways. So, they want to use your first-class evil spirit to suppress Lingzi's will. In this way, they will have one more saint-level expert. You have been completely abandoned. As soon as these words came out, Dong Li's face instantly distorted. Don't even think about it, don't even think about it. Dong Li roared, no one can take away my first-class evil spirit. Why don't you let Princess Mudan hand it over? I am the young master of the Temple of Annihilation. I am on equal footing with Prince Li Ming. I am also the adopted son of the Demon King. Why? Why? Suddenly, Dong Li completely entered a state of madness, as if he was going crazy. To have his first-class evil spirit taken away was undoubtedly the biggest blow to Dong Li, and it was the most complete humiliation. Yang Tian, okay, now that I've explained everything to you, what do you want to tell me? Dong Li couldn't help but wake up from his madness, and then gradually calmed down. Because the current situation was even more terrible. Yang Tian wanted his life. After a while, Dong Li slowly said, Yang Tian, if you want to say that I'm dead now, it's nothing. That's because there's not much point in me living now. Except for the void-splitting fire on me, I have no value anymore. That's right, Dong Li's position in the evil ways was already very unbearable. Not to mention, he had become Yang Tian's captive. Dong Li continued, if you hadn't told me about this before, I wouldn't have cared if I died. But now, I'm not reconciled, I'm really not reconciled. Dong Li looked above the torn space and said, what right does Li Ming have to treat me like this? I'm also the young master. My first-class evil spirit is right and proper. Why should I give it away? Where does this put me? He's trampling on my dignity. Taking a deep breath, Dong Li said, Yang Tian, I'm just making a suggestion. Whether you agree or not, it's up to you. Yang Tian, say it. Dong Li said, if you're willing, I want to be loyal to you. I'll give up a first-class evil spirit, and I want a second-class evil spirit. One day, they will need my void-splitting fire. At that time, it will be the time for me to deal a fatal blow, it will be the time for me to take revenge, it will be the time for me to perish together with these people. Yang Tian's eyes suddenly jumped. Dong Li said, Yang Tian, you can't kill Li Ming, you can't kill the Devil Queen. Because the evil spirit energy is too strong, but no matter how strong it is, it can't escape the abyss border. One day, they will cross the abyss border. At that time, it will be their time of death. If you can't kill them, I'll help you kill them. Yang Tian's heart shook violently, then slowly said, didn't you say that you won't betray the evil ways? Dong Li shook her head and said, I'm worthless in the evil Tao. What's there to betray? Oh, yes, because evil ways are all I have, first-class evil spirits are all I have, of course I won't betray them. But now, they want to take away my only first-class evil spirit, then what's the value of my loyalty? After that, Dong Li slowly knelt in front of Yang Tian and said, either let me be loyal to you, or kill me. Then, Dong Li knelt, motionless, waiting for Yang Tian's choice. At this time, what should Yang Tian choose? There was no doubt that Dong Li's loyalty was not guaranteed. Not to mention a contract, there was not even an oath. Even if Dong Li immediately turned hostile after returning, Yang Tian could not do anything. However, he had to make a choice. Either kill Dong Li, or take him to exchange for Princess Peony. Then, the two people in the torn space fell into deep silence. A few hours later, the sky was almost dark, and it was very close to 5 o'clock in the evening. Yang Tian came to this familiar pavilion again. Prince Li Ming and the other two were still here. Crown Prince Li Ming revealed a complacent smile when he saw Yang Tian's return. Because Yang Tian's arrival meant that he agreed to the exchange. He won as expected. In terms of wisdom and means, he still crushed Yang Dingtian. You've thought it through. Very good, then hand him over, Prince Li Ming said. I know that you've been hiding Dongli in your space ring. Yang Dingtian stared at Prince Li Ming and said, I don't intend to hand over Dongli. As soon as these words came out, Prince Li Ming's expression changed. Then, he laughed and said, good, good, good. Since Sect Yang Dingtian wants to help me and Bing Ling, then I won't be polite. We'll go back to the bridal chamber tonight. Are you sure you don't want to drink a cup of wine? Yang Dingtian, it's not that I don't want to hand Dongli over to you, but because it is already dead. As soon as these words came out, Prince Li Ming's expression changed suddenly, and then he said coldly, Yang Dingtian, are you tricking me? Yang Dingtian, at the junction of the torn space and the Empire of Darkness, there is a dark matter. If you melt the dark matter there, you will see it. When you proposed the deal this morning, I never thought of agreeing to it. I just wanted to push things to the extreme. Now that Dongli is dead, I can't take it out. You have nothing to threaten me with. Immediately, Prince Li Ming's body began to tremble. Then, he said coldly, aren't you afraid that I'll sully Dongfang Bingling's innocence? Yang Dingtian said coldly, no matter what you do, I can't hand over Dongli. It's useless to be afraid. I can't give you the bargaining chip you want. Prince Li Ming immediately spat out another mouthful of blood. Originally, he thought that he would definitely win this confrontation with Yang Dingtian, but he did not expect that Yang Dingtian would be so decisive and directly kill Dongli. Even if he humiliated Dongfang Bingling 100 times, what use would it be? He could only vent his anger. Yang Dingtian was really amazing. As for whether Yang Dingtian would lie, that was impossible. Dongli was almost useless to Yang Dingtian. Moreover, he had the void-splitting fire. Yang Dingtian could not wait to destroy Dongli. Therefore, in this confrontation, Yang Dingtian made the most ruthless and smart choice. Prince Li Ming stared at Yang Dingtian and said slowly, Yang Dingtian, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Yang Dingtian, when did your Excellency Prince Li Ming learn to threaten people? Suddenly, Li Ming's heart suddenly felt stifled. Yes, he, Prince Li Ming, would always do things without saying anything. Now, he could only threaten people. This was the behavior of the most incompetent person. Suddenly, Li Ming did not say a word. He directly turned around and left with the Queen Devil Queen and the other two. Remember, Dongli was buried by the dark matter at the junction of the torn space. Remember to go and take a look. Maybe it's not too late to save him now. Yang Dingtian said loudly. Prince Li Ming and the other two did not say anything and directly flew away. After returning to the Empire of Darkness, Prince Li Ming once again came to Princess Mudan's room. Today, I went to find Yang Dingtian to make a deal and exchange you for Dongli. Prince Li Ming said, in this way, the first-class evil spirit would still be with you, and Dongli's first-class evil spirit would be given to Lingzi. This was the best situation, but we failed. Princess Mudan's beautiful eyes trembled. Prince Li Ming said, Yang Dingtian directly killed Dongli and threw him into the dark matter, directly cutting off all the escape routes. Tell me, what should I do? Princess Mudan said, you want to sleep with Dongfang Bingling to take revenge on Yang Dingtian and vent your anger, right? Prince Li Ming nodded and said, yes. Princess Mudan said, in that way, Dongfang Bingling will die. If you don't care, then it doesn't matter. Prince Li Ming's face twitched. Dongfang Bingling's death meant that after the first-class evil spirit was extracted, even if it was given to the second-class evil spirit, her soul would completely collapse. In other words, this body would become a walking corpse. Was he willing to do this, in order to take revenge on Yang Dingtian? Of course, he couldn't wait to do so. However, Dongfang Bingling was his dream lover after all, and he had always loved Dongfang Bingling, not Princess Mudan. Princess Mudan said, moreover, at the critical moment, Dongfang Bingling will be a very important hostage. If her soul collapses, then it's hard to say. Princess Mudan's attitude was very calm. She was just a product of the soul under the suppression of the evil spirit, not Prince Li Ming, with anger and unwillingness. Taking a deep breath, Prince Li Ming nodded and said, I understand. Then, he walked out and gave up the idea of humiliating Dongfang Bingling. Then, he came to the Devil Queen and sat down in front of her, falling into deep depression. Most of the time, his face was full of sarcasm and cynicism. But at this time, he couldn't hide the depression in his heart. Devil Empress, why is it that every time we clashed with Yang Dingtian in the dark, we were always victorious? On the other hand, Yang Dingtian was suffering setbacks everywhere. He was like a headless fly as he bumped into everything. And when we fight directly, it's our turn to lose? Prince Li Ming asked. Devil Queen shook her head and said, maybe we are born to hide in the dark. The evil Tao, is suitable for scheming and plotting. Once we fight, we become not so good at it. Prince Li Ming closed his eyes in pain and said, losing to Yang Dingtian, I really can't accept it. Devil Queen said, Xianxia has been integrating Little Western Paradise for a few years. With his methods and allies, it should be almost done. As long as we take back the gate of the human kingdom, we can instantly reverse the situation. Prince Li Ming nodded. Devil Queen said, I really don't know. Where did the Demon King Wendian go? Did he find Naga? Prince Li Ming didn't answer, but said, there's no time to lose. Now, go and take out Mudan's first-class evil spirit. Devil Queen nodded and said, do you want to take a look at the dark matter at the boundary of the spatial tear? Prince Li Ming said, do you think Yang Dingtian would lie about this? Devil Queen shook her head and then went directly into Dongfang Bingling's room. Little Ling, I only have half of the primeval evil spirit tree now, so it will take a lot of time to take out your first-class evil spirit. Devil Queen said, you are my disciple, and can even be considered my daughter. If you are not willing to hand over the first-class evil spirit, I will go and refuse Li Ming. Dongfang Bingling said slowly, I can't ask for more. Then, Devil Queen took out the remaining half of the evil spirit tree from her body. There were two faces in her half. One was Dongfang Bingling, the other was Dongli, and the other half was Prince Li Ming. Prince Li Ming had the most important first-class evil spirit, so he was in the middle. The other group, which was originally in the Demon King Wendian, was now in Naga Dugu Shui's body. Devil Queen began to operate her cultivation method and gradually took back a branch from the half of the evil spirit tree. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful face on the branch gradually dimmed, and finally disappeared completely, turning into an ownerless branch. Then, the Devil Empress dead concubine carefully placed the primordial evil spirit into Dongfang Bingling's body. Little by little, thread by thread, the first-class evil spirit's energy was stripped from Dongfang Bingling's body. The whole process was indeed very, very slow. First, it was stripped from the sea of qi, then from the legs, arms, and then the first-class evil spirit in the heart. Finally, it was the removal of the first-class evil spirit in the brain. This process was even slower. It was done completely one thread at a time. After a few hours, the Devil Queen's death concubine finally removed all the first-grade evil spirits from Dongfang Bingling's body. The moment it was removed, Dongfang Bingling directly collapsed to the ground. She was still a semi-saint expert, and her cultivation would not disappear. However, her body had already turned into ashes many times. After the evil spirit left, her entire body could no longer withstand the damage from the past and directly collapsed. However, her beautiful eyes were bright, as if burning ice fire. Because she was free. I'll get you the second-class evil spirit immediately, Devil Queen said. Dongfang Bingling said, I don't want the evil spirit in Walingzi's body. Give me a woman's second-class evil spirit. At this time, Dongfang Bingling had completely recovered the voice of Aisling Ao, but there was still no expression on her face. Devil Queen was stunned, then nodded and agreed, okay. 3 hours later, the second-class evil spirit of the mistress of the Shang Palace of the Demon City was injected into Dongfang Bingling's body. And the first-class evil spirit was completely injected into Walingzi's body. Under Dishibian's control, Walingzi had no resistance at all. He could only allow the first-grade evil spirit to enter his body. From now on, the Temple of Annihilation of the Evil Ways had another saint-level expert. The number of saint-level experts on both sides was once again 3 to 3. However, because of the uniqueness of Dishibian and Walingzi, and because the evil spirit could not be killed or injured, the strength of the 3 saint-level experts of the Evil Ways surpassed that of the Council of Light. directly using force to fight for the gate of the human kingdom was about to begin. After leaving the negotiation place with Princely Ming, Yang Dingtian did not return to Cloud Sky City directly. Instead, he flew to the Yin-Yang Mirror again. From the Yin-Yang Mirror, he opened the space door and jumped into the torn space. Then, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, he opened the space door and jumped into Mount Buzhou. Once again, he entered the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association. After rejecting Princely Ming's request, he was sure that Princely Ming would definitely remove the first-grade evil spirit from Princess Mu Dan's body and place it in Wu Lingzi's body in order to seize the gate of the human kingdom and open the Little Western Paradise. This way, the evil ways would have 3 saint-leveled experts, surpassing Yang Dingtian's side in terms of strength. When that time came, the battle for the gate of the human kingdom would be a battle to the death. Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen Violets had deduced that 3 saint-leveled experts would fight against 3 saint-leveled experts. And Yang Dingtian's soul sword would fight against the Devil Queen's soul sword. Yang Dingtian's side would still lose. Even the Mermaid Queen and Wu Yu's lives would be in danger. This was because the saint-leveled experts of the evil ways were immortal and indestructible. Therefore, it was very easy to win this battle. As long as Yang Dingtian's side had 1 or 2 more saint-leveled experts, it would be enough. Therefore, Yang Dingtian once again went to the Little Western Paradise Association to ask for help. In this world, the place with the most saint-leveled experts was undoubtedly the High Priest Association in Mount Buzhou. Yang Dingtian used the token and entered the High Priest Association once again. The main hall was still empty. Yang Dingtian went directly to the Demon Fox High Priest's room and gently knocked on the door. Yang Dingtian? The Demon Fox's voice sounded from inside. Yes. The Demon Fox said, "Come in." Yang Dingtian pushed the door open and entered. The situation inside was exactly the same as what he had imagined. The Demon Fox High Priest was still completely naked. In a very bizarre way, he placed his legs on the bed while his body lay on the ground. There was still a glass of wine beside her, and she was still holding a light novel in her hand. There were all kinds of light novels around her, and he really didn't know how many she had read during this period of time. Her days were truly carefree and unfettered. Even when she saw Yang Dingtian enter, she did not get up. She continued to read her book, and her small mouth gently sucked in a breath. Immediately, the wine turned into a stream of water and entered her small mouth. Are you free?" Yang Dingtian asked. The Demon Fox High Priest said, "Can't you see that I'm so bored that I'm about to grow fur all over my body?" Yang Dingtian asked, "Then, do you have any new research projects recently?" "No." The Fox Demon High Priest said, "I want to play for at least 10 or 20 years before I consider new projects." Yang Dingtian, "Then, is there a saying that the High Priest Association is not allowed to go out?" "No." The Fox Demon High Priest said, "Only outsiders are not allowed to enter. There are no restrictions on the association members at all." Yang Dingtian, "Then, can I ask for your help?" "Sure, say it." The Fox Demon High Priest said. "Please follow me to the human countries. Evil ways want to fight for the door to the human countries. Yang Dingtian, they have 3 saint-level experts. Because of the evil spirit attribute on their bodies, they are completely immortal and indestructible. Even though we have 3 saint-level experts on our side, we are not their match." "Okay, I'll go with you." The Fox Demon High Priest directly stood up and threw the light novel in her hand to the side. Although these days were carefree, it was indeed extremely boring. Yang Dingtian, actually, if you can avoid fighting, it's best not to. Because once the battle starts, I'm afraid that there will be casualties. The Fox Demon High Priest nodded and then said, "What clothes do I need to wear?" Yang Dingtian, "Maybe, you need the clothes of the Mermaid Clan or the Sea Serpent Clan on the ship, and then put on a mask." "No problem." The Fox Demon High Priest was very excited. She directly started to rummage through the cabinets and boxes to search. She really had a lot of clothes. There were simply too many to count. In the end, she really found a set of clothes of the Sea Serpent Clan and a black poisonous snake mask. As she wore it, she said, "When I was young, I liked to participate in all kinds of balls. One of the most popular balls was the disguise ball. I had all kinds of clothes. Her figure was really too devilish. It did not look like a human's at all. After wearing the tight-fitting clothes of the sea serpent clan on the ship, the devilish curves that were about to explode made Yang Dingtian's breathing a little heavy. Seeing Yang Dingtian's reaction, the fox demon high priest instantly smiled proudly. Then, she took out a black cloak and covered the devilish body. Then, she put on a black poisonous snake mask. Then, she packed up some miscellaneous things and directly left the room. Do you want to inform the leader or fire dance? Yang Dingtian asked. No need. The fox demon high priest said. However, she did not directly go out. Instead, she made a few turns and came in front of a stone room. She was about to ring the meditation bell. Who is the person inside? Yang Dingtian asked. It's not good for you to wake him up like this. A person that I have a crush on. The fox demon high priest said. He has a very bad temper. No one can disturb his meditation. I am an exception. Yang Dingtian said. You are going to bring him along? Yes. The fox demon high priest said. I feel that one more saint-level expert will be able to better prevent thoughts of evil ways. Yang Dingtian was instantly incomparably grateful. Then, he said uneasily, do you like him? No. The fox demon high priest said. Yang Dingtian said, then, will this make you owe him a favor? Will he make any requests? The fox demon high priest said, when someone has a crush on you, you will make them do things for you. Not only will you not owe them a favor, but you will also make them very happy. And after you use them, you can still be cold. Yang Dingtian was instantly speechless. This extremely seductive woman in front of him, in terms of feelings, she was really not a good person. Then, the fox demon high priest directly went to the meditation bell in the stone room. Indeed, after a moment, an extremely violent voice came from inside. Who is it? You dare to disturb my meditation. Don't blame me for killing you. This voice was very unpleasant and very scary. Me. The fox demon high priest said impatiently. Instantly, the inside became completely silent. Yang Dingtian could even hear the sound of rapid breathing. Then, there was a flurry of movements inside. She was definitely choosing good-looking clothes. Hurry up. No matter what clothes you wear, you won't look good. The fox demon high priest said coldly. Yang Dingtian really felt sad for the fox demon high priest's crush. Indeed, very. Quickly, the stone door was opened. What entered Yang Dingtian's eyes was a very tall and muscular woman. It was actually a woman, but she was really more manly than a man. If not for the fact that she was wearing a woman's clothes, Yang Dingtian really could not tell. However, when she wore a woman's long dress, it was really out of place. She was really too muscular. She was even more valiant than a man. Also, she had a square face with sharp edges. Maybe when the heavens created her, they suddenly took a nap. It should have been a man, but in the end, it created a woman. Also, when facing the fox demon now, she was actually filled with awkwardness and uneasiness. It was as if she did not have anywhere to put her hands and feet. Also, she did not dare to look at the fox demon's eyes. She kept staring at the ground. The fox demon high priest's crush was actually a woman. They were actually in a homosexual relationship. And it was also very trendy. This dress is very ugly. If we go out together, it will be very embarrassing. You should wear a man's clothes. The fox demon high priest said. When these words came out, the other party almost cried. But she immediately turned around and went in. Then, she ran back and closed the door. The fox demon high priest had a devilish figure, but she did not care about being seen by Yang Dingtian. And the woman in front of him was even more muscular than a man, but she was very shy. After a moment, she came out again. Indeed, she was wearing a black armor. Not bad. The fox demon high priest said, let's go. Follow me out. Indeed, the eyes of the muscular fox demon high priest lit up. She nodded excitedly and did not ask where they were going. People who had a crush, as expected, their IQ was negative. Even if they were sold, they still wanted to help count the money. Yang Dingtian bowed to her and said, "May I know your name, madam?" The muscular fox demon high priest stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. It was filled with coldness and even hostility. She completely ignored him. "She is called Yao Jing," the fox demon high priest said. Then, after thinking for a while, she returned to her room. She picked the biggest mask and passed it to Yao Jing. The tall and sturdy demon fox woman's hands were trembling. This was probably the first time she received a gift from someone she liked. "Wear it. Don't let others see your face," the fox demon high priest said. When these words came out, the other party's eyes turned red again. Tears were about to fall. He could not tell that such a muscular woman actually had a heart of glass. Then, just like that, Yang Dingtian led the two sage experts and left Mount Buzhou High Priest Association. Very quickly, the three of them arrived at the intersection of Mount Buzhou and the torn space. Yang Dingtian said, "Madam Fox Demon High Priest, I may have to trouble you to enter my space ring." "Sure." The Fox Demon High Priest did not feel wronged. Instead, she was very excited. "Your Excellency Yao Jing, I will bring Madam Fox Demon High Priest over first. Please wait here for a while. I will come and fetch you later," Yang Dingtian said. "Humph." Yao Jing turned her face away. She still did not look at Yang Dingtian with a pleasant expression. Yang Dingtian placed the Fox Demon High Priest into the space ring. Then, he created a space door. At this moment, the Fox Demon High Priest looked at Yang Dingtian in a new light. Yang Dingtian jumped through the space door and entered the torn space. Then, he called out the Fox Demon High Priest from the space ring. At this moment, the Fox Demon High Priest's face was flushed red. It was as if she was not satisfied with this fantasy trip and wanted to do it again. Yang Dingtian opened the space door and jumped back to Mount Buzhou. However, looking at such a muscular Fox Demon High Priest, Yang Dingtian was in a difficult position. Because the space ring was only about 1 cubic meter. However, the Fox Demon High Priest in front of him was at least 2 meters tall. He could not fit such a huge body. Moreover, her body was so muscular, unlike the Fox Demon High Priest's slender body. It seemed like it could not be bent. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel troubled. "Madam Yao Jing, can you shrink your body? My spatial ring probably won't be able to fit it." Hearing this, Fox Demon High Priest's face was filled with anger. She could not help but want to beat Yang Dingtian up. Her face, her body, they were the pain in her heart. No one could mention it. Because of this, she had fought countless times in the High Priest Association. Now, Yang Dingtian mentioned it again. However, thinking that her goddess was on the other side, she gritted her teeth angrily and closed her eyes. Gotcha. Suddenly, her body started to shrink. She actually shrank to about 1.7 meters tall. Not only did her length shrink, but her width also shrank. Now, he looked like a valiant man. Then, under her furious gaze, Yang Dingtian put her into the space ring. Then, he used the dark mystic flame to create a dark vortex and isolated a space. The mystic flame collided and created a space door. Finally, he brought Fox Demon High Priest and jumped into the torn space. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian once again led two saint-level experts out of the torn space and entered the human kingdom. The Fox Demon High Priest was extremely excited. This was her first time entering the world of the human kingdom. Everything was extremely new to her. The three of them looked at the scenery below as they flew towards Cloud Sky City. In the Empire of Darkness, Queen Devil Queen and Dishibian had just returned from the Underworld Empire. Because the Empire of Darkness was no longer safe, they brought Dongfang Bingling to the Underworld Empire's sky-reaching pavilion and imprisoned her. That place was currently out of Yang Dingtian's reach. There were a total of 5 people in the sky-reaching palace of the sky-reaching imperial capital. Saint-level experts, Queen Devil Queen, Dishibian, Wulingzi. Saint-level experts, Princely Ming, Wu Daozi of the Vulture Palace. In this battle, we will take back the door to the human kingdom and open the Little Western Paradise. We will completely reverse the situation of the evil ways. Princely Ming said, "In the Little Western Paradise, we have countless saint-level and saint-level experts. As long as we open the little western paradise, we will instantly turn the tables. The entire Council of Light will be vulnerable. In this battle, we have to give it our all. Other than Yang Dingtian, we can kill everyone. Princely Ming said sternly. Everyone could be killed. The Mermaid Queen and Wu Yu could be killed. Yes. The few of them shouted. Let's go. Princely Ming ordered. Instantly, the 5 of them flew out of the sky, reaching Imperial capital like lightning. An hour later, the 5 of them flew out of the Empire of Darkness and towards the Taboo Continent Sea region. The battle for the door to the human kingdom was about to erupt. Note, this is the only update for today. I will continue to write next. However, I will be writing tomorrow's chapter because tomorrow I will be going to Zhengzhou to move my wife's household registration. I will be in the car the whole day. Thank you, everyone. At this time, it was already night. The 2 moons in the sky were bright and shining on the earth. The 5 people from the evil ways silently flew towards the Forbidden Continent Sea area. It was silent. Even at this time, Princely Ming's heart was still trembling with determination. In order to defeat Yang Dingtian, in order to take back the gate of the human kingdom, he even gave up his most beloved woman. Dongfang Bingling, whose will and soul had been liberated, was different from what he had imagined. She almost didn't say anything. Nor did she show any emotion, nor did she blame him at all. It was as if she was no different from the previous Princess Mudan. Whether it was being imprisoned in the energy prison or being brought to the underworld empire, she didn't show any resistance or abnormality. But Princely Ming knew that he had lost this beloved woman forever. All these sacrifices were for this battle, to take back the gate of the human kingdom. From here, the gate of the human kingdom was very far away, at least tens of thousands of miles. The 5 of them had to fly for a day and a night. Just like this, the 5 of them flew over the northern land, flew over the northwest continent, and entered the western sea. Finally, after a full day and a night, they were less than 2,000 miles away from the Forbidden Continent Sea area. The 5 of them temporarily stopped, sat cross-legged in a circle, and began to cultivate to restore the energy in their bodies to the maximum, and then enter this most crucial battle. Devil Queen, where did the mysterious saint-level expert by Yang Dingtian's side come from? Queen Devil Queen asked. Queen Devil Queen shook her head. Princely Ming asked, then what about Dongfang Bingling in the future? Queen Devil Queen said, you decide, everything will be centered on the interests of the evil ways. Queen Devil Queen nodded. 2 hours passed. The 5 of them recovered their celestial chi to the maximum, and then flew towards the Forbidden Continent Sea area entrance at the fastest speed. They were very fast, and in less than 2 hours, they had already arrived at the Forbidden Continent Sea area. Then, he saw 3 saint-level experts. The Mermaid Queen Violets, Wu Yu, and the mysterious saint rank expert in the mermaid uniform. However, there was no sign of Yang Dingtian. Queen Devil Queen's group of 5 spread out in the air, forming a pentagon and surrounding the 3 in the center. Looking at the Mermaid Queen and seeing that her lower abdomen was slightly protruding, the Queen Devil Queen couldn't help but be stunned. You're pregnant? The Mermaid Queen nodded and said, if I'm not wrong, it might be another Naga. The Queen Devil Queen stared at her stomach for a long time, then looked at Neru and said, I have never seen your face before. This battle will determine life and death. Please reveal your identity. Neru shook her head but didn't say anything. The Queen Devil Queen didn't mind. Her gaze was still on the Mermaid Queen Violet's stomach. Then she said, then, I'm sorry. Then, her soul sword magic staff flew out. The remaining 4 experts of evil ways drew their weapons one after another. Don't show mercy. Kill them all. Princely Ming said. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Then, the 5 experts of evil ways suddenly turned into 5 rays of light and shot toward Neru and the other 2. As for Neru and the other 2, the sword light in their hands burst out in an instant and slashed out fiercely. Boom, a light as bright as day completely covered the 2 moons. Below, the sea surface hundreds of miles away suddenly set off shocking waves. The light hadn't dissipated yet. Wu Daozi's body instantly turned into ashes. Princely Ming's body also turned into ashes. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the center of the Queen Devil Queen's beautiful body, and her entire body was completely pierced. and Dishi Bian and Walingzi were covered in blood. A battle of this level completely started in an instant and ended in an instant. The 5 people of evil ways were defeated in an instant. Then, the invisible Yang Dingtian directly revealed his figure. Beside him, there was an extremely enchanting sea serpent clan woman in tight clothes and a tall and burly man with a sea serpent mask. On Yang Dingtian's side, there were a total of 6 people, 5 of which were saint-level experts. In terms of martial arts strength, they completely crushed the evil ways. Prince Li Ming's body gradually recovered. He looked at Yang Dingtian's figure in disbelief and looked at the 2 people beside him. How was this possible? How could this be? Where did Yang Dingtian get saint-level experts? There was already a mysterious saint-level expert before, and now 2 appeared all of a sudden. Were they cabbages? They kept coming. For this battle, in order to take back the door to the human kingdom, he had paid such a huge sacrifice. He had lost the woman he loved the most forever just for this battle. He had thought that this time, not only would he be able to take back the door to the human kingdom, but he would also be able to kill at least 2 of Yang Dingtian's saint-level experts. However, the laughable thing was that the entire battle, from beginning to end, did not exceed a minute. From the beginning to the end, it did not exceed half a minute. Ha 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 ha, Prince Li Ming really could not help but laugh wildly. The first Great Doomsday Battle ended in just over a month. The second Great Doomsday Battle, from beginning to end, did not exceed half a day. These 2 battles dealt a fatal blow to the Queen Devil Queen, so much so that she handed over the power of the evil ways. And when it was Prince Li Ming's turn to take power, the Viper operation was defeated. Not only did they not achieve their goal, but they also lost Vulture. And the second time, he burnt his boats and lost his woman forever. The battle in the Taboo Continent Sea area that he was bound to win ended in just half a minute. This was really the biggest joke in the world, the biggest joke in the world. Heavens, why are you so unfair? Why do you love Yang Dingtian so much? Prince Li Ming really felt that his heart was collapsing and being destroyed. Yang Dingtian, really invincible? Was he really the child of destiny? Suddenly, Prince Li Ming, who could no longer bear it, suddenly spurted blood and directly fell from the sky. And Yang Dingtian suddenly used the soul sword. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in an instant, countless huge sword souls shot out. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming was torn to pieces and turned into ashes. Then, countless sword souls formed a huge energy prison, completely enveloping Prince Li Ming's evil spirit soul. Yang Dingtian not only wanted to thwart the evil ways' plan to seize the door to the human kingdom, but also capture Prince Li Ming. What did he want to capture him for? In exchange for Dongfang Bingling, seeing Prince Li Ming being captured, Queen Devil Queen and Dishi Bian both rushed forward like lightning. Wu Daozi hesitated for a moment and also rushed forward. Yang Dingtian's countless Naga royalty sword souls quickly circled around. Wu Daozi had just touched it, and in an instant, he was completely turned into ashes. And Dishi Bian, who had just touched it, her beautiful body was instantly cut into pieces. Even Queen Devil Queen was dripping with blood. Give up, Your Majesty Devil Queen. Yang Dingtian slowly said, let Prince Li Ming become my prisoner. He is no longer of much use to you. The Devil Queen's dead concubine smiled sadly at Yang Dingtian. Whoosh, then, her soul sword suddenly shot out countless sword souls, crazily stabbing at Yang Dingtian's sword soul prison. Swish 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 swish, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of magic wand sword souls crazily attacked Yang Dingtian's sword soul prison. At this time, several saint-level experts on Yang Dingtian's side attacked the people of evil ways with all their strength. However, Queen Devil Queen and the others had already stopped fighting back. She, Dishi Bian, Wu Daozi, and the others glanced at each other. Then, they began their suicidal attacks. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Queen Devil Queen took the lead and suddenly turned into an incomparably powerful saint-level energy. With the fastest speed, she slammed into Yang Dingtian's sword soul prison. Boom 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 boom. Boom, first, Queen Devil Queen's suicidal bombardment. Then, Dishi Bian, Walingzi, and finally, Wu Daozi. After each collision, their bodies were all instantly turned into ashes. Then, they condensed and recovered in the air. Then, there was another crazy collision. As for Yang Dingtian, he had discovered something extremely terrifying. That was, under this crazy suicidal attack, the energy of his Naga royalty demon core was rapidly consumed. This level of consumption completely exceeded the time when he killed the Legion of Doom. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that countless profound chi energy was flowing out crazily. And Devil Queen and the others were still extremely determined, completely ignoring the attacks of the other saint-level experts of the Council of Light. Wave after wave of suicidal attacks were launched. They wanted to tear a hole in Yang Dingtian's sword soul prison and rescue Princely Ming. Seeing this scene, seeing that Queen Devil Queen and the others were so determined, Yang Dingtian was really stunned. Then, he understood that this was already a battle of dignity. Evil Ways would rescue Princely Ming even if they had to give up everything. And the energy of his soul sword was rapidly being consumed. The energy in the Naga royalty demon core was completely disposable. Once it was used up, his soul sword would be useless. And the powerful Naga royalty sword soul was about to disappear. He took a deep breath. Although he was very unwilling, Yang Dingtian suddenly withdrew the Naga royalty sword soul. At this time, Princely Ming, who was inside, was also bombarding desperately. At this time, after Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty sword soul prison was removed, he suddenly shot into the sky like a meteor. And at the same time, the remaining 4 people of Evil Ways were also like meteors, shooting into the sky. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Devil Queen and the others gradually recovered their bodies. Then, both sides were silent. Exchanging Princely Ming for Dongfang Bingling was a very good plan. However, under the determination of Evil Ways, this plan could not be completed. No matter how unwilling Yang Dingtian was, he could not complete it. Sect Master Yang Dingtian, in this battle, Li Ming asked for humiliation. "I've let you see a joke." Princely Ming looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time, then bowed deeply. Yang Dingtian returned the bow and said, "I don't dare." "Then, I'll take my leave." Princely Ming bowed and said, "We'll meet again someday." "We'll meet again," Yang Dingtian said. Note, this chapter is written at home. I will be on the train the whole day tomorrow. I don't know if there will be a next chapter for the time being. However, I will try my best to write on the train and upload it through the mobile network. Thank you. Princely Ming and the 5 members of the Evil Ways left just like that. When they left, Princely Ming was already very calm, so calm that Yang Dingtian was a little afraid of him. After the Evil Ways left, the defense of the Forbidden Continent's sea region increased. In the end, Naru, Wu Yu, Fox Demon, and Yao Jing all stayed. They believed that with this strength, the Evil Ways would not be able to break through. Yang Dingtian asked Wu Yu, "What do you think the Evil Ways will do next? Will they stop and wait for the Demon King Wendian to return? Or will they prepare for the next wave of attack?" Wu Yu said, logically speaking, after the Evil Ways suffered a series of failures, they should do nothing and wait for the Demon King Wendian to return. But most of the time, people can't do things logically, right? Yang Dingtian nodded. Especially when Yang Dingtian wanted to imprison Li Ming, the Evil Ways experts showed their determination, and when the Evil Ways left, Princely Ming's calmness. Yang Dingtian could feel that Princely Ming seemed to have given up on all emotions, honor, and disgrace, and was completely determined to fight to the death. Therefore, he would definitely not let the matter rest just like that. After returning to the Empire of Darkness, everyone fell into silence. For a full hour, no one spoke. Princely Ming paid such a huge price, but still suffered the greatest failure, and he almost fell into a trap. However, whether it was the Queen Devil Queen or the others, no one blamed him. What do we do next? Do we just give up and wait for the Demon King to return? Or do we continue to fight to the death? Princely Ming asked. Queen Devil Queen said, "If we're smart enough, we should just give up like that." But I'm not willing, are you willing? No one was willing to accept this. Princely Ming said, "If we continue to fight, how will we fight?" That's right, how could he fight? He had already exhausted all his means. There was nothing he could do. Princely Ming said, "Is it possible to exchange Dongfang Bingling for the gateway to the human kingdom?" Queen Devil Queen shook her head. That was impossible. Yang Dingtian was not the kind of person who would give up his work for personal reasons. Previously, when he had offered to exchange Dongli for Mudan, he had used a very resolute method to refuse. Suddenly, Queen Devil Queen looked at Dishi Bian. Dishi Bian's look suddenly changed as he said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The Queen Devil Queen's eye was very simple. It was to use the Empire's undead to create new evil ways for saint-level powerhouses. This idea was too crazy. Ghost Emperor Wentian would definitely not agree. First, was it possible to use powerful undead to create saint-level human experts? It was possible. There were two prerequisites. First, the undead's hell magic crystal had to be refined into energy essence that could be directly devoured. Second, the transformed human martial artist had to have a strong sea of qi and xian meridians. Otherwise, his entire body would explode before he reached saint-level cultivation. Coincidentally, there were both evil ways for these two prerequisites. Ghost Emperor Wentian could refine hell magic crystals. As for evil spirit martial artists, they would definitely not be able to break through to saint level with their own xian meridians. However, they had evil spirit energy in their bodies that could transform and protect their xian meridians and sea of qi. It was possible, but the consumption of hell magic crystals was very, 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 very shocking. It seemed impossible. Ghost Emperor Wentian would definitely not agree. Because this was different from Wolingzi and Dishi Bian. These two had the netherworld ghost fire in their bodies, so they could directly devour hell magic crystals, and the energy efficiency was much higher. As for other human martial artists, they could only break through to saint level by devouring hell magic crystals. This way, the consumption of hell magic crystals was an astronomical figure. And these hell magic crystals all came from the powerful undead, Shura. These undead and Shura were the foundation of Ghost Emperor Wentian's life. Last time, in order to help the Queen Devil Queen, Ghost Emperor Wentian had lost nearly half of his undead monarchs and overlords. This had already caused him so much heartache that he almost vomited blood. Moreover, in order to help Wolingzi and Dishi Bian break through to saint level, he had consumed a lot. If he still wanted to let other evil ways break through to saint level, Ghost Emperor Wentian would definitely fall out with him. 200 years later, he still wanted to devour all the undead and Shura in order to break through to an unprecedented realm. If he consumed everything, then how could he, Ghost Emperor Wentian, still have a future? It could be said that if anyone dared to mention this matter to Wentian, he would be completely enraged and lose his rationality. Queen Devil Queen said, "Do you think that Yang Dingtian still has a chance to obtain saint-level experts?" No one would know about this matter. Prince Li Ming said, "If Yang Dingtian is unable to obtain saint-level experts in a short period of time, then we will fight a different battle. We will no longer fight for the human kingdom gate. Instead, we will completely disregard everything and directly charge into the Great Hall of Heads. And if Xianxia is sufficiently prepared, the moment we enter, his saint-level experts will definitely surge out." Queen Devil Queen nodded and said, "He will definitely do so. Because according to the course of events, the world-ending war should have ended long ago. We should have long sent people into the Little Western Paradise for a meeting. However, we did not do so. It is easy to guess that we have encountered trouble. We have lost the human kingdom gate. Therefore, he will definitely arrange for enough experts to enter the Great Hall of Heads. As long as we charge and regardless of the cost, many experts of the Fox clan will rush out and enter the human kingdom gate." Everyone present recalled the scene that had occurred that day. When Prince Li Ming was trapped, the remaining evil ways experts crazily launched suicidal attacks. Time and time again, they shattered their bodies and shattered their bones as they bombarded Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty sword soul prison. In the end, they forced Yang Dingtian to give up on his plan to imprison Prince Li Ming. If such suicidal attacks were used to attack the human kingdom gate, wouldn't the power be just as great? Prince Li Ming said, "If, with the current situation of both sides, we have a total of 3 saint-level experts on our side, would it be possible for us to succeed?" Queen Devil Queen shook her head and said, "The other side has 5 saint-level experts, and Yang Dingtian has a saint-level sword soul. We 3 saint-level experts will not succeed. The other side's mysterious saint-level experts are very powerful. They are even stronger than me and Dishi Bian." Then, Queen Devil Queen said, "If we have 4 saint-level experts, our chances of success will greatly increase. Because Wolingzi and Dishi Bian can both clone themselves. Dishi Bian asked, Li Ming, what is your cultivation level? Prince Li Ming said, I have been a half-saint level expert for a long time. According to the Little Western Paradise's classification, I am currently at the 9th rank of the 18th step. This was a long time ago when I succeeded in cultivating in the Forbidden Continent's illusion. After that, I did not make any progress. Dishi Bian closed his eyes and began to estimate how many undead lords and undead monarchs Prince Li Ming would need to break through to the 9th rank of the 18th step. The result of the calculation made Dishi Bian gasp. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank and 1 rank, he would need about a dozen or so undead of the 19th step. And he would need at least 7 saint-level undead hell magic crystals. This price was so high that it would make one vomit blood. One had to know that in the last Great War, a considerable number of saint-level Shura experts had been completely annihilated. At this time, there were only less than 30 saint-level monarchs left in the Netherworld Ghost City. All of a sudden, in order to cultivate a saint-level expert, he would need to consume a quarter of the saint-level undead monarchs. Ghost Emperor Wentian would go crazy. At this time, the Queen Devil Queen and Prince Li Ming both looked at Dishi Bian. Dishi Bian said, this has nothing to do with me. If you think it's okay, go and talk to His Majesty the Ghost Emperor. An hour later, the Queen Devil Queen, Dishi Bian, and Prince Li Ming flew out of the Empire of Darkness and flew in the direction of the Underworld Empire. There was no doubt that this was an extremely difficult negotiation for them. This was completely tantamount to cutting flesh from Ghost Emperor Wentian's body. At this time, in the sky above the Forbidden Continent's sea area, Yang Dingtian still hadn't left. In Yang Dingtian's mind, the scene of the Evil Ways experts launching their suicidal attacks appeared again. What if the Evil Ways no longer fight for the human kingdom's gate, but forcefully attack? Yang Dingtian suddenly said. Nero began to calculate the area of the Forbidden Continent's sea area. Then, she closed her eyes and began to calculate, if the other side still has 3 saint-level experts, we can still stop them. But if there's one more, it will be very difficult for us to stop them. Because the other side's Dishi Bian and Walingzi can both create true clones. Then, Nero asked, is it possible for them to have one more saint-level expert? Yang Dingtian said, it's very difficult, but it's not impossible. This means that Ghost Emperor Wentian will lose a lot of blood, and the loss will be incomparably huge. I think it will be very difficult for Ghost Emperor Wentian to agree. Wu Qiong said, don't underestimate Wentian's infatuation with Nihility Piaoling. The one on the throne of darkness has already become cold and emotionless, but the other Wentians are still filled with charisma. Yang Dingtian thought of that Wentian in Nunaga. He was indeed filled with charisma. Yang Dingtian even had his arm around his shoulder and drank with him, as if they were close friends. Wu Qiong said, then, can we still invite saint-level experts from the High Priest Association? Nero couldn't help but look at the Demon Fox High Priest, because her position in the High Priest Association was very low. The Demon Fox High Priest said, I came here because I had nothing to do, because I just finished a research. Moreover, Yang Dingtian has been with me for hundreds of years in the illusionary realm, and we are already like family. As for Yao Jing, it's all because of me. It's a pity that I don't have such a crazy lover in Buzhou Mountain. When she said this, the tall and sturdy Yao Jing seemed to be somewhat proud, but also somewhat ashamed. If they wanted to get a saint-level expert from the Little Western Paradise Association, they would have to go through High Priest Huowu. However, Huowu still had to prioritize the interests of the High Priest Association. Everyone in the High Priest Association valued their research as much as their own lives. It was obviously very difficult for them to put down their research to help a human like Yang Dingtian. Moreover, although Huowu valued Yang Dingtian, she definitely didn't value him as much as the Demon Fox. After all, Yang Dingtian and the Demon Fox had been together for hundreds of years, and this time was even longer than that of a husband and wife. As a result, the Demon Fox High Priest didn't wear clothes in front of Yang Dingtian most of the time, but the two of them didn't have any intention to do anything. Therefore, unless it involved the life and death of the Little Western Paradise or the life and death of the High Priest Association. Otherwise, it seemed impossible to get the help of a saint-level expert from the High Priest Association. In this way, if the Evil Ways had another saint-level expert and launched a suicide attack, then the human kingdom's gate would be lost. At that time, countless demon fox experts would surge out of the skull hall. The entire situation would be reversed in an instant. This situation seemed to be unsolvable at the moment. However, it would be very difficult for the evil ways to have another saint-level expert in a short period of time. Ghost Emperor Wentian probably wouldn't agree so easily. Therefore, Yang Dingtian still had some time to deal with this situation. Neru suddenly said, "The key to the Little Western Paradise is to give up forever and ask the heavens. As long as we get rid of him, we'll be done once and for all. The entire Little Western Paradise is no longer an enemy, but an ally." That's right, the key was to give up forever and ask the heavens. No matter how many people he had in the Little Western Paradise Alliance, or how many experts he had under his control, as long as he died, they would all be destroyed. And Neru was one of the most outstanding chairmen in the history of the Little Western Paradise. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or experience, she surpassed Xianxia. Moreover, she had the High Priest Association behind her. If Xianxia Wendian was eliminated, Neru would be able to control the situation in the Little Western Paradise. As for his father-in-law, the Shadow Spear Patriarch, Demon Wrath II, he was bent on making his daughter, Jia, the next speaker. Then, his grandson would have enough time to grow into a demigod and then unify the entire Western Paradise for generations to come. What Xianxia Wendian could give, Neru could also give. As long as there were enough benefits, this cheap father-in-law of his would sell out anything. Therefore, as long as Xianxia Wendian was eliminated, the problem of the Little Western Paradise would be completely solved, and they wouldn't have to worry about the human kingdom's gate being lost. However, whether it was eliminating Xianxia Wendian or taking control of the Little Western Paradise, it would take time. At the very least, he couldn't let the evil ways have another saint-level expert in the short term, and he couldn't let the evil ways succeed in taking over the Skull Hall. Was there a way to stall for time? Could he stall the evil ways? Of course there was. Yang Dingtian would propose a trade. As long as Yang Dingtian proposed this trade, the evil ways would temporarily give up on paying a huge price to let Li Ming become a saint-level expert. However, if Yang Dingtian wanted to enter the Little Western Paradise and eliminate Xianxia Wendian, then his cultivation would have to be greatly improved. Therefore, he had to think of a way to refine the huge amount of hell magic crystals he had obtained in the last undead war into energy essence. Who knew how much Yang Dingtian would be able to break through after absorbing the energy essence? Author's note: the feeling of riding on the train is really ecstasy. In the previous book, my wife gave birth, and I squatted in the hospital every day to write. Then, I stayed up all night to write in the internet cafe. Now, I'm riding on the train again. In order to keep updating, I've exhausted all kinds of positions. Within the Tower of Babel in the Ghost City, Ghost Emperor Wendian heard Prince Li Ming's request, and his flaming face instantly distorted. Then, he fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, he almost let out a shrill roar, what do you think I am? What do you think I am?" His voice was not only angry, but also sad. For the sake of Queen Devil Queen, he, Ghost Emperor Wendian, had already paid a huge sacrifice. Now, he even wanted to use his undead lord and undead monarch to help Li Ming break through to the saint level. What did this group of people want to do? Why did this group of people have to do this? On what basis? These undead lords and undead monarchs were the foundation of his life after 200 years. Was this how Nihility Piaoling, as his lover, treated him? So, in that instant of anger and sadness, Ghost Emperor Wendian almost lost his mind. After Ghost Emperor Wendian roared, the whole place suddenly fell into silence. Prince Li Ming directly knelt there, motionless. As for the infernal queen, dead concubine, she stood there expressionlessly. Finally, Ghost Emperor Wendian gradually calmed down, and slowly said, "Why must you do this? Can't you wait for that person from the Throne of Darkness to come back?" Queen Devil Queen suddenly said coldly, "You keep saying that person from the Throne of Darkness, who are you? Aren't you the Demon King Wendian? Aren't you our supreme leader? Are you just a bystander?" When these words came out, Ghost Emperor Wendian couldn't help but be stunned. Queen Devil Queen said, "You keep saying 200 years later, 200 years later. Do you think you still have 200 years later if you let Yang Dingtian develop like this? In less than 10 years, your underworld empire will be gone. Impossible, Ghost Emperor Wendian said, no matter how powerful Yang Dingtian is, he can't do anything to the Empire of Darkness. Queen Devil Queen said, what if he brings countless lightning things into your underworld empire? Impossible. Ghost Emperor Wendian shouted again. Queen Devil Queen said, this is what he said himself. As long as he is willing, he can move countless lightning bolts into the underworld empire at any time. It's just that he doesn't have any direct conflict with you right now, so he didn't do anything to you. These words instantly struck Ghost Emperor Wendian's sore spot. The Demon King Wendian, the ruler of the underworld empire, actually had to rely on Yang Dingtian's pity. This was the biggest absurdity in the world. Although he didn't need to breathe anymore, Ghost Emperor Wendian still took a deep breath, and then slowly said, what do you plan to do? Queen Devil Queen said, let Princely Ming break through to the Saint rank. Then all the Saint rank experts will continuously launch suicidal attacks into the Hall of Skulls until they rush into the Hall of Skulls. At that time, the experts of the Little Western Paradise who stayed in the Hall of Skulls will surge out, and we will be able to reverse the situation in an instant. Not only can we catch all the higher-ups of the Council of Light in one fell swoop, but we can also completely capture Yang Dingtian. The Demon King Wendian muttered to himself. This plan was indeed possible. Don't tell me that you won't succeed in attacking the Hall of Skulls now? Ghost Emperor Wendian asked. Queen Devil Queen said, Yang Dingtian not only has the sword soul of the Naga royalty, but also 5 Saint rank experts, which is just enough to block all of us. As long as we all have a Saint rank expert, we can succeed. The Demon King Wendian fell into a fierce struggle. To let Li Ming break through to the Saint rank, they needed a considerable number of 19th rank undead lords, and at least 7 Saint rank undead lords. This price was really asking for his life. After a long time, Ghost Emperor Wendian said, you all go back first, I will think about it carefully. I will definitely give you a reply in a few days. Then, Ghost Emperor Wendian said, is there no other way? Is there no other way? Queen Devil Queen thought for a while and said, if it was before, we could still fight for our lives. But now, there is no more chance. Ghost Emperor Wendian said, how can we fight for our lives? Queen Devil Queen said, in Little Western Paradise, there are actually a few abyssal fissures that will open at fixed times. The former chairman of Little Western Paradise, Yao Qi, fell for Xianxia's plan and jumped into one of these abyssal fissures and died. And these abyssal fissures are small abyssal borders, the border between Little Western Paradise and the Dark Realm. They are connected to each other. So, we can jump into Little Western Paradise from the first Dark Realm through these abyssal fissures. However, we must have the void-splitting fire, otherwise, even a Saint rank expert will die without a doubt. And among us, only Dongli has the void-splitting fire, but he is now dead. Ghost Emperor Wendian knew about Dongli's death, and he was very surprised by Yang Dingtian's decisiveness. Ghost Emperor Wendian said, Yang Dingtian also has the void-splitting fire. Does he know that we can enter Little Western Paradise through the void-splitting fire? Queen Devil Queen said, he shouldn't know, and he doesn't know about the distribution of the dark fissures in Little Western Paradise. There were still more than 50 days before the next void fissure would open. Only Xianxia and I know the location of this void-splitting fire. Ghost Emperor Wendian sighed, that's a pity, otherwise we could enter Little Western Paradise without any effort. Princely Ming said, this is my fault. When I exchanged Mudan for Dongli, I thought that Yang Dingtian would have no choice but to agree. But I didn't expect that Yang Dingtian would be so decisive, directly killing Dongli. Ghost Emperor Wendian said, are you sure that Yang Dingtian really killed Dongli? Princely Ming nodded, at the junction of the Dark Kingdom and the void-splitting fire, we found a mixture of dark matter devouring first-class evil spirits. Ghost Emperor Wendian's flamed face twitched. Then he said helplessly, okay, you go back first, let me think about it, I will give you a reply in a few days. Princely Ming kowtowed, yes. Queen Devil Queen looked deeply at Ghost Emperor Wendian, and then took Princely Ming back to the Empire of Darkness. When Queen Devil Queen and the others returned to the Empire of Darkness, they found a few large words written at the entrance of the Empire of Darkness. See you at the old place, Yang Dingtian. Seeing this scene, Princely Ming and Queen Devil Queen couldn't help but be stunned. Yang Dingtian actually took the initiative to meet Li Ming, this was really strange. What was he trying to do? Although Wolingzi was in the Empire of Darkness, Queen Devil Queen still only took Dishi Bian and Li Ming to the negotiation pavilion in the Land of Chaos. More than 2 hours later, in the pavilion, they saw Yang Dingtian, Violets, and that mysterious saint-rank expert. Yang Dingtian, what can I do for you? Prince Li Ming asked. Yang Dingtian replied, I'm here to make a deal with your excellency. Prince Li Ming's eyebrows twitched as he said, you and I have nothing to trade at this time. You have no bargaining chips in your hands. Yang Dingtian replied, Li Ming, when you proposed to exchange Dongfang Bingling for Dongli, I refused in anger. Now that I've calmed down, I think this deal can be done, so I'm taking the initiative to exchange Dongli for Dongfang Bingling. When these words came out, Prince Li Ming and Queen Devil Queen almost jumped up. Wasn't Dongli already dead? How could they still make a deal? Yang Dingtian replied, you must be saying that Dongli is already dead, so how can we make a deal? In fact, Dongli isn't dead. Prince Li Ming's eyes turned cold as he said, Yang Dingtian, what's the point of doing this? If Dongli isn't dead, then what is that thing at the junction of the spatial tear and the Empire of Darkness? Yang Dingtian sighed and said, that is a mixture of brother nether and the dark matter that perished together. When these words came out, Prince Li Ming and Queen Devil Queen's expressions changed dramatically. After a dark spirit was swallowed by the dark matter, it would not disappear from the evil spirit tree. Therefore, Dongli's face did not disappear from Queen Devil Queen's primeval evil spirit tree. From this point, it seemed that it was impossible to determine whether Dongli was dead or alive. After a dark spirit and the dark matter perished together, it would enter a very strange state. Life was not like life, death was not like death, it was like an eternal struggle. Yang Dingtian said, actually, at that time, I did want to directly throw Dongli into the dark matter. But when I thought of using him to exchange for Dongfang Bingling, who had truly recovered her will, I let him live. Tens of thousands of miles away, I drilled deep into the dark matter and transplanted the mixture of brother nether and the dark matter to the boundary between the spatial tear and the Empire of Darkness. At this point, the Devil Queen, dead concubine, and Crown Prince Li Ming began to tremble. If this was the case, what did it mean? It meant that they had been fooled by Yang Dingtian. Prince Li Ming had always thought that he had completely crushed Yang Dingtian in terms of intelligence and means. He had completely looked down on Yang Dingtian in terms of intelligence. In the end, he had been fooled. This was a great humiliation. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming's voice changed. He said in a trembling voice, Yang Dingtian, do you think we are 3-year-old children? Yang Dingtian took out an echo jade and handed it over. Prince Li Ming injected a stream of mystical energy and immediately saw an image. The entire image was very simple. Yang Dingtian pulled Dongli out of the spatial displacement. Although he was muddle-headed and absent-minded, he could tell at a glance that this was Dongli. Moreover, there were a few words in the image. See you at the usual place, Yang Dingtian. The background of this image was at the entrance of the Empire of Darkness. Obviously, this was just recorded with the echo jade. It was definitely not recorded before. That's right, Dongli was indeed not dead. Yang Dingtian had ruthlessly tricked Li Ming and slapped him in the face in terms of intelligence. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming's breathing became rapid and heavy. His eyes were wide open, as if he wanted to devour someone. At this time, the shame and anger in Li Ming's heart were completely indescribable. He really wanted to rush up and immediately perish together with Yang Dingtian. Using a line from a movie on Earth, not only did you insult my character, but you also insulted my intelligence. How smart was he, Li Ming, but he actually took such a big tumble. At that time, why didn't he suspect that this was Wu Yoming's skeleton? Because he had completely lost his sense of propriety. He was completely shocked by the thunderous news that Yang Dingtian had killed Dongli. Moreover, he had failed again and again, so he was no longer calm and wise. Therefore, he had lost so much face and suffered such a big loss. Yang Dingtian said, Li Ming, before, you spent so much effort to exchange Bingling for Dongli. This time, I took the initiative to propose, so you should be more than happy to do so. Prince Li Ming really wanted to vomit blood. This was the same thing. Previously, he had used Princess Mudan to exchange for Dongli. It was to let the evil ways have another saint-level expert, and to control Wolingzi. Moreover, the one that was handed to Yang Dingtian was not Dongfang Bingling, but Princess Mudan, who was a ticking time bomb. And now, he, Li Ming, had paid a huge sacrifice and lost the opportunity to have Dongfang Bingling forever. He took the first-class evil spirit out of Bing Ling's body and placed it on Wu Lingzi. At this time, Bing Ling was already a complete Dongfang Bingling. Once she was handed over to Yang Dingtian, she would never come back. How could there be such a good thing in the world? If Prince Li Ming agreed, it would be a complete loss, and he would completely become a clown, played in the palm of Yang Dingtian's hand. Prince Li Ming's chest kept rising and falling, as if his whole body was about to explode. He opened his eyes wide, as if his eye sockets were about to tear, and said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, are you treating me like a clown?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Of course not, in fact, this deal is very cost-effective for you. After all, the current Dongfang Bingling is useless to you, her heart will never belong to you. Dongli is different, not only does he have a first-class evil spirit, he also has the void-splitting fire." "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Prince Li Ming suddenly stood up, his expression ferocious, as if he was about to choose someone to devour, and roared, "Don't force me to. Perish with you now, either the fish dies or the net splits." At this time, Prince Li Ming had completely lost his mind. He had never lost his composure like this before. Queen Devil Queen couldn't help but say, "Li Ming, the enemy will only be more arrogant with your actions." As soon as these words came out, Prince Li Ming forced himself to gradually calm down. Then, he stared at Yang Dingtian and said word by word, "Yang Dingtian, even if it is for my dignity, I will not agree to your conditions. You want to take back Dongfang Bingling, it is completely a dream, unless what you take back is a corpse." Then, Prince Li Ming turned and left. Yang Dingtian said behind him, "Li Ming, you are not calm enough now. I will give you time. Our deal will be valid for a very long time. After a period of time, when you are calm enough, I will look for you again." Prince Li Ming said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, don't force me to kill Dongfang Bingling. Or rape her first and then kill her." Then, Prince Li Ming disappeared without a trace, and Queen Devil Queen and Dishi Bian quickly chased after him, disappearing from Yang Dingtian's sight. Did Yang Dingtian really want to use Dongli to exchange for Dongfang Bingling? At least not now. Yang Dingtian knew that the void cracks could lead to Little Western Paradise from the first Dark Realm. The locations of these void cracks and the time they would open were all clearly recorded in the High Priest Association's library. Exchanging Dongli was the same as letting the evil ways enter Little Western Paradise. This was impossible. Yang Dingtian's purpose in proposing this deal was only to stall for time, to give Ghost Emperor Wendian enough reason to reject Queen Devil Queen's suggestion. If he wanted to delay Prince Li Ming's breakthrough to Saint rank, the evil way's suicidal plan to attack the Skull Hall would not be carried out. And there were still 50 days before the void crack opened to Little Western Paradise. Then, during this period of time, the evil ways would not be in a hurry to make a decision. During this period of time, Yang Dingtian could think of ways to enter Little Western Paradise, plan to get rid of Yongshi Wendian, and let Nero completely control Little Western Paradise. When the evil ways entered Little Western Paradise, they would find that the whole Little Western Paradise had changed color. At that time, whether it was the Devil Queen, the deceased concubine, or Crown Prince Li Ming, they would probably completely collapse. After leaving the pavilion, Yang Dingtian was about to go to Little Western Paradise. However, before entering Little Western Paradise, he needed to devour a large amount of undead energy essence to increase his cultivation to the maximum. But if he wanted to take out the Hell Magic Crystal from the energy box, he could only go to the Underworld Empire. And the Underworld Empire was Ghost Emperor Wendian's territory. It was too dangerous. If Yang Dingtian went there, he would only have a slim chance of survival. So, he had to think of a way to create a diversion to buy himself some time. And just at this time, the Warlock Association's mobile lightning weapon had been completed. This weapon combined a crystal power unit and a lightning launcher, and as long as it was turned on, it could automatically release lightning. If he entered the Empire of Darkness with a large number of lightning weapons, he would definitely attract the attention of the Underworld Empire, and almost all the masters would flock over. This was a perfect diversion plan. Note, I haven't slept since yesterday morning, and I couldn't fall asleep on the train last night. I went to work in the morning, and this chapter was written in KFC in the afternoon. I was really sleepy. After uploading, I will take the train home. This should be it for today, thank you everyone. The Warlock Association created this kind of mobile lightning weapon for the purpose of attacking the Underworld Empire in the future. However, it was only used for experimentation now. But even if it was experimental, the power was very, very huge. The entire weapon device was extremely huge. It was more than 10 meters tall and dozens of meters long. Moreover, with wheels and tracks, it could basically move in complicated terrain. As for the power unit, of course, it was the crystal power unit. The previous crystal power was either used on missiles or directly spit fire from the back. It was either used on torpedoes or ships. In short, it was used in water. At first, the warlocks thought that it should be a very simple thing to change the crystal power from water to land. In the end, it was a very, very difficult and complicated thing. Moreover, after repeated arguments, it seemed that the Council of Light's need for land crystal power was not very strong. What could the ground crystal power do? Cars, self-propelled cannons, and so on. However, the Council of Light had an astronomical number of riding beasts, with a transport capacity of more than 10 tons and as small as a few tons. Not to mention the ground, even the demand for crystal power in the air was not large, because the Council of Light also had an astronomical number of flying mounts, with a transport capacity of more than 10 tons and as small as a few tons. Therefore, the ground crystal power unit had been put on the agenda many years ago, but it had always been a small category. Only a few warlocks participated, and the resources obtained were relatively small. The project of a mobile lightning weapon had become the gospel of the land crystal power unit. A large number of warlocks and a large number of resources had entered this project. These warlocks had never enjoyed such happiness. They could use as many types of crystals as they wanted. But even so, the research progress of the ground crystal power unit was still not optimistic. It was not that the power was insufficient. In fact, the power was many times stronger than the process. It was unstable, and the failure rate was super high. A land crystal power unit could run for hundreds of miles on flat ground before collapsing. On complicated ground, the experimental data had never exceeded 13 miles. Therefore, it was unknown how long it would take for a mature ground crystal power unit to be born. And the mobile lightning weapon device in front of them was such a thing. Power generation was no problem. It would not malfunction for several days and nights. Lightning was also no problem. But as long as it was placed on the ground and allowed to run on its own, within 4 to 5 li, they would collapse. Moreover, it was a supergiant beast, weighing more than a few hundred tons. It would take dozens of demon eagles to transport such a giant beast. Therefore, it was still unrealistic to use these portable lightning weapons to attack the Netherworld Empire at the moment. They had to wait until it was miniaturized. Even the warlock organizations had changed their direction and wanted to bypass the malfunction of the ground power unit and directly upgrade to the air power unit. After all, with sufficient power, it was much easier for the Council of Light to make something fly than run on the ground. But even so, the Council of Light, which was rich and powerful, had created too many crystal power units in Cloud Sky City. Therefore, there were still dozens of such land monsters. Under the leadership of the demon vulture King Xianxia, thousands of demon vultures used the heavenly demon silkworm rope to hang the mobile lightning weapon. Dozens of demon vultures were responsible for a giant beast machine. They flew in the direction of the Underworld Empire. Fortunately, all the organizations of the evil ways had been cleared. The entire evil ways had retreated into the Empire of Darkness. Otherwise, such a large operation would have been discovered by the evil ways long ago. After a few days and nights, thousands of demon vultures carried dozens of huge lightning attack weapons and approached the Nether Underworld continent. Dozens of meters away from the barrier of the Underworld Empire, thousands of demon vultures placed these huge weapon devices on the ground. Then, the warlocks on the demon vulture stepped forward and activated these lightning attack weapons. Rumble. With an earth-shattering noise, dozens of huge monsters suddenly began to roar and rush into the barrier of the Underworld Empire. At the same time, the lightning strike crystal device was activated. Although the ground crystal power was not reliable, it was still no problem for a few li. These giant beasts were like giant beasts that had broken free of their reins and rushed into the underworld plane. The Ghost Emperor Wentian could monitor every place in the underworld empire through the vision of every undead. Therefore, these giant beasts were discovered immediately after they rushed into the underworld empire. Then, without the command of the Nether Ghost Emperor, all the undead nearby instinctively rushed forward. In order to defend the underworld empire, the Ghost Emperor Wentian set up an extremely powerful defense line on the border of the underworld empire. Almost 1 billion undead were deployed on the border of tens of thousands of li. Every 1,000 li had 1 undead monarch, 10 undead lords, and tens of millions of undead. As long as there was any invasion, the undead monarch and undead lord could arrive within 15 minutes. Therefore, just as the dozens of lightning attack weapons rushed into the barrier of the underworld, suddenly, hundreds of thousands of undead rushed forward crazily. The undead lords, who were less than 100 li away, flew over like lightning. In the blink of an eye, countless undead surrounded these weapon devices and were about to attack these machines crazily. Suddenly, clap 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 clap, dozens of lightning-type weapons suddenly exploded with a shocking amount of lightning. The surrounding dozens of li were all filled with terrifying lightning. Thousands of lightning bolts crazily struck every place. Suddenly, tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of undead were directly turned into ashes. The Ghost Emperor Wentian only saw a sudden blur in his eyes. His entire vision was filled with lightning. Then, he couldn't see anything. This was because the undead he controlled to act as a vision tool had already been annihilated. The Ghost Emperor Wentian was instantly shocked. When Yang Dingtian said that there were weapons that could attack the underworld empire, he didn't believe it. He didn't expect there to be such weapons, and now they were rushing in. Moreover, the lethality was so shocking. The Ghost Emperor Wentian suddenly fell into absolute shock. Then, without saying a word, he directly controlled the undead monarchs within 1,000 li and madly rushed to the attack point of the lightning weapon. Even so, he was still worried. He sent all the undead monarchs and undead lords within 3,000 li. Boom 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 boom. The dozens of monster machines didn't stop and crazily bombarded. Countless lightning bolts crazily struck, completely turning the area within a radius of dozens of li into a death zone. The Ghost Emperor Wentian, controlling the undead monarchs and undead lords, didn't immediately rush over. Instead, he observed from a distance of several tens of li. At this time, the Ghost Emperor Wentian's heart was really shocked. Yang Dingtian could really do it. He could really do it. In front of him, only dozens of such machines could release such astonishing lightning. What if there were thousands or tens of thousands of them? Wouldn't it be possible to drive straight in and directly destroy the underworld empire? At the thought of this scene, the Ghost Emperor Wentian felt a burst of tremors. Clap 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 clap, countless lightning bolts were still crazily striking. Ghost Emperor Wentian was slightly relieved because these lightning weapons just stayed where they were, not moving at all. However, he really didn't know how Yang Dingtian did it. In a fantasy land like the Land of Chaos, Yang Dingtian could actually release lightning without restraint. How did he do it? He asked a dignified Peking University student, but he didn't know. Countless undead, one after another, crazily rushed over. Then, one by one, they turned into ashes. However, the Ghost Emperor Wentian didn't care about the loss of these undead. He continued to control the undead and crazily rushed over. Then, a huge vacuum appeared in this 1,000 li defensive line. At this time, Yang Dingtian quickly flashed and entered the vacuum area of the underworld empire. Then, he used the fastest speed to open thousands of energy jade boxes. These hell crystals had remained intact in the Netherworld Empire's realm. Yang Dingtian used the fastest speed to stuff these hell magic crystals into the soul ring. Whoosh 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 whoosh, thousands of hell magic crystals crazily rushed into the soul ring like meteors. Although the whole process was very fast, Yang Dingtian's heart was still beating like thunder. If by chance, Ghost Emperor Wentian found out, then it would be troublesome. At this time, the Ghost Emperor Wentian finally made up his mind and ordered the undead lords to rush into the killing range of the lightning weapons. This was because he found that although these lightning bolts looked terrifying, they could no longer kill undead above level 13. Pa 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 pa, the lightning was still crazily striking. However, to the undead lords of the half-saint level, it was not lethal. The Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he ordered the undead lords to attack these lightning weapons. Furthermore, he had to disassemble it properly to find out how it worked. At this time, less than half of the hell magic crystals flew into the soul ring. "It's full, it's full, it's full," the Netherworld Ghost Emperor in the soul ring exclaimed loudly. Yang Dingtian was startled. What the hell? It wasn't even half full, but it was already full. At this moment, Ghost Emperor Wentian felt an incomparably powerful energy aura in this area. His heart was suddenly shocked. Not good. It was a trap. Then, he immediately controlled the two undead lords and quickly rushed in the direction of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to put all the hell magic crystals that couldn't enter the soul ring into an energy jade box and then quickly put it into the space ring. Whoosh! Then, Yang Dingtian used the demonic spirit mist cloak flash and left the Underworld Empire's boundary like lightning. Ghost Emperor Wentian just saw Yang Dingtian's figure and disappeared without a trace. He rushed out of the Underworld Empire. At the same time, the undead lords crazily attacked these lightning weapons. The Azure race quickly rushed over, wanting to dismantle these weapons and devices. Boom! Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Dozens of lightning weapon devices were all smashed to pieces. Note: I came back and didn't sleep for almost 2 days and 2 nights. Yesterday, I didn't buy a sleeper and bought a hard seat, so I couldn't sleep. After returning home, I slept for more than 4 hours and then got up to write. Next, there will be an update. Thank you. Even if these lightning weapon devices were dismantled, Ghost Emperor Wentian's men might not be able to understand what was inside, let alone imitate it. But for safety reasons, Yang Dingtian still installed an automatic destruction device inside. As long as these lightning devices were seriously attacked, they would trigger the X crystal inside. Then, a terrible explosion would completely destroy the entire device, leaving nothing behind. After Yang Dingtian rushed out of the Underworld Empire, he returned to the Forbidden Continent Sea area at the fastest speed. After almost a day and a night, Ghost Emperor Wentian finally refined all the hell magic crystals in the soul ring. Of course, he swallowed 1/3 of them himself. After swallowing these hell magic crystals, he finally broke through the 19th level and was not far from the Saint level. Ghost Emperor, how are the results? Yang Dingtian asked. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, there are a total of 383 hell magic crystals. I swallowed 128 of them and there are 255 left. After refining, there are 5 energy essences of the 21st level, 5 energy essences of the 20th level, 13 energy essences of the 19th level, 19 energy essences of the 18th level, 22 energy essences of the 17th level, 28 energy essences of the 16th level, 161 energy essences of the 15th level and below. The remaining 2 are of the 22nd level, which I can't refine for the time being. When Yang Dingtian heard this, his heart suddenly felt like it was beating wildly. The gains were really, really big. Among them, there were a total of 12 energy essences of the Saint level and above, and 82 energy essences of the half-Saint level and above. Of course, this was only a small part of the energy essences. There was still more than half that couldn't be put into the soul ring, so there was no time to refine them. Yang Dingtian said, refine them all into ultimate energy essences. Understood. Ghost Emperor Wentian said. Then, he used the shortest amount of time to condense all of these energy essences into ultimate energy essences. In the end, he obtained 15 energy essences close to the 16th level limit. He obtained 8 energy essences close to the 17th level limit. He obtained 6 energy essences close to the 18th level limit. He obtained 5 energy essences close to the 19th level limit. He obtained 3 energy essences close to the 20th level limit. He obtained 1 energy essence close to the 21st level limit. He obtained 1 energy essence close to the 22nd level limit. What was left was a certain amount of energy essences below level 15. The harvest this time around was incomparably huge. It was even bigger than the Feast of the Dead on the Great Taboo Day. At this time, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at the 7th rank of the 15th step. He had not broken through to the 8th rank yet. Next, under the protection of the 4 saint-level powerhouses, Yang Dingtian used up 2 energy essences close to the 16th level to allow himself to break through to the 15th level, 9th level. Next, if he wanted to break through to level 16, he would have to use energy essences close to level 17. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had 8 energy essences close to rank 17 in his hands. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian prayed in his heart, hoping that this breakthrough to the 16th order would consume less energy. Generally speaking, given Yang Dingtian's current situation, if he was lucky, 2 energy essences close to level 17 would allow him to break through to level 16. If he was unlucky, he might need 4. Under normal circumstances, he would need 3. Closing his eyes, Yang Dingtian began to devour the ultimate energy essence that was close to rank 17. That familiar feeling came. Powerful mystical qi energy surged into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi through countless xian veins. In just a quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian clearly felt that his sea of qi was full, filled with mystical qi energy. At this time, even 1 ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 had not been used up. This was a good sign. But immediately after, mystical qi energy continued to pour in, pour in, pour in. The first ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was exhausted, but he still did not feel any swelling. The second ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was also exhausted, but he still did not feel any swelling. It was really an unfavorable start. Before the first ultimate energy essence was completely devoured, his sea of qi was already full. But after devouring 2 ultimate energy essences close to rank 17, he still did not feel any swelling. It was as if the entire sea of qi was a bottomless pit. This luck was really bad. It seemed that if he wanted to break through to level 16, he might need 4 or even 5 ultimate energy essences close to rank 17. In this way, with only 3 ultimate energy essences close to rank 17, Yang Dingtian's best result was to break through to rank 17. However, it seemed that it was just to play with Yang Dingtian. After the 3rd ultimate energy essence close to rank 17, the feeling of swelling surged. Then, it could no longer stop. Swelling, 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 not long after. Boom! The entire sea of qi seemed to explode, and the whole person fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through to level 16. At this time, the 3rd ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was only half used. He originally thought that he would need to use 4 or 5, but in the end, 2.5 were enough. After Yang Dingtian's whole body and consciousness fell into nothingness for a short while, he quickly recovered his consciousness. The entire sea of qi, after breaking through to level 16, was completely empty. The 3rd ultimate energy essence close to rank 17, at this time, still had a small half left, and was continuously pouring into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. The 3rd ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was exhausted. The 4th ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was exhausted. Finally, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 1 of rank 16. When the 5th ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 2 of rank 16. The efficiency of this breakthrough was not high. When the 8 ultimate energy essences close to rank 17 were all exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 5 of rank 16. At this time, all the ultimate energy essences close to rank 17 were all exhausted. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, and then began to devour the first ultimate energy essence close to rank 18. However, the pain of profound qi rampaging was coming again. Sure enough, just after devouring, an incomparably tyrannical profound qi suddenly poured in. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's entire profound vein was in pain as if it was being cut by a knife. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire profound vein was crazily torn, and many cracks appeared all over his body. Then, countless profound qi madly poured into the sea of qi. The entire sea of qi seemed to be turned upside down. Puff, puff, Yang Dingtian spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. However, this powerful profound qi did not care and continued to surge in. Soon, the entire sea of qi began to expand fiercely. Boom! Almost as soon as it began to expand, the sea of qi suddenly exploded. Then, the whole person fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 6 of rank 16. Then, rank 7 of rank 16. Rank 8 of rank 16 was half completed, but the first ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 was still exhausted. And when the second ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian had already broken through to rank 9 of rank 16. At this time, there were still 4 ultimate energy essences close to rank 18 left. Next, it entered the critical moment again. Yang Dingtian was about to break through to rank 17. The third ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 was exhausted. The effect was very good, and directly began the familiar feeling of expansion. The fourth ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 was exhausted, but it expanded. The fifth ultimate energy essence was exhausted. Boom. Finally, Yang Dingtian broke through again and advanced to rank 17. This time, from rank 9 of rank 16 to rank 17, a total of 3 ultimate energy essences were consumed. But immediately after, the sixth ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 allowed Yang Dingtian to break through to rank 1 of rank 17 and rank 2 of rank 17. However, at this time, the ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 had been exhausted. If he wanted to continue to break through, he had to devour the ultimate energy essence close to rank 19. With Yang Dingtian's cultivation at this time, devouring the ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was very painful. The internal force may crazily tear Yang Dingtian's Xian veins. Therefore, at this time, he needed the protection of a saint-level expert. Wu Yu and Neru stepped forward. One pressed her jade hand on Yang Dingtian's heart, and the other pressed on Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi. Using the saint level's internal force cultivation, they protected Yang Dingtian's Xian veins and Sea of Qi. Taking a deep breath. With rank 17 of rank 2 cultivation, devouring the ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was really playing with one's life. Fight it out. Yang Dingtian swallowed fiercely. Bang, in an instant, his whole person seemed to have been hit by a 10,000-pound sledgehammer. Blood spurted out violently. Not only from the mouth, but from the nose, ears, and eyes directly shot out. And his whole body instantly turned into a bloody gourd. His whole body was suddenly torn apart, and the blood all over his body spurted out. Then Yang Dingtian's whole person was about to faint. Can't faint, can't faint. Fainting at this time was very, very dangerous. And Neru and Wu Yu desperately used their internal force to suppress and protect Yang Dingtian's Xian veins, not letting his body explode. Finally, the Sea of Qi quickly began to expand, and then, boom, the whole person fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through rank 17 of rank 3. In this terrible pain, Yang Dingtian continued to break through, rank 17 of rank 4, rank 17 of rank 5. After the first ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 17 of rank 5. Then, the pain slowed down. After the second ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 17 of rank 7. After the third ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 17 of rank 8. After the fourth ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 of rank 9, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 17 of rank 9. After the fifth ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian was still rank 17 of rank 9, but the ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was completely exhausted. He was only one step away from rank 18. What a pity, what a pity. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Breaking through the key points had to be continuous. If it stopped next time, it would take another 2 or 3 ultimate energy essences close to rank 19. Unfortunately, it was already used up. But at this time an ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 flew out from the soul ring. This is what I hid, but there won't be another one. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. Yang Dingtian was stunned, then quickly took it and began to devour. Expand, 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 boom. Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi sank into nothingness. Finally, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 18. Yang Dingtian was well aware of the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's secret stash of energy essences. But after all, it was agreed that he would take 1/3, so it was normal for him to have more, less, or more for himself. As long as it was about the same, it was fine. But he didn't expect the Ghost Emperor Wendian to be so generous and take out his secret stash of energy essences. One must know that he was very greedy by nature. Yang Dingtian's luck was really good. He used this opportunity to break through. From rank 17 of rank 9 to rank 18, he only used 2 ultimate energy essences close to rank 19. Next, there were only 3 ultimate energy essences close to rank 20. With Yang Dingtian's early rank 18 cultivation, devouring them was even more dangerous. But this time, entering the Little Western Paradise, the higher his cultivation, the better. So, he gritted his teeth, and the demonic fox also stepped forward to protect Yang Dingtian's head. Under the protection of the 3 saint-level powerhouses, Yang Dingtian endured the hellish pain and began to devour the ultimate energy essences close to rank 20. Then, it was really unbearable pain. His whole body could explode and be torn apart at any time. Under the perseverance of his terrifying willpower. Finally, Yang Dingtian devoured the 3 ultimate energy essences close to rank 20. Finally, he broke through rank 18 of rank 8 and was not far from rank 19. He was only rank 1 of rank 2 of rank 1 of rank 9. And in his energy jade box, there was still a considerable amount of hell magic crystals. With the hell magic crystals inside, could he break through to rank 9? According to the quantity, it should be very possible. Within the Ghost Underworld City, Ghost Emperor Wendian began to ponder why Yang Dingtian would do such a thing. Was it an experimental attack, or was he trying to intimidate and threaten him, because it was clear that these dozens of mobile lightning weapons had no destructive power against a limitless martial grandmaster. Thus, it was clear that this wasn't a normal attack. If it was to intimidate and threaten, then what was he trying to intimidate? Was he trying to show that he had the ability to attack the Ghost Underworld region and warn him not to agree to the Devil Queen and Li Ming's request? But how could Yang Dingtian know that the Devil Queen wanted him to help Prince Li Ming break through to the Saint rank? Later on, Yang Dingtian sensed an extremely powerful energy. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian had left the Netherworld barrier for a brief moment. He suddenly understood that Yang Dingtian was creating a diversion in order to refine the Hell Devil Crystal. That extremely powerful energy came from countless hell magic crystals. During the Second War of Destruction, Yang Dingtian had exterminated countless undead and obtained many hell magic crystals. However, hell magic crystals would quickly turn to ashes in other planes. Thus, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to store them in energy jade boxes. But they could never be opened, and even if they weren't opened, the energy jade boxes weren't 100% shielded. At most, the hell magic crystals inside would turn to ashes in 2 or 3 years. Thus, coming to the Ghost Underworld region to open these energy crystals and give them to the Ghost Emperor to refine was his only choice. Thus, the dozens of lightning weapons attacking the Underworld Empire was just a diversion. It was to let Ghost Emperor Wendian gather all the undead and create a hole in the defense line, giving Yang Dingtian enough time to give the hell magic crystals to the Ghost Emperor. As expected of Ghost Emperor Wendian, he was able to sort out the situation after thinking for a bit. But once he thought it through, Ghost Emperor Wendian couldn't help but become furious. "Are you, Yang Dingtian, treating me like a fool and playing with me? Not only did you exterminate my undead army, but you also took away a large number of hell mana crystals. Now, you actually swaggered into my territory, refined those hell mana crystals, and devoured them. This was truly intolerable." The enraged Ghost Emperor Wendian almost immediately agreed to help the Devil Queen to help Prince Li Ming break through to the Half-Saint realm. Then, he would open the Little Western Paradise and directly kill Yang Dingtian. After calming down a little, Ghost Emperor Wendian remembered that before Yang Dingtian quickly disappeared, there was still the aura of a large pile of hell magic crystals. Could it be that Yang Dingtian hasn't completely refined these hell magic crystals? Yes, the Nether Ghost Emperor was the same as the other undead. He had to stay in the Underworld Empire and could not leave. At that time, he disappeared into Yang Dingtian's body and left the Underworld Empire. There was only one thing that could contain undead energy. That was a soul tool, and Yang Dingtian should have a soul tool on him. Perhaps it was a skull ornament or a soul ring. However, no matter how big a soul tool was, it was still limited and couldn't contain more undead energy. Thus, Yang Dingtian had too many hell magic crystals at that time, so it was normal that he couldn't store them all in the soul tool. Thus, Yang Dingtian had left in a hurry. If that was the case, it meant that Yang Dingtian would enter the ghost hell region again. That was because the hell magic crystals that had been stored in the soul tool had all been refined into energy essence and could already appear in the world. Thus, his soul tool was empty again. Moreover, it was different from last time. Last time, Yang Dingtian's countless hell magic crystals were definitely stored in many energy jade boxes. Thus, opening all of them and inserting them into the soul tool would take a long time. This time, Yang Dingtian definitely put all of the hell magic crystals into one energy jade box. Therefore, this time, it would only take about 10 seconds to transfer everything into the soul ring. In such a short time, Yang Dingtian didn't need to create a diversion. As long as Yang Dingtian charged into any place in the Underworld Empire, he would immediately be discovered by the undead. If Ghost Emperor Wentian used his fastest speed to dispatch the undead monarchs, it would still take more than a few minutes. During this time, Yang Dingtian would have already disappeared without a trace. Immediately, Ghost Emperor Wentian thought that this might be the best opportunity to capture Yang Dingtian. That was because Yang Dingtian would come to the Ghost Hell region alone. At most, he would bring a saint rank expert with him. Most of the remaining saints would definitely be guarding the Forbidden Continent seas. Because Yang Dingtian had the ability to destroy the Empire of Darkness, he didn't need to worry about the Council of Light or even his headquarters being attacked. Thus, most of the saints could be sent to guard the human kingdom's gates. And if he came alone, then as long as the Evil Ways saints lay in ambush at the Underworld Empire's borders, they might be able to capture him. Thinking of this, Ghost Emperor Wentian was so excited that he was trembling. If that was the case, not only would he be able to capture Yang Dingtian, but he would also be able to take revenge. Moreover, he wouldn't need to waste a huge amount of energy to help Li Ming break through to the saint rank. He would also be able to seize the hell magic crystals in Yang Dingtian's hands. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, whether it was Prince Li Ming or the Queen Devil Queen, they were all people with extremely high self-esteem. Thus, even though Yang Dingtian proposed the idea of exchanging Dongli for Dongfang Bingling, the Evil Ways didn't discuss this proposal for the past few days. 3 days passed. The Queen Devil Queen brought Li Ming, Dishi Bian, and Wolingzi to the Underworld Empire once again. After flying for almost a day and a night, they once again entered the Underworld Empire. Counting the time they had spent flying, it had already been 5 days since the agreed time with Ghost Emperor Wentian. Ghost Emperor Wentian should have finished thinking. "Your Majesty, what do you think?" The Queen Devil Queen asked, "Do you agree to help Li Ming break through to the saint rank?" The Ghost Emperor Wentian said, "No, I don't agree." When these words came out, the hearts of the Queen Devil Queen and the others trembled. Could it be that they really had to agree to Yang Dingtian's request? The Ghost Emperor Wentian said, "Perhaps, there's no need for Li Ming to break through to the saint rank, and there's no need for you to kill yourselves and attack the Skull Hall. We'll be able to capture Yang Dingtian very soon." When these words came out, the Queen Devil Queen's beautiful eyes lit up. Prince Li Ming's expression trembled. If they could capture Yang Dingtian, then even if Prince Li Ming didn't break through to the saint rank, it wouldn't matter. The Ghost Emperor Wentian told everyone what happened yesterday. Then, he continued, Yang Dingtian still has a large amount of hell magic crystals that he hasn't refined yet. In order to break through to the saint rank, he will definitely enter the Ghost Hell region again and use the fastest speed to transfer a large amount of hell magic crystals into a soul tool for the Ghost Emperor to refine. Then, the Ghost Emperor Wentian said, if, and once he refines these hell magic crystals and swallows them, then he will break through to the saint rank. Then, he will directly break through to the saint level. If he breaks through to the saint level, I don't think I need to describe the consequences. Of course, there was no need. Currently, Yang Dingtian was only a half-saint and was already so powerful. If he broke through to the saint rank, then with his Naga royalty sword soul, how powerful would he be? It was completely unimaginable. Yang Dingtian will enter the Ghost Hell region again very soon. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, maybe the next moment. The Ghost Emperor Wentian said, therefore, we need to use the shortest amount of time to set up an inescapable net. Then, the Will-o'-the-Wisp suddenly transformed into the shape of the Ghost Hell region's continent. The Ghost Emperor Wentian said, the Ghost Hell region's perimeter is more than 60,000 li. Such a long border is impossible to defend. But fortunately, the border between the human countries and the ghost hell region is only about 2,000 li. Therefore, what we need to defend is only these 2,000 li on the map formed by the will-o'-the-wisps. The border between the ghost hell region and the human countries lit up. The ghost emperor Wentian said, after the Second World-Ending War, my undead, Shura sovereigns, are only left with 39. When these words came out, the Devil Queen's expression darkened. The ghost emperor Wentian said, in order to surround and capture Yongding Tian, I temporarily promoted 9 peak half-saint rulers. Therefore, the current number of saint sovereigns in the ghost hell region has reached 48. The ghost emperor Wentian said, in the next few days, I plan to withdraw all of the border defenses and transfer all of the saint sovereigns and half-saint rulers to the 2,000 li border with the human countries. Including you, there are 48 saint sovereigns and 500 half-saint rulers. Close to 2,000 li, 48 saint sovereigns. In other words, there was an average of 1 saint sovereign every 40 li. On average, there was 1 half-saint ruler every 4 li. The ghost emperor Wentian continued, you 3 saint sovereigns, at your fastest speed of 40 li, would need about 10 seconds to arrive. As for the undead sovereigns, if they use condensed flight, they would be able to arrive in about 3 seconds. Yongding Tian needs to transfer a large amount of hell magic crystals into his soul tool. From the time he opens it to the time he completely transfers them, he needs at least 10 seconds. Of course, this is Earth's time unit, so I'm sure you already know. The ghost emperor Wentian's eyes brightened as he said, this also means that Yongding Tian will face at least 4 saint sovereigns from the beginning to the end. He is merely a half-saint, so how can he resist 4 saint sovereigns? Of course, once he discovers that he is surrounded by saint sovereigns, he will definitely use his fastest speed to escape. Once he flashes out of the ghost hell barrier, my saint sovereigns will have no way to deal with him. Therefore, at this time, the 4 of you will need to set up an ambush at the border outside the barrier. In the end, the ghost emperor Wentian said, I will order the half-saint undead sovereigns to use suicidal flight attacks. This way, their speed will reach the maximum. No matter how fast Yongding Tian is, he won't be able to resist. I've already calculated that no matter where he appears, there will be more than 10 half-saint undead launching suicidal attacks at him. The shortest attack won't exceed half a second, and the longest won't exceed 2 seconds. Therefore, even if he manages to escape, he will escape with serious injuries. Therefore, after leaving the ghost hell barrier, if the 4 of you can't even catch a seriously injured half-saint, then you won't have the face to continue living in this world. The Devil Queen was scheming behind closed doors. The ghost emperor Wentian placed 48 saint sovereigns and more than 500 half-saint undead Shura at the border less than 2,000 miles away. Once Yongding Tian appeared, the saint sovereigns would condense and fly. The half-saint sovereigns would use suicidal flight attacks. The so-called suicidal flight attacks were to completely condense themselves into a very small but very powerful energy to launch a destructive bombardment. This speed was extremely astonishing. The ghost emperor Wentian's calculations weren't wrong. No matter where Yongding Tian appeared, every time, there would be more than 4 saint-level experts arriving within 10 seconds. There would be more than 2 saint sovereigns arriving within 3 seconds. There would be more than 3 half-saint undead attacking in less than half a second. There would be more than 10 half-saint undead attacking in less than 2 seconds, therefore, this was definitely an inescapable net. For Yongding Tian, the best result would be that he would be attacked by 4 or 5 half-saint undead, and then escape from the netherworld barrier. Then, he would be surrounded by the Devil Queen and the other 2. Although Yongding Tian had the Devil Spirit Mist Cloak, if the Devil Queen, the 3 saint sovereigns and 1 half-saint sovereign couldn't catch a seriously injured Yongding Tian, then they really wouldn't have the face to live in this world. The Devil Queen immediately said excitedly, that's right, this is indeed an inescapable net. As long as Yongding Tian comes, he will definitely be caught. Then, the ghost emperor Wentian and the evil ways began to use the fastest speed to set up the most powerful trap in history, waiting for Yongding Tian to arrive. At this time, in the sky above the Forbidden Continent, Yongding Tian summoned Yao Li, Yao Zi, Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu. The undead essences that Yongding Tian obtained this time were all ultimate energy essences that were close to level 16 and above. There were still more than 100 ultimate energy essences that were close to level 15 and below. Among them, there were close to level 13, level 14, and level 15. This was because only hell magic crystals of this level and above could survive for a long time in the environment of the human countries. And Yang Dingtian used 2 ultimate energy essences close to level 16, so there were still 13 left. Under the supply that didn't care about the cost. In the end, Bo Lu and Yao Li successfully broke through to level 15 half-saint. As for Ah Wen and Ah Wu, they also broke through to mid-level level 14. Yao Zi broke through to level 14 level 9 and was only one step away from becoming a half-saint. When Yang Dingtian entered the Little Western Paradise, he would bring these 5 people with him. They would become Yang Dingtian's biggest helpers in the Little Western Paradise, so the higher their cultivation, the better. After these 5 people had all broken through, Yang Dingtian decided to go to the Underworld Empire again. He transferred the remaining hell magic crystals into the Soul Ring and handed them to the Nether Ghost Emperor for refining. This time, all the hell magic crystals were in an energy jade box, so the process would be much faster. From start to finish, it should take about 10 seconds. Do you want 1 or 2 of us to accompany you to the Underworld Empire? Naru asked. After all, this is your second time here, and you don't have a lightning weapon to divert Ghost Emperor Wentian's attention. If they set a trap, you will be in great danger. Yang Dingtian replied, there's no need for that. The evil Tao's departed spirit ghost bird is always hovering nearby. If 1 or 2 saints are missing, evil ways will crazily attack the Skull Hall. Naru said, but if they set a trap, you won't be able to come out. Yang Dingtian said, don't worry, I have a way. It's foolproof. Then, Yang Dingtian flew to the Underworld Empire again. The Underworld Empire was as silent as before. In fact, it was even quieter than before. Many low-level undead were still wandering aimlessly along the 2,000 miles of the border with the human countries. It looked no different from before, and there was no dangerous aura. But in fact, there were already nearly 50 saint-level and more than 500 half-saint-level powerhouses on this less than 2,000 miles of border. It was a truly inescapable net. As long as Yang Dingtian barged in, these terrifying undead overlords and undead kings would fly over in a frenzy. And the 5 experts of evil ways, led by the Queen Devil Queen, were already lying in ambush outside the Underworld Empire's boundary. Even if they saw Yang Dingtian enter, they would not make a move. Outside the boundary, the evil ways had set up countless ghost birds. No matter where Yang Dingtian entered, he would be detected immediately. Then, the 5 experts of evil ways would charge at full speed towards this location, trying to surround and capture Yang Dingtian as soon as possible. Therefore, as long as Yang Dingtian dared to come, he would definitely be captured. If he could escape from the encirclement of dozens of saint-level powerhouses and hundreds of half-saint-level powerhouses, then Yang Dingtian would not be human, but a god. If this was a large net, then the Ghost Emperor Wentian would be the Spider King in the net. Everyone held their breaths quietly, waiting for the arrival of the prey. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. 6 hours passed. Suddenly, the ghost birds that densely covered the 2,000 miles of the border suddenly became restless at a place 725 miles away. Then, a ray of light rushed into the Underworld Empire like a bolt of lightning. He's here, Yang Dingtian is here. Prince Li Ming, who was the closest, immediately rushed towards the place where Yang Dingtian had entered. Then, the remaining experts of evil ways also received the news from the ghost birds. They all rushed towards the entrance of Yang Dingtian. As for the Queen Devil Queen, even though she was more than 300 miles away from the invasion site, she was still able to escape. However, its soul sword charged forward at a speed of tens of thousands of meters per second. A streak of light suddenly charged into the netherworld barrier. Then, the energy jade box filled with hell magic crystals was opened. Then, these hell mana crystals quickly flew towards the soul ring. This scene was immediately discovered by the wandering undead nearby. Then, it was also discovered by Ghost Emperor Wentian. The Nether Ghost Emperor didn't even look carefully. He directly controlled the nearest half-saint dead soul to launch a suicidal attack. In an instant, more than a dozen half-saint dead souls condensed into a beam of powerful energy and shot out at a speed of tens of thousands of meters per second. The 10 or so saint-level undead lords in the vicinity also turned into streaks of light and rushed over like lightning. From beginning to end, not even 0.1 seconds had passed. Dozens of undead lords and undead monarchs crazily charged at the invaders. Whoosh 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 whoosh, it really didn't even take half a second. The energy of the 3 half-saint dead souls that were closest to the invaders suddenly flew over and slammed into the invaders. Boom boom boom, the 3 half-saint undead lords directly completed their suicidal attack. They fiercely slammed their powerful energy into the invaders. It's done, Ghost Emperor Wentian was ecstatic. Yang Dingtian was hit by 3 half-saint dead souls. He was severely injured and couldn't escape. Then, 2 more half-saint dead souls crazily slammed into the invaders. The powerful energy caused an incomparably terrifying tremor. Yang Dingtian was finished. Yang Dingtian was finished. Ghost Emperor Wentian immediately controlled the vision of one of the undead souls to see how Yang Dingtian was being attacked. But after a glance, the Nether Ghost Emperor was completely stunned. How was this Yang Dingtian? This was only a soul sword. Yes, it was a soul sword. It was Yang Dingtian's soul sword that was close to the Emperor grade. Yang Dingtian was thousands of miles away, controlling the soul sword to rush into the Underworld Empire. The soul ring was embedded in the soul sword. The energy jade box was also firmly attached to the soul sword. After entering the Underworld Empire, the mechanism of the energy jade box was opened, and the hell magic crystals inside quickly flew out. Then, Xianxia energy surrounded the soul ring, forming a pure energy vortex that swallowed all the hell magic crystals into the soul ring. Ghost Emperor Wentian was completely stunned. How did he do it? It was true that the consciousness could control the soul sword, but it could only fly or release soul skills. There was no soul sword that could open the box, and no soul sword could control the energy essence to enter the soul ring. The soul sword's only function was to attack, so it could also command attacks and fly. How did Yang Dingtian do it? Ghost Emperor Wentian was really going crazy. Yes, these things seemed very simple, but in fact, they were impossible to do. The first problem was that the soul sword had no vision and couldn't determine when it had entered the underworld barrier. The second problem was that the released sword soul could easily shatter the entire energy jade box and destroy the hell magic crystals. This was because the hell magic crystals were very unstable and powerful energy. The Naga royalty sword soul was too powerful and would definitely destroy them. The third problem was to create an energy vortex without destroying the hell magic crystals. This was impossible because the sword soul was born to attack. Then, how did Yang Dingtian do it? It was very simple. He entered a meditative state with the demon fox. Then, he wrote a soul skill inside. To be precise, it was 2 soul skills. The first soul skill was that once the soul sword entered the energy field of the Underworld Empire's barrier, it would immediately release a repulsive force field of about 1.5 kilograms to open the energy jade box. The second soul skill was to create a pure aerodynamic energy vortex without any elemental energy. It was just right to swallow the scattered hell magic crystals. That was the most difficult thing to do. This was because even if it was a pure aerodynamic energy vortex, it would also have elemental energy due to the special energy environment of the underworld barrier. Therefore, when the energy of the vortex reached a certain level, it would destroy the hell magic crystals. But when the energy of the vortex was small, the speed of devouring would slow down. Therefore, after many experiments, he found the best balance point. But even so, it would take more than 30 seconds to devour all the hell magic crystals. However, this kind of method was already enough to make people gasp in amazement. When Ghost Emperor Wentian saw this scene, he felt a sense of suffocation. This was because Yang Dingtian was already in a completely different realm of martial arts. This was already completely in the realm of gods. He never would have thought that Yang Dingtian would actually write his own soul skill and use the soul sword to complete this series of things. Boom 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 boom, one after another, the half-saint undead crashed into the soul sword and carried out a suicidal attack. But what was the use of this? The soul sword's body was not damaged by any energy. Its Xian meridian was the 1,000-mile Xian meridian essence, which could withstand the energy of the entire yin-yang mirror. The energy of a few mere half-saint undead dissipated into the Xian meridian essence when they crashed into it. There was not even a slight tremor. 1 second, 2 seconds, the hell magic crystals continuously entered the soul ring. Ghost Emperor Wentian's heart was bleeding. He immediately changed his plan and controlled the next half-saint undead to fight for these hell magic crystals. But, whoosh 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 whoosh, suddenly, countless Naga royalty sword souls flew out. Then, countless soul sword shadows began to form an energy barrier outside, completely enveloping the entire soul sword and all the hell magic crystals inside. It was completely airtight. The half-saint undead could not break into this energy prison even though they were crazily attacking from outside. At that time, Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty sword soul had formed an energy prison and wrapped Prince Li Ming inside. The Queen Devil Queen and many others launched a series of suicidal attacks, but they were unable to break it. These mere half-saint undead were of no use at all. It was impossible for them to break in. The soul ring continued to devour the hell magic crystals. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. Finally, the 2 saint undead monarchs arrived. Ghost Emperor Wentian immediately controlled the 2 undead monarchs and crazily attacked the energy barrier formed by the Naga royalty sword soul. But what was the use? They could not break through it at all. However, at the same time, the energy of the Naga royalty demon core was rapidly depleting. 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds. The saint undead frantically attacked the energy barrier of the Naga royalty sword soul, but they could not break through it at all. They could not resist the devouring of the hell magic crystals inside. Ghost Emperor Wentian was really going crazy. Could it be that he was just going to watch the countless hell magic crystals enter the soul ring and be refined into energy essence, and then be devoured by Yang Dingtian to become a saint powerhouse? No, it absolutely could not be like this. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to stop it. Immediately, the Ghost Emperor Wentian roared furiously. Suddenly, Ghost Emperor Wentian became incomparably huge. He stretched into the sky and tore it apart. In an instant, the netherworld barrier in the sky was torn apart. The energy from outside suddenly poured in. The fatal light of the 2 suns also suddenly shot in from the west. The energy field in this area was severely damaged. It was no longer a pure netherworld energy field. In an instant, the hell magic crystals bore the energy aura of the 2 suns. Bang 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 bang, one after another, they quickly turned into ashes. And the undead here could not bear it. One by one, they turned into ashes. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of undead, tens of millions of undead, they turned into ashes in an instant before the sun even shone on them. Even the half-saint level undead were shattered into pieces. The saint-level undead were also melted layer by layer. Ghost Emperor Wentian was so ruthless. In order to stop Yang Dingtian, he killed 1,000 enemies and lost 900 of his own. One must know that this netherworld barrier was a prison, but it was also a protective shield. Once the crack was torn open, it would be completely destructive to the undead inside. Bang 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 bang, the extremely fragile hell magic crystals quickly turned into ashes. The netherworld Ghost Emperor in the soul ring suddenly felt his heart bleed. It was too late to devour. He could not bear it anymore. He rushed out of the soul ring and frantically devoured the remaining hell magic crystals. However, the light of the 2 suns would soon cause fatal damage to it. Because even if it was surrounded by countless sword soul energy shields, the energy of the 2 suns could still enter. It was like the strongest tempered glass. It could be bulletproof, but it could not stop the light from shining through. Therefore, it took less than 2 seconds to devour. All the hell magic crystals were turned into ashes. And the netherworld Ghost Emperor let out a shrill scream, and then quickly drilled into the soul ring. At the same time, the near Emperor Grade Soul Sword withdrew all the sword souls, turned around, and rushed out of the netherworld barrier like lightning. Like a stream of light, it flew out. At this time, the Queen Devil Queen's soul sword had arrived. It immediately chased after it like lightning. And the Queen Devil Queen and the others did not know that it was only a soul sword that had entered the underworld empire. They thought that Yang Dingtian had escaped. They immediately chased after it frantically. Then, they saw a ray of light. The speed of tens of thousands of meters per second was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Although Wu Yu's soul sword wand was fast, it was still not faster than Yang Dingtian's soul sword. Therefore, after a moment, they completely lost it. The Devil Queen did not even see the back of the figure. She had just arrived in a ball of light and disappeared into the sky. How could Yang Dingtian fly so fast after being injured? How could it be? How could it be? She looked at this scene in disbelief. At this time, the Ghost Emperor Wentian inside fell into the craziest roar. Ah! 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 Yang Dingtian, I must tear you into pieces, tear you into pieces. The anger of the Ghost Emperor Wentian made the entire Underworld Empire tremble. This time, Yang Dingtian's luck was extremely good. 2 energy essences that were close to level 20 had broken through to level 19. However, this might have something to do with the fact that he had used energy essences close to level 20 to break through to level 18. After breaking through to level 19, the energy essences close to level 21 that Yang Dingtian had on hand were effective. However, to have to swallow energy essences close to level 21 right after breaking through to level 19 was really a tragic and painful story. In fact, Yang Dingtian could not even muster up the courage to do so. Because it was really, really dangerous. It was very likely that he would lose his life. When he was at level 18 and swallowed energy essences close to level 20, he was really not far from death. At this time, the 5 saint-level experts by Yang Dingtian's side all came over and sat around Yang Dingtian. Chest, back, energy C, head, lower body. They used all their strength to protect all 5 places. It could be said that the energy essences close to level 21 that Yang Dingtian had swallowed were no different from being attacked by saint-level experts. He exhaled deeply. Next, no matter how painful it was, how his body split open, it was all a small matter. The most important thing was that he couldn't faint. Once he fainted, he might really die. Of course, he would definitely not die. Because in the depths of his energy sea, there was still a restless black dragon that would not let go of any energy. Once Yang Dingtian's energy sea and mystic veins could not withstand these energy essences, the black dragon would definitely not mind accepting them. Since he would not die, he might as well give it a try. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and started swallowing. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes flashed with a golden light. Then, he could not see anything. His entire field of vision was practically a sea of red. That was his own blood. Then, Yang Dingtian could not feel any pain at all. He could not feel his own existence at all. Whether it was his limbs, his chest, or his energy sea and abdomen, he could not feel anything. However, his body was still intact. Then, the skin all over his body suddenly twisted and surged. Then, bang, his entire body suddenly split open from top to bottom. Blood spurted out like a fountain. At this moment, Yao Li hurriedly stuffed the remaining half of the holy water pill into Yang Dingtian's mouth. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, felt almost nothing. His entire soul felt like it was about to leave his body. The dark dragon in the depths of his sea of qi was already roaring in excitement. At this time, Yang Dingtian was already in a very, very dangerous situation. In fact, he was on the verge of death. However, it had no intention of saving them. This was because Yang Dingtian's sea of qi was still devouring profound qi energy. It wanted to wait until Yang Dingtian's energy sea and profound veins were no longer able to devour any more before it could save him and devour all of the remaining profound energy. However, at that time, Yang Dingtian would most likely die. The dark colossal dragon was greedy to the extreme. This energy essence that was close to level 21 was very, very powerful to Yang Dingtian. But to the dark colossal dragon, it could only be insignificant. For this insignificant energy, it did not hesitate to put its host's life in danger. Such greed was unprecedented. Then, Yang Dingtian could not feel his sea of qi expanding at all. Suddenly, boom, then, his sea of qi exploded and his entire body sank into nothingness. He had broken through and reached level 19, first rank. It was only until now that Yang Dingtian could clearly feel the pain. Boundless pain assaulted him like a tidal wave. Every part of his body felt as if there were countless knives stirring in the depths of his veins and digging into his muscles. That kind of pain was almost unbearable. However, being able to feel the pain was a good thing. If it was like before, he could not feel anything at all, then he was only one step away from being finished. The dark colossal dragon let out a sigh of unwillingness and returned to the depths of Yang Dingtian's sea of qi and fell into a deep sleep. Obviously, this feast had nothing to do with him. Then, in the boundless pain, Yang Dingtian's sea of qi expanded again and again. Then, he broke through again and reached level 19, second rank. At this time, the first energy essence close to level 21 was not exhausted. It actually allowed Yang Dingtian to break through level 19, third rank. Finally, the first energy essence close to the limit of level 21 was exhausted when level 19, third rank exceeded half a level. Just one energy essence allowed Yang Dingtian to break through to level 3.5. This was too crazy. It seemed that passing level 20 was indeed an incomparably huge hurdle. That was why the energy essence close to the limit of level 21 was so powerful. Not only did it almost kill Yang Dingtian, but it also allowed him to break through to level 3.5. Then, Yang Dingtian began to devour the second energy essence close to the limit of level 21. At this time, the pain had begun to weaken. Although it was still terrifying, it had already dropped from hell level to nightmare level. This second energy essence close to the limit of level 21 was still terrifying. Boom. 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 Yang Dingtian broke through level 19, 4th rank, 5th rank, and 6th rank consecutively. The second energy essence broke through to level 2.5. Then, Yang Dingtian began to devour the third energy essence close to the limit of level 21. It went smoothly and directly broke through to level 19, 7th rank. Then, powerful qi energy continued to pour in. But it was a pity that the third energy essence close to the limit of level 21 did not allow him to break through to level 19, 8th rank. At this time, Yang Dingtian was still about 2 ranks away from the saint level. It should be said that he was already very close. After devouring all of them, the palms of the 5 saint-level powerhouses just left Yang Dingtian's body. At this time, the 5 of them were completely drenched in sweat. They did not know how much qi they had used to protect him this time. And Yang Dingtian was still adjusting his breath with his eyes closed. The breakthrough this time had really scarred his body. He had to adjust his breath and recuperate. After another 2 days and 2 nights, Yang Dingtian finally finished adjusting his breath and healing his wounds. Level 19, 7th rank, Yang Dingtian said. As soon as these words came out, the people present immediately showed joy. Wu Qiong said, "I'm finally one step closer to becoming a saint." Yang Dingtian said, "There are still 2 ranks to go. It should be very close." Suddenly, the saint-level powerhouses present all showed strange expressions. Then, Wu Yu said, "It's close, but it's also very far. We are not like the Underworld Empire who can gather the power of the entire plane to help you break through, so it should be very difficult to go from level 19, 9th rank to saint level." Yang Dingtian said, "Can I use the Mystic Fire Lightning? Because the power of my Mystic Fire Lightning should have broken through level 22 or above." Wu Yu shook his head and said, "It's definitely not enough. To break through to the saint level, you must need the power of heaven and earth." Then, Wu Yu said to the mermaid queen Violets, "How did you break through to the saint level?" Violets said, "The dark matter swallowed Shajing, and the Holy Land suddenly condensed and compressed, and I was in the center of the Holy Land at that time." Wu Yu said, "Like the other saint-level powerhouses of Little Western Paradise, I completed the final breakthrough in the realm of reincarnation." Realm of reincarnation? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Wu Yu said, "For the evil ways, it's very simple to help their subordinates break through to the saint level. Ghost Emperor Wentian can borrow the power of the Nether Continent, and the Demon King Wentian can borrow the power of the Skirich Imperial Capital. Little Western Paradise is the realm of reincarnation. This is actually the border between Little Western Paradise and an unfamiliar world. Every once in a while, violent collisions will occur, and very, very terrifying energy will be generated. But this energy will quickly turn into a huge whirlpool and dissipate. This place is called the realm of reincarnation, and it is the only place where the powerhouses of Little Western Paradise can break through to the saint level." "Got it, the Empire of Darkness, the Underworld Empire, and the Little Western Paradise all had places for the final baptism of the mystic veins and nirvana of the saint level. Only the human countries didn't have it. Of course, it might have existed a long, long time ago, but it didn't exist anymore. However, the place to break through to the saint level wasn't the most important thing for the time being. He would think about it after he had devoured enough energy and reached the 9th rank of the 19th step. Right now, the most important thing was to enter the Little Western Paradise, plan how to get rid of Xianxia Wendian, and take back control of the Little Western Paradise. There was a problem right now. Evil ways were attacking the Skull Hall with all their might. Therefore, it was necessary to have 5 saint-level powerhouses guarding it at all times, and not one less. If there were only 4 saint-level experts, then the evil Dao's suicidal attack on the head hall might have succeeded. In other words, Nera wouldn't be able to leave. According to the previous plan, Nera was to enter the Little Western Paradise with Yang Dingtian. She was one of the most successful chairmen of the Little Western Paradise, so it would be difficult to plan the Little Western Paradise without her. However, the gate to the human countries couldn't be lost. In that case, Nera wouldn't be able to leave. If Nera couldn't go, then Yao Li, Yao Zi, and the others would have to discuss whether or not they should go together. This was because Yang Dingtian would definitely have to hide his identity when he entered the Little Western Paradise this time. If Yao Li, Yao Zi, and the others went together, the possibility of being exposed would be very high. Yang Dingtian voiced all his doubts. Neru, Fox Demon, and the others fell into silence. After a long time, Fox Demon said, "Go find Fire Dance." Neru said, "Yes, go find Fire Dance. As long as you get her support, you can borrow the power of the High Priest Association. This way, the possibility of getting rid of Xianxia Wendian will be greatly increased." Yang Dingtian said, "But, I've already troubled the High Priest Association a lot. This time, I even brought Fox Demon and High Priest Yao Jing away from the High Priest Association. It should be very difficult to use the High Priest Association for my personal matters." Nera said, "But, this is no longer your personal matter. It already involves the chairman of the Little Western Paradise and the Little Western Paradise world." Fox Demon said, "However, the High Priest Association and the Little Western Paradise's council have always minded their own business. So, it should be very difficult to persuade Fire Dance." Then, Fox Demon's beautiful eyes shone with a flirtatious light. "However, you won't know if you don't try. If necessary, you can use some methods. After all, she's also a woman. And you can make a female Fox Demon go into heat." When she said this, Yang Dingtian was sweating profusely. Note, sorry, in the previous chapter, Yang Dingtian was talking to the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, not the Ghost Emperor Wendian. It has been changed. However, it shouldn't be displayed in other places. Thank you. In the end, Yang Dingtian still went to the High Priest Association on Mount Buzhou alone. However, he had brought along a few pieces of recording jade and a few handwritten letters. He first flew to the end of the yin-yang mirror, opened the spatial door, and jumped into the torn space. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, he jumped into Mount Buzhou from the torn space. After entering Mount Buzhou, he used the High Priest Association's token to open the stone door and entered the interior of Mount Buzhou. The hall of the High Priest Association was still empty. All the members were meditating. Yang Dingtian walked to the stone door of High Priest Hua Wu and fell into hesitation. Waking Hua Wu up again and disturbing her meditation was really a very, very bad thing. Moreover, Yang Dingtian really owed the High Priest Association too much now. He repeatedly took advantage of others. Yang Dingtian's face was really not that thick. Therefore, Yang Dingtian really did not know whether to knock or not. Finally, Yang Dingtian gathered his courage and began to knock. After knocking 3 times, Yang Dingtian said, "High Priest Hua Wu, Yang Dingtian requests an audience." There was no response from inside. If High Priest Hua Wu was meditating, then there was no doubt that she could not hear. He needed to ring the meditation bell to wake her up. Then, should he wake her up or not, perhaps she was at a critical moment in her research. If he disturbed her, the impact would be great. Or should he just forget about it, he would go directly to the Little Western Paradise and think of a way to get rid of Xianxia Wendian. There was no need to trouble the High Priest Association. Therefore, after thinking about it, Yang Dingtian turned and left, preparing to go to the Little Western Paradise alone. At this moment, the stone door behind suddenly opened, and High Priest Huawu's voice came. She laughed hoarsely, "Why don't you ring the meditation bell?" Yang Dingtian was stunned, then said, "I'm sorry, aren't you meditating?" Fire Dance said, "In fact, every time we wake up, we don't meditate for a long time. We read books and let our minds rest. After all, I'm not a meditation madman." Following which, Fire Dance beckoned to him and said, "Come in." "Yes." Yang Dingtian then walked into Fire Dance's stone chamber. At this time, Fire Dance was wearing a red tight-fitting long dress, which made her voluptuous and proud body look even more voluptuous and curvaceous. It made her face even more gorgeous than before. She was really like a ball of flame. Her beauty seemed to be burning at all times. She had a snow-white face, bright red lips, and big watery eyes. That kind of beauty made people unable to look straight at it. "I only have wine here. If you want to drink anything else, I'll get it from someone else," Fire Dance said. Yang Dingtian, "It's okay, I can drink anything." Then, Fire Dance began to pour the wine. Yang Dingtian was startled. It had been a long time since the smell of wine assailed his nose. It reminded Yang Dingtian of the strong liquor on earth. Did Fire Dance usually drink this as water? Obviously, because Yang Dingtian saw that she drank half of the large glass of wine directly. Yang Dingtian might have understood why she was so gorgeous. It was because of this clear and strong liquor. Yang Dingtian picked up the wine and took a sip. Wow, the ice-cold white wine was like a tongue of fire from his mouth to his throat, burning his mouth to his stomach. This was not wine, this was simply alcohol. On earth, Yang Dingtian had never drunk such an exaggeratedly strong liquor. Although Yang Dingtian's cultivation was close to the saint level, his body could not withstand such strong liquor. "What's the matter?" Fire Dance asked. Yang Dingtian, "I want to get rid of the acting chairman of Little Western Paradise, Xianxia." After hearing this, Fire Dance asked, "Why?" Yang Dingtian, "Evil ways are desperately attacking the gate of the human world, trying to lure the experts of Little Western Paradise into the human world. Once they succeed, the experts of the Council of Light will be wiped out. Our martial arts strength is not worth mentioning compared to Little Western Paradise." Fire Dance nodded, acknowledging this point. Fire Dance continued, "Then what's the reason to kill him?" Yang Dingtian, "The real Xianxia has been possessed. The current Xianxia is actually the human Wendian. He will lead Little Western Paradise on the path to fight against the god of chaos." Fire Dance nodded and said, "Do you have evidence?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while and shook his head. Fire Dance said, "Yang Dingtian, we like you very much and treat you as one of us, our junior brother. First, because you are the only successor of Mr. Shiwu Piayan. Second, I am a woman, and you can make a demon fox female go into heat. I can smell your aura from a few feet away. So, I will definitely help you." Fire Dance's words were so direct that Yang Dingtian felt very embarrassed. Then, Fire Dance said, "But you have to know. The High Priest Association absolutely cannot interfere with the internal affairs of Little Western Paradise." Yang Dingtian, "I know." Fire Dance said, "Of course, if it involves the life and death of Little Western Paradise, our High Priest Association has the right to interfere. Wendian possessing the Little Western Paradise's chairman is barely enough. So, as long as you have evidence, I can go to the president to ask for the Buzhou Mountain token and forcibly represent Buzhou Mountain to arrest Wendian Xianxia. Once it is proven that he has been possessed by Wendian, we can immediately execute him." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be shocked. To him, the High Priest Association was completely friendly and undisciplined. It didn't have any sense of pressure or authority at all. But now, when Fire Dance said that she would execute Wendian Xianxia, it represented the highest and most terrifying authority. "Unfortunately, you don't have evidence." Fire Dance sighed. Indeed, there was no evidence. In fact, it was impossible to find evidence. Then, Fire Dance suddenly said, "Yang Dingtian, are you sure that Wendian Yang has been possessed?" Yang Dingtian spoke resolutely and decisively, "I am sure. Furthermore, the previous speaker, Yao Qi, was killed by him." Fire Dance closed her beautiful eyes and began to think. While he was thinking, he tossed one cup of wine after another into his mouth as if he was drinking water. Moreover, the more he drank, the stronger her body fragrance became. Her body fragrance was very enchanting. Yang Dingtian smelled it and even felt his heart waver. Then, Fire Dance opened her eyes and said, Yang Dingtian, you also know that we are an extremely xenophobic, extremely strict, and extremely undisciplined organization. It is because of this that we don't dare to use our authority. We completely mind our own business with Little Western Paradise. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Fire Dance said, actually, you said that Wendian Xianxia has been possessed. Although there is no evidence, our High Priest Association still has the authority to bring him to Buzhou Mountain for investigation. I can issue an investigation order for you, but you have to know that the consequences of doing so are very serious. Although our High Priest Association has the authority to do so, we have never done so. Do you understand? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I understand. The High Priest Association had a very, very high status in Little Western Paradise. But the source of this transcendence came from the High Priest Association's transcendence. It came from the fact that they had never interfered with Little Western Paradise's authority. Therefore, the 9 great tribes and the Allied Council were willing to allow Buzhou Mountain to transcend. But, once the High Priest Association used this authority, it was hard to say whether he could still transcend. To use the most direct analogy, just like in post-feudal Europe, the kings of those countries still needed to be crowned by the Pope. But the Pope no longer had any actual authority over these kings. If the Pope issued a decree to capture a king and bring him to the Vatican, the only result would be a complete falling out between the country and the Vatican. Therefore, the High Priest Association could issue an arrest order for Xianxia Wendian to Buzhou Mountain to investigate his identity. But if Xianxia Wendian ignored it, the arrest order would just be a piece of scrap paper. At that time, if the High Priest Association wanted to protect their authority and dignity, they would have to use force. And if Xianxia Wendian wanted to resist, he would have to use force. Therefore, it would turn into a war between Buzhou Mountain and the Allied Council, leading to a civil war in Little Western Paradise. In short, if Huowu were to issue this arrest and investigation order to Yang Dingtian, the responsibility and consequences would be devastating. Because the Little Western Paradise Council's attitude towards Buzhou Mountain was still relatively cold. The fact that Jia had given birth to a demigod's descendant was extremely important, but the Little Western Paradise Council had no intention of telling the High Priest Association. Therefore, it was Yang Dingtian who told them that the High Priest Association knew about this matter. From this, it could be seen that if the High Priest Association's arrest order was sent to Xianxia Wendian, it would probably be torn to shreds. When the time came, the High Priest Association could only swallow their anger. In that case, Buzhou Mountain's authority would be reduced to a laughingstock. Or, there would be a civil war. The High Priest Association against the Allied Council. If it was in the past, Yang Dingtian might not have understood. But now, Yang Dingtian had been the head of the Council of Light for a few years, so he understood this very well. After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian said, I think it's better not to. If that's the case, the only result would be an all-out war between the Council and Buzhou Mountain. I can't bear such a responsibility. Fire Dance looked at Yang Dingtian's face. Then, she poured a few cups of wine into her fiery red lips. Then, she found a piece of soft jade scroll on a messy table. It was actually not a paper, but a kind of energy crystal. When the human countries signed important agreements, they also used this kind of soft jade scroll. For example, when Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanzhou signed the West Continent Agreement, and when the Council of Light and the Black Heaven sect signed the Central Continent Agreement, they also used this kind of soft jade scroll. In short, this was a document of the highest standard. Fire Dance picked up an energy pen and began to write an arrest order. This kind of writing was not done with pen and ink, but with celestial chi energy. Fire Dance's writing was very beautiful, elegant, and wild. It really did not look like a woman's writing. Sir Xianxia, chairman of the Little Western Paradise, Buzhou Mountain suspects that you have been possessed by the human Wendian, and they cannot deny the death of Chairman Yao Qi. We have enough reason to suspect that your existence will have a fatal impact on the survival of the Little Western Paradise. We order you to come to the High Priest Association of Buzhou Mountain to clear their suspicion. This arrest order was written in 2 languages. One was the language of the fox demons in the Little Western Paradise, and the other was the common language of the chaotic continent. At the end of the arrest order, there were 2 energy seals. One was the seal of the High Priest Association's chairman, Su Yan, and the other was the energy seal of Buzhou Mountain. These seals were made of special energy. After being stamped, it would leave an indelible special mark on the soft jade scroll. There would be energy surging inside, and it was impossible to copy. Any noble would be able to see it. However, the chairman's seal and Buzhou Mountain's seal were both in Fire Dance's hands. She was not the chairman. Moreover, Yang Dingtian clearly saw that Fire Dance had taken out the 2 seals from a pile of empty wine bottles. Seeing this, Yang Dingtian could not help but recall a movie he had seen before. One person, in order to stamp an official seal on a document, spent a lot of effort. The official seal, on the other hand, represented immense power and prestige. After spending a lot of effort, the seal was finally going to be stamped. In the end, the official couldn't find the seal. After searching over and over again, he found a few children playing poker. Whoever lost would have their face stamped with the seal. The one who lost the most would even have their buttocks stamped with the seal. The seal that represented the highest authority of Buzhou Mountain was casually thrown among the wine bottles, and it was in Fire Dance's hands. This High Priest Association really wasn't an ordinary lax organization. Seeing Yang Dingtian notice this, Fire Dance could not help but blush. She said, "You also saw how undisciplined our High Priest Association is, so, after stamping the seal, Fire Dance handed over the arrest warrant for Xianxia Wentian to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, you have to remember that our Great Priest Association might be very undisciplined. Although our High Priest Association is very undisciplined, if you hand this arrest warrant to Xianxia and he refuses to comply, then Buzhou Mountain will take action. If that's the case, Mount Buzhou will do whatever it takes to maintain our authority," said Fire Dance. Yang Dingtian's heart shook when he heard this. He immediately felt the weight of this arrest warrant. This meant that even though the High Priest Association was very undisciplined, Fire Dance had issued this arrest warrant to Yang Dingtian without anyone's consent. It seemed very casual, as if she was using public power for personal gain. However, it definitely represented Buzhou Mountain's authority and held the highest authority. Buzhou Mountain was willing to use the highest military force to protect the authority of this arrest warrant. This meant that if Xianxia Wentian refused to comply, then war would be the only way. Yang Dingtian bowed. "I understand, so if I can avoid using this arrest warrant, I definitely won't." In truth, Yang Dingtian was very certain that he would not use this arrest warrant. He already owed Buzhou Mountain too much. He absolutely could not drag Buzhou Mountain into the war. Fire Dance immediately rolled her eyes. "If you don't want to use it, why would I give it to you? You can use it, but you have to draw it in without using it. You cannot use it in front of Xianxia, but use it in front of the 9 tribe leaders." Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up. "I understand. That's right, as long as this arrest warrant was not directly presented to Xianxia, it would not be rejected. However, it had enough deterrence. As long as Yang Dingtian could convince 5 of the 9 tribes, he could impeach Xianxia in the joint council and remove him from the position of acting chairman. At that time, who would take over? Of course, it would be Nehru. Whether it was fame, experience, or prestige, Nehru was higher than Xianxia. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that in the human countries, they played with force. And in the Western Paradise, they played more politics than anything else. This was because the Little Western Paradise's culture was much more advanced than the human countries. Then, Fire Dance said, "Which tribe leader do you plan to persuade first?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while. He only had 2 choices. One was his chief father-in-law, the Shadow Spear tribe's Xiaonu Tu. The other was the Silver Moon tribe's leader, Yao Li. This person was known as the #1 expert of the 9 tribe leaders, Wu Yuan's secret lover, Yao Li, Yao Rao's fiancé, and Yao Ling's father. Logically speaking, Yang Dingtian should go to his cheap father-in-law. After all, he was his son's grandfather. However, Yang Dingtian truly didn't dare to believe in his character. This person was completely mercenary. It was entirely possible that he would betray Yang Dingtian. As for the Silver Moon tribe Xiaoli, although he was full of enmity towards him, his character was very good. Silver Moon tribe's leader, Yao Li, Yang Dingtian said. Correct. Fire Dance said, this person's cultivation is very high. He hates evil as if it were his enemy. He is extremely stubborn and arrogant. Moreover, he is very hostile towards Yongxi. Once you say that Yongxi has been possessed by Wendian, he will definitely be the vanguard to oppose Yongxi. Yang Dingtian said, then who should I go to for the second choice? Yao Nutu will not do. This person is very cunning and indecisive. That's right. Fire Dance said, as long as you take down Yao Li of the Silver Moon tribe, he will automatically bring you to his loyal allies. Then, he will be more active than you in getting rid of Yongxi. I understand. Yang Dingtian said. Fire Dance said, also, at the border between Mount Buzhou and Little Western Paradise, there is our Mount Buzhou's own armed forces. The ones with the highest cultivation are the Snow Mountain Punishers. You can bring 8 of them into Little Western Paradise. They will completely obey your orders. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he bowed deeply to Fire Dance and said, many thanks, Madam Fire Dance. I will take my leave. Then, Yang Dingtian turned around and was about to leave. What's the rush? Priest Fire Dance stood up and drank the wine in her hand. Then, she said, take off your clothes. Take them all off. Yang Dingtian could not help but be startled. What is this? What are you standing there for? Don't dilly-dally. Fire Dance threw the wine cup and said, quickly take it off. Seeing Yang Dingtian standing there in a daze, she went forward and untied Yang Dingtian's belt. This is not good, Yang Dingtian's heart was beating like thunder. He stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Could it be that he was going to be pushed down? Was he going to be taken advantage of? But if that was the case, wouldn't it be too easy for him? This woman in front of him could be called a peerless beauty. She was absolutely gorgeous. Note, a 5,000-word chapter is here. This afternoon, I went to fix my phone. Tonight, I will be spending the Dragon Boat Festival with my family. So, this is the last update. Thank you. Although High Priest Fire Dance did not know martial arts, her hands were extremely fierce and quick. She stripped Yang Dingtian clean in an instant. Miss Fire Dance, this is not good. Yang Dingtian finally said, feeling very awkward. What's not good about it? Fire Dance said, then turned around and went to the corner of her room to search. This woman had a lot of clothes, and they were very messy. Underwear, outerwear, and long skirt were all piled up in a mess. It looked like it had not been tidied up for years, so it was particularly troublesome to find. However, for Yang Dingtian, the troublesome thing was that she was kneeling on the ground looking for something. The curve of her back was too sexy, so Yang Dingtian did not know where to look. Moreover, even if he did not look, his mind would still wander. Finally, Fire Dance found a set of clothes in a pile of messy things. Finally found it. It has been a long time since someone wore it, Fire Dance said, then turned around and saw Yang Dingtian's embarrassed state. Then, she widened her beautiful eyes, opened her small mouth, and said, some people say that you are a cedar, and they are not wrong. Then, she licked her bright red lips and said, unfortunately, I have already vowed to dedicate my entire life to the High Priest Association and become a complete meditator, keeping my chastity for life. Otherwise, I will definitely have a taste of you. This sentence sounded very bold and unrestrained, but it was also very contradictory. She was a lifelong chastity keeper, and she did not intend to have sex. In Little Western Paradise, there were many people like this. There were men and women. These people felt that the matter between men and women was too intense, and it would distract the mind and energy. Therefore, completely suppressing one's emotions and becoming a chastity keeper might have a greater breakthrough in the field of research. Of course, Yang Dingtian did not believe in this theory. During the European Renaissance on Earth, there were many scientists and artists who were completely chaotic when it came to the matters between men and women. There were also many people who did not discriminate between men and women. However, their careers were very outstanding, and they completely changed the world. However, he still respected the way the people from Little Western Paradise thought. Overall, the spiritual leader of the High Priest Association was still the Silent Tribe, and the Silent Tribe's purity of heart and few desires had become the mainstream of the High Priest Association. After that, Fire Dance completely ignored Yang Dingtian's situation. She raised the shirt in her hand and said, "After you enter Little Western Paradise, you'll take on the appearance of the Speechless Tribe, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Yes." Fire Dance said, "This is the uniform of the High Priest Association's head inquisitor." The head inquisitor was the highest commander of the Snow Mountain Punishers. But as you can see, the High Priest Association is very undisciplined. A long time ago, there were still people who took on the role of the High Priest Association's chief judge. But now, there isn't anyone holding the position anymore. One day, I felt that this dress was special, so I took it and wore it for a few days. In the end, I couldn't find anyone to return it to, so it's been with me ever since. Yang Dingtian was speechless again. He could tell that the position of Mount Buzhou's head inquisitor was a very powerful position. But now, even this position had disappeared from the High Priest Association, and this uniform was given to Fire Dance to cosplay with. This organization was really undisciplined. Yang Dingtian discovered that this shirt wasn't made of silk or cloth at all. Instead, it was made of a soft and thin crystal. Inside the shirt, the energy of a fallen silver dragon flowed. It looked mysterious and noble. There was also a mask made of energy crystals. This mask wasn't a human mask, but a dragon mask with 2 horns. In short, this uniform looked very majestic, terrifying, mysterious, and intimidating. "You should be more convincing if you wear this to Little Western Paradise," Fire Dance said. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said shyly. At this moment, he wished that there was a crack in the ground for him to crawl into. She only gave him a change of clothes, but he thought that he was going to be slept with. Seeing his expression, Fire Dance smiled and said, "I knew you would think that way. I did it on purpose. I just wanted to play with you." Then, Yang Dingtian couldn't wait to put on the uniform. After all, it was too embarrassing to stand naked like this. He quickly turned around and changed his clothes. Because the feelings that were aroused by Fire Dance now had to be suppressed. So, he immediately used the great art of distraction and extinguishing desire in his mind to get little Yang Dingtian down. "Sister Feng, Sister Feng, Sister Feng, Sister Feng, Sister Feng," as he chanted in his heart, he recalled Sister Feng's face in his mind. Sure enough, it was effective. In an instant, all the feelings receded like the tide. Then, Yang Dingtian put on the uniform. Finally, he put on the crystal mask. As soon as he put it on, the crystal mask stuck to his face and began to distort. It actually began to change the outline of Yang Dingtian's face. In the end, it completely changed into the long and narrow face of the chairman, the fallen silver dragon. In the mirror, Yang Dingtian saw his appearance and was immediately shocked. The energy radiance within the long robe was constantly surging. His entire face was almost no longer human, nor was it the face of the silent race. With 2 long horns, it was completely a dragon's face and a human's body. Originally, he was worried that he would be recognized when he entered the Little Western Paradise. Now, it seemed that it was completely impossible. "This is really scary," Yang Dingtian said. Then, he discovered that his voice had completely changed. It didn't sound like a human's voice. In fact, his entire voice seemed to be emitted from his body. It was full of a deep and cold feeling. Fire Dance said, "Strictly speaking, the head judge of the High Priest Association is a faceless person. According to the rules of the High Priest Association, anyone in the association can be the head judge. It is a random position. Only when there is a need to deal with the secular world, the chairman will temporarily put on a uniform and mask to go to the Little Western Paradise. No one will know who this head judge is. Once he takes off the uniform and mask, he will lose all the authority of the head judge." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel that the original rules of the High Priest Association were very strict and democratic. Moreover, they were very mature and high-end. However, after a few thousand years, Under the lazy president, there was a group of even lazier members. Therefore, all the rules and regulations existed in name only. The entire organization was lax to the extreme. In the end, Fire Dance, a woman with a strong sense of justice, relied on everyone's strength and countless people's unrequited love to become the actual leader of the High Priest Association. Then, all the power tools in the association became toys. Fortunately, Fire Dance was a person with a strong sense of justice. If she fell into the hands of evil people, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, although this group of priests was lazy, their eyes were still very bright. Otherwise, they wouldn't have handed everything over to Fire Dance. No matter how good she was at fighting or how beautiful she was. Although many people had a crush on Fire Dance, in the High Priest Association, most of them were abstinent. It was impossible for anything to really happen. Madam Fire Dance, I'm leaving, Yang Dingtian said, but, is it really okay for you to give this uniform to me? Of course not. Fire Dance said, you have the High Priest Association's token. According to the rules, any member can become the temporary head judge. Moreover, when the chairman is meditating, he can leave all the matters to me. There's no problem at all. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply again and said, thank you, Madam Fire Dance. It's nothing. Who asked you to make us fall in love? Fire Dance said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's heart stirred again. Sister Phoenix, Sister Phoenix, Sister Phoenix, Yang Dingtian hurriedly used distraction extinguishing desire to suppress little Yang Dingtian. This was because this beautiful woman in front of him was completely teasing him. He couldn't take it seriously. Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Fire Dance said, Yang Dingtian, remember this. Although I gave you the uniform and investigation order very lightly, they represent the authority of Mount Zhou Mountain. However, they completely represent the authority of Buzhou Mountain. If anyone offends them, Buzhou Mountain will definitely use all of its power to protect its authority, even if it means starting a civil war. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he flew away from Mount Buzhou and flew in the direction of Little Western Paradise. After flying for a few hundred miles, Yang Dingtian arrived at the border between Mount Buzhou and Little Western Paradise. There was indeed a huge floating castle here. The castle was densely packed with soldiers wearing Mount Buzhou's uniform. In total, there were tens of thousands of people. This should be the armed forces of Mount Buzhou. As soon as Yang Dingtian landed on the castle's platform, dozens of powerful martial artists immediately came out of the castle. When they saw Yang Dingtian's uniform, these people were instantly startled and revealed astonished gazes. Silver Dragon Head Inquisitor, what's going on? Mount Buzhou actually sent out a Silver Dragon Head Inquisitor? It had been many, many years. Perhaps 500 years, or even longer? Greetings, Head Inquisitor. Dozens of powerful martial artists knelt down neatly. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be surprised. Many places in Silver Capital had already abandoned kneeling. Especially in front of the chairman, there was no need to kneel. Only within the 9 major tribes did they still kneel. But in a democratic place like the High Priest Association, kneeling was still practiced. Moreover, Yang Dingtian noticed that these people kneeling in front of him were wearing special masks. Their faces were also covered with special masks and long robes. Black, red, and blue. There were a total of 4 levels. The head inquisitor uniform he was wearing was silver. Yang Dingtian knew that the Snow Mountain Punishers in black uniforms were saint-level experts. The red-robed ones were half-saint-level experts. In front of him, there were more than 8 people in black uniforms. There were more than 20 people in red uniforms. Fire Dance told Yang Dingtian that he could bring 8 Punishers into the Little Western Paradise. He instinctively wanted to bring all 8 saint-level experts with him, but thinking that they still had to guard this castle, he couldn't bring all of them. Then, Yang Dingtian stepped forward. You, for black Punishers. You, for red Punishers. For saint-level and 4 half-saint-level experts. A total of 8 Snow Mountain Punishers. The 8 of you, follow me to the Little Western Paradise to carry out official business, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, sir. The 8 punishers who were chosen bowed. Then, without saying anything else, Yang Dingtian led the 8 punishers, rode on the darkness dragon, and left the castle. At this moment, Yang Dingtian saw it. This castle was still within the Little Western Paradise. There was only one energy gate leading to the Little Western Paradise. And this energy gate was a very, very powerful energy array. If it wasn't opened from the inside of the castle, it would be very difficult to enter no matter how high one's cultivation was. Because of this, the Little Western Paradise was completely prohibited from entering the Buzhou mountain area. Therefore, all this time, only people from the Buzhou mountain could enter the Little Western Paradise, but not the Little Western Paradise. Let's go, Yang Dingtian ordered. As the head inquisitor of the Silver Dragon, he led the 8 punishers into the Little Western Paradise and flew directly toward the Silvermoon clan. Note, brothers, I'm begging for a few monthly votes. Thank you, big bosses. This was Yang Dingtian's first time entering Little Western Paradise after a few years. How long had it been since he last left Little Western Paradise? Back then, Jia had just given birth to a child. Yang Dingtian had taken the risk to visit the child and Jia in Yingdu. It was also from then on that his relationship with Jia had improved. They were no longer enemies even though they were husband and wife in name. After leaving Little Western Paradise for the last time, Yang Dingtian had entered the Dark Realm to cultivate and then went to New Naga. It had been more than 3 years since then. Therefore, his child with Jia was already 3 years old. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but have the urge to go to Yingdu to see Jia and his child. However, Yang Dingtian quickly suppressed this urge. His first stop was Yaoli of the Silvermoon clan. This couldn't be changed. Yang Dingtian and the 8 punishments flew along the border of Little Western Paradise towards the Silvermoon clan's king city. They were lucky. Little Western Paradise had rotated to a place not far from Mount Buzhou. It was only less than 8,000 miles away. The dark dragon beast that Yang Dingtian was riding on wasn't considered fast. This dark dragon was the exclusive mount of Mount Buzhou's High Priest Association. It wasn't fast, but it was ferocious. Especially since it was born with a face similar to a dragon. Even though it wasn't fast enough, it still took a day to reach the Silvermoon clan's king city. A few years ago, Yaoqi led the alliance to attack Silvermoon City. Then, Yaoqi used her ideals to convince Yao Li's clan leader. The two of them worked together to change the direction of Little Western Paradise's development. However, not long after, Yaoqi was killed by Yongxi. After that, although the Silvermoon clan returned to the 9 great tribes, he was even more disheartened by Yongxi becoming the chairman. He didn't want to restart the war, so he completely sealed off his king city and cut off all contact with the outside world. He didn't even participate in the Silver Palace's joint council. This was bad news for Yang Dingtian. The Silver Moon race was isolated from the rest of the world, which meant that they had no allies. Yang Dingtian led the 8 punishers and arrived in front of the Silvermoon race's monarch city. Immediately, the huge gates of the king city were shut tight, representing the Silver Moon clan's attitude of isolating themselves from the world. Guests from afar, I'm very sorry. Our Silvermoon clan has already sealed off our diplomatic relations. We will not receive any envoys or guests. A high-level Silvermoon clan warrior on top of the city gate said. Before Yang Dingtian could make an appearance, a black-cloaked punisher in front of him stepped forward and said slowly, Judge Silver Dragon of Mount Buzhou has arrived. Silver Moon clan leader Yao Li, please welcome him. The Silver Dragon Inquisitor of Mount Buzhou represented the power of the High Priest Association of Mount Buzhou. He represented the highest holy power in the Little Western Paradise. Therefore, the Silvermoon clan leader had to welcome him personally. The senior warrior on the city gate was stunned, unable to react for a moment. Silver Dragon Head Inquisitor. What an unfamiliar name. After searching through his memories for a long time, he finally found this name. Then, his body suddenly trembled, and he was immediately shocked. The Silver Dragon Inquisitor, what was the real name of the High Priest Association? It was the Silver Dragon Temple. It was the totem of Little Western Paradise, the representative of the fallen silver dragons in the mortal world. It was the highest faith of the entire Little Western Paradise. It represented the highest holy power in Little Western Paradise. However, the people of the High Priest Association were too undisciplined and uninterested in power. Therefore, there was no trace of their power in Little Western Paradise. However, they did represent the highest holy power in Little Western Paradise. That high-class martial artist took a glance at Yang Dingtian and was immediately frightened by his appearance. This was a living being with a dragon's head and a human's body. However, he didn't know how to react. Moreover, with his level, he couldn't tell if the Silver Dragon Inquisitor was real or fake. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to fly into the King City and report to the clan leader Yao Li. Ever since Yao Qi's death and Yongxi's ruling, the Silver Moon clan leader Yao Li's heart had indeed turned cold. He could only watch as Little Western Paradise fell until it was destroyed. Moreover, his most outstanding successor, Yao Li, was already dead. His daughter, Yao Ling, had fallen in love with a human. Of course, he could still live for a very, very long time. Therefore, it didn't matter whether he had a successor or not. Moreover, in his opinion, Little Western Paradise might not be able to survive for long. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to completely shut down the Silvermoon clan and stop all communication with the outside world. Then, he tried to numb himself with alcohol. The feeling of being the only one sober in the world was too uncomfortable. However, no matter how much he drank, he was still sober. His son was dead and his daughter had run away. The woman he loved the most was Wu Yu. His wife feared him like a tiger. Therefore, for a long time, he lived coldly and silently. Everyone around him feared him more and more and distanced themselves from him. Of course, this distancing wasn't betrayal. Everyone in the Silvermoon clan respected him and even worshipped him. He was like a man of steel, but they couldn't get close to him. The palace of the Shadowspear clan was incomparably gorgeous and filled with beauties. However, the palace of the Silvermoon clan was just like Yao Li. There were no flowers or brocades, only cold stones. There weren't many maids or servants in the palace. Only Yao Li lived there alone. Even his wife had been chased away to live elsewhere. It was as if he was born to reject everyone. Ever since he couldn't numb himself with alcohol, he started to practice martial arts even more crazily. He even forgot the time. After giving birth, he didn't sleep with his wife anymore. It was as if the sword was his wife. They were inseparable from each other all day long. After living alone for a long time, he became even more antisocial. He wasn't even used to having other people around him. Therefore, when the advanced warriors at the city gate entered his hall and were still 1,000 meters away from him, he frowned and felt a strong sense of discomfort. "Stop, don't come in." "What's the matter?" "Speak," Yao Li said. The warrior quickly knelt outside the palace and said, "Your Majesty, there's a mysterious guest outside the palace. He says he's the Silver Dragon Inquisitor." The demon Glassblade's facial muscles twitched violently. Silver Dragon Inquisitor? How old was this name? Many people thought this name would never appear again. Why would this name appear in the Silvermoon clan? Yao Li frowned. He wasn't interested in anyone's visit. He didn't care about anyone with power, including the so-called High Priest Association. However, he was full of respect for the High Priest Association and the representative of the fallen silver dragons in the world. It was a very complicated feeling. "I respect you very much, but I don't want to talk to you." Suppressing the impatience in his heart, Yao Li stood up and walked outside. He personally went to welcome the so-called Silver Dragon Inquisitor. The gate of the Silvermoon clan's palace slowly opened. Yao Li, the Silvermoon clan's leader, didn't bring many people with him. He also didn't organize anything. He walked out of the gate and bowed. "Greetings, Silver Dragon Inquisitor. I'm Yao Li, the Silvermoon clan's leader." Yang Dingtian nodded in return. As the representative of the fallen silver dragons in the world, his only temperament was arrogance. Then, Yao Li said, "What's the matter, Silver Dragon Inquisitor?" He was very straightforward. "If you have something to say, just say it. If you don't have anything to say, don't ask me to receive you." Yang Dingtian said slowly, "I have something important to say. It's very confidential." Yao Li's stone-like face finally showed some expression. He said, "Please." Then, Yao Li personally led Yang Dingtian to the palace on his winged steed. After entering the spacious palace, There were only Yang Dingtian, the 8 punishers, and Yao Li in the huge palace. This person was very skilled and daring. Or rather, he was very open and upright. He wasn't worried that Yang Dingtian and the others would harm him at all. "Lord Inquisitor, you can speak now," Yao Li said. "No one will hear you if you speak here." In fact, he was very, very curious. The High Priest Association of Mount Buzhou hadn't interfered with the politics of the Little Western Paradise for hundreds of years. They hadn't sent a silver dragon inquisitor to the world for hundreds of years. He didn't know what it was that made Mount Buzhou move out again. Yang Dingtian said, "The acting speaker of Little Western Paradise, Xianxia, has been possessed by Wentian's soul. After he murdered Speaker Yao Qi, he usurped the authority of Little Western Paradise and tried to use the power of Little Western Paradise to fight against the god of chaos. This concerns the survival of Little Western Paradise. That's why Mount Buzhou sent me to the world." The moment these words were spoken, Yao Li's expression changed. He asked, "Is this true?" Yang Dingtian said, "Of course it's true. As long as we bring Xianxia to Mount Buzhou to check his soul, the truth will be revealed." No wonder, no wonder, no wonder. Yao Li kept mumbling to himself. It was obvious that he was suspicious of Xianxia and Yao Qi's death. Yao Li said, "Then, what does the head inquisitor want?" Yang Dingtian took out the arrest warrant and handed it to Yao Li. "It's very simple. Bring Xianxia back to Mount Buzhou for investigation. The 9 clan leaders can go together and observe the high priest of Mount Buzhou to identify Xianxia's soul." Yang Dingtian didn't explain Wentian's possession of Xianxia at all. For such a big matter, it was enough to be suspicious. Moreover, the High Priest Association only asked Xianxia to go to Mount Buzhou for investigation. It was very reasonable. Yao Li said, "The head inquisitor only needs to take this warrant and go to Yingdu to hand it to Xianxia." "Why did you come to my Silvermoon clan?" Yang Dingtian said, "If Xianxia respects him, this warrant is effective. If he doesn't respect me, this warrant is useless. If he doesn't go to Mount Buzhou with me, I can't do anything. I can only start a war between Mount Buzhou and Yingdu. Mount Buzhou doesn't want that to happen." Yao Li said, "If he doesn't dare to go to Mount Buzhou, it means he has a guilty conscience. It can prove that he has been possessed by Wendian." His theory was crude and direct. Yang Dingtian said, "In order to avoid a civil war, Mount Buzhou needs the support of the 5 great clans. Therefore, I went to the Silvermoon clan first." When he said this, Yao Li felt a surge of pride. Yao Li suddenly asked, "If it is proven that Xianxia has been possessed by Wendian, what will happen?" Yang Dingtian said, "He will be executed in front of everyone on Mount Buzhou." Yao Li said, "Then, who will enter Yingdu?" Yang Dingtian said, "The former chairman, Nehru." "Chairman Nehru?" Yao Li said in shock. Hearing this name, he felt as if he was hearing the name of his mother-in-law. The name Nehru wasn't worth much in the High Priest Association. However, in the Little Western Paradise, it was still very noble. Moreover, her seniority far surpassed Xianxia. "Didn't Her Excellency Nehru already pass away?" Yao Li asked. Yang Dingtian said, "No, she went to the High Priest Association and went into seclusion to atone for her sins. She is not guilty," Yao Li said fiercely. In the hearts of Yao Li and the others, Nehru being planted in the Silent Tribe was a great sacrifice for the future of the Fox Tribe. However, one thing was for sure. If they got rid of Xianxia and let Nehru be the acting chairman, the entire Little Western Paradise would accept it wholeheartedly. The 9 great tribes would also accept it. Yang Dingtian said, "Sir Yao Li, are you willing to set things right for the Little Western Paradise?" He said to set things right, not to eliminate evil. Because in a higher civilization like the Little Western Paradise, the slogan of eliminating evil was too childish. Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian, then knelt down on one knee and said, "I will not shirk my duty. I will follow the head judge's lead." Yao Li was still that Yao Li. He would rather break than bend, fearless, and was filled with a sense of responsibility and mission towards the entire Little Western Paradise. He didn't shirk away from Yang Dingtian's request. He didn't even try to negotiate or weigh the benefits. To him, eliminating Xianxia should be equivalent to a holy war. Suddenly, Yao Li asked, "I will do my best, but if Xianxia still refuses at the last moment, what will Mount Buzhou do?" Yang Dingtian said slowly, Mount Buzhou is willing to use any means to protect the Silver Dragon Temple's authority. Yao Li nodded and said, I understand. Afterwards, Yao Li could be said to be extremely swift and decisive as he gave out one order after another. He ordered all the warriors of the Silvermoon clan to prepare for battle at any time. With Yao Li's order, the temperature of the entire Silvermoon clan rose instantly. Under Yao Li's rule, the entire Silvermoon clan was a fighting tribe. They were always fighting and were filled with desire. After reorganizing the clan's forces in the shortest time possible, Yao Li immediately brought Yang Dingtian to his loyal ally, the Oceanic clan. The Oceanic clan was not only the Silvermoon clan's loyal ally, but also his in-laws. His wife was from the Oceanic clan. The Oceanic clan was southwest of the Silvermoon clan. Unlike the other places in Little Western Paradise, its land was almost directly floating on the surface of the sea, only a few feet above the surface. Moreover, it was not a large piece of land or mountains, but more like islands floating on the surface of the sea. There were countless floating islands of various sizes in the Oceanic clan. Moreover, the Oceanic clan was also the hottest tribe in the entire Little Western Paradise. The Oceanic Wondrous Race was the largest of the 9 great tribes in the Little Western Paradise. However, they were also the most scattered and their environment was also the worst. One day and one night later, Patriarch Yao Li brought Yang Dingtian and stepped onto the land of the sea monster race. It was indeed very hot here, and the skin of the fox demons here was not as white as before. Moreover, their clothes were very thin, and could even be said to be provocative. Perhaps it was because of their wheat-colored skin and revealing clothes, the women here were especially enchanting and seductive. Especially their figures, they were the hottest Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Yao Li brought Yang Dingtian and the others directly to the Oceanic clan's imperial city. The Oceanic clan's imperial city was called the Cracked Rock City. The entire city looked like a giant rock floating in the air. It looked like he was tearing space apart. Yang Dingtian understood that the Oceanic Monster clan was the closest place to the spatial tear. However, this boulder was also extremely huge. With a diameter of several hundred miles and a height of 10,000 meters, it looked like a small planet. In the middle of the boulder, there was a huge crack. This was the entrance to Imperial City. I am Yao Li, tell your clan chief to quickly come and welcome me, Yao Li said stiffly beneath the enormous city gates. Upon seeing Yao Li, the cultivators on top of the giant stone gate were stunned. Then, they all knelt down and paid their respects. Then, he slowly opened the huge city gate. Soon after, the others quickly mounted their winged cavalry and flew toward the palace. Only half an hour later, a tall and stout old man riding a huge winged steed floated on the platform in front of Yang Dingtian and the others. Then, he jumped down from his winged mount while panting. He quickly rushed to Yao Li and said, "My good son-in-law, you are finally willing to come and see me. I missed you so much, I missed you so much." Not only was this stout old man enthusiastic, he even had a fawning look on his face. Yao Li was his son-in-law, but in the end, he was the one fawning over him. Previously, when Yao Qi led the army of the parliament to attack the Silvermoon clan, the Oceanic Monster clan did not betray them. However, they did not send troops to help either. Therefore, after the war ended, the Silvermoon clan chief, Yao Li, did not care about the Oceanic Monster clan anymore. As for his father-in-law, the Oceanic Monster clan chief, he sent people to send gifts to the Silvermoon clan every few days to express his apology. However, every time, Yao Li threw the gifts back. Yao Li's wife also told Fang Yan that she wanted to sever ties with the Oceanic Monster clan chief. Now, he did not expect his son-in-law to come personally. How could the Oceanic Monster clan chief not be overjoyed? Yao Li did not say anything and directly flew into the city gates. He still did not have a good attitude toward his father-in-law. The stout Oceanic Monster clan chief did not mind. He smiled and followed at the back door. The Oceanic Monster clan's palace was considered strange. It was almost dug out from the boulder and was similar to the Temple of Blood. However, the Temple of Blood was only dug out. On the other hand, the Oceanic Monster clan's palace was completely dug out from the boulder. It could be said to be a work of the gods. Moreover, the scale and grandeur of the palace completely surpassed the Silvermoon clan and the Shadowspear clan. Therefore, the Oceanic Monster Clan should be a very powerful clan. Unexpectedly, they were so humble in front of the Silvermoon Clan. That's right. The Oceanic Monster Clan was once the #1 clan. Or it could be said that they were more than just the #1 clan. At that time, they had almost unified the entire Little Western Paradise. At that time, the Oceanic Monster Clan chief of the Oceanic Monster Clan was extremely talented and powerful. He was known as the #1 expert in the Little Western Paradise. Yao Li was the disciple that he valued the most. The Oceanic Monster Clan had always felt that the Little Western Paradise was divided into 9 big clans. It was the root of the Little Western Paradise's strength. Moreover, he was filled with a sense of danger towards the illusory realm of the Little Western Paradise. At that time, he had decided on the strategy of the Little Western Paradise. The first step was to unify the entire Little Western Paradise and establish the Little Western Paradise Empire. The second step was to break through the Little Western Paradise and obtain a complete continent. He always felt that a continent that floated above the sea was not safe. It would fall one day. The third step was to let the clans of the Little Western Paradise become the mainstream clans of the chaotic world and survive for generations to come. Note that he said mainstream clans, not dominant clans. There were not many books about the Oceanic Monster Clan in the Hindu library. It was not that he was not important. In fact, he was the most important hero in the history of the Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian only knew about this person when he was in Mount Buzhou and admired him. This person's ambition seemed to be the same as Yao Qi's, but it was actually different. Yao Qi's ambition was to breed a demigod and replace the Naga clan to dominate the world. The Oceanic Monster Clan's ambition was to turn the abnormal Fox clan into a normal, mainstream, civilized clan. This was because the Fox clan was an intelligent clan created by the fallen Silver Dragon. Such a clan would either bring disaster to the world or be destroyed. The Oceanic Monster Clan wanted to unify the Little Western Paradise and normalize the Fox clan's civilization. Yang Dingtian had read his views and works. He had to admit that this person's ideas were very similar to his own. 1,000 years ago, the Oceanic Monster Clan led the allied forces of the Sea Monster Clan and the Silver Moon Clan to conquer the Little Western Paradise. In just a few decades, they were about to unify the Little Western Paradise. At that time, Yao Li's father, Yao Li, and Yao Nutu's father, Yao Nui, were the most loyal comrades of the Oceanic Monster Clan. Once the empire was established, Yao Nui would become the prime minister of the empire. Yao Li would become the marshal of the empire. Unfortunately, when the 9 clans were about to be unified, the Oceanic Monster Clan suddenly died. The Demon Division had suddenly died, and his left and right arms, Demon Li and Demon Fury II, had also mysteriously died. From then on, before the empire was established, it fell apart. The defeated clans and Indu's army took the chance to counterattack. At that time, the Oceanic Monster Clan had devoted their entire lives to unifying the Little Western Paradise. As for his younger brother, Yao Long, his cultivation was average. He was a coward. Facing the enemy's counterattack, the allied forces of the Shadow Spear Clan, Sea Monster Clan, and Silver Moon Clan were forced to retreat. The most fatal thing was that Yao Nutu, who took over as the leader of the Shadow Spear Clan, betrayed them and joined Indu. As a result, the Sea Monster Clan and Silver Moon Clan were defeated. In the end, Yao Li too, who took over as the leader of the Silver Moon Clan, turned the tide. With the determination to die, he led the warriors of the 2 clans and resisted the Indu's allied forces. It was because of Yao Li that the Sea Monster Clan was prevented from being dismembered. At that time, as the marshal of the 2 clans, many of the higher-ups of the Sea Monster Clan hoped that Yao Li would become the king of the Sea Monster Clan. This was because the Oceanic Monster Clan's king didn't have any descendants. However, Yao Li refused, and allowed the monstrous tribe's younger brother, his father-in-law Yao Long, to become the new clan chief. Since then, the Sea Monster Clan had declined from being the strongest clan. When Yao Qi attacked the Silver Moon Clan, Yao Long was a coward and chose to remain neutral. However, the high-level warriors of the Sea Monster Clan went to help the Silver Moon Clan. In the eyes of many warriors of the Sea Monster Clan, Yao Li too, who was a disciple of the Oceanic Monster Clan, was their leader. Therefore, even though Yao Long was his father-in-law, he still tried to curry favor with Yao Li. In the massive main hall, there were only Yao Long, Yao Li, Yang Dingtian, and a few others. Yao Long bowed and smiled. "Son-in-law, is there anything I can help you with?" Yao Li pointed at Yang Dingtian. "This is the Silver Dragon Judge of Mount Buzhou." Yao Long was stunned. He had lived under the protection of his elder brother since he was young. Therefore, he didn't care about many things. After a while, he finally picked up the words Silver Dragon Judge from his mind. Then, he bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Judge. What can I do for you?" Ever since they met, he had repeated what he could do for him many times. It was obvious that he was a coward. Yao Li said directly, "The current acting speaker, Xianxia, has been possessed by the human Wendian. He wants to harm the Little Western Paradise. We have to get rid of him." Yao Long's face turned bitter. Fighting and killing was what he feared the most. Moreover, when Yao Qi attacked the Silver Moon clan, his son-in-law, Yao Li, didn't even ask for help from the Sea Monster clan. Now, because of this, he came to the Sea Monster clan directly. "Son-in-law, shouldn't we discuss this at length?" Yao Long asked. "There's nothing to discuss." Yao Li waved his hand domineeringly and said, "This matter is settled. I'm preparing to form the Righteous Alliance again to attack Yongxi. Our two clans are the initiators. Go and call the elders of our clans over. Mobilize the army and prepare for war." Well, okay. Even though Yao Long was in a difficult position, he still went to call the elders. Yang Dingtian could see that the Sea Monster clan and the Silver Moon clan weren't allies at all. They were a family. As long as Yao Li was willing, he could make the decisions in the Sea Monster clan. Note, sorry, I'm stuck. Even though it's almost 10, there's still something more important. Of course, elder was just a title. In reality, the highest authority in the 9 tribes was the vassals other than the tribe leader. The so-called vassals were divided into external vassals and internal vassals. External vassals had their own territories. External vassals controlled the tribe's military power and resources. The power of internal and external vassals was about the same. Within a few hours, the 13 vassals of the Oceanic tribe had all gathered in the main hall. The moment they saw Yao Li, the 13 vassals were extremely excited. They immediately knelt down and shouted, "Greetings, young Li King." All of their gazes were very passionate. However, when Yao Qi besieged Silvermoon City, most of the 13 vassals led the elites of the tribe and disguised themselves as Silvermoon tribe elites to participate in the battle. 1,000 years earlier, they had fought alongside Yao Li for decades. They called the monster tribe kings. Yao Li was Prince Li, and Yao Nu Tu was Prince Raf. Therefore, this Yao Li was called Young Li King. As for Yao Nu Tu, he was originally called Young Raf. Later, he joined Yingdu and betrayed the alliance of the 3 tribes. Therefore, he was called a beggar. Of course, a few hundred years after the battle, Yao Nu Tu joined the alliance of the 3 tribes. Although Yao Li despised his character, they were still friends that grew up together. Once again, Yao Li accepted him to join the alliance and accepted his marriage request. Therefore, there was the marriage between Yao Rao and Yao Li. However, a few hundred years later, Yao Nu Tu betrayed the alliance once again and joined Yingdu, becoming an eternal ally. In the end, he even became Yao Qi's biggest supporter. In the past 1,000 years, Yao Nu Tu betrayed, allied, and betrayed. He was a two-faced man. However, it was precisely because of this that the Shadow Spear tribe, which had been a subordinate of the Oceanic Wondrous tribe at that time, had managed to become the strongest tribe in the Little Western Paradise. One couldn't help but admire his methods. Back to the main topic. When the vassals of the Oceanic tribe saw Yao Li, they were full of admiration and passion. They completely threw their true master, the Yaolong tribe leader, aside. The Yaolong tribe leader was not angry. He was smiling, but his eyes were filled with worry. Usually, these vassals didn't take him seriously, so he didn't care. In any case, these vassals were loyal to his family and had ruled the sea monster race in an orderly manner. Yao Long did not have much desire for power. He just wanted to live a peaceful life. He was afraid of changes and even more afraid of war. However, most of the time, things didn't go as planned. This is the silver dragon judge of Mount Buzhou. Greet him. Yao Li pointed at Yang Dingtian. These vassals still looked at Yang Dingtian coldly, but because of Yao Li's order, they still saluted Yang Dingtian. After the ostentatious civilization attacked Little Western Paradise, the arts faction still held the High Priest Association in high esteem. After all, they represented the faith of the entire Little Western Paradise. But in the martial force faction, because the High Priest Association didn't do anything, they didn't care at all. Yao Li looked at the 13 vassals and said, "There's only one reason why I've gathered everyone here today. That is to get rid of Yingdu's acting chairman, Yongxi." He was very direct. However, the 13 vassals were even more direct than him. Get rid of him. Get rid of that old thing. Get rid of him. Mobilize the army now and destroy Yingdu. Inherit the will of the Monster King and unify the Little Western Paradise. The 13 vassals shouted. Yang Dingtian could see that almost all of the 13 vassals had injuries on their bodies and faces. They were all from the great battle that happened more than 1,000 years ago. At that time, because of the sudden death of the 3 kings, the unification of the Little Western Paradise had failed. These vassals were very unwilling. Yes, destroy the Yingdu, destroy the 7 great tribes, and let the young Li King become the second emperor of the Little Western Paradise Empire. A one-eyed demon fox raised his large sword and slammed it into the ground with all his might. The hard and flat ground was smashed into pieces. The Yaolong Patriarch's face twitched in pain, but he didn't dare to say anything. He didn't expect Yao Li to change the topic to establishing the Little Western Paradise Empire just by talking about getting rid of Yongxi. The first emperor of the Little Western Paradise Empire they were talking about was obviously their invincible commander, the Monster King. Yao Li waved his hand and said, "All right, don't change the topic. This time, we are under the orders of the Silver Dragon Temple. Don't change the topic of the Little Western Paradise Empire." Then, Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Head judge, please." Yang Dingtian started the investigation and said, "The acting chairman of the Little Western Paradise has been possessed by the human Wendian. He will bring disaster to the Little Western Paradise. The Silver Dragon Temple sent me to bring Yongxi back to Mount Buzhou and identify his soul in front of the 9 major tribes." The 13 vassals were disappointed when they heard this. So, they weren't going to fight. They were just going to capture him. Then, what was the point of that? Yao Li said, "Yongxi won't let himself be captured. He will definitely do something desperate. So, from now on, the Oceanic tribe must prepare for war. If Yongxi dares to resist, we will immediately lead the army to attack Yingdu and capture Yongxi. Attack Yingdu and kill Yongxi." The 13 vassals shouted. They took out their weapons and beat their chests with all their might. Yang Dingtian frowned when he saw this group of warmongers. "All right, get ready. I will go to the next tribe," Yao Li said. At this moment, the Yaolong Patriarch hurried forward and said, "Son-in-law, let's have a feast before you leave. It's not easy for you to come here. It's urgent." "There's no need for a feast," Yao Li said without looking back. "Son-in-law, how is Nan Nan?" The Yaolong Patriarch didn't get angry. He chased after Yao Li and asked about his daughter. "She's fine." "What's wrong?" Yao Li got on his winged mount and flew away. After leaving the Oceanic tribe, they flew in the sky. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "Patriarch Yao Li, Ling Yu is doing well." Yao Li's face turned cold. He wasn't happy that Yang Dingtian was interfering with his family matters. Then, he relaxed and nodded. "I know. You don't have to worry about this." Yang Dingtian didn't get angry. He asked, "Where are we going next?" "The giant beings and the Skyfire tribe," Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian knew about these 2 tribes. Back then, Yao Li was against Yongxi's ruling path and Yao Qi becoming the chairman. So, he established the Righteous and Order Alliance to prevent Little Western Paradise from going down the path of vanity and decay. At that time, the Righteous and Order Alliance consisted of the Silvermoon tribe, the Oceanic tribe, the Giant Beings, and the Skyfire tribe. There were also dozens of smaller tribes. However, when Yao Qi formed an alliance to attack the Silvermoon tribe, the Giant Beings and the Skyfire tribe betrayed the Righteous and Order Alliance at the last moment. Not only did they not help the Silver Moon tribe, but they also joined the alliance to attack the Silver Moon tribe. These two tribes had betrayed the Righteous and Order alliance. How could they succeed? One day and one night later, Yao Li and Yang Dingtian arrived at the Skyfire tribe's imperial city. The Skyfire tribe was very far away from the Silver Moon tribe. Instead, it was very close to the Shadow Spear tribe. Back then, they formed an alliance with the Silver Moon tribe to attack the Silver Moon tribe. Yao Nu Tu of the Shadow Spear tribe had never stopped devouring the Skyfire tribe. The name of the Skyfire tribe came from the never-extinguishing fire on the Skyfire mountain. The fire was a few thousand meters tall and hadn't been extinguished for thousands of years. Moreover, it would change into a different color every season. So, it was called the Skyfire. And this tribe was also called the Skyfire tribe. However, part of the Skyfire mountain was in the Shadow Spear tribe's territory. So, Yao Nu Tu of the Shadow Spear tribe tried everything to take the Skyfire mountain and the Skyfire, so, there were constant conflicts between the two tribes. The Shadow Spear tribe was more powerful and had deeper connections in the Silver Capital. So, the Skyfire tribe was always at a disadvantage. No matter if it was Xianxia or Yao Qi, they were both allies of the Shadow Spear tribe. So, the Silver Palace had always been biased, causing the Skyfire tribe to be dissatisfied with Xianxia and Yao Qi. So, Yao Li felt that the success rate of persuading the Skyfire tribe was higher. In the Skyfire Palace, Yang Dingtian met the tribe leader of the Skyfire tribe, Yao Yan Tu. This person was about the same age as Yao Nu Tu. His father, the former tribe leader of the Skyfire tribe, was killed by Yao Nu I. Therefore, the relationship between the 9 great tribes was a complete mess. It was unknown how complicated it was. In order to prove his ownership of the Skyfire mountain, this tribe leader had flames embroidered on his clothes. Even his hair was dyed red, as if he wanted to be covered in flames. Yao Li said directly, "Now, Xianxia of the Silver Capital has been possessed by the human Wen Tian. The Silver Dragon Temple has sent a judge to capture him to prevent Xianxia from resisting. I've formed a new righteous alliance to get rid of Xianxia. Will the Skyfire tribe join me?" Yang Dingtian realized that this Yao Li tribe leader was too direct. When he negotiated with others, he was straightforward. There were no pleasantries, nor was there any political euphemism. After hearing this, Yao Yan Tu's eyes lit up. Then, he shook his head and said, "Brotherly, I support you from the bottom of my heart. But I won't join you." "Don't worry, I won't stand on Xianxia's side." Yao Li said angrily, "With the Silver Dragon Temple, what are you afraid of?" Yao Yan Tu shook his head and said, "The Silver Dragon Temple doesn't care. When we fight and they leave, we'll be the unlucky ones. Yao Nu is worried that he can't find a reason to annex me. If I join you, I'll be giving him something to use against me." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Sir Yao Yan, there are no neutral parties in this conflict. You either support or oppose. If you don't support, then you're against." Yao Yan's expression changed, and he said, "The Silver Dragon Temple can't destroy me because of this, right?" Yang Dingtian said coldly, "What if this is Speaker Neru's will? Don't forget, the Skyfire tribe has always listened to Speaker Neru." Yao Yan's expression changed. "Speaker Neru? She's already passed away." Yang Dingtian took out a recording jade and handed it to him. An hour later, the Skyfire tribe also joined the Righteous Alliance to suppress Xianxia. The Skyfire tribe was once glorious. This was because Chairman Neru was from the Skyfire tribe back then. Hence, the Silver Capital was biased towards the Skyfire tribe in many matters. The Shadow Spear tribe, who was the enemy of the Skyfire tribe, was suppressed quite badly. Therefore, the Shadow Spear race had no choice but to kneel down and lick Yao Li's boots for the sake of the alliance. Otherwise, the Shadow Spear race would have no one to rely on. Later on, not long after Neru's term ended, news of her death spread. The Skyfire tribe lost their biggest backer. After a few hundred years, Xianxia became the new chairman and entered the Silver Palace. This was because Xianxia was Neru's student and was likely to become her son-in-law. Hence, the Skyfire tribe felt that their good days were coming. Unexpectedly, Xianxia completely ignored Neru's old relationship with the Skyfire tribe and sided with the Shadow Spear tribe. At first, it was fine, but later on, he directly suppressed the Skyfire tribe. As for the Shadow Spear race's Demon's Wrath too, after receiving enough support from Xianxia, he began to join the Silver Capitals Alliance. Together with Xianxia, they started a new civilization movement, leading the Western paradise from martial arts to art and ostentation. It was also at this time that Monster Wrath II once again shamelessly betrayed the alliance of the three races and threw himself into the embrace of Indu. The Skyfire tribe was enraged and joined the Silver Moon tribe's alliance of justice and order. However, the last time Yao Qi had attacked the Silver Moon clan and almost wiped them out, the Skyfire clan was terrified. Hence, even though they were full of hostility towards Xianxia, they did not dare to get involved in Xianxia's matters. Why was Neru's reflection jade able to change the Skyfire tribe's leader's mind? Was it because the Skyfire tribe's leader worshipped and supported Neru so much? That was not the case. It was because Neru was not dead. If Xianxia fell, Neru would become the new chairman without any resistance. At that time, the Skyfire tribe's good days would come. Hence, everything was for the sake of benefits. As a result, Yao Li had drafted an agreement to impeach Xianxia from stepping down. So far, 3 great tribes had already signed it: the Silver Moon tribe, the Oceanic tribe, and the Skyfire tribe. Next, the 4th target was the former member of the Righteous Alliance, the Giant Beings. The Giant Beings were one of the warlike races in the Little Western Paradise. At that time, when the king of the Demon tribe led the allied forces of the 3 tribes to suppress the other 6 tribes, the one who suffered the most was the Giant Spirit tribe. Moreover, the Giant Spirit clan's army was the absolute main force and cornerstone of the 6 clans' allied army that was resisting the Demon King. In the war more than 1,000 years ago, the Giant Spirit race had suffered countless casualties, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. Logically speaking, it should have a deep grudge against the Silvermoon clan and the Oceanic Wondrous tribe, so why would it join the Righteous Alliance? This had to involve Yang Dingtian's cheap father-in-law, Demon's Wrath II. This was a complete *T stirrer, just like England in the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries. Back then, when they were fighting against the combined forces of the Demon tribe's king, they were forced to retreat. However, if the Giant Beings had not risked their lives to block in front and suffered countless casualties, the 6 clans would have been exterminated long ago. At that time, there was a race called the Middle Spirit race, which was also one of the 9 clans. The Middle Spirit race and the Giant Beings were staunch allies. Just like the Silvermoon clan and the Oceanic Wondrous tribe. The Middle Spirit race was the absolute underling of the Giant Beings and obeyed all orders. Therefore, when the 6 clans were resisting the Demon tribe's king, the Middle Spirit race also gave their all and suffered countless casualties. The ratio of casualties was even greater than that of the Giant Beings. It could be said that the reason why the Demon tribe's king was unable to exterminate the 9 clans in a short period of time was because the Giant Beings and the Middle Spirit race were fighting desperately. These 2 clans were the saviors of the other 4 clans. In the end, after the Demon tribe's king and his right-hand men died, not only did Indu not make up for the losses of the Giant Beings and the Middle Spirit race, but they also took advantage of the weakness of the 2 clans to suppress and weaken them. This caused the 2 clans to become weaker and weaker. At the most exaggerated time, the Oceanic Wondrous tribe and the Silvermoon clan that started the war were fine, and the other clans went to blockade the Giant Beings. Who asked them to suffer so many casualties in the war? All the other clans went to take advantage of them. Although the Giant Beings were incomparably furious, they were helpless and could only lick their wounds in the dark. After Xianxia came to power, Indu teamed up with the Shadow Spear clan and the Golden Awe clan to do something unforgivable. That was, they used the excuse that the Middle Spirit race was too weak and did not have the qualifications to be part of the 9 clans. They should support the Moro clan, which was more powerful and had more territory, to be part of the 9 clans. The Giant Beings and the Middle Spirit race were about to explode from anger. Damn it, if it wasn't for the fact that I had to fight the Demon tribe's king to the death to save you, would I have become so weak? You, on the other hand, secretly preserved your forces during the war and coaxed us into sending ourselves to our deaths. After the war, you tried every possible way to annex us. In a few hundred years, the Middle Spirit race's territory had shrunk by half. Why was it shrunk by half? In the name of democracy, they allowed the small clans to become independent and then join the Golden Awe clan or the Moro clan. Just like that, the Moro clan became a big clan from a small clan. After a few hundred years of independence, the middle spirit race became a small clan. Even though the giant beings tried every possible way to resist, they could not prevent the middle spirit race from being expelled from the 9 clans. Then, the Moro clan, the absolute vassal of the Shadow Spear clan and the Goldenaw clan, successfully entered the 9 clans. The giant beings could only vomit blood and shout about the unfairness of the heavens. Later, Xianxia started the new civilization movement, and Yaoli formed the Righteous Alliance to resist. The furious giant beings did not hesitate to join the Righteous Alliance. Even though they had deep hatred for the Silvermoon clan and the Oceanic clan. But compared to the Shadowspear clan, this hatred was nothing. At least the Silvermoon clan and the Shadowspear clan fought fair and square on the battlefield. Xianxia and the Shadowspear clan, on the other hand, conspired one after another. In short, when Yang Dingtian saw the history of the Little Western Paradise, he realized that in the last 1,000 years, his cheap father-in-law, Yao Wraith II, was the main character. He was a traitor. Who knew how many people he had tricked and betrayed? More importantly, every time he betrayed someone, he would bring great benefits. Now, he had become the most powerful person in the Little Western Paradise. The Goldenaw clan was his underlings, and the Moro clan was his vassal. The chairman, Xianxia, was his absolute ally. And if there were no accidents, the next chairman would be his daughter, Jia. Moreover, his grandson was a descendant of a demigod. He was the only demigod descendant in the Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian was shocked to find that if this continued, the 9 clans would become history in less than 500 years, and the Little Western Paradise Empire would be established. And the one who completed this great task was his cheap father-in-law, Yao Wraith II. The first hero of the Fox clan, the king of the demon tribe, could not do it, but the traitorous Yao Wraith II could. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to face his cheap father-in-law again. Perhaps, he was even more ambitious and amazing than he had imagined. Yaoli brought Yang Dingtian and flew for a few thousand miles. They arrived at the last member of the Alliance of Justice and Order, the Giant Beings. Yang Dingtian knew why this clan was called the Giant Beings, and why this clan had been ostracized. It was because the people of the Giant Beings were ugly. That's right, the entire Fox clan was very beautiful when they transformed into human form. As for the Giant Beings, the degree of transformation was very low. They were more like half-humans. If they were only half-humans, it would be fine. But the key was that they did not look exactly like a Fox clan. They looked more like an indescribable beast. Moreover, the people of the Giant Beings were very tall. Both men and women were more than 2 meters tall. No wonder they were called the Giant Beings. No wonder they were so good at fighting despite their small population. They became the mainstay of the resistance against the king of the demon tribe. When Yang Dingtian and Yaoli entered the Giant Beings, they were met with hostile gazes. Although the Giant Spirit clan was a demon fox clan, they seemed to be a type of demon fox clan. They were beastmen of the demon fox clan. Although they were good at fighting, they had always been looked down upon by the Chinese fox clan. They had been at odds with each other for a long time. Therefore, no matter which clan they were from, they would be treated with hostility when they entered the Giant Beings. It was no wonder that Xianxia and Yaoru II were able to seal off the Giant Beings and the Middle Beings. Some of the major clans had even set up laws to prevent their clansmen from interacting with the Giant Beings and the Middle Beings. They were worried that their barbaric bloodline would tarnish their nobility. Therefore, although the Silver Moon clan had started a war more than 1,000 years ago, they were still respected and feared even now. As for the Giant Beings, they had always been regarded as barbarians. In the palace of the Giant Beings, the Giant Beings' King Yaoju II did not hide his hatred for Yaoli II. Because his father had died in the hands of Yaoli II. What's the matter? Yaoju II sat on the throne and looked at Yang Dingtian with contempt. What kind of birds are these? Yaoli said coldly, this is the chief judge of the Silver Dragon Temple, the representative of the fallen Silver Dragon. Why aren't you coming to greet him? Bah! Demon Giant II spat a mouthful of saliva on the floor of the bright jade, appearing extremely vulgar. Although the people of the Giant Beings were very boorish, they were not to this extent. It was because they had always been looked down upon by others, so they might as well go all out and act even more thoroughly. Furthermore, the giant beings were the most disdainful towards the High Priest Association. They believed in power and felt that all those mystical things, such as meditation and research, were all liars and charlatans. Therefore, Xianxia's new civilization movement could not be carried out in the giant beings. Yao Li said, "Ju, the acting chairman Xianxia has been possessed by the human Wen Tian. We want to get rid of him. I have established the Righteous Crusade Alliance. Join us and we will destroy him." Speaking of Xianxia, the giant being's King Yao Ju II gritted his teeth. He hated him so much that his roots hurt. This old hag's underhanded tricks came one after another. She had completely crippled his underlings. Therefore, the giant beings could not be happier if they could destroy him. However, Yao Ju II said coldly, "Why should I join your Righteous Crusade Alliance?" Note, it's late again. There's still one more update. Thank you everyone. Yao Li frowned, "Don't you hate Xianxia? Don't you want revenge?" Yao Ju II said, "I hate him and wish I could tear him to pieces. But what does that have to do with joining your Righteous Alliance?" Yao Li said, "If you don't join the Righteous Alliance, you can wait for the next Alliance Council to expel your giant spirit clan from the 9 great clans." "He dares?" Yao Ju II roared angrily. Yao Li sneered, "Hasn't he always done that? What's there to not dare?" Yao Ju II said, "So what? I hate him, but I also look down on you. Go back to where you came from. It's best if you fight with Xianxia and Yao Nu until their brains bleed." Yang Dingtian understood the meaning behind his words. During the previous war, the giant being race was too proactive. As a result, they had suffered a huge loss. Once bitten, twice shy. Therefore, the giant spirit clan was no longer willing to stand out. Of course, he was also full of hatred for the 2 clans, so he really wanted both sides to fight to the death. It would be best if they perished together. Yang Dingtian frowned, then looked at Yao Ju II and said, "If you join the Righteous Alliance to suppress Xianxia, we will unilaterally remove the blockade on the giant spirit clan, especially the blockade of marriage." "No need." Yao Ju II shouted, "Our giant spirit clan is full of heroes and women. We look down on weaklings like you. We don't need to marry you." This person was really looked down on too much. Extreme inferiority led to extreme self-esteem. He was completely arrogant. It was not easy to deal with such a person. He was unmoved by force or persuasion. Yang Dingtian continued, "Yao Ju II, you have to think carefully. There is no neutrality in this battle. Either join the Righteous Alliance or rely on Xianxia. If you don't join, you are an enemy." Yao Ju II roared and suddenly stood up, saying sternly, "Then come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and destroy the giant spirit clan. If we beg for mercy, we are raised by grandsons." Yang Dingtian was at his wit's end. Yao Li frowned and said, "Head judge, please leave with your subordinates. I will persuade him." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be surprised. "Humph, it's useless even if the Heavenly Emperor comes to persuade him," said Yao Ju II. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment before leading the punishers out of the palace. Bang! The great hall's door slammed shut. At last glance, Yang Dingtian saw Yao Li roll up his sleeves and clench his fists. He knew what method Yao Li was going to use to persuade him. Since he wouldn't listen to his words, he would use his fists. Sure enough, a series of loud crackling sounds soon came from inside. Bang 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 bang, pa 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 pa. Then, as if there was an earthquake, the ground under his feet kept shaking. In the end, the walls of the hall began to crack. Inside, it was as if it wasn't 2 demon foxes fighting, but 2 giant beasts fighting. The high-level warriors of the giant spirit clan outside were also not surprised. They had no intention of rushing in to help. Little Western Paradise was a very advanced civilization. Assassination was a very despicable act. Especially between 2 clan leaders, if they killed you openly on the battlefield, they wouldn't even say a word. Private duels were a common occurrence. Especially for the giant spirit clan, they would duel every few days. If they were lucky, the winner would be determined. If they were unlucky, the winner would be determined. If they died in a duel, it was very normal. It was useless to cry out for justice. At that moment, Yao Li and Yao Ju were fighting one-on-one inside. Neither of them were allowed to charge in. No matter who died later, they deserved it. Yao Li and Yao Ju II were both at the peak of cultivation in Little Western Paradise. Neither side was convinced by the other in terms of martial strength. In more than 1,000 years of war, both sides had fought countless times, but there was no clear winner or loser. For more than 1,000 years, Yao Ju II had talked a lot. Every day, he would say that he was the number one in Little Western Paradise. Killing Yao Li would be a piece of cake. Therefore, the duel between the two was very normal. Bang 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 bang, the noise inside was even louder. It was completely deafening. The tremors on the ground made it hard for people to stand still. Inside, it was no longer like two prehistoric beasts fighting, but more like thousands of beasts fighting. The warriors outside even had pained expressions on their faces. Because, from inside the palace, waves of energy tore through the walls and penetrated out. It was like a knife, cutting people uncomfortably. Even Yang Dingtian had to use his celestial qi to resist. Whoosh, a stone pillar a few hundred meters away was cut in half by the energy. A few hundred meters away was torn in the middle. In short, everything within 1,000 meters of the palace was shattered. However, although the walls of the palace were cracked, they still stood there. Therefore, the situation inside could not be seen. This battle lasted for a full 15 minutes. Everything around the palace was destroyed. Finally, the terrible noise gradually died down. Finally, it was completely silent. Then, a series of footsteps was heard. Creak, the palace door was opened. Head judge, please come in. We have finished talking, Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian walked in. The 2.5-meter-tall giant Yao Ju II was still sitting on his throne. The entire hall was already in a complete mess. The solid ground was crushed into pieces as if it had been crushed by a grinder. The entire palace was creaking as if it would collapse at any time. Yao Ju II had a straight face as if he did not have any injuries. Of course, Yao Li had no injuries on his body. He looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "All right, I will give face to the head judge and join the alliance of justice and order." When he opened his mouth, Yang Dingtian realized that two of his teeth had fallen out and his mouth was full of blood. Yao Li went forward and took out the agreement. "Sign it." When Yao Ju II picked up the pen, Yang Dingtian saw that his entire arm was shaking. Of course, it was not because he was nervous about signing, but because it hurt. Moreover, his giant hand was swollen. His fist was as big as a pig's head. Evidently, his fist had collided with Yao Li's fist earlier. Then, he lost. That was because Yao Li's hands did not look the same. After trembling for a full 3 minutes, Yao Ju II finally signed his name on it. After signing these 4 words, his whole body was sweating profusely. Yao Li took back the agreement and said, "Tell your whole clan to prepare for war. If they don't obey, our army will directly attack Yingdu." "I don't need you to teach me how to do things," Yao Ju II said. Yao Ju II said, "Just my giant spirit clan's army can reach Yingdu. You guys are just here to make up the numbers." His tone was still as arrogant as ever. However, 2 of his teeth had been knocked out, so it was inevitable that his words would leak. "Very well, then we will take our leave," Yao Li said coldly. Then, he, Yao Li, and the others rode on the winged mounts and left the giant beings. On the throne, Yao Ju II said loudly, "Hurry, hurry, hurry up and carry me down, carry me down." He had been beaten to the point that he could not get down from the throne. A few advanced warriors immediately rushed in and carried Yao Ju II out of the main hall. Not long after they carried him out. Rumble. The entire main hall collapsed and turned into a pile of ruins. "Damn it, that bastard Yao Li is too ruthless," Yao Ju II said angrily as he vomited blood. After leaving the giant spirit clan, they finally stopped at the top of a mountain. The 4 major clans of the Alliance of Justice and Order had all been roped in. However, if they wanted to impeach Yingdu in the parliament, they needed another clan to join. However, these 5 clans were already Yingdu's allies. Back then, Indu had roped in these 5 clans and bullied the other 4 clans. He had also used these 5 clans to help the young Yaoqi become the chairman. The remaining 5 clans: Ingu, Jinei, Emoluo, Beifeng, and Tianxia. The Beifeng clan was Indu's hometown and his base. When Indu was the chairman, this clan had benefited a lot. It was very difficult to rope them in. The Tianxia clan was the most ostentatious clan. They had been completely fooled by Indu and were the closest to Indu. Almost all the nobles in this clan had become artists. Therefore, it was very difficult to make this clan oppose Indu. Indu was their spiritual leader. This clan had a low status. However, in the past few hundred years, they had produced many artists and philosophers. They were popular among the people of Little Western Paradise. Therefore, opposing Indu was opposing themselves. As for the Emoluo clan, they were completely subordinate to the Ingu clan. They had no autonomy. Yang Dingtian still needed to rope in another clan to join the alliance of justice and order. The Jinei clan was very likely. Yaoqi was the adopted son of the Jinei clan. He had been killed by Indu and could be considered an enemy. As for the Ingu clan, his chief father-in-law was an old fox. It was too difficult to negotiate with him. However, as long as there were enough benefits, he could betray anyone. Therefore, Yang Dingtian found it difficult to decide. Should he go to the Ingu clan or the Jinei clan for the 5th clan? Yang Dingtian asked, Sir Yaoli, we still need one more clan to kick Indu out. Should we go to the Ingu clan or the Jinei clan? Yaoli fell silent. The clan he hated the most was Yao Rath II of the Ingu clan. This person had already betrayed them twice. Each time, he had stabbed the Silver Moon clan in the heart. Each time, he had brought great benefits to the Ingu clan. However, Yaoli had a will of steel. Everything he did was for the benefit of Little Western Paradise. He would not consider his own personal feelings. After a long consideration, Yaoli said, let's go with the Ingu clan. We have a better chance. Yang Dingtian said, if the Ingu clan joins us, Yao Rath II might cause trouble again. After killing Indu, he might reap great benefits from you. Yaoli said, everything now must make way for Indu's death. Then he flew towards the Ingu clan. As for Yang Dingtian, he quickly followed up. It seemed that Yang Dingtian would have to pay a visit to his father-in-law and negotiate with this old fox again. Amidst the darkness of the night, Yang Dingtian and Yaoli secretly entered the backyard of the Shadow Spear clan's palace. Although Yaoli and Yao Nu too had completely fallen out, they still had a secret channel to communicate with each other. Before coming here, Monster Fury 2 had cleared out everyone in the backyard and then closed his eyes to meditate. In the middle of the night, Yao Nu 2's confidant led Yaoli, Yang Dingtian, and the others into the backyard of the Shadow Spear clan's palace. This was Yang Dingtian's first visit to the Shadow Spear clan's palace after a few years. However, even though he was the so-called master of the Silent Clan, he had never been to the backyard because it was a forbidden place for Yao Nu 2 to meditate. After entering a spacious room, Yao Nu 2 slowly opened his eyes and asked, Brotherly, how many years has it been? You're finally willing to come and see me? He was the one who betrayed Yaoli before, but he was still confident when he said that. When he opened his eyes, he noticed that there was another person beside Yaoli. Upon closer inspection, it was the Silver Dragon Head Inquisitor. Yao Nu 2 could not help but be shocked. Others might not know much about the Silver Dragon Head Inquisitor, but he obviously did. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately stood up and bowed, Greetings, Silver Dragon Head Inquisitor. Speaking of which, when Yang Dingtian met the leaders of the other clans, the one who was most humble was Yao Nu 2 in front of him. After a few years, Yang Dingtian's appearance had changed a lot. Now, Yang Dingtian's true appearance was that of a man in his 30s. However, the Demon Fury 2 in front of him did not change at all. He was still humble and courteous. When people came into contact with him, they would feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Not only was he a modest gentleman, but he was also an emperor who treated his men with respect. In short, no one would have thought that there was an extremely cunning and ruthless heart hidden in this body. After bowing, Yao Nu 2 said, May I ask what orders do you have for me, Head Inquisitor? Yang Dingtian stepped forward and said, the former acting chairman Xianxia has been possessed by the human Wendian. He plotted to kill Chairman Yao Qi. The Silver Dragon Temple is here to capture you. We hope that you can cooperate with us. Once those words were spoken, Yao Nutu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately looked over at Yao Li. Following that, the entire room stopped moving. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a long time, Demon Rage 2 said, may I ask how I can cooperate? Yang Dingtian said, once the Silver Dragon Temple issued the arrest order, Xianxia will definitely resist and mobilize their forces to cause a civil war in Little Western Paradise. Therefore, I hope to impeach Xianxia in the Alliance's parliament and take away his position as acting chairman. Then, we will capture them and bring them to the Silver Dragon Sacred Palace to identify their true identities in front of the 9 great tribes. Demon Rage 2 fell silent once more. After that, he looked at Demon Li and said, Brother Li, there are already 4 clans that have agreed. I am the most important 5th, right? Demon Li 2 nodded and said, I'm here to invite Sir Demon's Wrath to join the crusade against Xianxia. Immediately, Demon Fury 2 revealed a bitter smile. Betrayed and surrendered, and then betrayed again. Was there going to be a 3rd time? After a long time, Demon Fury 2 said, then I want to ask, what will happen if I refuse? Yang Dingtian said, war. The Silver Dragon Sacred Palace will ally with the 4 great tribes and wage war against Xianxia. Either you stand on the side of the Silver Dragon Sacred Palace or Xianxia. Demon Fury 2 said, even if the 5 great tribes and Indu go to war, you might not be able to win. Yang Dingtian said, then we'll keep fighting. Monster Rage 2 slowly closed his eyes, as if he was doing the most difficult thinking and struggling. After a full 15 minutes, Demon Fury 2 said, sorry, I choose to stand on the side of the winner. Yang Dingtian narrowed his eyes and said, do you think that the 4 great tribes and the Silver Dragon Sacred Palace won't be able to win? Demon Fury 2 nodded and said, that's right, we can't win. Then, Demon Fury 2 closed his eyes again, indicating that he wanted to stop talking. Demon Fury frowned. He could use his fists to talk to the Giant Spirit Tribe's patriarch. But he couldn't do that to Demon Fury 2 because he only talked about brains and not fists. People like Demon Fury 2 were the ones who were truly impervious to fire and water. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and waved his hand. Sir Demon Fury, please let me talk to Sir Demon Fury in private for a while. Demon Fury looked at Yang Dingtian for a while and then left. The 8 Punishers also left together with him. Mr. Yao knew, Indu's influence might be very strong, but in this world, the strongest martial Dao force is still the Silver Dragon Temple. I believe you know this. Yang Dingtian said, once the battle starts, you will lose. Demon Fury 2 said, Sir Judge, I'm very clear about the strength of the Silver Dragon Sacred Palace. But I also know that the members of the High Priest Association are very lazy. They won't mobilize all of their members just to interfere with the internal affairs of the Little Western Paradise. At most, they will mobilize the punishers of the border castles. Yang Dingtian said, no, you are wrong. Although we are very lazy, we are also very sensitive. In particular, we are very dissatisfied with Xianxia hiding the fact that he is a demigod's descendant. This dissatisfaction has even spread to you. Demon Fury 2 didn't pay much attention to Yang Dingtian's words. Yang Dingtian continued, I find it hard to understand. If Sir Demon Fury joins the Righteous Alliance, you can easily win. But if you join Xianxia's side, you might not lose, but at least both sides will suffer, or even perish together. In terms of benefits, it is better to join the Righteous Alliance. Demon Fury 2 shook his head. You can't say that. This Righteous Alliance is led by Demon Fury's Silvermoon clan. And there is also my Shadow Spear's archenemy, the Skyfire clan. So, I will lose out if I join. At least, it will be much less than what I can gain if I join hands with Xianxia. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but laugh. What benefits do you have if you join hands with Xianxia? Demon Fury 2 said, the next chairman is very likely to be my daughter Jia. Yang Dingtian said, that is hard to say. Xianxia has already been possessed by Wendian. He will use Little Western Paradise to fight against the God of Chaos. So, it is hard to say if Little Western Paradise will exist 200 years later. Demon Fury 2 just smiled faintly and ignored it. For someone like him, he wouldn't let go until there were benefits to be gained. It was impossible to persuade him with words. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, if you join hands with Yongxi, you can also get what you can from this Silver Dragon Temple. Ha 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 ha. Demon Fury 2 said, I don't believe that the Silver Dragon Temple will let my daughter become the next chairman. I remember that the Silver Dragon Temple can't interfere with the internal affairs of Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian said, that's true. But after Yongxi steps down, the acting chairman will be Madame Neru. Suddenly, Demon Fury 2's eyes lit up. Then, he said, isn't Madame Neru already dead? Of course not. Yang Dingtian said, she is just meditating in the Silver Dragon Temple. As long as the temple needs her, she can become the acting chairman at any time. Sir Demon Fury, there shouldn't be a problem for Madame Neru to become the acting chairman, right? Demon Fury 2 said, not only will there be no problem, but she will also be supported by the 9 tribes. This was true. Yaoqi had enemies, and Yongxi also had enemies from the 4 tribes. Neru, on the other hand, was supported by almost all the tribes. Yang Dingtian said, Madame Jia is only Yongxi's secretary and assistant now. She is not the assistant chairman yet, because Yongxi doesn't dare to do that. If Madame Neru becomes the acting chairman, she can immediately make Madame Jia the assistant chairman. After all, she is also a woman. It is normal for her to need a female assistant, and Madame Jia is the most suitable one. Demon Fury 2's breathing suddenly became rapid. Then, he said, although you are the chief judge, you have no proof. Yang Dingtian immediately took out an Echo Jade and handed it to Demon Fury 2. Demon Fury 2 took it and inserted his chi. Then, on the screen, he saw the devastatingly beautiful Madame Neru. She used the unique language of the Fox tribe to tell Demon Fury 2 that if Demon Fury was willing to cooperate, she would be very happy for Jia to become her assistant chairman. Although the Echo Jade couldn't hear her voice, it could be seen clearly from the shape of her mouth. Suddenly, Demon Fury 2's heart surged. Obviously, she was greatly moved. After a long time, Demon Fury 2's breathing calmed down again. He said, I have betrayed Yao Li many times. If I betray Yongxi this time, there will be no place for me in the entire Little Western Paradise. I can't bear the price of this rebellion. My reputation will be greatly subverted. Yang Dingtian said slowly, no, Your Excellency Demon Fury, you have never betrayed us. As soon as he said this, Demon Fury 2 couldn't help but tremble. Everyone was afraid of him, and everyone laughed at his cunning and double-dealing. Even if Yongxi cooperated with him, he still regarded him as a poisonous snake. Therefore, when Yongxi abdicated, it was hard to say whether Jia could smoothly become the chairman. Since Yongxi could trick Yaoqi, then it was no big deal to trick Jia. Yang Dingtian said, all the decisions you made were for the sake of the Shadow Spear clan. It was also your actions that made the Shadow Spear clan rise from a small clan to the #1 clan today. I know that making Jia the chairman is far from your focus. Your goal is to unify the entire Little Western Paradise, eliminate the 9 major clans, and establish the Little Western Paradise Empire. And your grandson, the descendant of a demigod, is your biggest strategic source. As soon as he said this, Demon Fury 2's expression changed completely. The deepest secret in his heart was completely exposed. This kind of naked feeling was something he had never experienced before. Demon Fury 2 immediately held his breath and said with a trembling voice, then, what is the Silver Dragon Temple's attitude? Yang Dingtian stared into Demon Fury 2's eyes and said word by word, the world that has been divided for a long time must be united. But the temple has a condition. Your grandson, the descendant of a demigod, must enter the temple after the age of 20 and accept our teachings. Suddenly, Demon Fury 2's whole body trembled. Yang Dingtian nodded. Of course. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly changed the topic. But, instantly, the expression of Demon Rage 2 trembled. Many things went wrong because of the but. Yang Dingtian said, the Silver Dragon Temple won't interfere with the internal affairs of the Little Western Paradise. The only thing we can do now is to let Madame Neru help Miss Jia become the new chairman and teach the future emperor of the Silver Dragon Empire, who is your demigod grandson. Don't expect us to do anything else. We still need you to do it. Hearing this, Demon Rage 2 immediately thought of a few things. There were a few meanings in this Silver Dragon Temple judge's words. The first was that after the Little Western Paradise was unified, it wouldn't be called the Little Western Paradise Empire, but the Silver Dragon Empire. The second meaning was that the future Silver Dragon Temple, which was also the High Priest Association, didn't want to just have an empty title of transcendence. They wanted to have a supreme status in the Silver Dragon Empire and become the religion of the empire. Although he despised the Silver Dragon Temple's greed, he was more excited. What was the biggest obstacle to destroying the 9 tribes and unifying the Little Western Paradise? It wasn't military power, but righteousness and fame. The king of the monster tribe was an invincible war god, but so what? Monster Wrath 2 felt that even if the monster tribe could destroy the other 6 tribes and unify the Little Western Paradise, it would be difficult for them to do so. This was because the parliament system of the 9 tribes was deeply rooted in the people's hearts. As long as the people's hearts weren't united, it would be useless to forcefully unify the 9 tribes. Everyone still saw themselves as part of the Shadow Spear tribe, the Silver Moon tribe, and so on. Everyone still had the 9 tribes in their hearts. Therefore, the ambitious Demon's Wrath 2 took a completely different path. The most difficult part of this path was fame. What name should he use to unify the 9 tribes and unify the Little Western Paradise Empire? The Silver Dragon Temple, of course, provided the best opportunity. The Silver Dragon Temple represented the fallen silver dragons, the highest belief of the monster fox tribe. Of course, the current Silver Dragon Temple was far from enough. In the future, if he wanted the Silver Dragon Temple to give him enough weight to unify the world, he would have to make the Silver Dragon Temple even more powerful. However, this degree was not easy to grasp. If the Silver Dragon Temple became too strong, then the Shadow Spear race would lose the initiative, and it would be easy for them to bully their masters. Of course, there was one way to solve this problem, and that was to let his own power enter the Silver Dragon Temple. And this candidate was none other than his demigod grandson. He would become the student of all the priests in the Silver Dragon Temple and could represent the will of the Silver Dragon Temple. The impressive Demon Rage 2 immediately thought of countless possibilities at the first instant. Now, what do you think, Your Excellency Yao Nu? Yang Dingtian asked slowly. Demon Rage 2 said, Silver Dragon Temple, are you willing to sign the new agreement? Yang Dingtian, we are willing to sign 2 agreements. The first one is signed by Madame Neru personally, making Miss Jia her assistant. The second one is signed by the Silver Dragon Temple. We are willing to accept your grandson, the demigod descendant, as the first successor of the Silver Dragon Temple and the disciple of all the priests. Demon Rage II's eyes narrowed. Signing these 2 agreements was enough. One had to know that the rest was something that would happen a few hundred years later, and it was something that could not be said. Demon Rage II reached out his hand and said, then, let's have a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation, Yang Dingtian said. Your Excellency Demon Rage, you can come in now. Soon, Demon Rage came in and took out the agreement of the Righteous Alliance to attack Xianxia. This time, Monster Fury 2 decisively signed his name on it. And his closest ally, who had worked with him for a few hundred years, was betrayed by him. Demon Rage II betrayed him again. It could be said that as long as the price was right, Demon Rage II could betray anyone. Everything had been settled. The 5 tribes signed this agreement, and Xianxia was destined to step down. If it was under normal circumstances, even if the 5 tribes objected, the agreement would not be passed, and it would be very difficult to oust him. But with the endorsement of the Silver Dragon Temple, it was related to the safety of Little Western Paradise. Then, the arrest warrant of the High Priest Association, which was like a piece of scrap paper, would become invaluable. It would become a shining authority that could take away the position and life of the Little Western Paradise's chairman. Therefore, Demon Rage II's understanding was not wrong. The Silver Dragon Temple was a righteous name. To put it bluntly, it was equivalent to the official seal of Earth. Yang Dingtian said, in order to avoid trouble, when can we open the joint meeting to impeach Xianxia? Demon Rage II said, 5 days later. Yang Dingtian was stunned. So soon? The joint meeting was not held every 2 or 3 days. Basically, it would be amazing if it was held once every few months. It was possible to hold it temporarily, but it needed a topic with enough weight to be approved by the Silver Palace's chairman. Of course, it could also be proposed by more than 5 tribe leaders. They could provide a major topic and hold the joint meeting. Now, there would be a regular joint meeting in 5 days. It was really fast. It couldn't be so coincidental. Demon Rage II said, "It's an old topic. It has been voted on no less than 5 times, and none of them passed. 5 days later, it's just another routine vote. The 9 tribe leaders basically won't go. But there's a big matter, so they can participate in this vote." Yang Dingtian said, "What old topic was rejected 5 times?" Demon Rage II said, "It's about the world crisis of Little Western Paradise. Should we enter the human countries in advance and occupy a region to prepare for the changes in the Little Western Paradise's environment?" Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Obviously, this topic was proposed by Yongxi. There was only one goal, which was to let a large number of experts enter the human countries and destroy the Council of Light. Also, Little Western Paradise and the Evil Ways would form an alliance. However, why hasn't this topic been passed yet? Demon Rage II said, "This topic has never been approved by more than half of the people. Because the Moro tribe and I have abstained every time." Yang Dingtian said, "Oh, why did you abstain?" Demon Rage II said, "Because Yang Dingtian of the human countries can be considered my son-in-law. Before I completely understand the pros and cons, I won't unify." So that's why. Demon Rage II's style was to not act until he saw the hair. If there were enough benefits, Demon Rage II would have sold him out long ago. Yang Dingtian said, "Good. In the joint meeting in 5 days, impeach Yongxi. Then my punishers will capture him and bring him back to Mount Buzhou." "Yes." Demon Rage II and Demon Li said in unison. In the following time, Demon Li returned to the Silver Moon tribe and started to prepare for war. Although the 5 tribes impeached Yongxi, he was basically done for. But just in case, he still had to be prepared for war. Yang Dingtian and the 8 punishers were still in the Shadow Spear tribe's palace, in the forbidden area in Demon Rage II's backyard. It could be considered as half surveillance for Demon Rage II. Demon Rage II seemed to know this, so he came to visit Yang Dingtian almost every day and stayed for more than 4 hours each time. His attitude became more and more respectful each time. The topics they talked about also became more and more in-depth. In the end, the two talked about how the Silver Dragon Empire was established. After the empire was established, how would the imperial power and the divine power be distributed? If it wasn't for the fact that the empire was still far away, Demon Rage II would have started to negotiate with the Silver Dragon Temple and written down the terms one by one. But there was one thing that both sides were completely sure of. Once they got rid of Yongxi and Neru took over, they would spread the sacred status of the Silver Dragon Temple. After 100 years of brainwashing, they would make the Silver Dragon Temple the belief and totem of all the tribes in the Little Western Paradise. They would lay the foundation for the future unification. So, the two talked longer and longer. Demon Rage II and Yang Dingtian spent more and more time together. Thousands of miles away, in the Silver Palace, Yongxi was busy writing and handling countless government affairs. Recently, the biggest thing he was worried about was how to get the parliament to allow the Little Western Paradise to enter the human countries. Although the door to the human countries hadn't opened, Yongxi knew that the evil ways would enter the Little Western Paradise through another method in a month or so. Dongli had the void crack fire. And only he and the Devil Queen knew that the void crack connected the Little Western Paradise and the Dark Realm. So, he didn't have much time left. Within a month, he had to get the Little Western Paradise to enter the human countries. Currently, the biggest obstacle was Demon Rage II, this cunning and greedy person. He didn't know what price he had to pay to let him pass. Of course, even if the parliament didn't pass, it didn't matter. Yongxi would use the martial power in his hands to enter the Little Western Paradise. Although he couldn't gather the power of the entire Little Western Paradise, the power in his hands was already very strong. Destroying Yang Dingtian's Council of Light would be as easy as blowing off dust. Of course, he didn't know what had happened in the human countries. But he knew that the evil ways definitely hadn't destroyed Yangdingtian because the door to the human countries hadn't been opened yet. Xianxia was very confused about this point. It had been so long, and the world-ending war should have ended long ago. Yangdingtian should have been finished long ago. What had happened? Why hadn't the door to the human countries opened yet? However, Xianxia didn't really care about this matter. Once the experts of the Little Western Paradise entered the human countries, everything would be settled. At that time, the only one who would be embarrassed would be the person on the dark throne. At this moment, an enchanting fragrance suddenly wafted in the hall. Then, the enchanting and beautiful Xianxia leisurely walked in. "Sir Speaker, this is something that my father gave you. It's very important and urgent." "Xianxia, hand the item over." Xianxia Wendian wasn't in a hurry to see what monsters Wrath 2 gave him. Instead, he smiled kindly at Xianxia and asked, "Is the child asleep?" "Yes, he is," Xianxia replied. The Xianxia from before was straightforward in her beauty and elegance. After giving birth to the child, Xianxia was slightly more plump than before. Her curves were even more voluptuous. Although she was still very young, she exuded an extremely attractive mature charm, like a ripe peach. In short, the previous Xianxia was just dazzling. But now, not only was Xianxia beautiful, but she also exuded an alluring aura that could captivate one's soul and make one's heart itch unbearably. In the past few years, Xianxia had been very diligent in fulfilling the agreement with Monsters Wrath 2. Not only did he treat Xianxia as an assistant, he also treated her as a disciple. Recently, he had even handed over some of the more important matters to Xianxia to handle. Therefore, he had to do his best to nurture Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, "The child is almost 4 years old, and he is very smart. Is it time for him to receive enlightenment education? Have you thought about who to look for to be his teacher?" Xianxia said, "I plan to do it myself. I don't feel at ease leaving it to others." "Yes," Xianxia said, "but you will be very tired. There is already a lot of work for you every day. After opening the door to the human kingdom, I will either let you look for Yangdingtian during the holidays or let Yangdingtian come and visit you and your son. It has been almost 4 years, and it isn't good to let the two of you be separated forever." At this point, Xiao's beautiful eyes suddenly trembled. Then, she said, "Master, you should look at the thing my father gave you. He said it is very, very important." "Have you seen it?" Xianxia asked. "I haven't." Xianxia said, "Father said that only you can see it." Xianxia opened the box. The first thing that appeared was a letter. This letter was written with an energy scroll. On the surface, there was no content. Xianxia inserted his Xianqi. Immediately, complicated patterns appeared on the scroll. They began to correspond one by one. This kind of secret letter could only be seen by the recipient. Only when all the lines matched did the words inside reveal themselves. "Sir Chairman, the Silver Dragon Temple sent a Silver Dragon Inquisitor to capture you. He said that your body had been taken over by the human Wendian and that you had plotted to kill Chairman Yao Qi. Yao Li has already formed the Righteous Alliance and is preparing to impeach you in a joint meeting in a few days. Currently, the Righteous Alliance consisted of the Silvermoon Clan, the Oceanic Clan, the Skyfire Clan, and the Giant Beings Clan. I've already pretended to join the Righteous Alliance and detained the Silver Dragon Inquisitor and his men. Of course, I will turn against you in the joint parliament, and His Excellency will be safe and sound. However, there will still be huge trouble after the meeting. I'm afraid that it will lead to a civil war in Little Western Paradise. Please make preparations early, Mr. President." In addition to this letter, there were also a few reply jades. It was the scene of Yao Li forcing the Shadow Spear clan to join the Alliance of Justice and Order, and the Silver Dragon Head Inquisitor negotiating with Yao Nu Tu in private. If Yangdingtian saw this scene, he would definitely be very shocked. On the surface, Demon's Wrath 2 was chatting happily with him in the palace, almost treating him as a close friend. The two of them even began to discuss the importance of the Silver Dragon Temple's faith and the division of power of the Silver Dragon Temple in the future. Who would have thought that Demon's Wrath 2 would sell them out in the blink of an eye? After reading it, Xianxi's face twitched and his pupils shrank. Then, he smiled and passed the letter to Xianxia. "I don't think it's appropriate," Xianxia said. Xianxia said, there's nothing inappropriate about it. You and I are master and disciple. After receiving the letter, Jia's expression changed completely. Even her breathing became hurried. Xianxia squinted his eyes and stared at Jia's every reaction. Jia read it again and again. She was not completely unaware of the fact that Xianxia had killed Yao Qi. However, the fact that Xianxia had been taken over by Wendian was extremely shocking to her. Is what it says true? Jia asked with a trembling voice. Xianxia thought for a while and nodded, yes, it's true. Xianxia admitted it very straightforwardly. Then, the letter in Jia's hand suddenly turned into ashes. This was a true case of burning after reading it. Xianxia said, what's written here is true. What do you think, Jia? Jia was silent for a long time and said, teacher is right. Our interests are already as one. If teacher loses, the first one to be implicated will be me. The chairman's seat will never be mine. Xianxia smiled and did not say anything. He said, you should know that Yang Dingtian and I are very opposed to each other. Jia revealed a very complicated expression and said, teacher, you also know that the relationship between Yang Dingtian and I is very complicated. We are husband and wife. Even if they were enemies, they were still enemies. I have wanted to kill him more than once. But ever since the child was born, I have no intention to kill him. Of course, I don't have such thoughts. I also don't want to take his life. However, I can't stand on the same side as him. Xianxia smiled and said, even if the human countries are opened, I have never thought of killing him. Jia said, teacher, what should we do next? Xianxia said, there's no need to worry about the joint council. Yao Li can fight, but he's a complete mess when it comes to politics. I already knew that he set up the Righteous Alliance to oust me. This person is very funny. He thinks that joining the Righteous Alliance means that we are on the same side. Jia trembled when she heard this. Xianxia's meaning was very clear. At least one of the 4 clans that joined the Righteous Alliance was Xianxia's man. Xianxia already knew that the Silver Dragon Inquisitor wanted to arrest him and that the Righteous Alliance wanted to impeach him. However, he pretended not to know and waited until Demon's Wrath II sent a letter before he said this. It could be seen that the Silver Dragon Inquisitor and Yao Li were discovered the moment they entered the Shadowspear clan. Yao Nutu's letter arrived about 30 hours after his meeting with Yang Dingtian. In other words, there was no delay in the middle. Xianxia clearly knew of this important matter but did not say anything. Obviously, he wanted to see Yao Nutu's attitude. This person's scheming was indeed very deep. Then, who was the seamless hidden in the Righteous Alliance? Was it the Skyfire clan or the Giant Beings clan? Jia said, teacher, in this case, the impeachment against you in the joint council meeting a few days later will certainly fail. However, the real trouble will come after that. Xianxia nodded. From the looks of it, the victory of the Righteous Alliance was already set in stone. The key was that if the Silver Dragon Inquisitor took out this arrest warrant, Xianxia Wendian would definitely disobey. At this time, it would be best if the Grand Priest Association retreated. However, if the Grand Priest Association was enraged and wanted to use all means to protect their dignity, then, the entire Silver Dragon Temple, Grand Priest Association, would come out in full force. This martial strength would be very shocking. In addition, Yao Li of the Silver Moon clan had a high cultivation base and the Silver Moon clan was good at fighting. This civil war would be very shocking. Moreover, once the Grand Priest Association spread the news that Xianxia was Wendian's possession, he would lose his position. Even if he won this civil war, he would not be able to sit on the chairman's seat. One had to know that in the hearts of many nobles and commoners, the Silver Dragon Temple, Grand Priest Association, was very important. Therefore, this was a huge problem. Jia said, can we negotiate with the Silver Dragon Temple? Xianxia thought for a while and shook his head. Negotiation required bargaining chips. The Grand Priest Association had no desires and could not negotiate. Jia said, then, how about we kill the Silver Dragon Inquisitor and the punishers he brought? Xianxia's pupils constricted and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. However, he still shook his head. If they really killed the Silver Dragon Inquisitor, they would not rest until one of them was dead. Xianxia closed his eyes and sat on his seat. He gently rocked the chair and muttered to himself, let me think, let me think. After thinking for an hour, Xianxia still could not think of a perfect solution. Seeing Jia still standing there, he could not help but smile and said, Jia, you can leave. I will think about it. Yes. Jia replied. Then, her graceful body left the room. Not long after Jia left, a black figure slowly walked in. Xianxia asked, is it done? The black figure replied, everything is ready. The joint council is in the bag. Xianxia nodded and said, regarding the Silver Dragon Temple's 2 solutions, which one do you think is suitable? The black figure replied, because the Little Western Paradise is constantly rotating. Therefore, it is impossible to construct an energy formation to block the entrance between the Buzhou mountain range and the Little Western Paradise. We can only use the second solution, which is to destroy the only energy gate between the Buzhou mountain range and the Little Western Paradise. Xianxia asked, can it be done? The black figure replied, in fact, the Buzhou mountain range is sandwiched between the torn space and the Little Western Paradise. It is an energy bridge between the two. There is an energy wall between the Buzhou mountain range and the torn space. Similarly, there is also an energy wall between the Buzhou mountain range and the Little Western Paradise. However, several thousand years ago, powerful wordless warlocks finally researched the energy attribute of this energy wall. Therefore, they modified it and created an energy gate that can be passed through. Since then, the Buzhou mountain range and the Little Western Paradise have been connected. However, this energy gate is now in the hands of the Silver Dragon Temple. Xianxia said, I am very clear about this. I just want to know, can this energy gate be closed? The black figure replied, I am experimenting. As long as I find the special energy that can change the energy attribute of the energy wall, I can reverse engineer and destroy this energy, restore the energy wall, and close the energy gate between the Silver Dragon Temple and the Little Western Paradise. Xianxia said hoarsely, there is not much time left, only a few days. The black figure said, soon, soon. I already have a lot of ideas. After all, I have read a lot of relevant top-secret information. Xianxia said, as long as we successfully block the energy gate between the Buzhou mountain range and the Little Western Paradise, we will immediately kill the Silver Dragon Judge and all the Punishers. The black figure said slowly, of course. Xianxia got up, bowed to the black figure, and said, then, I will leave everything to you, Grandmaster. Well said, well said. The black figure said, and then flickered and disappeared from the hall. Time passed day by day. Finally, there was only 1.5 days left until the joint meeting. Monster's Wrath 2 rode a luxurious flying mount and led a few thousand people to Yingdu. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian led 8 Punishers and headed towards Yingdu. At the same time, the chiefs of each of the 9 tribes led a powerful team to Yingdu. Many people were very puzzled. This was just a very ordinary meeting. There was no need for the chiefs to attend. Even the council members would not be able to attend. As long as Monster's Wrath 2 did not agree, this issue would definitely not pass. Little Western Paradise must be crazy to enter the human countries. Even if this issue was repeated 10 times, it would not pass. It was really strange. For such an ordinary meeting, all 9 tribes were mobilized. Since the 9 tribes were mobilized, the remaining small and medium-sized tribes were also mobilized. In an instant, the entire Little Western Paradise was like a storm. Hundreds of thousands of people were heading to Yingdu from all directions. It was like a storm was coming. In the middle of the night, the leaders of the 9 tribes and other smaller tribes had all entered Yingdu. Yang Dingtian and the 8 Punishers had also secretly entered Yingdu. There were still 6 hours before the joint meeting. The acting chairman, Xianxia, hadn't slept yet. He stood in front of the mirror and put on his majestic chairman robe. He wore the silver dragon crown that represented the chairman position. Although he looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. Even his hands were slightly trembling. It wasn't because of the upcoming joint meeting. This was a game that was already decided. He was nervous because the energy gate between Mount Buzhou and Little Western Paradise hadn't been found yet. If he couldn't seal the gate, it meant that he couldn't do anything to the Silver Dragon Inquisitor. Once the Silver Dragon Inquisitor took out the arrest warrant, Xianxia would be in a very passive position. Finally, a black shadow entered the hall. "Sir Chairman, our experiment is a success. We've also found a way to seal the gate," said the black shadow. Xianxia Wentian's heart jumped. "Will it be troublesome?" The black shadow said, "When it comes to the study of energy, as long as it's unlocked, it's actually the easiest thing to do. In less than 2 days, we'll be able to seal the gate between Mount Buzhou and Little Western Paradise." Xianxia smiled. "If that's the case, then let's do it." "Okay," said the black shadow. Then, in the darkness, a dozen black shadows secretly left Yingdu and flew toward the border between Mount Buzhou and Little Western Paradise. Xianxi's mouth twitched slightly, and he smiled at the mirror. "We're definitely going to win, aren't we?" Finally, the sun rose. Xianxia Wentian tidied up the silver dragon crown on his head. He lightly swung the silver dragon scepter in his hand and walked out of his palace. He boarded the silver carriage outside and ordered it to drive toward the meeting hall. There were a few other luxurious carriages accompanying it. One of them belonged to Xianxia. Then, thousands of cavalrymen from the Silver Palace escorted the caravan toward the meeting hall. The meeting hall was about 30 li away from the Silver Palace. This was the center of Yingdu. It could be considered as the center of power of Little Western Paradise, at least in name. After more than 2 hours, all the members had entered the meeting hall. After arriving, Xianxia and Xianxia got off the carriage and walked into the meeting hall. Creak. The incomparably huge outer door slowly closed. Tens of thousands of soldiers and horses were lined up neatly in the square of the Great Council Hall. Most of them were the guards of the Parliament Hall. There were also troops brought by the Xianxia Council Speaker and the 9 great tribe chiefs. This was a closed-door meeting. Most of the seats in the Parliament Hall were empty, but at this moment, they were all full. There were more than 1,000 council members, and none of them were absent. As for the 9 silver seats that represented the highest authority, it was extremely rare that they were all filled with people. The last time this happened was during the election of a new speaker. Even after Yao Qi's death, when Xianxia became the acting speaker, only half of the 9 clan leaders came. At this moment, all of them were present. Originally, during the meeting, they were all whispering to each other and chatting noisily. At this moment, the Great Council Hall was completely silent. Most of the council members did not know what was going on. However, they had an absolutely sensitive political sense. Something big must have happened. Something big must have happened. Moreover, before entering the Great Council Hall, every council member had received an order from the tribe chiefs to follow the tribe chiefs' footsteps unconditionally. Later, no matter what the tribe chiefs said, the council members would raise their hands accordingly. If there was any disobedience, their entire family would be executed. That's right, that was what the higher-ups said at that time. There was no euphemism at all. They directly used the terrifying word execution. Therefore, all the council members felt as if they were treading on thin ice, trembling in fear. The speaker has arrived. Everyone stand up. A shout was heard. The gilded inner door was opened, and Xianxia, who was dressed to the nines, slowly walked out. Xianxia, who was also dressed to the nines, followed closely behind. Swoosh! Instantly, all the council members present, including the 9 great tribe chiefs, stood up. Xianxia Wentian came to the speaker's seat in the center. He did not sit down immediately. Instead, he showed an astonished expression and said with a smile, did I forget that today is a big day? Why are there so many people here? The last time the council voted, the seats were not even half full. Originally, at this time, they should laugh in response to the speaker's humor. However, there was no sound. Please sit. Xianxia waved his hand. Immediately, the 9 great tribe chiefs sat down. Then, more than 1,000 council members present sat down. Xianxia Wentian also sat down. As his assistant, Xianxia sat down on a smaller seat next to him. Then, dozens of recording jades began to record. Xianxia spread out the energy notebook and began to record. As the speaker's assistant, his job was just a secretary. He did not have the right to vote. Xianxia, let's begin. Xianxia said. Xianxia stood up and said, it's still the 893 topic of this era. Regarding whether to enter the human countries and seize the bases in advance, please state your reasons. Then, a Hindu council member stood up and began to explain. His explanation was very long. It was a few thousand words, and it was accompanied by many images and pictures. All in all, it was to prove one thing. Little Western Paradise was in a very unstable state, and it was constantly being consumed. One day, it would be destroyed. It might be 5,000 years, or 8,000 years. The reason was that compared to 1,000 years ago, Little Western Paradise's Xianxia density had begun to decrease. Moreover, compared to 1,000 years ago, Little Western Paradise's area was increasing. The distance between the floating continents was constantly increasing. In the past 1,000 years, the largest distance between the continents had expanded by more than 200,000 feet, and the smallest was 3,000 feet. In other words, Little Western Paradise was expanding every day, and the distance between the continents was increasing every day. When this distance reached a certain extent, the energy balance of Little Western Paradise would be broken, and Little Western Paradise would be destroyed. Therefore, it was necessary to send some forces into the human countries to develop a new home in the future. Even more blatantly, the Little Western Paradise had to colonize the human countries and occupy the entire Vitality continent. After a full 4 hours, the councilman finally finished explaining his reasons. However, no one in the room was listening carefully. The only one who was listening carefully was Yang Dingtian outside the hall. Just from the explanation of this article, it was a very scientific and rigorous article, and it was full of arguments. Little Western Paradise was indeed expanding, and the distance between the continents was indeed increasing. If this continued, Little Western Paradise would be destroyed one day. However, it would definitely not be 5,000 years, nor 8,000 years. It would be tens of thousands of years later. The councillors and patriarchs present were also well aware of this. They also knew that this concerned the survival of Little Western Paradise. However, there were still tens of thousands of years left. It was too early to bring it up now. Of course, most of the council members did not care about the invasion of the human countries. They did not care about the life and death of the human countries. What they cared about was the will of their respective clan leaders. Because Yao Li had always disliked Yongxi, he would definitely not agree. He felt that Yongxi had an ulterior motive. As for Yao Nu too, for some reason, he did not agree. Since the two of them did not agree, this proposal could not be passed. Jia said, the council member has finished his explanation. Those who agree to this proposal to let Little Western Paradise enter the human countries and build a base, please raise your hand. All the council members held their hands tightly, not daring to move. Everyone's gazes were fixed on their clan leader. If they raised their hands, the council members would raise their hands as fast as they could. Therefore, all the council members were nervous at this time. Swoosh! More than 100 people raised their hands. They were council members from Indu. More than 90% of them raised their hands. Then, another person raised his hand. It was clan leader Gina, Yao Qi's adoptive father. He was the second to raise his hand. As he raised his hand, all the council members in Gina's camp raised their hands. Then, the third camp raised their hand. It was the Griefing clan, the headquarters of Yongxi. Then, the fourth camp raised their hand. It was the flashy Tiansua clan. Then, no one raised their hand. Including Yao Nu too, who sat motionless and even closed his eyes. Yao Li's camp would not raise their hand to agree. Out of more than 1,000 members, more than 400 of them raised their hands. Without a doubt, this proposal could not be passed. Almost everyone present could think of this result. Because the previous few votes had the same result. Jia stood up and said, regarding this proposal, if more than half of the council members agree, the proposal will not be passed. Yongxi stood up and smiled, looks like this is going to be a long battle. If it is not passed, then today's meeting will end. However, since it is rare for all the clan leaders to come, let's move to the Silver Palace to participate in the banquet. It will also give me a chance to bribe all the clan leaders. When these words were said, the 9 clan leaders should have smiled and agreed. However, there was still no sound. Even those who stood in Yongxi's camp were suppressed by this atmosphere and did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Yongxi Wendian did not care and said, since the proposal is over, let's disperse. Then, Jia stood up and was about to put away the energy notebook. Suddenly, Yaoli stood up and said, wait, Sir Yongxi, we have another proposal. Yongxi smiled and said, oh, clan leader Yaoli, what is it? Yaoli said, Sir Yongxi is suspected of being possessed by the human Wendian and of murdering Yao Qi. The Silver Dragon Temple has issued an arrest warrant to bring Yongxi back to Mount Buzhou to identify his true identity. Before this, I believe that Sir Yongxi is no longer the acting chairman of Little Western Paradise. Therefore, my proposal is to ask Sir Yongxi to step down. When these words were said, everyone's expression changed. Yaoli's words were like a storm, like a bolt of lightning, striking everyone's heart. All the counselors clutched at their hearts, unable to bear the news. The entire venue seemed to have been swept by a hurricane. Then, the door of the hall was opened. Yang Dingtian, who was acting as the Silver Dragon judge, led 8 mighty punishers and walked over slowly. He took out the arrest warrant, then, in front of everyone, he said, Sir Yongxi Wendian, Chairman Yongxi of the Western Paradise, Buzhou Mountain suspects that you have been possessed by the human Wendian. Moreover, they are also suspicious of Chairman Yao Qi's death. We have enough reason to suspect that your existence will have a fatal impact on the survival of the Western Paradise. We order you to come to Mount Buzhou Mountain's High Priest Association to clear the High Priest Association of their suspicion. After he finished reading, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The world was going to change. The sky was going to fall and the earth was going to crack. Then, Yang Dingtian handed the arrest warrant to Yongxi Wendian and said slowly, Sir Yongxi, please come with us. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Yongxi and Yang Dingtian. Everyone held their breaths as they waited to see if Yongxi would accept Yang Dingtian's arrest warrant. Yongxi didn't accept Yang Dingtian's arrest warrant. Instead, he smiled and said, the Silver Dragon Inquisitor hasn't appeared in a few hundred years. His sudden appearance this time is really shocking. Yang Dingtian ignored Yongxi's words. Yongxi smiled and said, first of all, the Silver Dragon Temple has no right to interfere with the internal affairs of the Little Western Paradise, right? Yang Dingtian said, my Buzhou Mountain has no intention of interfering with the internal affairs of the Little Western Paradise. Yongxi smiled and said, then the Silver Dragon Temple doesn't have the right to take away my position, right? Yang Dingtian said, of course, the Divine Dragon Temple doesn't have the right to take away your position. They just want to bring you back to the Silver Dragon Temple to verify your identity. Yongxi said, then how about we send someone to Buzhou Mountain to verify the authenticity of this arrest warrant? Yang Dingtian sneered and said, there's the energy badge of the Silver Dragon Temple and the personal badge of the High Priest Association's president here. Are they fake? Yongxi said, of course these badges are real. However, I heard that the High Priest Association's internal affairs are quite undisciplined. I'm worried that this sacred organization will be used by some people with ulterior motives, so I'm sending someone to verify the authenticity of this arrest warrant. It's not too much, right? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. He wasn't afraid of someone going to Buzhou Mountain to verify it. Since Fire Dance could dismiss this arrest warrant, she would definitely guarantee its authenticity. The key was Yongxi's attitude. He wanted to verify it. Was he stalling for time, or was he plotting something? Before Yang Dingtian could say anything, Yaoli said loudly, Your Excellency Yongxi, you're saying that you haven't been possessed by the human Wendian, right? Yongxi smiled and said, of course. Yaoli said, then why are you afraid of going to Buzhou Mountain? Yongxi smiled and said, it's not that I don't want to go. I just suspect that someone used the Silver Dragon Temple to issue this arrest warrant, so I want to verify it. Yang Dingtian said slowly, if you want to verify it, of course you can. However, this does not prevent you from accepting or rejecting this investigation order. If you refuse, I will regard it as an act of disobedience and a crime against Little Western Paradise. The Silver Dragon Temple's crimes. Immediately after, Yaoli said, here, as the leader of the Silvermoon clan, I propose the strategic issue of Little Western Paradise. This was because the acting chairman Yongxi was suspected of being possessed by a human and was suspected of murdering Chairman Yao Qi. Therefore, I propose that the parliament take away Xi's position as acting chairman and restore him to his original position after his innocence is cleared. Chairman Xianxia smiled and said, Your Excellency Yao Li, are you trying to impeach me? Yao Li nodded, that's right. Xianxia smiled and said, If I remember correctly, the kings of the 9 tribes have the power to impeach the current chairman. However, if the impeachment fails, you will lose your position as the clan leader. Even worse, the Silver Moon clan will be expelled from the 9 great clans. The laws of Little Western Paradise were quite complete. Especially when it came to the balance of power between the 9 tribes and the chairman. The chairman controlled Yingdu and the balance between the 9 tribes, so he had the most power. However, he only held the position for 200 years. The 9 great clan leaders were eternal rulers. They were hereditary rulers. However, if they were listed individually, their power would be even smaller than the chairman. However, even during the chairman's term, the 9 clan leaders still had the power to impeach him. However, the price would be very heavy. If the impeachment failed, he would lose his position as one of the 9 clan leaders and even his clan would be expelled from the 9 great clans. Therefore, in the past few thousand years, there were very few who dared to use the power of impeachment. Even if his clan was bullied badly by the chairman, he could bear with it and the 200 years would pass. However, the impeachment of the chairman would basically fail. Yao Li smiled, Of course, I know the consequences of impeaching the chairman. If the impeachment fails, I will automatically lose my position as the king of the Silvermoon clan. My clan will be stripped of all power in the Silvermoon clan. Xianxia said, That's not enough. The Silvermoon clan will also be expelled from the 9 great clans. Yao Li gritted his teeth and said, Regarding this, let's wait until I fail the impeachment before we vote. In fact, if the impeachment failed, then the Silvermoon clan was destined to be expelled from the 9 great clans. Only someone with an iron will like Yao Li would dare to make such a decisive bet. Xianxia smiled, Very well. I approve the voting procedure for this issue. Instantly, Jia stood up again and said, The Silvermoon clan leader, Yao Li II, is being impeached because the acting chairman, Xianxia, is suspected of being possessed by a human and of murdering the chairman, Yao Qi. Now, let the voting begin. Those who agree with the impeachment of Yao Li, please raise your hand. Because it was impeaching the chairman, all the councillors in the Silver Capital did not have the right to raise their hands. The Little Western Paradise Council had a strict avoidance system. Just as Jia finished speaking, Yao Li was the first to raise his hand. At the same time, the Silvermoon councillors behind him all raised their hands. Basically, no councillor would dare to betray their clan leader under any circumstances. Even if there was an abyss in front of them, they would jump down. Once they betrayed their clan leader, it could be said that their entire clan would face destruction. Yao Li's eyes looked at his allies like lightning. Immediately, the Oceanic clan leader, Yao Long, quickly raised his fat hand. He did not have the right to choose. The entire Oceanic clan was supporting Yao Li. Yao Li's eyes looked at the Skyfire clan and the Giant Beings clan. The Giant Beings clan leader, Yao Ju II, was injured and did not have the right to choose. He glared at Yao Li angrily and raised his hand. At the same time, all the councillors from the Giant Beings clan raised their hands. 3 clans had already raised their hands. Yao Li stared at the Skyfire clan. One had to know that they had signed the impeachment agreement. The Skyfire clan leader, Yao Yan, sat there without moving. Suddenly, Yao Li's expression changed. Yang Dingtian's heart also trembled. Yao Li said coldly, Clan leader Yao Yan, don't forget that you signed the Righteous Alliance agreement. Yao Yan sneered, Your Excellency Yao Li, what does signing the Righteous Alliance agreement have to do with today's vote? Yao Li's expression changed. He said sternly, You dare to go against the agreement? Yao Yan said, Your Excellency Yao Li, no matter how domineering you are, you can't force me to raise my hand on such an important issue. I feel that Chairman Xianxia is very responsible. The so-called human possession and the murder of Chairman Yao Qi are completely baseless. Who doesn't know that Chairman Yao Qi is his favorite student? On the other hand, you have an irreconcilable hatred with Chairman Yao Qi. The so-called murder of Chairman Yao Qi is just a false accusation. Once these words were spoken, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with shock. Yao Yan definitely did not change his stance just now. When he signed the agreement, he had already made his decision. He must have been bought over by Xianxia long ago. However, the Skyfire clan had already been bullied by the Shadow Spear clan, and the Shadow Spear clan had colluded with Xianxia. How could Yao Yan from the Skyfire clan be bought over by Xianxia? What did Xianxia use to buy him over? However, no matter how, Yao Yan from the Skyfire clan was undoubtedly Xianxia's spy. This was something that even Yao Nu II did not know. There was actually a spy from Xianxia in the Righteous Alliance. The betrayal of Yao Yan from the Skyfire clan had pushed Yao Li into a desperate situation. After all, if the impeachment failed, Yao Li would lose his position as one of the 9 clan leaders, and the Silver Moon clan would be kicked out of the 9 clans. This meant complete destruction. Yao Li's entire body trembled. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, and his veins bulged. Then, he looked at Yao Nu II. Now, all his hopes were on Yao Nu II. Because the Moro clan was his absolute vassal. As long as Yao Nu II raised his hand, the Moro clan would raise their hand as well. When that happened, 5 of the 9 clans would still agree to the impeachment, and Xianxia would still lose his position as chairman. Yao Li stared at Yao Nu II. This was the most cunning person in the entire Little Western Paradise. He had already betrayed Yao Li twice, so it was normal for him to betray him a 3rd time. As for Yao Nu II, he sat there without moving. Even his eyes were closed. Yao Li's face instantly lost all color. His entire body turned cold, and he felt his body falling into an abyss. This time, he was really done for. Yao Li trembled. "Your Excellency Yao Nu, don't forget that you also signed the agreement." Before Yao Nu II could finish, Chairman Xianxia laughed. "Your Excellency Yao Li, in fact, one day after you persuaded Yao Nu the clan leader, Yao Nu the clan leader gave me a handwritten letter, telling me that there was a huge conspiracy against me. For the sake of Little Western Paradise, for the sake of justice, he told me to be prepared and not let the conspiracy succeed. He was just pretending to be polite. Not only that, he also sent a video recording of how you bewitched Yao Nu the clan leader. Jia, take it out for everyone to see." Jia stood up, took out the recording jade, and inserted her Xianxia. Suddenly, a huge image was projected. It was the image of Yao Li persuading Yao Nu II, and Yang Dingtian as the Silver Dragon judge negotiating with Yao Nu II alone. When this image appeared, Yao Li II and Yang Dingtian couldn't feel any warmth at all. Great, this Yao Nu II was indeed the most treacherous person in the world. He betrayed them the 1st time, the 2nd time, and now the 3rd time. It was a fatal blow to Yao Li II, a fatal blow to the Silver Moon clan. Once the Silver Moon clan was expelled from the 9 great tribes, the Oceanic clan would be hard-pressed to protect. Even the isolated giant beings would be in danger. Out of the 9 great tribes, there would be 3 vacancies, and 2 would fall into the hands of the Shadow Spear clan. In this way, the Shadow Spear clan would have 3 vassals among the 9 great tribes, occupying half of Little Western Paradise. Amazing! Chairman Xianxia's face was filled with the smile of a victor. He slowly said, "Your Excellency Silver Dragon Judge, Your Excellency Yao Li. In order to make Yao Nu the clan leader push me down, you didn't hesitate to offer a series of conditions to bribe him. Is this still the style of the Silver Dragon Temple? Therefore, I have every reason to suspect your identity. I have already sent people to Mount Buzhou to verify it. Once it is confirmed that you are not the Silver Dragon Judge, I will publicly execute you in the name of Mount Buzhou." As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Not only did Xianxia want to eliminate the Silver Moon clan, but he also wanted to kill the Silver Dragon Judge. This was going to be a fight to the death. Xianxia slowly walked down to Demon Fury 2 and hugged him emotionally. Then, he held his shoulder and said loudly, "Demon Fury, and this Silver Dragon Inquisitor whose identity I don't know, do you think that you can use despicable means to turn a deer into a horse? Do you think you can use benefits to make Yao Nu change his stance? You are wrong. You have completely underestimated the justice of Yao Nu the clan leader. You have completely underestimated the friendship and tacit understanding between me and Yao Nu the clan leader. Yao Nu the clan leader has always been the symbol of justice. He has always been the pillar of Little Western Paradise. At any time, do not try to overthrow this great leader." Xianxia's words resounded throughout the hall. He used all the great praise in the world on Yao Nu II. He wanted everyone to see the friendship and common interests between him and Xiaonu II. As long as Xiaonu II and Xianxia stood together, no one in this world would be able to overthrow the power structure of Little Western Paradise. All the clan leaders and counselors did not dare to make a sound. They felt that the entire sky was covered by a name. That was Xiaonu II. At any time, he could influence the structure of Little Western Paradise. From Yongxi's new civilization movement to Yaoqi the chairman, Xiaonu II could become a key figure in the entire world. At the same time, everyone looked at Yao Li with eyes full of sympathy. The third time, the Silver Moon clan had been betrayed by Xiaonu the third time. The third time, they had become Xiaonu II's stepping stone. As for Yao Li, he was trembling all over. He was unaware of everything around him. At this moment, he only had one thought, which was to charge forward and kill Xiaonu II. He wanted to die together with him. Chairman Yongxi looked at Yao Li and smiled proudly. Now, isn't it time to start another topic? Expel the Silvermoon clan from the 9 great tribes. Then, Yongxi looked at Xiaonu II kindly and said, Your Excellency Wrath King, this topic will be started by you. In addition, the 9 great tribes were the foundation of Little Western Paradise's power, so letting new tribes enter the 9 great tribes couldn't be delayed for even a single day. The topic of adding new tribes to the 9 great tribes will also be proposed by Your Excellency Wrath King. Yongxi's opinion was very clear. Let Xiaonu II personally expel the Silvermoon clan from the 9 great tribes, and then let him nominate a new 9 great tribes. In this battle, the Shadow Spear clan had gained the most benefits. Xiaonu II looked at Yongxi and smiled. Your Excellency Yongxi, the original topic hasn't been voted yet. You can't propose a new topic. Then, Xiaonu II stood up and raised his hand. I agree with Yao Li's topic. Chairman Yongxi should be impeached. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. Yongxi looked as if he was struck by lightning. Yongxi Wentian's expression froze. He was a cunning old fox and would never lose his composure. He couldn't understand why Monster's Wrath 2 would stab him in the back at such a crucial moment. There was no reason. He had already told Jia that he had a way to deal with the Silver Dragon Temple. Moreover, the Shadow Spear tribe would benefit the most from this battle. The Silvermoon tribe would be expelled from the 9 great tribes, and the empty spot would be given to Monster's Wrath 2. The Oceanic tribe would not be able to stay in the 9 great tribes for long after losing the Silvermoon tribe. Yongxi and the Skyfire tribe would split the benefits equally. The giant beings would also be expelled from the 9 great tribes. Yongxi didn't want to give the spot to Monster's Wrath 2. He wanted to give it to his own North Wind tribe, but before that, he had to give the Shadow Spear tribe great benefits. As such, the Shadow Spear race was the one who got the most out of all the loot. If he was kicked out, the Shadow Spear tribe wouldn't get any benefits. Monster's Wrath 2 was someone who only cared about benefits. How could he make such a stupid decision? Yongxi couldn't understand at all. In Yongxi's heart, Monster's Wrath 2 was a cunning opportunist who would betray anyone for benefits. Therefore, as long as there were benefits, Monster's Wrath 2 would never betray him. However, Monster's Wrath 2 had indeed betrayed him. Why? Why was that? As Monster Rage 2 raised his hand, the entire hall was shocked. Even the Shadow Spear counselors lost their ability to react, standing there in a daze. Humph! Monster's Wrath 2 roared. Instantly, the Shadow Spear tribe members raised their hands in unison. Almost at the same time, the vassal of the Shadow Spear tribe, Leader Mo Luo, quickly raised his hand. Leader Mo Luo didn't know what was going on, but he was a vassal of the Shadow Spear tribe and didn't dare to disobey. Otherwise, he wouldn't live to see the next day. At the same time, the Mo Luo tribe members also raised their hands. Monster's Wrath 2's gaze landed on the Goldenaw tribe. Previously, when Yaoqi was elected as chairman, the Goldenaw tribe and the Shadow Spear tribe were absolute allies. However, after Yaoqi's death, Chairman Yongxi secretly supported the Goldenaw clan. Especially after the young master of the Goldenaw clan returned to the Little Western Paradise from the Empire of Darkness, his relationship with Yongxi became even closer. Vaguely, the Goldenaw clan and the Shadow Spear clan were at odds. The seeds of discord had been planted when Yaoqi was the speaker. After Yao Qi became the chairman, he was much closer to the Shadow Spear race than the Golden Ah race, even though he used to be the adopted son of the Golden Ah race. Therefore, compared to the Shadow Spear clan, the Golden Ah clan had a closer relationship with Xianxia. However, at that moment, 5 of the 9 great tribes had agreed to Yao Li's impeachment. In other words, Xianxia's downfall was already destined. At this time, it was up to the Golden Ah clan to decide. Should he continue to stubbornly hold on, or should everyone give Xianxia a push from behind? After a short moment of life and death, the Golden Ah clan still chose to push a man who was down. He raised his hand and agreed to let President Xianxia step down. Immediately after, all the representatives of the Golden Ah clan raised their hands. Yao Rath's gaze fell on the Tianxia clan. This clan had produced the most philosophers and artists. It was the birthplace of the ostentatious civilization. To put it bluntly, this clan had been fooled by Xianxia. In this clan, strength was a synonym for humiliation. At this time, the Tianxia clan's leader had already become a maverick in his limited attire. He had pretended to be a wise man. The Tianxia clan's leader was the one who supported Xianxia the most. He was the true proponent of the new civilization movement. However, philosophers were not idiots. Among the 9 great clan leaders, the one with a one-track mind was Yao Li. He was the only one who would endanger the fate of the entire clan again and again, all for the sake of an illusory justice. Therefore, Yao Li would go against the entire world again and again. He would also forget that Yao Qi had killed his son. For the sake of the little western paradise, he would forget about the grudge with a smile. Therefore, in his guilt and trembling, the Tianxia clan's leader raised his hand and agreed to let Xianxia step down. In the end, all eyes fell on Xianxia's base camp, the Beifeng clan's leader. The Beifeng clan's leader was completely at a loss. His arms felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. Xianxia had never stopped taking care of the Beifeng clan for hundreds of years. Therefore, the Beifeng clan had always been Xianxia's staunch supporters. However, when they saw Yao Rath's malicious gaze, everyone knew in their hearts. This was a battle of choosing sides. It was a redistribution of benefits. It wasn't easy for them to impeach the chairman. Such a huge battle had to be ceded to the winner. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it to choose sides. Indu couldn't be the spoils of war. Therefore, the spoils of war could only belong to one of the 9 great clans. They had chosen the wrong side. Therefore, as Xianxia stepped down, one of the 9 great clans would definitely be expelled. If the Beifeng clan was determined to support Xianxia, then the one to be expelled would either be the Beifeng clan or the Skyfire clan. Even if there was only a 50% chance, the Beifeng clan's leader didn't dare to take the risk. Sorry. I have to be responsible for the entire clan. The Beifeng clan's leader looked at Xianxia guiltily. Then, he closed his eyes and raised his heavy arm. At the same time, all the counselors behind him raised their hands. Then, the 8 great clans all looked at the Skyfire clan's leader. Their gazes were filled with malicious intent. It was the gaze of a ferocious beast looking at its prey. The Skyfire clan's leader, Yao Yan, felt as if his heart was being devoured by thousands of ants. He was filled with incomparable hatred and regret. He hated Yao Rath too for not acting according to common sense. He hated himself for voicing his opinion so early. He clenched his teeth and suddenly raised his hand and said loudly, I also agree with Chairman Xianxia stepping down. He has undeniable responsibility for Chairman Yao Qi's death. Everyone gives a push when the wall is down. Everyone gives a push when the wall is down. The 9 great clans all raised their hands. Yao Yan, is there anyone more? Shameless than you said Yao Li was the murderer. Now, you say Xianxia killed Yao Qi. Your mouth is even more shameless than a prostitute's. Yao Rath smiled coldly and said, Clan leader Yao Yan, you've already voted. How can you vote for a second time in such a serious meeting? Ridiculous. Hearing that, the Skyfire clan's leader, Yao Yan's expression changed. He had surrendered, but they didn't even accept him. They were going to kill him. The remaining kings of the 8 great clans all smiled cruelly. How could there be no spoils of war in such a big fight? How could there be no prey? Then, the Skyfire clan would be the best prey. As for how they would divide the spoils, it would depend on the meeting later. However, the fate of the Skyfire clan was already decided. With Yao Rath Tu's betrayal, the entire situation was like a domino. The 9 great clans all stood against Xianxia. In Little Western Paradise, Xianxia was done for. Even if he could prove in the Silver Dragon Temple that he wasn't possessed and that he didn't kill Yao Qi, he was done for. No matter whether he was possessed or not, he was already possessed. No matter whether he killed Yao Qi or not, he was already the murderer. The 8 great clans wouldn't slap themselves in the face. Therefore, it didn't matter whether they went to the Silver Dragon Temple or not. Xianxia was done for as the chairman. Yao Li was completely stunned by this result. He looked at Yao Rath Tu in disbelief. His Silver Moon clan had already fallen to hell. Why would Yao Rath Tu reach out and pull him up to heaven? At this time, it would be more beneficial for the Shadow Spear clan to stand on Xianxia's side. Xianxia's pale face finally regained its expression. He looked at Yao Rath Tu and asked, "Why?" Yao Rath Tu said seriously, "When Yao Li and the Silver Dragon Judge came to me, I didn't believe that you were possessed. I also didn't believe that you killed Yao Qi. That's why I wrote a letter to remind you and gave you the reflection jade. That's because I believe in your character and innocence." However, Jia unintentionally asked if you were really possessed and if you really killed Yao Qi. Your answer was that when I heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue. I actually colluded with a murderer. Therefore, even if the situation wasn't good for us, I still stood for justice. I knew that standing on your side was more beneficial for me, but I still stood for justice. Even if my Shadow Spear clan was expelled from the 9 great clans, I still made the same choice. At this time, Yao Rath Tu spoke righteously as if he was the representative of justice. Yao Rath Tu looked at Jia. Jia immediately stood up and said, "That's true. That night, when I gave my father's letter and the reflection jade to Chairman Xianxia, he wasn't surprised after reading it. He was confident. I originally scoffed at the rumors of Chairman Xianxia killing Chairman Yao Qi. However, when I asked him if he had killed Chairman Yao Qi, Xianxia's answer was disdain. At that moment, I felt like the world was falling apart. Xianxia couldn't hold it in anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. As expected of a father and daughter. They betrayed each other without any pressure at the crucial moment. He had groomed Jia so much. At the crucial moment, she didn't even bat an eyelid and stabbed him in the back. Damn it. You already knew that I killed Yao Qi, okay? Now you're telling me that the world is falling apart? Jia and Yao Rath Tu were truly father and daughter. In fact, before the meeting started, Jia and her father had never talked to each other. Yao Rath Tu didn't know that Xianxia had admitted to killing Yao Qi too in front of Jia. He was just framing Xianxia. Jia, on the other hand, tacitly stepped forward and added salt to the wound for her father. She was such a beauty. Even Xianxia felt that he was close to Jia as if they were father and daughter. However, this woman turned on him as easily as flipping a book. Demon Rage 2 arrived in front of Yang Dingtian and bowed, "Lord Silver Dragon Inquisitor, our joint council's matters have already been settled. The rest will be handed over to the Silver Dragon Temple." Yang Dingtian looked at Yao Rath Tu and couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. He returned the bow and said, "Thank you, Yao Rath." Then, Yang Dingtian handed the arrest warrant to Xianxia Wendian again and said, "Sir, do you accept this arrest warrant now?" Now, Yang Dingtian hoped that Xianxia wouldn't accept it. Even Yao Rath Tu hoped that Xianxia wouldn't accept it. If he didn't accept it, he would be disobeying orders. Then, Yang Dingtian's punishers wouldn't be pushovers. They would take action immediately. In a chaotic battle, killing those who resisted was a normal thing. Both Yang Dingtian and Yao Rath Tu hoped to get rid of Xianxia here. Therefore, he really hoped that Xianxia would be stubborn to the end. Xianxia staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Good, good, very good. Ha 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 ha." Xianxia Wendian laughed. Then, he took a few steps forward and knelt in front of Yang Dingtian. He took the arrest warrant with both hands and said, "Xianxia Wendian obeys the orders of the Silver Dragon Temple." Just like that, Xianxia Wendian surrendered. Disappointment flashed in Yao Rath Tu's eyes. Xianxia Wendian was still able to keep a clear head. At this time, the Silver Dragon Judge and the punishers were the only things that could save his life. Staying here was truly a dead end. If he followed the silver dragon judge to Mount Buzhou, there was still a chance. Of course, he didn't expect the silver dragon judge to be Yang Dingtian. Afterwards, Xianxia Wendian lost all of his freedom and was imprisoned by the 8 punishers. The United Council was adjourned for a short while. Afterwards, the 9 clan leaders and Yang Dingtian would have to escort Xianxia into Mount Buzhou to find out his true identity. As for Monster Fury 2 and Monster Li, they entered a secret lounge. Monster Li directly asked, "Why?" Monster Fury 2 said, "You should have 2 whys." "Which one are you asking?" Yao Li said, "Ask them both." The first why was why Monster Fury 2 had written a letter to Xianxia after negotiating with Yang Dingtian and Monster Li, telling him the whole story. The second why was why he had betrayed Monster Li and then betrayed Xianxia. It was obvious that he had more to gain by siding with Xianxia. Monster Fury 2 said, "The first why is why I betrayed you." "Why did I inform Xianxia?" Monster Li nodded. Monster Fury 2 nodded. "The reason is very simple. Xianxia definitely has spies among the 4 great clans of your righteous alliance. I don't know if it's 1 or 2, but there must be. Thus, whether I informed him or not, Xianxia would know. And since I did, I had the freedom to choose my side. I can stand on Xianxia's side, but I can also stand on your side. Of course, from another perspective, I could have fooled Xianxia into thinking that victory was already in his grasp." This explanation was very clear. Monster Fury 2 said, "The second why is why I chose to stand with you at the last moment, right?" Monster Li nodded. Monster Fury 2 said, "There are 2 reasons. The first reason is that I wanted to see how the 4 great clans of your righteous alliance would perform. If only a single clan betrayed you, then the Moro clan and I would be able to reverse the situation. But what if it wasn't just 1 clan that was bought over by Xianxia, but 2? Then even if the Moro clan and I both supported you, only 4 of the 9 clans would support you. This impeachment wouldn't pass. I definitely wouldn't stand with the losers. At that time I would definitely push you off the cliff." The result wasn't bad. Only a single clan was bought over by Xianxia. And I just happened to be able to reverse the situation and cause Xianxia to die. Demon's wrath. 2 was indeed out of ideas. His disclosure to Xianxia had not only numbed Xianxia, but also put him in an invincible position. Demon Rage 2 continued, "Next, it's the most important question. Today, no one could understand why I would betray Xianxia at such a critical moment. Xianxia didn't expect this, and neither did you. If I stand on Xianxia's side, I can let 2 of my vassals enter the 9 great tribes. This way, I can have 4 of them, or at least 3.5. Xianxia isn't worried about me betraying him at all. Because of this, it's in my interest to stand on his side." Yao Li nodded and said, "That's right. I never thought that you would betray Xianxia at the last moment." Demon Rage 2 said, "The reason is very simple. You all misjudged me. Xianxia misjudged me, and you, Yao Li, who flaunted yourself as a hero, also misjudged me. You all think of me as a profit-seeking person, a cunning person. Only the Silver Dragon Head Inquisitor was able to see through my heart. That was why he was willing to negotiate with me. I, Demon Rage 2, have never been a utilitarian. I, Demon Rage 2, have never betrayed anyone. I'm not a mercenary. I'm a strategist, an idealist." When Demon Rage 2 spoke these words, his tone was sonorous and forceful, and it was so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. He said that he had never betrayed her, nor had he ever sold her out. He said these words confidently, without a hint of shame. This made Zhao Li want to laugh in disdain. But when he saw Demon Rage 2's expression, which was close to being holy, he suppressed this urge to ridicule him. A naked traitor, a 2-faced man, actually said that he had never betrayed anyone. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? The first time, he had betrayed the 3 races. The second time, he had betrayed the Silver City Council. The third time, he had betrayed the Righteous Alliance. The 4th time, he had betrayed Xianxia. If Demon Rage 2 wasn't a traitor, then there were no traitors in this world. Demon Rage 2 stared at Yao Li and said word by word, "I've never betrayed my ideals. You're loyal to the Demon King, and I'm also loyal to him. It's just that your allegiance is too narrow. As for my loyalty, it is the true immortality." You're loyal to him, and I'm loyal to his ideals, his unfinished business. Demon Rage 2 stood up and said, Yao Li, do you still remember what our ideals are? Yao Li said, of course I do. Destroy the 9 great tribes, unify Little Western Paradise, and establish the Silver Dragon Empire. Lead the Silver Dragon Empire to become a true, eternal, and long-lasting civilization. That's right. Demon Rage 2 said, this is the Demon King's ideal. It's also our father's ideal, and it's also our ideal. The 3 of us from our father's generation are united because we share the same ideals. The Demon King's strategy is to conquer by force. His strategy can't be said to be wrong. If the Demon King and our father hadn't died suddenly and used force to unify Little Western Paradise, after a few hundred years, or even a few thousand years, the 9 great tribes could have been truly unified. But the Demon King's sudden death, it made it impossible to conquer the 9 great tribes by force. If we want to unify Little Western Paradise and establish the Silver Dragon Empire, we have to walk another path. Yao Li said, you're talking about your path? Yes. Demon Rage 2 said, of course, a long time ago, I didn't have a path either. The only thing I could do was to protect the Shadow Spear tribe, protect myself, and let my ideals survive. If we want to unify Little Western Paradise, we have to strengthen ourselves and weaken our enemies. So, the new civilization movement of eternal sacrifice entered my vision. His ostentatious civilization could easily lead many tribes to decay and weaken. And your Silver Moon tribe, Oceanic tribe, and giant beings are outside the new civilization movement. In addition to my Shadow Spear tribe's strength, when the other 5 tribes are weak 1,000 years later, it will be the time for our 4 tribes to rise again. Yao Li thought about it. Demon Rage's actions and his strategy were exactly the same. So, at the crucial moment, he betrayed the Righteous Alliance and walked together with the Silver Capital. It was to infiltrate the enemy camp and lead the new civilization movement. Moreover, once Jia became the new chairman, he could lead the new civilization movement further and weaken the other tribes. Demon Rage 2 said, according to my strategy, after 300 years or 500 years, I would betray the Silver Capital Council again and join the Righteous Alliance again. Then, I would crush the 5 great tribes with force. But the appearance of the Silver Dragon Inquisitor and his negotiation with me went straight into my heart. He was my confidant and knew what I wanted. So, I changed my strategy and betrayed eternal sacrifice. Yao Li said, what did he talk to you about? Demon Rage 2 said, it's simple. After eternal sacrifice stepped down, Nera became the new acting chairman. Jia became the chairman's assistant and the next chairman. My grandson, the half-god descendant, was sent to the Silver Dragon Temple to be educated. He became the bridge between the Little Western Paradise and the Silver Dragon Temple. It greatly increased the Silver Dragon Temple's status and used religion and faith to connect the 9 great tribes. It made the Silver Dragon Temple's status in the Little Western Paradise sacred and inviolable. After 1 or 2 terms as chairman, Jia would become the saintess of the Silver Dragon Temple. After thousands of years of religious brainwashing, the 9 great tribes system would be weakened and the Little Western Paradise would be unified. I won't become the emperor of the Silver Dragon Empire, but my grandson is the only half-god descendant in the Little Western Paradise. He can become the first emperor of the Silver Dragon Empire. After hearing this, Yao Li trembled and his eyes lit up. This path could really be taken. And it was really feasible. This meant that his dream would come true. The Little Western Paradise would really be unified and become a united empire. Then, it would lead to the Fox tribe and turn an abnormal civilization into a normal one. Demon Rage 2 said, Yao Li, from now on, I need your cooperation and even obedience. You are brave, noble, powerful, and righteous. You are the best general, but you are definitely not a leader or a commander. For our dream, are you willing to obey me? Yao Li's face twitched. He was only loyal to his father and the king of the demon tribe. At that time, Demon Rage 2 and Demon Li 2 were the left and right arms of the king of the demon tribe. But now, there was no king of the demon tribe. There was only Demon Rage 2 and Demon Li 2. One had to be the main and the other the assistant. Taking a deep breath, Demon Li 2 knew clearly that he was not a brilliant strategist. He was just a sharp weapon. Then, he bowed deeply to Demon Rage 2 and said, I am willing to obey your strategy. But if I find out that you have violated our dream, I will take your life without hesitation. Okay. Demon Rage 2 said, after we leave here, we will still act as enemies. At that time, you will become my sharp sword. You will help me get rid of my enemies until all of our enemies have been annihilated. It was foreseeable that when Demon Rage 2 and Demonly 2 joined hands, they would be invincible in Little Western Paradise. Moreover, the two of them were enemies on the surface, but they could do whatever they wanted and eliminate all enemies. Demon Rage 2 stretched out his hand and said, I am waiting for the day the Silver Dragon Empire is established. Demonly 2 stretched out his hand and said, I am also waiting for that day. From the moment the two of them shook hands, it was destined that the power structure of Little Western Paradise would be completely overturned. From this day onwards, Indu's influence and the chairman's influence would be greatly reduced. Yang Dingtian was meditating in a secret room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Yang Dingtian said. A beautiful and graceful figure walked in leisurely. It was Jia, who had turned from a girl into a beautiful young woman. Jia is here to pay respects to the Silver Dragon Judge. Jia bowed, but her gaze was fixed on Yang Dingtian's face, and even seemed a little rude. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled when he saw Jia's bold gaze. Could it be that Jia had already recognized him? Jia stared with her eyes wide open for a while before she closed them and began to sniff. Yang Dingtian must have given her a familiar scent, but it was very illusory and she couldn't be sure. That was why she stared and sniffed with all her might. He wanted to catch that vague but familiar throbbing feeling. But this thing, when you really want to catch him, it will almost disappear without a trace. Madam Jia, why are you looking at me like that? Yang Dingtian asked slowly. Although it might not be a bad thing to reunite with Jia, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble at this time. Jia still looked at Yang Dingtian with some suspicion. I just feel that the scent on your body is somewhat similar. While speaking, Jia stared at Yang Dingtian's eyes. She felt that the body and face could be changed, but the gaze could not be changed. However, this silver dragon mask could change even the eyes. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly, revealing the indifference and arrogance unique to the Silver Dragon Temple. He didn't ask who it was, but said indifferently, you think too much. Yes, Your Excellency. Jia finally lowered her head meekly and said, I heard that my son will become a student of the Silver Dragon Temple when he grows up. Is that right? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes. Jia said, then can you let my son meet Your Excellency? I really hope that he can receive your blessings. Yang Dingtian could see that Jia still hadn't given up. If the chief judge in front of him was a character in her imagination, he would definitely lose his composure when facing his own flesh and blood. Moreover, Jia was fully aware of how smart her baby was. When he was still in her stomach, her baby could feel Yang Dingtian's energy through the layer of her belly and feel the connection between them. It was even more so now. Jia might have felt that Yang Dingtian's scent was a little familiar because of their relationship as a man and a woman. In that case, her demigod son would definitely be able to recognize Yang Dingtian's energy aura. Demigod descendants never needed to look, they just needed to smell. Of course, Yang Dingtian wanted to see his child very much, but now was definitely not the time. If Yang Dingtian's identity was exposed, there might not be any problems. However, they had to seize the opportunity to get rid of Yongxi. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian missed his baby very much, he had to endure it. However, he couldn't reject it completely. As the Silver Dragon Judge, it would be unreasonable for him to not pay attention to the descendants of demigods. Yang Dingtian frowned. Time is of the essence. I have to bring Yongxi to Silver Dragon Temple as soon as possible. Jia said directly, please give me some time. Jia really didn't give up. Then, Jia immediately went out to find Monster's Wrath 2 and told him what she thought. Of course, she didn't say that she suspected that the Silver Dragon Judge was Yang Dingtian. She only said that she wanted the Silver Dragon Judge to take a look at her demigod son. Monster's Wrath 2 was confused. Is that necessary? Jia said seriously, of course. Monster's Wrath 2 nodded. All right then, as soon as possible. Then, Jia led the elites of the Silvermoon clan to the Silver Palace as quickly as possible. Why did Jia have to tell whether the person in front of her was Yang Dingtian or not? Could it be that she wanted to be intimate with him? No, that was definitely not it. Although she had made up with Yang Dingtian to a certain extent, she still cared about him. However, in her heart, the Silvermoon race's interests were still paramount. The Western Paradise's interests were still paramount. If the Silver Dragon judge in front of her was Yang Dingtian, it would mean that the Silvermoon clan had been fooled. It would mean that he couldn't represent the Silver Dragon Temple, which meant that the agreement between her father and Yang Dingtian would be invalid. If that was the case, then it would be a huge blow to the Silvermoon race and the Western Paradise's interests. It was a known fact that Yang Dingtian represented the humans. He wouldn't consider the benefits of the Little Western Paradise or the Silvermoon race. His only objective was to kill Yongxi. If that was the case, the consequences would be too serious and terrifying. It would mean that Monster's Wrath too had killed his most important ally and gained nothing. The entire situation of Little Western Paradise would be turned upside down. Therefore, Jia had to find out. Of course, she didn't tell Monster's Wrath too about her suspicions because he still had feelings for Yang Dingtian. Monster's Wrath too personally came to Yang Dingtian to express his opinion. He wanted his demigod grandson to be received by the Silver Dragon Judge and receive his blessings. Yang Dingtian couldn't refuse Monster's Wrath too's request. Sure. Yang Dingtian smiled. Monster's Wrath too didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat down and said, "There's something that has been bothering me for more than 1,000 years. It's also the biggest mystery in Little Western Paradise. I'd like to ask you to explain it to me." Yang Dingtian was confused, but he still smiled and said, "Please go ahead." Demon Fury too said, "Your Excellency should know that more than 1,000 years ago, the Demon Fury Great King led the allied forces of the three races and swept through the Little Western Paradise. He was almost about to completely wipe out the allied forces of the 6 races and completely unify the Little Western Paradise. However, overnight, the Monsters King, my father Monster's Wrath I, and Monsters Lai from the Silver Moon clan all died mysteriously. No one knows the reason. You know that the Monsters King was invincible in Little Western Paradise, and Monsters Lai too was the second most powerful in the world. It's safe to say that no one in Little Western Paradise could kill the 3 of them, let alone kill them without anyone knowing. I've thought about it countless times and searched for it countless times over the past 1,000 years, but I couldn't find any clues at all. How do you think the Monsters King and the other 2 died?" Regarding this point, Yang Dingtian indeed had his own answer. After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian said, "The Monsters King and the other 2 were probably killed." Monster's Wrath too was stunned by Yang Dingtian's direct answer. He said, "But no one in Little Western Paradise could kill the 3 of them, not to mention the human kingdom." Yang Dingtian said, "The murderer isn't from Little Western Paradise or the human kingdom. Maybe it's from another tribe." Monster's Wrath too's expression changed completely. It wasn't the Fox clan or the human kingdom. Then who could kill the 3 Monsters King and the other 2 without anyone knowing? Of course it was the Naga. However, weren't the Naga in this world completely extinct? However, Monster's Wrath too didn't say it out loud. For important people like him, it was impossible to get to the bottom of the matter. They just wanted to get the answer they wanted and wouldn't ask why. Then, Monster's Wrath too calmed down. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian had also calmed down, but his heart was in a complete mess. Jia would soon bring her son, a demigod descendant, to see him. Jia might not recognize him. But the baby would definitely recognize him. Even though the baby had only seen Yang Dingtian when he was just born and was held by Yang Dingtian. A child's memory was very short. Now that they hadn't seen each other for almost 4 years, he had long forgotten. But, the baby of a demigod descendant didn't rely on memory at all, nor did he rely on appearance to recognize him. They had an instinctive sense of smell and could immediately find someone who was related to them by blood. At that time, the baby was still in the belly. Could it recognize Yang Dingtian through the belly? Now, it was even easier. Once the baby recognized him, Yang Dingtian's identity would be exposed. Yang Dingtian could only keep thinking about what the consequences would be once his identity was exposed. Xianxia had already been ousted, and there was no turning back. This was something that couldn't be changed. But Yang Dingtian himself would be in trouble. Of course, it might not be that bad. After all, he could still represent the will of the High Priest Association. The Silver Dragon Temple was willing to endorse him. Sure enough, in less than an hour, Jia arrived outside with Bao Bao under the protection of the Silvermoon clan's experts. Lord Judge, Jia wants to see you again. Jia's somewhat nervous voice sounded from outside. Please come in, Yang Dingtian said. Then, Jia walked in with a little boy in her arms and closed the door tightly. The experts of the Silvermoon clan stood guard dozens of meters away, not allowing anyone to come close. Yang Dingtian saw his son at first glance. He should be almost 4 years old. He was really a beautiful little boy. In other words, this child was so beautiful that it made people feel suffocated. His snow-white skin was really like a piece of jade. His chubby little face was exquisite beyond compare. His big eyes were really like gems. Moreover, Jia had let him grow his hair long, which still had natural curls. His golden hair was soft and shiny. He was wearing a snow-white robe, which was really beautiful and adorable. There were scales on his neck, but they had changed from purple to silver. Also, the scales on his cute pointy ears were half golden and half silver. Unlike his elder brother, Yang Yi, who was quiet, this baby was very lively. His two big, gem-like eyes were always looking around, always filled with curiosity. Moreover, his little hand was holding a lollipop and eating it. When he saw his grandson, Demon Wrath 2's face instantly melted. Every inch of his face and every inch of his eyes were filled with endless love and affection. Oh, my little darling, let Grandpa hug you, let Grandpa hug you. Demon Fury 2 took the baby and greedily sniffed the baby's tender fragrance. His expression was as if he was in heaven. As for Jia, her eyes were completely focused on Yang Dingtian's reaction. At this moment, Yang Dingtian completely did not hide the love in his eyes, which were fixed on the baby's face. Although the baby was being carried by Demon Fury 2, he was still eating his lollipop. His big eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian, staring at him without blinking. Jia went forward and said, "Baby, let Uncle Head Judge hug you, okay?" Jia carried the baby over and then went in front of Yang Dingtian. "Mr. Head Judge, do you want to hug him?" Jia asked. Of course. Yang Dingtian was already prepared to be exposed, and he was not angry at all. This was his own flesh and blood. Being recognized by him should be a happy thing. Then, Yang Dingtian took the baby and gently sniffed the baby's pleasant smell. It was not just one child. He already had many children, but he did not have enough time to hug each of them. In the past half a year, not to mention hugging each child, even meeting each one of them was a luxury. Holding the baby, Yang Dingtian lovingly kissed the baby's hair and cheeks. Jia went forward and said, "Baby, do you know this uncle?" As soon as she said that, Demon Fury's expression changed drastically, and he stared at Yang Dingtian. He was very smart, and he immediately thought of a possibility from Jia's question. If that was the case, and the person in front of him was Yang Dingtian, then the consequences would be too terrible. It meant that Yang Dingtian had pretended to be the Silver Dragon Head Judge and used him to get rid of Xianxia. Xianxia could not represent the Silver Dragon Temple at all, and the negotiations with him were all fake. It meant that he had betrayed Xianxia and got rid of his most important ally. In the end, he gained nothing, and it would even bring about a terrible situation to Little Western Paradise. In an instant, a powerful aura burst out, covering every corner of the space. A murderous intent surged in his heart. If it was really Yang Dingtian, he would really want to kill him. Earlier, when Yang Yi hugged Yang Dingtian, he immediately recognized him. The baby in front of him was lying in Yang Dingtian's arms and continuing to eat candy. "Good boy, do you know this uncle?" Jia asked. The baby shook his head and said, "I don't know him, but I like him." His voice was very tender, and every word seemed to be full of jumping and liveliness. Hearing this voice, Yang Dingtian felt like he was melting. However, he found it strange that the baby of a demigod descendant could easily smell the aura on him. The smell of blood connection could be smelled. As soon as the baby said that, Jia was stunned, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. As for Demon Fury 2, his pale and colorless face immediately regained its color, and the murderous aura on him disappeared completely. Yang Dingtian asked, "What's the baby's name?" Jia said, "Yao Yang." "This name?" "Okay," he accepted it. Jia took Yao Yang baby and said, "Okay, we're going home." When Yao Yang baby was carried away by his mother, he suddenly winked mischievously at Yang Dingtian, and then mouthed, "Daddy." He did not shout out loud, and no one else saw him. However, Yang Dingtian almost jumped up. This son of his was really heaven-defying. After Jia walked out, Yang Dingtian said to Demon Fury 2, "Okay, it's about time. We should send Xianxia on his way." Demon Fury 2's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yes, it's time to send him on his way. The 9 patriarchs did not follow Yang Dingtian to Mount Buzhou. Because after Xianxia seized the position, the authority of the entire Little Western Paradise immediately fell into a chaotic situation. Especially Yindu, it was like a group of dragons without a leader. However, Yindu was indeed worthy of being the capital for thousands of years. Even after hearing that Xianxia had stepped down, not only did the people not panic, even the upper echelons of the aristocrats were not affected. Even the civil and military officials of Yindu were doing their own jobs. After all, this mature system had been running for thousands of years. Although it was rare for a chairman to step down, it was not unheard of. Just a few years ago, Chairman Yaoqi had died suddenly and there was no chaos in Yindu. In short, Little Western Paradise was a world with a very rigid hierarchy. The power of inertia and order was very strong. Just like the Ning clan in the extreme south. Even after their master had died for a long time, there was no chaos. Everyone was still doing their jobs. Moreover, the chairman was not the emperor. However, in order to protect the safety of his daughter and grandson, Yao Nu too left all the experts in his clan in Yindu. Among the 9 clans, the Skyfire clan could only wait to be slaughtered. After Yao Nu too and Yao Li too joined hands, the only one who could be considered a match for them was the Jina clan. Therefore, they could not overturn the heavens. There were a total of 4 patriarchs who followed Yang Dingtian to escort Xianxia to Mount Buzhou. They were Yao Nu too, Yao Li too, Patriarch Jina, and Giant Being Patriarch. Patriarch Jina was the father of Yao Li and Yao Zi. He was now Yao Nu too's only opponent. Naturally, he could not stay in Yindu to stir up trouble. As for Giant Being Patriarch Yao Ju too, he was just here to join in the fun. Originally, only the 3 patriarchs were escorting Xianxia to Mount Buzhou. However, Yao Ju too felt that it was embarrassing for him to not be in the circle of big shots and insisted to come along. Facing such an unreasonable person, Yao Nu too had no choice and agreed to come along. Thus, Yang Dingtian, the 4 clan leaders, the 8 punishers, and several dozen experts escorted Xianxia to Mount Buzhou. Along the way, Yang Dingtian was more or less worried. He knew that Xianxia wouldn't be doing nothing for the past few years. There must be a secret force that was loyal to him. Of course, Demon Rage 2 was even clearer about this. However, he wasn't worried at all because there were more than a dozen martial saints in this group. There was probably no power in Little Western Paradise that could directly take Xianxia away. Moreover, it would be even better if someone came to rob them. They could just kill them on the way. Demon's Wrath too was even plotting in his heart whether or not he should impersonate someone to kidnap Xianxia. Then, he would take the opportunity to kill him midway. But in the end, Demon Rage 2 gave up on this idea. Reaching Mount Buzhou proved that this Silver Dragon Inquisitor was more important, and it was more important to enter the real negotiations with the Silver Dragon Temple. After only 1 day and 1 night, they arrived at the border between Mount Buzhou and Little Western Paradise. At the border, a huge castle stood. However, it only looked like an energy shadow. It couldn't be touched. Mount Buzhou and Little Western Paradise weren't in the same energy environment. There was an energy barrier between them that no one could pass through. Of course, the surface of the castle could be seen clearly. There were flags, punishers, and densely packed warriors of the Silver Dragon Temple. Yang Dingtian came to the gate of the castle. He raised the token in his hand and said, "Open the gate." Yes. Immediately, 4 punishers came down from the gate. The gate was also an energy barrier, so it looked half-transparent. The 4 punishers came to the gate and knelt in front of it. Welcome, Lord Inquisitor. Seeing this, Demon Rage 2 let out a long sigh of relief. This Silver Dragon Inquisitor was real. This castle was the only armed force of the Silver Dragon Temple. These punishers were very arrogant and didn't care about anyone. Even if the chairman of Little Western Paradise came, they wouldn't care. Now, they were kneeling to welcome him. This was the real Silver Dragon Inquisitor. Then, the 4 Inquisitors started to open the energy gate of the castle. The so-called energy gate was a kind of energy array that changed the energy barrier's attribute. It changed from impassable to passable. The 4 head Inquisitors were busy with their work. The huge energy array started to operate. When they started to change the energy barrier at the gate would melt and become transparent. However, as the energy array started to operate, the color of the gate became darker and darker. Finally, it became completely blood red. Moreover, the entire energy barrier started to become extremely unstable. Finally, the entire castle started to shake. Tremble, Yang Dingtian was shocked. Demon Rage 2 was shocked. All the punishers were shocked. The castle shook more and more violently. It was as if it would collapse at any time. Yang Dingtian shouted, "Stop!" Then, the 4 punishers inside stopped. Suddenly, the blood-red color faded, and the energy barrier returned to normal. The 4 punishers came forward and knelt. "Lord Inquisitor, I don't know why, but the energy gate can't be opened." Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Demon Rage 2 looked at Yang Dingtian in shock. This could kill someone. This could really kill someone. Once the Silver Dragon Temple was completely isolated from the Little Western Paradise, it would be nothing. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly laughed. The so-called Lord Inquisitor can't even open the energy gate. No one can enter the Little Western Paradise from Buzhou Mountain. Then how did you come here? Everyone's face was filled with shock. Xianxia continued, "This can only prove one thing. You're not the Silver Dragon Inquisitor. You're a fake Inquisitor to sow discord between Yindu and the 9 great tribes. You have an ulterior motive." This was nonsense. The punishers in the castle already proved that he was the Silver Dragon Inquisitor. Xianxia then said to Demon Rage 2, "Brother Rage, you're the cornerstone of the Little Western Paradise. At this time, you must become the pillar of the entire world." Demon Rage 2 sneered at Xianxia. "What do you mean? Xianxia, you still want to make a comeback at this time? Dream on, let alone the fact that this person is the Silver Dragon Inquisitor. Even if he isn't, you can't make a comeback. Everyone will push you down. You've already lost face, and you can't make up for it." Xianxia said, "Brother Rage, I know that my downfall is a foregone conclusion. Don't worry, I don't have to be the acting chairman. However, the interests of the Little Western Paradise must be protected. You also know that there's a secret force that's loyal to me. We can still be allies, and we can still push Jia to the position of chairman. The fact that the Silver Dragon Temple is completely isolated from the Little Western Paradise is only known by those of us here. I can fake my death and disappear completely, changing my name to Sir Brother Rage. As for this so-called Silver Dragon Inquisitor, I'll kill him all." Demon Rage 2 immediately laughed loudly and said, "Xianxia, are you joking? Even if we can't enter the Buzhou Mountain, we can still kill you here and say that it's the official punishment. As for this energy gate being isolated, it should be your doing. No wonder you're so fearless. However, since it can be isolated, it can also be opened." The smile on Xianxia's face disappeared, and he waved his hand. Whoosh 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 whoosh, suddenly, dozens of black figures flashed and flew over. All of them were covered by black cloaks. That black figure said slowly in a hoarse voice, "Release Chairman Xianxia." Demon Rage 2 frowned. This was the legendary secret force that was loyal to Xianxia. It was indeed very powerful. Xianxia said, "Brother Rage, I know that this Inquisitor must have had a very high-level negotiation with you. There must be huge benefits, which is why you betrayed me. These benefits should be brought by the Silver Dragon Temple, right? But now that the Silver Dragon Temple has been cut off, the benefits we discussed before shouldn't count." Hearing this, Demon Rage 2's expression changed. Indeed, if it was completely isolated, then even the Silver Dragon Temple would disappear from the Little Western Paradise. Then there was no need to talk about cooperation or business. Those huge benefits would naturally be gone. Xianxia said in a low voice, however, we can still work together. My force is very powerful. If you and I work together, we can be invincible in the Little Western Paradise. His voice directly condensed and drilled into Demon Rage 2's ears. Demon Rage 2 said in a low voice, but I don't trust you, Xianxia. Xianxia said, I'm always by your side. I can't escape. My life is always in your hands. That's fine, right? I only want our cooperation. Demon Rage 2 said in a low voice, what do you want? Tell me clearly. Xianxia said in a low voice, I'm not interested in anything in the Little Western Paradise. What I want is to let the Little Western Paradise invade the human countries and eliminate Yang Dingtian. Therefore, our interests don't conflict. We can work together. Demon Rage 2's heart trembled. Looking at the dozens of black figures in front of him, this force was indeed tempting. If the Silver Dragon Temple was really completely isolated, then the previous business and negotiations really didn't count. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cunning and demonic light, and he said in a low voice, trust me, this force can only be controlled by me. Kill the head judge in front of you and pretend that nothing happened. You can continue to control the Little Western Paradise, and this force in my hands will be completely at your disposal. How about it? There are more than 20 saint-level experts. The black figure said slowly, release Xianxia, or we'll fight. At this time, Yang Dingtian stared at the black figure leader and said slowly, Mi Zhu, you're from the Silent Clan, the former head judge of the Silver Dragon Clan, and the husband of Speaker Naru. When did you become Xianxia's lackey? When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Didn't Naru's husband, the Silent Clan member who had been seduced and fallen, commit suicide? Why was he still alive now? Moreover, he had colluded with Xianxia. How was this possible? How pure were the Silent Clan? What kind of noble sentiment was this? How could they be like this? How did Yang Dingtian know? After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, everyone present fell into silence. Then, they stared at Yang Dingtian, at the Black Shadow Leader. The Black Shadow Leader's body suddenly trembled, and then his entire body instinctively shrank as if he wanted to hide himself in the darkness. Yang Dingtian continued, Your Excellency Mi Zhu, a long, long time ago, you were a very noble and wise Silent Clan member. In the High Priest Association, your research project was the most profound dark void energy. In your book, it was clearly written that all the energy of the Demon Fox Clan and the Silent Clan came from the dark void. And the fallen silver dragon that gave birth to the Demon Fox Clan also roamed the dark void, as if it was absorbing endless energy from there. Everyone was silent, waiting for Yang Dingtian's description. Yang Dingtian continued, then, in your research diary, it was written at the end. In order to carry out the deepest research, you had to personally search for these dark voids, analyze them, and experience them personally. So, you left the Silver Dragon Temple and entered the Little Western Paradise. Looking at the Black Shadow Leader, Yang Dingtian said, everything that follows is my guess. If I'm wrong, please advise me. The Black Shadow Leader nodded. Yang Dingtian said, in the Forbidden Continent's illusion realm in the Skull Hall, every epoch is separated by a long dark void. At that time, there was nothing in the entire world, only a void. Then, there were faint figures of fallen black dragons and fallen silver dragons roaming around. And the Little Western Paradise, although it was a product on the verge of collapse after Nirvana, it was still a normal world, so there was no dark void for you to study. You roamed for a very, very long time until you suddenly discovered that one day, a dark crack actually appeared in the Little Western Paradise. It was clearly land, but it suddenly disappeared and turned into a terrifying void. Although this was not a pure dark void, it was very similar. So, you began to study the dark crack, but you were no match for the power of the dark crack, you were contaminated. After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, the Black Shadow Leader suddenly trembled. Yang Dingtian, it seems that I was right. At that time, you were still a very noble Silent Clan member. You felt that you had been contaminated, you were afraid of degeneration. So, you frantically ran away. Then, you met Naru. Originally, the Silent Tribe had no desires at all. However, your soul has been polluted, and a flaw has appeared in your soul that has no desires and desires. you were also attracted to Naru, so the two of you were together. If you continued like this, it might be a good thing. There was nothing wrong with living a normal life. At this time, the Black Shadow Leader's entire body was already trembling. Yang Dingtian, but, you denied everything about yourself. You felt that living together with Naru was the result of contamination. Why did you stop yourself from completely degenerating? You chose to commit suicide, but you were contaminated after all. Originally, you were fearless, but you began to be greedy for life and afraid of death. Of course, there was nothing wrong with this. Every life should be afraid of death. Then, you began to roam the little western paradise like a lonely ghost. And Naru, thinking that you were dead, spent countless days and nights in pain and guilt. Until your daughter, Wu Yu, grew up, there was news of her suicide. At this point, the Black Shadow Leader had completely collapsed. The energy in his body was in a very chaotic state. Yang Dingtian, at this time, you were still wandering in this world, resisting the invasion of the dark void energy on your soul. You were a strong person, and you fought desperately to overcome it. However, the news of Naru's death completely defeated you, causing your will to completely collapse. From then on, you were completely captured by the dark energy. Then, day after day, you searched for the dark cracks in the entire world. However, you were no longer doing it for research, but to devour. You were addicted to it. From then on, everything you lived was to devour the energy of the dark cracks. Then, you met many of your kind. These people were all exiles of the Silver Dragon Temple. They had committed various mistakes, so they were completely exiled. No matter what the reason was, you gathered together and became their leader. Yang Dingtian thought as he spoke. Looking at the other party's reaction, until now, he should have guessed correctly. Yang Dingtian continued, although you wandered the world, you didn't do any evil. It was as if you were invisible. You led them, madly searching for the dark cracks, madly devouring its energy. Because you specialized in the study of the dark cracks, only you knew how to devour this energy. Just like that, day after day, year after year. Although you were like lonely ghosts, you didn't cause any harm to the world. Until one day, you and Xianxia met. I don't know how you met, but in short, he had the void-splitting fire, which could purify the dark cracks and make your entire body enter the dark cracks. That way, the dark energy you devoured would be much more, and the pleasure it brought would be much stronger. At this time even Xianxia's expression had completely changed. Yang Dingtian, so, you and Xianxia formed a loose alliance. You didn't obey him or swear loyalty to him, but only needed his void-splitting fire to make you completely enter the dark cracks. Yang Dingtian thought as he spoke. Finally, many of the mysteries in his mind were revealed as he explained. For example, no one in the Little Western Paradise knew about the opening time of the dark cracks. This was a high-level secret of the Silver Dragon Temple, and Xianxia couldn't know. Moreover, even the records of the Silver Dragon Temple about the dark cracks were all from Miju's research and were incomplete. Also, the silent race didn't like women at all. In fact, when it came to the desires of men and women, they had almost been castrated from the depths of their souls. Although Naru was very beautiful, if the other party didn't even have the concept of beauty, then what was the difference between a beautiful woman and a white bone? Also, Miju committed suicide, but his body couldn't be found and so on. Then, Yang Dingtian read all his information in the High Priest Association. Finally, when the Shadow Leader appeared, Yang Dingtian smelled a strong energy aura. This energy aura was very familiar, but also very strange. Yang Dingtian couldn't describe what he felt. In short, this energy was even more familiar than the void crack flame and the million spirit demon fire, but he couldn't remember what it was. Then, Yang Dingtian connected a series of clues and carried out a bold fantasy, calling out Miju's name. And the other party's reaction proved that this idea was correct. In a mess, he found the end of the thread, and the whole thing was pulled out smoothly. Sir Xianxia, am I right? Yang Dingtian asked slowly. Xianxia clapped hard and said, you're right, very right. I'm really amazed. But this is meaningless. His Excellency Miju and his people are now completely intoxicated by the energy of the dark crevice. Only I can satisfy them fully. Therefore, our relationship is inseparable. If I die in your hands, this group of people will go crazy and kill all of you. Xianxia raised his head and said, "You're right. These people are all exiled from the Silver Dragon Temple. The weakest among them is a peak half-saint, and there are more than 20 saint experts. This is the strongest martial force in Little Western Paradise. The Shadow Spear race can't block it, the Silver Dragon race can't block it, and the Silver Moon race can't block it." Xianxia said coldly, "But if the whole Little Western Paradise is united, they can block it." Xianxia laughed and said, "You're right, but can they be united? You 4 patriarchs, plus the experts you brought, plus the punishers, there are only a dozen saint experts. You think this is enough, but I have more than 20 saint experts and dozens of peak half-saints. If they go all out, you'll probably all die." When these words came out, the expressions of Xianxia too and the others changed dramatically. If it was a rational martial force, Xianxia too wouldn't be afraid. A dozen saint experts against 20 saint experts. Although they would lose, they wouldn't be able to fight. The losses on both sides were too great. However, the other side had completely lost their rationality. They were crazy devils who were addicted. They weren't afraid of death at all. In order to satisfy their addiction by devouring the energy of the dark crack, they were willing to pay the price with their lives, even if it was just a mouthful. There was no way to negotiate. Moreover, they couldn't kill Xianxia now. Because if Xianxia died, this group of people would go completely crazy and kill people. Xianxia laughed and said, "Brother Xianxia, now that we've made things clear, the situation will be simpler, right?" Xianxia looked at Yang Dingtian, and his eyes became cold and cruel. He said, "It's very simple to make a choice now. You can either cooperate with me and kill this Silver Dragon Judge and the Punishers. Then, this powerful dark energy will be yours to use. I only need a little bit to invade the human countries. Or, we can all die together. You know, this group of addicts can't be negotiated." In the end, Xianxia said word by word, "Xianxia too, make your choice. Either the Silver Dragon Judge dies, or we die together." When these words came out, the 8 punishers immediately surrounded Yang Dingtian to protect him. Everyone was waiting for Xianxia too's choice. Without waiting for Monster Rage 2 to make a decision, Monster Li 2 immediately brought his people to Yang Dingtian. This person was still so stubborn. And Monster Giant 2, after a little hesitation, also stood beside Monster Li 2. Although the giant being clan leader hated Yao Li very much, he wouldn't go back on his word and get rich. Patriarch Jinan narrowed his eyes and said to Monster Rage 2, "Brother Rage, I advise you to think twice." After saying that, Patriarch Jinan took half a step away from Yang Dingtian, showing his attitude. Monster Rage 2 didn't immediately make a decision, but still looked at Yang Dingtian. The Black Shadow leader Mizhu said slowly, "Lord Judge, I don't know which colleague you are in the High Priest Association. But please let Xianxia go, or we will really kill." Yang Dingtian said, "Mizhu, I'll tell you 2 things before you make a decision." "How about it?" The Black Shadow leader Mizhu said, "Please speak." Yang Dingtian said, "Firstly, Madame Neru isn't dead. She is in the High Priest Association and has replaced your position. She has been atoning for her sins for the past few hundred years. Therefore, the 2 of you can reunite. Also, your daughter, Wu Yu, and the 3 of you can enjoy the happiness of a family reunion." Xianxia's expression changed. "Mizhu, don't believe him. Neru is already dead. I am Neru's disciple, and I saw her corpse with my own eyes. This person is just talking nonsense." Yang Dingtian directly threw a recording jade over. Mizhu took it and inserted his internal force. Immediately, he saw the familiar face of his lover again. This time, the content of the recording jade was Neru calling on the Little Western Paradise to deprive Xianxia of his power. Although Neru wasn't talking to him, her every movement and expression was so beautiful. Mizhu's figure trembled violently again, and his whole person fell into a short period of confusion. It was like a beautiful memory from a long time ago, gradually welling up in his mind. In an instant, the terrifying dark aura emitted from his body weakened. Xianxia sneered and said, "Mizhu, you weren't able to be together in the past, but do you think it's possible now? And do you think she'll still fall in love with you if she sees you like this?" Mizhu shuddered, then quickly calmed down. His energy aura once again became dark and grim. He slowly said, "Thank you very much for telling me this, but it's already too late." It was better to leave these beautiful things in the depths of his memory. "There's only one thing I want now, and I believe you know what it is." Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. This person had fallen too deeply, and there was no way to save him. It was just like certain drugs on Earth. One would die if they got into contact with them. It was impossible to quit even if one wanted to. Yang Dingtian, then it seems that my second piece of information is also useless, right? Mijou said, "Tell me about it." Yang Dingtian said, "I can help you return to the past. I can even help you return to the Silver Dragon Temple." Mijou shook his head and said, "Now that I'm free, it's impossible for me to return." So, this piece of information is inferior to the previous one. Then, Mijou said, "So, are you done? If you're done, then release Xianxia. Otherwise, I'm going to kill him." Xianxia said to Monster Rage 2, "Brother Rage, it seems that the chief judge you placed high hopes on didn't give you anything. So, you should make a choice. Kill him. Consider it a pledge of allegiance." Monster Rage 2's gaze fell on Yang Dingtian, and he slowly closed his eyes. Xianxia said, "I'm going to start the countdown. Brother Rage, if you still haven't made your move, Mijou's Shadow Wanderers will make their move. 3. 2. The dozens of Shadow Wanderers led by Mijou all drew their weapons. Yang Dingtian's Punishers, Monster Li 2, and Monster Giant 2's subordinates all drew their weapons. As long as Xianxia counted to 1, the battle would begin. 1. Xianxia's countdown ended. Swoosh. Monster Rage 2 suddenly drew his sword, however, he did not attack Yang Dingtian. Instead, he formed a formation with Monster Li 2. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the two groups of martial artists charged at each other ferociously and were about to collide into each other. Whoosh, suddenly, a black and white flame appeared in Yang Dingtian's palm. This flame, whether it was Mijou or Xianxia, was extremely familiar with it. It was the void-splitting fire. It was the void-splitting fire. Suddenly, everything in the field came to an abrupt halt, as if time had stopped, all the battles stopped. How could this be? How could this chief judge have the void-splitting fire? In this world, there were only 3 known people who had the void-splitting fire. Xianxia, Dongli, and Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's possession of the void-splitting fire was originally a secret. However, with the return of the fox demons in Little Western Paradise, it was no longer a secret. Suddenly, Xianxia and Monster Rage 2 thought of a terrible fact at the same time. Then, Xianxia was about to scream. Yang Dingtian's Xianxia suddenly suppressed Xianxia's body, and he could not make a sound. Although Xianxia was the chairman, he was mainly learning literature and politics from Naru. In terms of martial arts, he was only average. Currently, his cultivation was only at the half-step saint level. Everyone knew this secret, but they could not say it out loud. Yang Dingtian was really unwilling to show the void-splitting fire unless he had no other choice. It basically meant that his identity would be exposed. But so far, he had chosen the lesser of 2 dangers, compared to the battle in front of him, or the betrayal of Monster Rage 2, the danger of his identity being exposed was much smaller. Mijou stared at Yang Dingtian's void-splitting fire. His breathing suddenly became rapid, and he said, You and I can cooperate and enter into an alliance at a specific time?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Swear." Mijou said, "Swear on Mount Buzhou." "I swear." Yang Dingtian said, "My void-splitting fire can serve Mijou and the other Dark Wanderers. Otherwise, I will be expelled from Mount Buzhou and walk with the Dark Wanderers." This oath did not sound like a good one, but it should be the most vicious oath for the members of the High Priest Association. "Okay." Mijou said, "I leave Xianxia to you. I don't care if he lives or dies." Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood as if he was struck by lightning. These Dark Wanderers who were exiled from Mount Buzhou were really decisive. They could betray him at any moment. Yang Dingtian said, "Then, can you open the energy gate to enter Mount Buzhou?" "Of course." Mijou said. Whoosh. Whoosh, instantly, dozens of black figures disappeared from their original positions and flew in all directions. It turned out that they had modified the energy at the end of Little Western Paradise, which changed the energy of the energy barrier and blocked the energy gate. Sure enough, only the people of the Silver Dragon Temple could block the energy gate. At this moment, Monster Rage 2's expression had completely changed. He waved at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian handed Xianxia to the 8 punishers and walked over. When he was a few hundred meters away, Monster Rage 2 said in a low voice, "Yang Dingtian, is it really you?" Yang Dingtian said in a low voice, "It's me." Immediately, Monster Rage 2 trembled and twitched all over. He had been cunning and smart his whole life, but he had fallen into the hands of his cheap son-in-law. This was really. He was actually used by him to get rid of his greatest ally, Xianxia. Then, why doesn't Yao Yang recognize you? Monster Rage 2 asked. Yang Dingtian said, Bao Bao recognized me, but he pretended not to. He mouthed the words daddy. Little favoritism, I'm so angry. I doted on him so much. Demon Rage 2 immediately cried out in anger. What his precious grandson had done was truly a fatal blow to his heart. After a long time, Monster Rage 2 calmed down and said, then, does everything we talked about count? Yang Dingtian looked at Demon Fury 2 and spoke word by word, I will keep my word. Monster Rage 2 said, is your silver dragon judge real or fake? Of course. Yang Dingtian said, the spiritual teacher of the High Priest Association is the ancient Shiwu Piaoyan, and I am the only successor of Mr. Shiwu Piaoyan. Monster Rage 2 said, Xianxia has already sealed the gate of the Skull Temple. How can you enter? Yang Dingtian said, the greater space technique. I can jump through space. Suddenly, Monster Rage 2 was speechless. The greater space technique should be the pinnacle of the martial arts civilization in the Chaos world. It should be the jewel on the crown of martial arts. Yang Dingtian actually knew it. Taking a deep breath, Monster Rage 2 said, since that's the case, let's use the reason that the energy gate is closed to kill Xianxia right here to avoid any more trouble. Yang Dingtian said, of course, but I promised Madame Fire Dance that I would bring Xianxia to Mount Buzhou to verify his identity. Mount Buzhou still values some things very much. She gave the position of Silver Dragon Judge to me as if it was child's play. I can't tarnish it. Monster Rage 2 stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time and said, alright, but after Yongli knows your identity, he won't let you go. Yang Dingtian said, therefore, it is even more important for us to give Mr. Yaoli an explanation. Yongli was a hero with an iron will. He could be used but could not be bullied. Soon, Mi Zhu and the other Dark Wanderers had restored the energy gate. A completely transparent energy layer appeared. Yongli, remember your oath. Goodbye. Mi Zhu said. Yang Dingtian said, Yongli, are you not going to enter Mount Buzhou? Mi Zhu trembled and said, we are not qualified. Then, he threw a black flame-like crystal to Yang Dingtian. If there's anything, just crush this crystal and send out a signal. We will rush to your side as soon as possible. Whoosh 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 whoosh, then, he led all the Dark Wanderers and disappeared without a trace. Yang Dingtian led the Punishers and the 4 Patriarchs through the energy gate and entered Mount Buzhou. After entering the castle, Yang Dingtian and the others flew to Mount Buzhou. At this time, the 8 Punishers and the 4 Patriarchs were all waiting in the castle. Even Xianxia Wendian was imprisoned in the castle's energy formation. This was because the High Priest Association basically refused to allow anyone to visit. Yang Dingtian took out the token and opened the gate of the High Priest Association. At this time, he noticed that there was really a carved silver dragon on the gate. Then, there were 4 big words written on it, Silver Dragon Temple. However, the carving of the silver dragon was very ordinary. As for the words Silver Dragon Temple, they were carved with a knife. Can you people from the High Priest Association be more serious? Fortunately, the 4 Patriarchs didn't come in. Otherwise, their worldview would be ruined. Demon Rage 2 cursed in his heart. Damn it, this is the so-called Silver Dragon Temple? It can't even be compared to a village chief's cave. This is the belief of the entire Little Western Paradise. Cooperating with you is a complete scam. Yang Dingtian entered the hall and found that it wasn't empty. There were actually 4 people sitting inside. One was Fire Dance, one was the president of the High Priest Association, Su Yan, and 2 other unfamiliar priests, 1 male and 1 female. They were all skinny. One was from the silent race, and the other was from the fox race. They were so skinny, it was obvious that they were spirit type. Fire Dance very casually gave Yang Dingtian the Buzhou Mountain token, the Silver Dragon Judge, and the arrest and investigation order. But in reality, she was still very nervous. Not long after Yang Dingtian left, she woke up Su Yan and told him everything. Su Yan was helpless. "You've already done it, and now you're asking for my opinion. Isn't this acting first and reporting later?" However, since Fire Dance had already done so, there was nothing Su Yan could do about it. He could only accept it. So, the 4 of them sat in the hall and waited for the result. They hoped that there would be a smooth result. They hoped that there wouldn't be a war. If there was a war, it would be troublesome. There would be countless casualties. The High Priest Association's research would be completely stopped. So, the 4 of them waited here. When Yang Dingtian entered, Fire Dance immediately stood up and asked, "What's the result?" Yang Dingtian bowed and said, "Everything went smoothly." Immediately, not only Hua Wu, but Su Yan also heaved a sigh of relief. The matter this time was really like hitting a wolf with a hemp stick. Little Western Paradise was afraid of Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou wasn't afraid of Little Western Paradise either. Everything went smoothly. That was a pretty good result. Hence, Yang Dingtian narrated the entire process once again. Fire Dance and Su Yan were shocked. Yang Dingtian had chosen the most outstanding path to complete this quest. This was truly a case of using 4 tails to deal with 1,000 caddies. However, at the end of the day, Fire Dance's initial plan was correct. Finding Yali first would make everything easier. Yang Dingtian then bowed and said, "This disciple is bold to negotiate with Demon's Wrath too and agree to many things." Fire Dance thought for a moment before saying, "In short, it's 3 things, right? First, let Nair be the acting speaker, and elect Jia as speaker in the next session. Second, let the demigod descendant Yao Yang study in the High Priest Association when he grows up. Third, after Jia's term as speaker ends, make Jia the saintess, right?" Yang Dingtian said, "Yes." Fire Dance said, "These 3 things are nothing. We can't interfere with Nair's matter. Letting the demigod descendant study in the Silver Dragon Temple is our own will. As for making Jia the saintess in name, she doesn't need to enter the Silver Dragon Temple. It's simple." Yang Dingtian said, "Don't you care that Demon's Wrath too is using the name of the Silver Dragon Temple to unify Little Western Paradise?" Fire Dance shook her head and said, "Whether Little Western Paradise is unified or divided has nothing to do with Mount Buzhou. We don't care." Yang Dingtian said, "There's one more thing that's very important. However, it has nothing to do with eternal lodging." Fire Dance said, "Speak." Yang Dingtian said, "Priest Mizhu really didn't die. He was corrupted when he was studying the dark void energy. At this moment, he's leading the priests exiled by the Silver Dragon Temple to wander the entire Little Western Paradise. The only thing they can do is wait for the dark crack to open and then devour the energy there. They're completely addicted and can't stop. It's because of this that they colluded with Eternal Lodging. Eternal Lodging's void fire can allow them to enter the depths of the dark crack. As for me, in order to stop Mizhu from killing us for eternal life wills the heavens, I have already promised him that my void-rending flame will serve them." Immediately, Su Yan and Fire Dance fell silent. Although the Silver Dragon Temple rarely exiled members, as long as you became a member of the High Priest Association, you could do whatever you wanted. Then no matter what you do inside, whether it's slacking off or dating, it doesn't matter. There were only 2 rules that couldn't be violated. The first rule was to taint the power of Little Western Paradise. The second rule was to conduct evil research and destroy the entire world. As long as one violated these 2 rules, they would be exiled. In the worst case, they would even be executed. Su Yan and Fire Dance closed their eyes in silence for a long time. They couldn't think of a way to deal with this group of dark wanderers. Whether it was to capture or execute them, they were helpless. Because this martial Dao power was too strong. For thousands of years, the priests exiled by the High Priest Association had gathered by Mizhu's side. Su Yan sighed and said, "Let's do this for now. We'll discuss this group of wanderers later. Just this sentence alone showed Su Yan's unwillingness to meddle in other people's business. Alright, then let's go to the castle and deal with eternal lodging, Fire Dance said. Then, the four of them left Buzhou Mountain and flew to the border castle. Seeing the president of the High Priest Association, Su Yan, everyone knelt down. Greetings, Temple Master. Not only the punishers, but even the four patriarchs knelt down. Su Yan's reputation among the Little Western Paradise's nobles was very long and lofty. This was because he was almost as old as the Little Western Paradise. When the Fox Demon clan was still a group of foxes, he was already an intelligent and powerful silent clan. Therefore, he was almost an ancestor. Whether it was Monster Fury 2 or Monster Lee 2, they had all heard of his legend. He could be considered one of the founders of the Little Western Paradise's civilization. Su Yan sat down and nodded. Shadow Spear Clan's Monster Fury 2. Yes, disciple is here. Monster Fury 2 kowtowed to the ground. Su Yan said, everything that the Silver Dragon Inquisitor negotiated with you is the will of the Silver Dragon Temple. It's valid. Yes, thank you, Ancestor. Monster Fury pressed his forehead against the ground. Su Yan said, then, let's begin the identification of Eternal Lodging's true body. Immediately, the two spiritual-type priests beside him bowed and said, yes. At this time, Eternal Lodging had already woken up. Although he was trapped in the energy formation, he had regained the ability to speak. Yongding Tian, don't pretend to be some Silver Dragon Inquisitor. I know it's you. Eternal Lodging said sternly. You took advantage of Monster Lee's stupidity and Monster Fury 2's greed to kick me off the stage. You used them to take revenge. As expected, Yao Li's expression changed when he heard this statement. His gaze shot towards Yongding Tian like lightning. Fire Dance said indifferently, Yongding Tian is the only direct disciple of Shiwu Piayan. He's also a member of the High Priest Association and the Silver Dragon Temple. He's a Silver Dragon Inquisitor who was appointed by us. Capturing you is the will of the Silver Dragon Temple. What does it have to do with his identity? As soon as these words came out, Eternal Shi Wentian was speechless. If the Silver Dragon Temple was willing to endorse Yongding Tian, then it was useless. They couldn't stop Yongding Tian from entering the High Priest Association just because he was human. There was no such thing. Eternal Lodging's gaze shifted. He sneered, don't think I don't know that you've been conquered by Yongding Tian. He can make fox females go into heat. He uses that thing to travel the world. He's satisfied with you, so you're obedient. Eternal Lodging knew that begging for mercy was useless at this time, so he used the most vicious words to attack. He hoped that the High Priest Association would avoid suspicion and not support Yongding Tian. But who knew what Fire Dance's response would be? Oh. A faint oh. She didn't even bother to deny it. It was this oh that made the four patriarchs admire her. As expected of the Silver Dragon Temple's High Priest, she didn't care about such insults and attacks. Let's begin, said Su Yan. Immediately, two spiritual-type priests stepped forward. There was no formation at all. There were no crystals. Two pairs of eyes stared directly at Eternal Lodging. Then, they suddenly trembled. In an instant, everything around them suddenly turned into complete darkness and void. Of course, this wasn't real darkness. Everything around them had entered a spiritual illusion. Regardless of whether they refused or agreed, everyone present had entered the illusion of the two spiritual-type priests. The entire world turned dark. Only a ray of light suddenly entered Eternal Lodging's eyes. He tried his best to resist, but he didn't have the ability to do so. The powerful spiritual power directly crushed his will and entered the depths of his brain. It dug out his memories from 200 years ago. The scene of this memory suddenly shot out from his eyes and was projected into the darkness. Everyone could see it clearly. At the border of the Dark Continent's abyss, Eternal Lodging was waiting excitedly and anxiously for the void-splitting fire to bloom. Then, a black shadow instantly appeared. It pulled out his soul and turned him into a walking corpse. Then, under the evil technique, the soul of the black shadow was torn out of its body and poured into Eternal Lodging's body. Then, the void-splitting fire bloomed. Although the scene was somewhat fragmented, the entire process of eternal lodging being possessed could still be seen. Then, two terrifying hands made of light drilled into eternal lodging's body and tore it apart. Instantly, a ray of light from the soul was pulled out of his body. This ray of light from the soul was frantically twisting, struggling, and screaming. It was a very handsome, yet very thin face. That's right, this was Wendian, but it wasn't completely Wendian. It should be said that this was the Wendian of the primal chaos world and not the Wendian who was reborn by the people of Earth. The Wendian of the primal chaos world was a person whose legs were paralyzed. Therefore, he was very thin and dark. After he merged with the Wendian of Earth, he seemed to be more normal. But after another split, he returned to his scrawny, dark, and terrifying appearance. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and said, "You are the Wendian of the evil ways?" Wendian's face twisted as he said, "So what if I am? My soul is wrapped in evil spirit energy. Although it is only a second-grade evil spirit, it is undying and indestructible. You can't kill me, you can't kill me." As expected, the two incomparably powerful spirit priests retreated. Then, everything around him returned to normal. "President, we are already the strongest spirit priests in the world. We can easily enter his brain and tear his soul out of his body." The spirit priest of the speechless race said, "However, his soul is protected by an extremely evil and powerful energy. We can't completely extract his soul, and we can't kill him." Su Yan nodded. Yang Dingtian had already told him enough about the evil spirit energy. He completely knew how powerful it was. Yang Dingtian said, "Sir Su Yan, there are two ways to kill eternal lodging Wendian." Su Yan said, "Please speak." Yang Dingtian said, "The first way is to completely suppress his Xianxia, making him unable to release the void-splitting fire. Then, throw him into the abyss. That way, he should be reduced to ashes." Su Yan nodded. Yang Dingtian said, "The second way is to directly throw him into the dark matter. The dark matter will quickly devour him and turn him into a strange mixture." Eternal lodging Wendian's expression changed drastically. Too vicious. Eternal lodging Wendian immediately screamed, "Yang Dingtian, let me go, let me go. I'm useful. I'm a very, very important hostage. I'm useful." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "After your failure in the Little Western Paradise, you are useless to the Demon King Wendian. The most valuable thing you have right now is your spatial rending flame." Su Yan said, "What are the pros and cons of these two methods?" Yang Dingtian said, "The first method is very likely that the void-splitting fire will take the initiative to protect its master, so it still can't kill him. However, it is possible to refine the void-splitting fire. After all, this is one of the top 3 heaven and earth Xian flames. As for the second method, it can definitely destroy Wendian's soul and body. However, the evil spirit energy and the dark matter will form a new mixture. This kind of substance is completely unknown to us. The unknown means that it is terrifying." Su Yan nodded, closed his eyes, and said, "Since that is the case, we will use the first method to kill eternal lodging Wendian." Yang Dingtian bowed and said, "Yes." The first method was to suppress eternal lodging Wendian's Xianxia, throw it into the abyss, and reduce him to ashes. If he could refine another space-cracking flame, that would be the best outcome. Note, since it is already the end of the month, please give me a few tickets. It would be a waste not to ask. There were 2 ways to execute Xianxia at the border of the abyss. The first was to wait for the Little Western Paradise's dark crack to bloom. However, there was still at least a month's time. Yang Dingtian could not wait that long. Moreover, there was a saying that went, "A long night is fraught with dreams." The second was to go directly to the dark world, where there was a huge abyss border. Of course, he could also go to the first Dark Realms abyss border. Of course, going to the first Dark Realms abyss border was safer. He could directly return to the human countries and go to the northern end of the world of ice and snow. Directly using the void fire to create a dark door to enter the Death Continent's dark world was risky because he did not know where he would be teleported to. However, the void fire was born at the dark world's abyss border. Yang Dingtian was worried that the first Dark Realms abyss border's energy level was not high enough to refine the void fire. After thinking and hesitating for a moment, Yang Dingtian decided to use the dark door created by the void fire to enter the dark world. Fire Dance did not know martial arts and could not enter the dark world. Thus, Yang Dingtian, the 4 clan leaders, and President Su Yan escorted Xianxia to the abyss border to be executed. Yang Dingtian released the void fire. Immediately, the black and white flames began to fuse and become transparent flames. Yang Dingtian continued to inject celestial qi to the extreme. Suddenly, the void fire became bigger and bigger. Finally, the center of the void fire became a dark hole. This hole led directly to the dark world. Without a word, Yao Li carried Xianxia and jumped into the dark world through the dark door. Yao Nu too, the 4 clan leaders, and President Su Yan also jumped into the dark world. In the end, Yang Dingtian jumped in. Soon, the 6 of them appeared in the dark world. Their luck was not bad. It was about 10,000 times the gravity. Although it was not comfortable, with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he could still withstand it. On the other hand, Xianxia's cultivation was suppressed, so he was under this terrifying gravity. His body suddenly collapsed and then exploded, turning into ashes. Then, the evil energy quickly repaired his body. However, as soon as a little bit of weight appeared, it immediately shattered into pieces. Yang Dingtian led the group and flew towards the border of the abyss in the west. This place was already very far from the border of the abyss, probably more than tens of thousands of kilometers away. As the gravity got lower and lower, everyone's speed got faster and faster. In the end, he reached a critical point where he could endure the eternal sacrifice. Finally, he was no longer smashed to pieces. However, the scene was even more terrifying. His entire body suddenly caved in, directly becoming shorter by more than half. The 6 of them flew for 2 days and 2 nights before they finally arrived at the border of the dark world. Finally, there was almost no high gravity here. In front of him was the boundless border of the abyss. The mysterious, dazzling, and terrifying border of the abyss. From the looks of it, it was completely a ball of light of nothingness that was constantly moving. At first glance, it looked like a galaxy. The border of the abyss was beautiful and enchanting. However, it was a symbol of death. It continued to devour the dark domain in front of it, turning it into a dark world of death. The abyssal border of the dark realm devoured the low-level dark realm. The lowest level of dark realm was the first dark realm. It was slowly but unceasingly devouring the torn space. It was as if the entire world was dying, completely unstoppable. The president of the High Priest Association, Su Yan, looked at the mysterious and beautiful border of the abyss. This should be the most powerful and terrifying place in this world. It could devour the entire chaotic continent. Then, it should be enough to destroy the evil spirits. Sir Yang Dingtian, the destruction of this world is unstoppable. Su Yan said, his tone revealing a sense of pessimism. Su Yan had always been like this. The silent race was naturally pessimistic. The first to be devoured and destroyed will be the torn space. Once the torn space is destroyed, the Little Western Paradise will completely lose its energy balance and will be destroyed instantly. After the Little Western Paradise is destroyed, it will be the Vitality Continent's turn. Su Yan said slowly. When these words came out, Yao Li and Yao Nu's expressions changed drastically. It was not that they had never heard of this theory. However, it sounded as if the people on Earth had heard of the end of the world in 2012. However, the facts now completely proved this point. Even President Su Yan, one of the founders of the Little Western Paradise civilization, said so. Then it was definitely not wrong. Therefore, Xianxia's strategy was correct. Enter the human countries, seize a base, and prepare for the destruction of the Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian, Sir Su Yan, how long do you think it will take for the torn space to be destroyed? Su Yan said, Sir Yang Dingtian, you should have seen that the torn space and the dark matter have an intersection, right? Yang Dingtian, yes. Su Yan said, the dark matter seems bad. But in fact, it is protecting the torn space and the human countries. The dark matter is devouring and compressing the torn space, and the border of the abyss is doing the same. In the end, the two have entered a kind of balance. Therefore, the torn space has always been in a relatively stable state. When these words came out, Yang Dingtian was really shocked and speechless. He had never heard of this theory before. Is this your research topic? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Su Yan said. He was the president, so what he studied was the most noble topic, how to save this world. Su Yan said, however, the torn space has been expanding, so it is breaking this balance. Once it expands to a certain critical value, the entire balance will instantly collapse, and the torn space will be completely destroyed. Then, the little Western paradise will be destroyed and become the next torn space. Demon Rage 2's expression changed drastically. If the little Western paradise was destined to be destroyed, then what was the point of establishing the Silver Dragon Empire? Yang Dingtian looked at Demon Rage 2 and said, Sir Demon Rage, this is the problem of the entire chaotic world civilization, so the human countries will definitely face it together with you. After all, according to our plan, my son will become the emperor of the Silver Dragon Empire. Su Yan said, to save the entire Silver Dragon civilization, we indeed need a unified will and strategy. Therefore, it is time for the little Western paradise to be unified. Sir Yang Dingtian, although you had no choice but to negotiate with Sir Demon Rage, it is very in line with the Silver Dragon Temple's strategy. As soon as these words were said, the four patriarchs present had indeed engraved a concept in their hearts. In order to save the Silver Dragon civilization and the entire Demon Fox race, the little Western paradise indeed needed to be unified into an empire. Yang Dingtian said, Sir Su Yan, how long do you think it will be before the torn space? Su Yan said, Sir Yang Dingtian, as you know, we don't have spatial techniques and can't enter the torn space. Therefore, we can only rely on the energy density at the junction of the torn space and the little Western paradise to calculate the expansion level of the torn space. This is not very accurate. Therefore, when the time comes, we may need you to explore the torn space and give us the most accurate and complete data. Yang Dingtian said, no problem. Su Yan said, according to our rough estimate, the torn space is about 5,000 years away from destruction. At that time, the little Western paradise will be destroyed. And the junction of the torn space and the human countries will probably be torn apart as well. Therefore, this is a small annihilation. Yang Dingtian's eyes trembled. That meant that the demon realm, the yin-yang mirror, and even parts of the world of ice and snow would be torn apart. The destruction of this world was indeed progressive. The formation of the yin-yang mirror and the demon realm was not without reason. The Empire of Darkness only accelerated the destruction of these continents, but the reason was still because they bordered the torn space. Yao Li said, then, does that mean that the little Western paradise will be destroyed in 5,000 years or so? And the human countries are also destined to be destroyed, just a little longer. Su Yan nodded and said, that's right. Yao Li's entire aura seemed to have completely collapsed. He hissed, if the entire chaos world is destined to be destroyed, then what's the point of fighting? Yang Dingtian said, of course it's meaningful, Sir Yao Li. The chaos world may be destroyed. But the civilization of the chaos world will not be destroyed. What we need to do is to continuously evolve and supplement before the entire world is destroyed. In the end, if we can jump out of the chaos world, our civilization will be able to obtain eternal life. Su Yan nodded and said, Sir Yang Dingtian is right. If our intelligence reaches a certain level, we may be able to change the nature of our energy and truly prevent the world from being destroyed. Of course, I've repeatedly researched this direction and found that it shouldn't work. Because time seems to be irreversible. Then, Su Yan said, now, Sir Yang Dingtian already has the greater space technique. This is the key to saving the chaos world, so Sir Yang Dingtian is the key to saving the chaos world. Greater space technique. Everyone was shocked, including Yongxi. Yang Dingtian actually knew the greater space technique. Then, was he destined to be the so-called child of destiny? Completely undefeatable, Su Yan said, so, next, the Silver Dragon Temple will organize a spiritual theory system to unify the thoughts of the entire Little Western Paradise. The spiritual unification will be left to the Silver Dragon Temple. And the actual unification will be left to everyone here. Yao Nu bowed and said, it is my duty. Su Yan said, all right, let's begin the execution. Execute Yongxi went in. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. A few saints stepped forward and completely sealed Yongxi's profound veins. Then, with a fierce attack, he was instantly smashed to pieces. Then, the evil spirit energy would do its best to revive his body, and would not be able to do anything else. Yang Dingtian raised Yong Shi Wentian's light energy body. No, no, I beg you, Yang Dingtian, I swear loyalty to you, I swear loyalty to you, no, no, ah. A mournful roar sounded. Yang Dingtian suddenly threw Yong Shi Wentian into the abyss that could swallow the entire world. Note, it's the last day, don't waste your monthly votes, vote for me. Ah, Yong Shi immediately let out an incomparably miserable howl. It was a howl filled with incomparable unwillingness. Then, only to see that his soul, which was wrapped by the evil spirit, directly melted into the abyss border. The completely invincible, undying evil spirit was like ice. Under the scorching sun, completely melted here. Boom, then, there was a sound and a tremor. Yong Shi Wentian's energy sea directly exploded. However, before the energy could explode, it directly melted away. Then, it was the Xian veins and the heart that were protected by the evil spirit. Finally, it was the head that was protected by the evil spirit. The incomparably powerful, undying evil spirit energy, in the energy of the abyss border, was like metal and high-temperature magma, instantly melted away and disappeared. Yongshi's body, along with Wentian's soul, completely died and disappeared from this world. The last thing to melt was Yongshi's head. His soul, as if he didn't dare to believe that he was really dead. He, who had the evil spirit energy, was really dead. After Yong Shi Wentian died, Yang Dingtian still stood quietly at the edge of the abyss border, hoping that the abyss border could refine a new void crack fire. The 4 patriarchs and President Su Yan were also waiting quietly. As expected, in the huge abyss border, countless tiny lights began to gradually condense, and condense. Finally, they condensed into a black and white flame. The black and white flames began to condense into a transparent void crack fire. Clan leader Jin A, Monster Wrath 2, and Monster Giant 2 were all eager to take action against this void-rending flame. This was because whoever controlled the void-rending fire would control Miju's powerful Dark Wanderer force. Yang Dingtian said directly, logically speaking, I already have the void crack fire, so this void crack fire should be given away. However, with the void crack fire, not only can I control the Dark Wanderer power, but I can also freely enter and exit the human countries and Little Western Paradise. Currently, the human countries are far weaker than the Little Western Paradise. I can't let the human countries be in danger forever. The moment he said this, everyone understood. Yang Dingtian didn't want the 4 patriarchs to possess this void-rending flame. Yang Dingtian said, Patriarch Su Yan, please devour this void fire. This way, you can control the exiles of the Silver Dragon Temple and research the border of the abyss. President Su Yan of Mount Buzhou High Priest Association shook his head and said, Mr. Yang Dingtian, you should keep it for yourself. Yang Dingtian replied, but, I already have a void-rending flame. President Su Yan said, your cultivation is very close to the 20th level. If you devour this new spatial rending fire, you might be able to break through. Yang Dingtian was stunned, then he bowed and said, thank you, President Su Yan. I won't stand on ceremony. Yang Dingtian took a step forward and began to inject his divine sense and profound qi into the void-splitting flame. Instantly, the void-splitting flame stuck its head out and made contact with Yang Dingtian's divine sense and profound qi. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel a little excited. If he devoured this void-splitting flame, would he be able to break through to the saint level? After the void-splitting flame communicated with Yang Dingtian's divine sense and profound qi, it actually retreated. That's right, the void-splitting flame retreated. It refused to be devoured by Yang Dingtian. The reason was simple. It sensed another void-splitting flame in Yang Dingtian's body, so it refused to enter Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. Perhaps it felt that as a second void-splitting flame, there was no place for it to stay in his body, and there was no room for it to develop. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the void-splitting flame in his qi vessel had suddenly flared up as though it had turned ferocious. Obviously, the void-splitting flame in his sea of qi would absolutely refuse to let a new void-splitting flame in. If it really entered, the 2 void-splitting flames would probably fight each other. This situation, Yang Dingtian really didn't expect it. He was really speechless. The two void-splitting flames actually strongly rejected each other. This time, there was really no other way. Yang Dingtian said helplessly, President Su Yin, sir, I can't devour it. Then you can take it back to study. Su Yin smiled and nodded, reaching out his hand and gently summoning. Immediately, the void-rending flame flew over and floated above his palm. Su Yin sucked lightly. Immediately, the void-splitting flame turned into thousands of wisps and entered Su Yan's body. Then, everything was silent. There was no change. Su Yan's cultivation also didn't have any breakthrough. Because, at his cultivation level, devouring a void-splitting flame was no longer enough to let his cultivation have a breakthrough. Alright, we've successfully killed Xianxia Wendian. Everyone, you can go back. Su Yan said. Yang Dingtian looked at the abyss border that was still mysterious and beautiful. Xianxia Wendian already disappeared without a trace here, becoming a part of the abyss border. He was indeed considered a very powerful boss. Now, he was finally eliminated relatively smoothly. Of course, even if he didn't die, he also could not stir up trouble anymore. However, it was better for him to be dead than not dead. One of Yang Dingtian's great troubles was finally resolved. Now, even if the evil ways entered the Little Western Paradise, it was also completely a dead end. Here at the human country's gates, he already had no worries at all. Furthermore, all of the saint-level powerhouses could be transferred back. Yang Dingtian led everyone to the exit of the Dark World, which was the door of darkness in the Great Hall of Heads. Using the void-splitting flame to open the door of darkness, the group of people came out of the Dark World and entered inside the Great Hall of Heads. Sure enough, as expected, inside the Great Hall of Heads currently, more than a dozen Demon Fox clan experts were sitting neatly. Among them, there were almost 10 saint-level powerhouses. The rest were all half-saint-level powerhouses. This was almost the majority of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall's experts. As expected, Xianxia had sent them here. Once the human country's gates opened, the Demon Fox clan's experts would surge out and destroy all of Yang Dingtian's saint-level powerhouses. Then, they would take the human country's gates away. Seeing people come out of the door of darkness, the Silver Palace's experts were shocked. Then, seeing Demon Rage too, they immediately let down their guard. The Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall greets the kings. The saint-level leader of the Silver Palace took the lead and bowed. The Silver Palace's experts were all gathered in the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall. They swore to be forever loyal to the chairman. Of course, they were loyal to the position of chairman, not to anyone else. Therefore, when Yaoqi was alive, they were loyal to her. Even if Yaoqi wanted them to imprison Xianxia, they would obey. After Yaoqi died, Xianxia became the acting chairman. The Silver Palace Temple was completely loyal to Xianxia Wendian. Their loyalty was the same as the Silver Dragon Temple's punishers. They were only loyal to the Silver Dragon Judge. The punishers in the border castle didn't care who the Silver Dragon Judge was, even if he was their father's killer. As long as he was the Silver Dragon Judge, they would obey his orders. Demon Rage 2 stepped forward and said, Martial Arts Hall's experts, your mission is over. Go back. The saint-level leader of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall said, without the chairman's orders, our mission will never be over. Demon Rage 2 said, Chairman Xianxia has been possessed by the human Wendian. He killed Chairman Yaoqi. The Silver Dragon Temple has ordered his arrest. The Joint Council has already impeached him. The Silver Dragon Judge has escorted Chairman Xianxia into Buzhou Mountain. He has identified his true body and confirmed that he has been possessed by the human Wendian. He is the murderer of Yaoqi. Therefore, he has already been executed. As Demon Rage 2 spoke, he took out a document. This was the highest order of the Joint Council. The content was to impeach Chairman Xianxia. It was stamped with the personal seals of the 8 clan leaders and the Joint Council's public seal. Then, it showed a stack of recording jades. This included the scenes of Xianxia being impeached, the scenes of Xianxia's true identity being revealed, the scenes of Xianxia admitting to the murder, and the scenes of Xianxia being executed. Every piece of evidence was very strict and authoritative. After the leader of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall read it, he passed it down. Then, the saint-level leader of the Silver Palace said, Chairman Xianxia has stepped down and been executed. Our mission is temporarily suspended. Understood. Demon Rage 2 said. The leader of the Silver Palace martial artists said, however, we will still occupy the Skull Hall, but we will not do anything. We will ask the new chairman to give us a new order. Only then will we stop our mission or start a new one. Sure enough, it was very strict. After Yongxi Wentian's death, this group of Silver Palace martial artists' mission was temporarily suspended and not completely suspended. They would only obey the new chairman's orders. Demon Rage 2 said, don't worry. The new chairman will give you a new order soon. Yes. The leader of the Silver Palace martial artists bowed again and sat down. He closed his eyes and entered a state of temporary suspension. During this process, they would not do anything. They would wait for the new chairman's orders. The 4 clan heads, President Su Yan, Yang Dingtian, and the others left the Skull Hall and entered Little Western Paradise. They first sent President Su Yan back to Mount Buzhou. Yang Dingtian officially handed over the position of Silver Dragon Judge to President Su Yan. He also handed over the mask, robe, and Mount Buzhou token. He had originally thought that President Su Yan would solemnly store these things away and place them in the most important place. In the end, President Su Yan still casually handed them to Fire Dance. He then greeted Yang Dingtian and returned to his stone room to continue his meditation. Yang Dingtian bowed to Fire Dance again. Thank you, Madam Fire Dance. Fire Dance smiled and said, all right, go about your business. I still have a novel to read. Then, she also went back to her stone room. The entire High Priest Association fell into an extremely empty state. Yang Dingtian left Mount Buzhou and entered Little Western Paradise. Then, his body began to change and he became Jiangshang of the Speechless Clan. Jiangshang of the Speechless Clan was officially the spiritual leader of Little Western Paradise. He could be considered the chairman's teacher. Yang Dingtian returned to Yingdu to meet Jia and her son and enjoy the joy of a family reunion. However, the moment Demon Rage 2 saw Yang Dingtian, he said in a low voice, Yang Dingtian, actually, the great sage can totally act as the acting chairman. It might be better for you to be the acting chairman. Yang Dingtian could not help but be shocked. Note, in 10 minutes, a new month will arrive. Please guarantee monthly votes. There was a saying that one's mouth said no, but the body was very obedient. Jia was a classic example of this. Her mouth kept saying no, but her body was very obedient and even cooperated. All of her rationality was completely destroyed. In the entire courtyard, fiery emotions seemed to be flowing everywhere. The red leaves on the ground were floating all over the sky. Just like that, no one knew how much time had passed. In the end, he lay limp on the stone table, enjoying the enchanting silence. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that the sky was about to turn dark. Jia hurriedly got up from Yang Dingtian's body. Then, she tidied her clothes and pulled her skirt up again. Damn you. She pinched Yang Dingtian hard, then quickly ran into the house to take a bath. You're over there. Don't follow me, she said as she ran. Yang Dingtian went to the room on the other side. There, the fox maidservants with red faces had been waiting for a long time. The comfortable hot spring flowed in the white jade-like bath. Yang Dingtian lay down comfortably. Several fox maidservants came forward to bathe Yang Dingtian. Then, they changed into comfortable clothes. When everything was ready, the sky was completely dark. The maidservants led Yang Dingtian to a palace. It was very familiar to Yang Dingtian. When he was under house arrest in the Silver Palace, he lived here. Jia, who was wearing a pink dress, and Yao Yang, who was wearing a snow-white robe, were already waiting at the table. There were many delicacies on the table. Every one of them was very exquisite. Of course, the red cake was an exception. That plate of red cake was messed up beyond recognition. When his precious son saw Yang Dingtian come in, he pouted and complained, "Daddy, you're so slow. I'm starving." As he spoke, his big eyes were still staring at the delicious food on the table. Yang Dingtian sat down and said, "Let's eat." The little guy's chopsticks immediately attacked. He picked up the best piece of snowflake beast meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Jia picked up the red wine and filled Yang Dingtian's cup before pouring a full one for herself. Then, he picked up another bottle of red wine and filled it to the brim. However, this little guy had already completely immersed himself in the dishes on the table. He didn't care about anything else at all. He ate until his face was covered in oil. Yang Dingtian raised his glass of red wine and clinked it with Jia's before downing it in one gulp. The taste was very good. It wasn't bitter, but it wasn't sour either. In short, it definitely wasn't delicious, but it had a very fragrant taste that was very deep and distant. Why didn't father-in-law come? Yang Dingtian asked. Jia said, the 9 tribes are having a banquet. Isn't it good for the 3 of us to have a meal together? Sure. Yang Dingtian gazed at Jia's snow-white, jade-like face. The blush on her cheeks and the charm in her beautiful eyes had yet to fade. After that, the 2 of them continued to drink. Yang Dingtian continued to gorge himself, gulping down wine and eating meat. The 3 of them didn't need to speak, but a warm and happy feeling flowed in their hearts. Suddenly, Jia's expression became annoyed. Because she finally found the root of Yao Yang's pickiness. These 2 were indeed father and son. Even the things they liked to eat were exactly the same. They didn't even touch most of the vegetables. They just liked to eat meat. Moreover, it had to be a mixture of fat and lean. It would be best if it had bones and was chewy. Jia saw the father and son picking at the food on the plate with their chopsticks, eating with their mouths and staring at the food. They really looked exactly the same. Yao Yang, why are you only eating meat and not vegetables? You won't grow up like this. Jia said coldly. The little guy didn't even raise his head. Daddy is like this too. You're an adult, but you don't care. Why do you care about a kid like me? Yang Dingtian. Jia glared at Yang Dingtian. Can't you set a good example for your son? Yang Dingtian was stunned. Then, he drank the red wine in big gulps. He picked up a bunch of vegetables and stuffed them into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed them directly. The little guy Yao Yang said, Mommy, since Daddy likes to eat vegetables so much, I won't fight with him. Let's give them all to him. Yang Dingtian was speechless. This son was different from the other sons. Yang Yi was gentle and elegant. Yang Li was arrogant and domineering. Little Acho liked to act cute all day long. He was a little muddle-headed. This Yao Yang in front of him was mischievous and clever. He was the most similar to Yang Dingtian when he was young. Jia didn't reason with her son. She went forward and pinched the little guy's oily little face with her jade-like hands. She opened his little mouth and forced every vegetable into his mouth. Instantly, the little guy's face became bitter. After he finished eating, Jia kissed his little mouth fiercely and said, Good boy. A table full of dishes was actually eaten clean by the family of 3. Of course, most of them were eaten by Yang Dingtian. In the end, no one touched the remaining pile of red cakes. Jia looked at Yang Dingtian and then looked at Yao Yang. I'm full. I'm going to read. The little guy slipped off the chair and turned to run. Jia grabbed his ear and picked up a piece of red cake. She said, Open your mouth. The little guy helplessly opened his mouth and stuffed a piece of red cake into it. He said, I'll play after I finish eating. I don't like Mommy anymore. Daddy, take me away so that Mommy won't force me to eat things I don't like every day. The little guy chewed with his small mouth and swallowed. He said, Madam Jia, can I go and play now? Jia didn't mind her son calling her name. Yes, Mr. Yao Yang. Do you remember when to come back? Jia said. I know. The little guy ran away in the blink of an eye. When he ran to the door, he turned to Yang Dingtian. Daddy, can you sleep with me tonight? Of course. Good boy. Yang Dingtian said. Then, the little guy ran away without leaving a trace. Where is the little guy going to play? Yang Dingtian asked. Jia said, in name, he's going to read. In fact, he's going to play with little girls. Ah. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Jia said, You're such a playboy. He's really learned from you. Yang Dingtian was speechless. That can't be. This little guy is only 3 years old. Among his sons, both Yang Yi and Yang Li didn't like to play with little girls. In the end, Yao Yang was just like himself when he was young. He liked to play with girls. He really didn't expect this. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked, Jia said. Then, she pushed the pile of red cakes in front of Yang Dingtian and said, "Finish them." Yang Dingtian's expression turned bitter as he said, "But, I am already full." Jia said, "I made these myself. Do you want to eat them?" Then, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to painfully eat the red cakes one bite at a time. However, when he ate the last piece, he suddenly grabbed Jia, pinched her little mouth open, and forced the red cake in his mouth into her mouth. Jia kept struggling, but she was no longer Yang Dingtian's opponent. She could only let Yang Dingtian feed her. "Yang Dingtian, you're so disgusting." After swallowing it, Jia's face was full of disgust. He pulled her to sit on his lap and gently stroked her neck. He kissed her eyes, nose, and then kissed all the red cakes on the corner of her mouth. In the end, the aroused Jia couldn't hold back anymore. She opened her little mouth and kissed Yang Dingtian deeply. The two of them kissed deeply and entangled. "Husband, how's my sister?" Jia snuggled in Yang Dingtian's arms and asked softly. "Yes, she's fine," Yang Dingtian said. "Do you think it's okay for me to bring the baby to live in Cloud Sky City for a while?" Jia whispered. Yang Dingtian was startled. Then, he said, "Okay, after the human countries are settled, you and the baby can not only live in the human countries. Yang Yi and Yao Rao can also live in the Little Western Paradise." "Yes." Jia said, "Are you leaving tomorrow?" "Yes," Yang Dingtian said, "but I'll be back soon. I'll be back with Chairman Nehru." "Yes." Jia said, "In the future, don't leave for so long. It's really hard for me." "Why, is your desire so strong?" Yang Dingtian laughed. Jia said unhappily, "Don't spoil the fun. I'm talking about the psychological side. Especially when I see the baby and you're not by my side, the loneliness is really indescribable." Yang Dingtian hugged her tightly and said, "I know, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." At about 10 o'clock on Earth, the little guy Yao Yang came back from the library. Then, the family of 3 got on the big bed. When the little guy was 2 years old, he slept on his own small bed. Now that he could sleep with his parents, he was very excited and kept rolling and jumping on the bed. "Daddy, tell me a story, tell me a story. I won't sleep tonight, I want to listen to stories until dawn," the little guy announced loudly. Then, less than 15 minutes later, the little guy curled up in Yang Dingtian's arms and fell asleep. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but wonder if his story was that bad. Moreover, this little guy was already 3 years old, but he was still hugging his head when he slept, just like a baby. The next morning, Yang Dingtian left Yingdu and returned to the human countries. When he left, the little guy was still sleeping soundly. While sleeping, he clicked his tongue. He was so cute that Yang Dingtian couldn't take his eyes off him. He really wanted to stay and accompany him. It was said that home was the place where the fighting spirit of any hero dissipated. Yang Dingtian completely understood this saying. Note, brothers, I beg for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Thank you everyone, because I changed the chapter but had to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because I changed the chapter but had to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because I changed the chapter but had to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because I changed the chapter but had to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone, because I changed the chapter but had to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry, thank you everyone. Wu Yu was fine. She didn't have any feelings for this father that she had never seen before. However, Nehru's mind seemed to have exploded. She lost all ability to think. Her life could be divided into 2 stages. Before her husband died, and after her husband died, before Miju's death, she was a great speaker. She had extraordinary ambitions. She was full of ideals and vitality. She was one of the most outstanding leaders in the history of Little Western Paradise. It had to be known that she had taken over Little Western Paradise's worst situation. At that time, the Great War of the 9 Tribes started by the Demon King had just ended. Although the war had ended, the internal strife continued without end. It was Neru who led the joint council to restore peace in Little Western Paradise. To a large extent, she healed the cracks between the 9 tribes. As for Xianxia, he was able to become the speaker after a few hundred years. It was all because he was Neru's disciple. However, all of this came to an abrupt end with the death of her husband, Mizhu. Following Mizhu's suicide, all of her ambitions and aspirations were extinguished. His entire being had sunk into boundless guilt. After that, although she was still the speaker, there were many things that she couldn't handle. Fortunately, the joint council of Little Western Paradise was on the right track. After Wu Yu grew up, she chose to enter the High Priest Association to atone for her sins. Everything was because of her husband, Mizhu's death. Because the Silent Tribe was noble and detached. Not reproducing was the highest creed of the Silent Tribe. Because once they reproduced, it meant that the Silent Tribe was no longer without desires. Therefore, she had been committing suicide. She seduced Mizhu and made him break his creed, which led to his suicide. Now, Yang Dingtian said that he didn't die, therefore, Neru didn't know how to react to this news. Should she be happy or sad? After Neru calmed down, Yang Dingtian told Mizhu's story in detail. From his research on the dark crevice until he was seduced by the dark crevice, he developed a desire for it. That was why he married Neru and gave birth to Wu Yu. It was precisely because he had been contaminated by the energy of the dark crevice that he had become afraid of death and had not been able to commit suicide in the end. He didn't commit suicide. Why didn't he tell me? Neru asked. Yang Dingtian said, he wants to rely on his own power to resist the invasion of the dark crevice. He wants to return to the nobility of the Silent Tribe. Neru's eyes revealed a trace of pain. In this man's heart, he felt that his love with her was depraved. His highest goal was to restore the nobility of the Silent Clan and ignore the pain Neru was in. Yang Dingtian said, I don't know how well he resisted, but he probably didn't try to devour the energy of the dark crack during that time. However, this resistance continued until one day, when it completely failed. What? Neru asked. Yang Dingtian said, when he heard that you had committed suicide, his will was instantly crushed, so he completely fell into depravity. As soon as these words came out, tears immediately streamed down Nalu's face. This at least proved that Mizhu loved her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken down upon hearing that she had died. Yang Dingtian continued, from then on, he became a complete captive of the dark crevice. His only goal in life was to devour the energy of the dark crevice and enjoy that indescribable feeling of joy. Just like that, day after day, year after year. Later, he met Eternal Xianxia. Eternal Xianxia's spatial fissure flames allowed him to enter the depths of the abyss and devour the denser and more powerful energy of the dark crevice. Thus, he completely colluded with Eternal Xianxia. He and the Dark Wanderers led by him, which are the people exiled by the Silver Dragon Holy Palace, followed Eternal Xianxia's orders and became the most powerful force in Eternal Xianxia's hands. Wu Yu was silent for a long time before saying, then do you think he can still be saved? Yang Dingtian, when the 4 patriarchs and I escorted Eternal Xianxia into Mount Buzhou, we were stopped by Mizhu. I told him that Neru is still alive in this world, and that you exist. He was very shocked, but he said that it was already too late. He was still prepared to use any means necessary to steal Eternal Xianxia from me, and he didn't hesitate to commit a massacre. Neru's eyes twitched upon hearing this. Yang Dingtian continued, after that, I proposed that I could form a new alliance with him and that my spatial fissure flames would serve him. He immediately abandoned Eternal Xianxia. Neru's body trembled again. This news was indeed a huge blow to her. Mizhu's death was a very painful thing. But at the very least, the Mizhu in her heart was still noble, holy, and worthy of love. At this time, Mizhu had completely fallen. This represented the death of the love in Neru's heart. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes. When she opened them again, Neru had already regained her composure. In fact, Yang Dingtian felt that she seemed to be even stronger than before. Yang Dingtian, thank you. Neru said slowly, thank you for getting rid of my heart demon. This heart demon has tormented me for countless years. No matter what I do, this heart demon makes it impossible for me to be righteous. When a person's heart is filled with guilt, then her pride and ambition will also disappear. That way, no matter what he does, he won't be able to do it. Yang Dingtian completely understood this point. Therefore, the evil Tao had always said that it was very simple to make Yang Dingtian collapse. They just had to kill his beloved wife and children. That way, Yang Dingtian would instantly collapse and go crazy. No matter what he did in the future, he would lose his confidence. If he couldn't even protect his wife and child, how could he still have the face to do anything else? Now, Nara knew the truth about Mijou, although it was very painful. But at least it proved that she had a clear conscience. Everything she did was not wrong. She could still maintain her pride. Yang Dingtian, now that the chairman of the Little Western Paradise Joint Council is vacant, Madame Naru has to preside over the overall situation as soon as possible. Naru nodded and said, Little Tian, although we are already a family. But after I become the chairman of the Little Western Paradise, I will definitely consider the interests of Little Western Paradise. I won't be too biased towards you and the human countries. You have to be clear about this. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know, and this matter is very complicated. The fate of Little Western Paradise and the human countries in the future are closely linked. After you become the chairman of the Little Western Paradise, there will be a top-secret meeting held at Buzhou Mountain. Explain, you will represent the Joint Council, I will represent the human countries, Monster Fury 2 and Monster Li 2 will represent the 9 tribes, and President Su Yan will represent the Silver Dragon Temple. They will set a long-term plan for the development of Little Western Paradise and the human countries. Nair was stunned. It was obvious that Yang Dingtian's words had exceeded the level of Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian explained, according to the rough calculations of the High Priest Association, about 5,000 years later, the expansion of the torn space will break the balance and lead to the destruction of the entire torn space. The destruction of the torn space will cause the Little Western Paradise to lose its balance and collapse, becoming the next torn space. The High Priest Association named it the Little Nirvana of the world. As soon as these words came out, Nara was stunned. Obviously, this meant that the direction of her work would completely change from now on. If the destruction of the Little Western Paradise couldn't be stopped, then the Vitality continent of the human countries would become the only hope for the survival of the Little Western Paradise civilization. Nara nodded and said, I know what to do. Yang Dingtian said, then let's not waste time. We will enter the Little Western Paradise immediately. Wu Qiong said, evil ways will attack the door of the human countries. We will let them pass. Yang Dingtian said, if the evil Tao were to attack the human kingdom's door, I would be more than happy to oblige. Yongshi Wendian is dead. Evil ways will never be able to come out once they enter the Skull Hall. They will be walking right into the trap. Speak of the devil and the devil will appear. From afar, a green light flew over like lightning. It was the soul sword wand of the Queen Devil Queen. Yang Dingtian and the other two immediately flew back to the narrow entrance of the Taboo Continent's illusion. Violets, Demonic Fox, and the others immediately put away the mahjong table as fast as they could. Even though little Yao Zi was extremely unwilling, because she was about to win. Then, the 5 saint-level powerhouses and 4 half-step saint-level powerhouses immediately set up a large formation and completely blocked the entrance of the Skull Hall. Although Yang Dingtian didn't care about the attack of the evil ways and couldn't wait for them to rush into the Little Western Paradise, he still had to put on an act. Sure enough, about half an hour later, a few black figures flew over from the distant horizon. Queen Devil Queen, Dishi Bian, Wulingzi, Wu Daozi, and Princely Ming stopped at lightning speed. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, long time no see. I've missed you. Princely Ming stood out from the crowd and made his debut. Yang Dingtian said, everyone, how have you been? What's the matter this time? Princely Ming said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you previously proposed to exchange Dongfang Bingling for Dongli. Is it still valid? Yang Dingtian raised an eyebrow and said, what's wrong? You've thought it through and decided to exchange? Princely Ming said, that's right. We agree to exchange Dongfang Bingling for Dongli. Yang Dingtian immediately fell into a dilemma when he heard this. Previously, he proposed this trade to buy time and prevent the Ghost Emperor Wentian from using countless energy essences to push Princely Ming to the Saint level. Evil Ways would then launch a suicidal attack on the Skull Hall. Once they broke through the Little Western Paradise and colluded with Xianxia, the consequences would be unimaginable. The result was indeed so. Xianxia actually had more than 40 Saint-level powerhouses under his command. If Evil Ways had broken through the Little Western Paradise at that time, the Council of Light would be completely finished now, and Yang Dingtian would also be finished. But that was then and this is now. Now, Xianxia Wentian was finished. The 40 Saint-level powerhouses under his command were indirectly in the hands of Yang Dingtian. Now, Yang Dingtian couldn't wait for Queen Devil Queen and the others to attack the Little Western Paradise. That way, he could catch them all in one fell swoop, but at this time, Princely Ming actually proposed to exchange Dongfang Bingling for Dongli. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Yang Dingtian's mind. At this time, as long as the Demon King Wentian did not appear, Evil Ways would be done for. Right now, the most important thing was to lure the Devil Queen, Dead Concubine, Crown Princely Ming, and the others into the Western Paradise and walk right into their trap. Then, should he still use Dongfang Bingling to trade for Dongli? What were the pros and cons? Soon, Yang Dingtian found that agreeing to the trade was more advantageous than disadvantageous. Because before, it was Yang Dingtian who took the initiative to propose the trade. If he rejected the trade now, in that case, the crafty Crown Princely Ming would suspect that Yang Dingtian's previous proposal was to stall for time and that it was a trap. Then, perhaps the evil Dao would withdraw into hiding. And if he handed over Dongli in exchange for Dongfang Bingling, what would happen? It seemed that there would not be much of an impact. Because at this time, Dongli hated Princely Ming to the core. He had already knelt down to pledge loyalty to Yang Dingtian and wanted to murder Li Ming and the Devil Queen. Yang Dingtian did not believe in Dongli's loyalty. But he completely believed in Dongli's deep-seated hatred for Princely Ming. Because Princely Ming's attitude towards Dongli was completely abandoned. Moreover, even if Dongli broke the contract and did not kill Princely Ming and the others at the border of the abyss and helped them enter Little Western Paradise, it did not matter. He could just wait for them at the void crack of Little Western Paradise to walk into the trap. Even if all these factors were eliminated, it was extremely important to exchange for Dongfang Bingling. After all, Bingling was his wife, and it was also his promise. After a short while, Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Okay, I agree to the exchange." Dongli said, "Sect leader Yang Dingtian is indeed devoted. Then, tonight, we will officially carry out the exchange." Yang Dingtian, "Okay. See you tonight," Dongli said. Then, the figures of Princely Ming and the other four disappeared without a trace. Yang Dingtian felt a little regretful. Princely Ming had agreed to the exchange tonight, not tomorrow night or the day after. If it was the day after tomorrow, then Yang Dingtian could enter the Little Western Paradise now and summon a large number of Saint-level experts as quickly as possible to ambush near the Taboo Continent Sea region. Once Dongfang Bingling was done with the exchange, they would immediately catch all of them. No matter how terrifying the evil spirits of Evil Ways were, they wouldn't be able to escape the tight encirclement of more than 20 Saint-level experts. However, there were already more than a dozen Saint-level experts in the Skull Hall, and they were very close. If these Saint-level experts of the Silver Palace agreed to help, then they could catch Princely Ming and the rest of the Evil Ways tonight. Yang Dingtian immediately told this idea to Neru. Neru frowned and said, "The Saint-level experts of the Martial Arts Hall only obey the orders of the chairman. I haven't taken up the position yet, and I'm afraid they won't be willing to obey." Yang Dingtian, "Let's give it a try. If we can catch all of the Evil Ways tonight, it will save us a lot of trouble." Neru nodded and said, "Okay." After confirming that the Evil Ways were completely gone, Yang Dingtian immediately used his invisibility skill and disappeared into thin air. Neru was also within his range of invisibility. "Yao Li, enter the Skull Hall to receive us in 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian said. "Yes, Sect Master," Yao Li said. Then, Yang Dingtian and Neru rushed into the Skull Hall. The moment they entered the Skull Hall, they quickly entered the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. Then, Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to fly in the opposite direction in the dark void. He and Nera jumped out of the illusory realm and woke up in the Skull Hall. The moment they opened their eyes, Yang Dingtian found that he and Nera were completely surrounded. 10 Saint-level experts and more than a dozen half-Saint-level experts surrounded Yang Dingtian and Yaoli from all directions. Their Xian meridians were completely suppressed. However, any orders they gave were temporarily frozen, so they only surrounded them and didn't do anything else. When the Saint-level expert leader of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall saw Neru, he couldn't help but be shocked. He said in a trembling voice, "Speaker Neru." "Xianxia-san?" Neru called out the leader's name after a moment. As a martial artist of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall, he didn't have a surname or a name. He just used Dean as his surname and his rank as his name. This Xianxia-san was the 13th member to enter the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall, so he was called Xianxia-san. "That's me." Xianxia-san bowed and said, "Speaker Neru, it's great that you're still alive." The Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall's leader, Xianxia-san, had served many speakers. However, the one who left the deepest impression was still the Speaker Neru in front of him. When the news of Speaker Neru's death came, the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall's martial artists couldn't do anything, but they felt extremely sad. They didn't expect that their old friend didn't die and was still as elegant as ever. This made Xianxia-san and the others very happy. Neru said, "It's a long story. This person beside me is the leader of the human nations, Yang Dingtian." Xianxia-san nodded lightly at Yang Dingtian because he was now Yang Dingtian and not the Silver Dragon Judge or the great sage Jiangshang. Xianxia-san said, "Elder Neru, how have you been?" Neru said, "Little Western Paradise is going through a drastic change. Yongxi Wendian has been executed. I accept the invitation of the 9 tribes and become the new speaker." Xianxia-san was overjoyed. "It's great that Speaker Neru is back." Not only Xianxia-san, but the other Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall's martial artists were also overjoyed. It seemed that Neru was really popular in Little Western Paradise. As Silver Dragon Martial Arts Hall's martial artists, they couldn't have their own political opinions. However, Xianxia-san and the others didn't agree with Yongxi's new civilization from the bottom of their hearts. They felt that it was a poison that would castrate the demon fox race. However, even if they didn't support it, they could only obey Yongxi's orders because he was the speaker. Now, having a speaker that they wholeheartedly supported was the best result. Neru said, "Sure-san, regarding Yongxi's death, you should already know everything?" Xianxia-san said, "Yes, he has been possessed by the human Wendian and murdered the former speaker, Yao Qi. The evidence is conclusive." Neru said, "The human Wendian is the demon king of the evil ways in the human nations. At this moment, there are still a few remnants of the evil ways outside, Yongxi Wendian's followers. Sect Master Yang Dingtian's martial Dao influence wasn't enough to capture all of them. You guys are very close, are you willing to help and capture all the remnants of the evil ways tonight?" Xianxia-san immediately fell into a difficult situation. He bowed deeply and said, "Logically and emotionally, I should have an answer. However, Speaker Neru, our Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall only listens to the speaker's orders. As long as you show us the speaker's token and give us the Silver Palace's order, we will immediately obey." Neru nodded and said, "I know, but the operation has to be carried out tonight. Even if I rush to the Silver Capital at the fastest speed, it will be too late." Xianxia-san's face immediately revealed an extremely apologetic expression. He bowed and said, "Then I'm very sorry that I can't help Speaker Neru. Please forgive me." Neru smiled and said, "I know that you guys are right to stick to your principles." Then, Neru looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply and apologized. Neru already knew this result, but in order to satisfy Yang Dingtian, she still came in and showed favoritism. This would affect her image. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could be considered to have done something stupid. Little Western Paradise and the human countries were indeed different. In the human countries, people were more important than the system. To put it more directly, in the current human countries, Yang Dingtian's will was greater than the heavens. Whatever he said was the law. However, in the Little Western Paradise United Parliament, the system was greater than the heavens. Even the speaker could not change it. Therefore, no matter how unwilling Yongxi was, he was still chased off the stage. Both had their pros and cons, but in some aspects of Little Western Paradise, it was indeed the direction of the human country's development. Of course, it was only in some aspects. After that, Naru and Yang Dingtian waited quietly. Xianxia said, "Speaker Naru, are we going to the silver capital now?" Naru said, "There are still some things to do in the human countries. After that, we will immediately go to the silver capital. Later, a demon fox will enter the skull hall to bring us out. She is the Golden Awe clan's princess, Yaoli." Xianxia nodded and said, "We know what to do, Speaker Naru." After a while, Yaoli flew into the skull hall, and the door to the human countries opened. Yang Dingtian and Naru rushed out of the door at the fastest speed and returned to the Forbidden Continent Sea region. In just a short while, Wu Yu's mahjong table was already on the table. How addicted was she to mahjong? Seeing Yang Dingtian and her mother come out, Wu Yu said, "Yang Dingtian, you made a fool of yourself. The Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall will not go against its principles. You made my mother lose face, and people will think that Speaker Naru is starting to be biased." Naru said, "Little Bamboo, Wu Yu's nickname, don't talk to Yang Dingtian like that." Wu Yu smiled indifferently and threw out a mahjong tile. Demon chicken. Yaozi looked up and said, "Speaker Naru, do you want to play? I will let you play." Although she said that, her eyes were glued to the mahjong tile. She did not have any intention of letting go. Naru smiled and said, "You play." After that, Yang Dingtian and Naru floated in the air, waiting for the night to come. Seeing Yang Dingtian's serious expression, Naru smiled and said, "Don't worry. In this battle, you have already gained an overwhelming advantage." Yang Dingtian smiled and nodded. A few hours later, night fell, and the moon hung high in the sky. Under the moonlight, 5 silhouettes flew over at lightning speed. The Devil Queen's dead concubine and Crown Prince Li Ming had brought Dongfang Bingling to trade. Soon, the 5 of them arrived. Dongfang Bingling was in the arms of the Devil Queen, the undead concubine. Prince Li Ming smiled and said, "Sir Yang Dingtian, let's start the trade." Originally, I wanted to hug Bingling, but after thinking about it, I decided not to do so in order to prevent you from getting jealous. Queen Devil Queen lowered her head and said to Dongfang Bingling, "My little disciple, you have gotten what you wanted. You have returned to your man's side. Note, dear bosses, I have a vote." "Thank you." Yang Dingtian found that Dongfang Bingling was unconscious in the arms of the Queen Devil Queen. Prince Li Ming said, "Yang Dingtian, where's Dongli? Hand him over." Yang Dingtian directly pulled out Dongli from the space ring. Dongli had been in a state of suspended animation in the space ring. Now that he had returned to the air, he fell into a temporary daze. After a while, he saw the situation clearly and saw Prince Li Ming, the Queen Devil Queen, and the others. However, his gaze suddenly became extremely complicated. He had already seen that this was an exchange, using him to exchange for Dongfang Bingling. Then, the scene of that day immediately appeared in Dongli's mind. At the junction of the torn space and the dark matter, Yang Dingtian wanted to kill him. He was afraid of death, and he hated Prince Li Ming, so Dongli knelt down to pledge his loyalty to Yang Dingtian. Now, it seemed that he was going to return to the evil ways. What about the agreement with Yang Dingtian? Prince Li Ming glanced at Dongli, then said, "Yang Dingtian, let's start the exchange." Yang Dingtian, wait, why is Bingling unconscious? Let her wake up. He didn't trust the character of the evil ways very much. He was afraid that they had done something to Bingling. The Queen Devil Queen gently brushed Dongfang Bingling's neck. Bingling suddenly woke up, and her eyes fell into a temporary daze. First, she saw the Queen Devil Queen, and the expression in her eyes became incomparably painful and complicated. Then, she saw Yang Dingtian, and was immediately pleasantly surprised, saying, "Senior brother." That's right, this was Bingling's soul. This kind of expression was completely impossible to hide. Let's start the exchange. Prince Li Ming said, "Let go of Dongli and let him walk over." We'll let go of Bingling and let her walk over herself. Yang Dingtian nodded, and then released the imprisonment on Dongli. He looked at him deeply, hoping that Dongli would remember his agreement. Dongli lowered his head, looked at the Devil Queen and Li Ming, and slowly floated towards the other side. Dongfang Bingling also floated towards Yang Dingtian. At this time, there were 5 saint-level and half-saint-level experts on Yang Dingtian's side. They had an absolute advantage in terms of strength. But they were still infinitely on guard, for fear that the evil ways would use some underhand tricks. The distance between the two sides was less than 1,000 meters. Dongfang Bingling and Dongli floated in different directions, and then passed by each other in the air. If it was the previous Dongli, he would definitely do something. But now, Dongli had suffered an unprecedented blow. First, he was horribly tortured by Wolingzi for several days and nights, and he could neither live nor die. Subsequently, he was tortured by Yang Dingtian and imprisoned in the spatial ring for a few months to fake his death. In addition, he was repeatedly abandoned by the evil ways, and faced the threat of being swallowed by the dark matter. At this time, his spine was almost broken, and he was no longer as fierce as before. When they passed by each other, Dongli only glanced at Dongfang Bingling, and then continued to fly in the direction of the evil ways. When they were less than 100 meters away, Yang Dingtian rushed forward like lightning, hugged Dongfang Bingling, and said, "Junior sister, how are you?" Dongfang Bingling gently stretched her body and looked at Yang Dingtian's face. Then, she smiled and said, "It's okay. It's just a little unnatural. It's as if this body isn't mine." It was no wonder, for his soul had lost control of his body for several years. When he finally recovered his soul, he immediately fell into a coma, and was imprisoned in the underworld empire. At this time, it was inevitable that he felt a little unfamiliar with his body. At this time, Dongli had returned to Prince Li Ming and the others. Li Ming stepped forward and said, "Brother, how are you?" This was probably the first time Prince Li Ming called him brother. Previously, Li Ming looked down on Dongli very much, and would only call him by his name, not even his name. Dongli nodded coldly, and did not have any good attitude towards Prince Li Ming. "Let's go," the Devil Queen said. Prince Li Ming said, "Sect Master Yang, the exchange has been completed. You already have a beauty in your arms, so cherish her. Goodbye." Then, the 5 people of the evil ways took Dongli and quickly left, disappearing without a trace in an instant. "Senior brother, you finally rescued me." Dongfang Bingling looked at Yang Dingtian greedily and said, "Many times, I almost gave up hope." Yang Dingtian said, "Now, only your master, Nihility Piaoling, and Dishibian are left." Dongfang Bingling said, "Dishibian is fine, but my master is a little intoxicated." That was indeed the case. When Yang Dingtian recalled the expression of the Devil Empress' deceased concubine, his heart turned gloomy. He then forcefully tossed these thoughts aside and said, "Junior sister, master and master's wife must be missing you very much. I will bring you to meet them now." The expression on Dongfang Bingling's face became slightly unnatural, but she still nodded. Yang Dingtian understood this unnaturalness, because her relationship with her parents was not very close. All along, she was full of complaints towards Dongfang Minmi, and with her proud personality, she did not have any family affection. However, after her will was suppressed by a first-class evil spirit, the endless loneliness made her full of desire for affection. When she was fighting against a first-class evil spirit, she realized that even a little bit of affection and warmth could be an important weapon against a first-class evil spirit. Missing her parents, missing the sword servant girl, and especially her feelings for Yang Dingtian were the foundation of her support until now. Therefore, in these few years of soul torture, Dongfang Bingling's heart had softened from Ling Ao's. Yang Dingtian said to Naru, "I will take junior sister home first." Naru nodded. Then, Yang Dingtian took Dongfang Bingling and flew towards Cloud Sky City like lightning. At this moment, Wu Yu suddenly stood up and said, "I will go with you." Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Because, at this moment, he was no longer afraid of evil ways attacking the Skull Hall, and even hoped that they would do so. Then, Wu Yu and Yang Dingtian accompanied Dongfang Bingling back to Cloud Sky City. When flying over Li Shui Manor, Wu Yu suddenly said, "Yang Dingtian, under this Li Shui Lake, is there a phantom spirit demoness?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Wu Yu said, "I haven't seen it yet, I want to see it, okay?" Yang Dingtian could not help but be stunned. Wu Yu said angrily, "What, as your woman, you can't even satisfy this little request of mine?" Yang Dingtian helplessly nodded. Then, he controlled the soul sword and drilled into the depths of Li Shui Lake. The 10,000-year-old phantom spirit demoness immediately spat out ice-cold energy, instantly freezing the entire lake. The near-emperor-grade soul sword drilled down continuously. After a quarter of an hour, the soul sword brought the energy jade box containing the phantom spirit demoness and flew out of the lake. Wu Yu took the energy jade box containing the phantom spirit demoness, but did not open it. Of course, he did not dare to open it. This ice-cold energy was really too terrifying, even a saint-grade expert would find it hard to resist. As for Dongfang Bingling, she was looking at all of this with great interest. Because she had been imprisoned for too long, now that she had regained her freedom, she felt that everything was full of meaning. Previously, her temperament was very cold, almost uninterested in everything around her. She directly put the energy jade box into her bosom, then said, let's go back. Yang Dingtian was speechless, but thinking that Wu Yu would not do anything senseless, there must be a use for it, so he did not ask anything and continued to fly towards Cloud Sky City. On the way back to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian asked, Junior sister, what are you going to do next? Dongfang Bingling said, after helping senior brother completely eliminate the evil ways, I will peacefully stay at home, have children, and serve senior brother for the rest of my life, not caring about worldly affairs. When saying this, Dongfang Bingling was very gentle, but also very bold. Yang Dingtian could not help but be stunned. Previously, Bingling was full of ambition. Even after falling in love with Yang Dingtian, she always wanted to suppress Yang Dingtian. At this time, she actually wanted to be a good wife and mother. It seemed that in the past few years when her will was suppressed by a first-class evil spirit, she had indeed changed a lot. Then, without caring about Wu Yu, she snuggled up in Yang Dingtian's arms and gave up flying by herself. At this time, she had really become as gentle as water. Senior brother, how is Yangli and Debao now? Dongfang Bingling suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Dongfang Bingling had only held Debao Yangli once, but she actually asked him specifically. Moreover, when she asked about Debao Yangli, her beautiful eyes were full of envy and longing. Very domineering, almost exactly the same as Feng Wu's character, Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes were intoxicated. I wonder what our future baby will be like. Yang Dingtian finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He kissed her transparent jelly-like lips and said, I wish I could be like you, cold as ice and absolutely beautiful. I would definitely be popular with thousands of girls. That's really good. Bingling smiled. Yang Dingtian found that although Dongfang Bingling had become as gentle as water, she still completely ignored Wu Yu as if there was no one else around. Yang Dingtian hugged her soft and cold body and couldn't help but tighten his hands. The feeling of losing something that he had gained was really good. Senior brother, all these years, there hasn't been a day that I haven't thought of you. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body shrank into Yang Dingtian's arms and said softly. At this time, Wu Yu finally couldn't help but say, Dongfang Bingling, don't you think it's necessary for you to tell Yang Dingtian about the Demon King Wendian now? Indeed, the whereabouts of the Demon King Wendian was the most important thing to Yang Dingtian. Dongfang Bingling frowned unhappily. She was tired of this extra thing now and only wanted to enjoy this gentleness and sweetness. However, since Wu Yu asked, she still said, the Demon King Wendian went to find the Nagadugu Shuang and no one knows where he is. However, he has the powerful Chaos Emperor armor on him, which is made of thousands of high-level demon spirits and is extremely powerful. Yang Dingtian's heart couldn't help but tremble. Thousands of high-level demon spirits and only one Chaos Emperor armor? Then, how invulnerable was that? How powerful was that? He wondered if his Naga royalty sword spirit could break through his Chaos Emperor armor. Suddenly, Bingling said, Senior brother, when we return to Cloud Sky City this time, while father and mother are here, let's have a simple wedding, okay? Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, but, there might not be many guests. Bingling said, as long as father and mother are here, it's fine. A simple ceremony and then I will give my body to you at night. Only after the wedding night will we be a real husband and wife. Yang Dingtian's heart softened and said, okay. Bingling smiled and said, speaking of which, I have already counted the days. Today is the day when it's easier for me to get pregnant. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but blush. Wu Yu couldn't help but fly a few hundred meters away from the two of them. She couldn't stand that kind of love the most. It was too mushy. Men and women could do whatever they wanted. When they were aroused, they could just take off their clothes and have sex. This kind of greasy made people speechless. At this time, Princely Ming, Queen Devil Queen, and Dongli flew directly to the border of the Underworld Empire. Before entering the Underworld Empire, Princely Ming stopped. Princely Ming bowed and said, "Brother, we are going to open the Little Western Paradise. We will need your void-rending fire very much. Only you can reverse the situation of our Temple of Annihilation." Dongli couldn't help but sneer and said, "Li Ming, only now do you think of me as your brother? It seems that I am not important. My void-rending fire is the most important. If you didn't need my void-rending fire, I'm afraid you would have let me beg for death at Yang Dingtian's place." Princely Ming said, "I know that brother has a grudge and even made some kind of agreement with Yang Dingtian. You will even use your void-rending fire to kill us in the Abyss Fissure." When these words came out, Dongli's face changed in horror. Note, bosses, please guarantee the monthly votes, thank you very much. Princely Ming directly pointed out Dongli's worries. He was indeed hesitating whether he should do this or not. Of course, he did not know that he would soon have this opportunity. Princely Ming said, "In a dozen days, a dark crevice will open between the first dark realm and the Little Western Paradise. After passing through this dark crevice, we will be able to enter the Little Western Paradise. However, this requires the Void Splitter fire to evolve the dark crevice." Hearing this, Dongli immediately laughed loudly. No wonder, you were in such a hurry to save me. Otherwise, you would have definitely let me die at Yang Dingtian's hands. Princely Ming said, "So at that time, at least when we pass through the dark crevice, you will put away the Void Splitter fire and we will die without a burial place. Then I want to ask, will you do that?" Dongli did not say anything, because he did not know whether he would do that or not. He had indeed promised Yang Dingtian, and had even sworn to be loyal to Yang Dingtian, and to kill Li Ming and the others. But he was a person who did not care about swearing at all, completely indifferent to it. If he would do that, it would only be because of the monstrous hatred in his heart. Right now, he truly hated the heartlessness of Princely Ming and the others, who had repeatedly trampled on his dignity. However, if he really wanted to kill all of them, he had not reached that level yet. Princely Ming said, "I know you won't. Your hatred is not that strong. And most importantly, His Majesty the Demon King is still here. If you really betray the Temple of Annihilation, he will not let you go no matter what." Dongli's heart could not help but tremble. He feared the Demon King Wentian from the bottom of his heart and soul. In this way, he really didn't dare to kill Princely Ming and the others, and he really didn't dare to betray the Temple of Annihilation. Then, he sneered and said, "That's right, I don't dare to attack you, and I don't dare to betray the Temple of Annihilation. But at least I can do nothing, can't I? If you want to pass through the spatial fissure, you can do it yourselves. My spatial fissure fire has already lost its effect." Then, Dongli closed his eyes and ignored him. Queen Devil Queen suddenly frowned. She had never liked Dongli. He was always so impulsive and couldn't consider the big picture. Immediately, the Queen Devil Queen said coldly, "Dongli, do you know what you're saying? Where do you place the great cause of the Temple of Annihilation? What do you think of His Majesty the Demon King?" Dongli said, "Your Majesty the Devil Queen, I'm also your adopted son, right? But when that bitch vulture humiliated and tortured me, what were you doing? When Yang Dingtian proposed to exchange me for Vulture and Walingzi, you directly refused, and didn't care about my life or death at all. I know that because my cultivation hasn't broken through to the half-saint realm, I'm not even comparable to a dog in your heart. Since the Temple of Annihilation doesn't love me, how can you make me love the Temple of Annihilation?" Queen Devil Queen's face twitched and said, "You think it's useful just because you don't want to? Don't forget that you have a first-class evil spirit in your body. We once completely suppressed your will." Dongli said, "Of course I know. That memory is also engraved in my heart. But I also know that if you want to completely suppress my will and let the first-class evil spirit completely dominate my body, you need a complete evil spirit tree. And now, the other half of the evil spirit tree is no longer in His Majesty the Demon King's body, but has been taken away by the Nagadugu Shui." Queen Devil Queen sneered and said, "You're just guessing. We transferred the first-class evil spirit in Dongfang Bingling's body to Wolingzi's body, and then completely suppressed Wolingzi's will. This happened not too long ago. Dongli said, that's because you activated the independent will of the first-class evil spirit a long time ago. Even if it was transplanted into Wolingzi's body, it wouldn't change. That's why Wolingzi's will was suppressed. As soon as these words came out, they were close to falling out. Dongli was such an impulsive person. If he was a smart person, he would definitely not have said those words. There was no room for repentance. Prince Li Ming was disdainful in his heart. Dongli wanted to completely fall out with them, but he didn't have the courage to completely compromise, but he was unwilling. As a result, he fell into the worst situation. Taking a deep breath, Prince Li Ming bowed and said, Brother Dongli, we know we've let you down. So, we're willing to make up for it. We'll enter the Underworld Empire and ask His Majesty to bestow you with the energy essence of the undead, so that you can break through to the semi-sage realm and make up for our previous mistakes, okay? As soon as these words came out, Dongli was immediately overjoyed and said, Really? Prince Li Ming said, Of course it's true. Dongli's heart was beating fast. The reason why he had fallen into such an awkward situation was that his cultivation was not high enough, so he was abandoned like a worn-out shoe. Dongli said, Now? Crown Prince Li Ming said, Let's go now. Okay. Dongli said, Let me break through to the semi-sage realm, and I'll forget all the unhappiness of the past. The Devil Queen frowned and was about to refuse. Prince Li Ming looked at her with pleading eyes, and the Devil Queen sighed deeply. Then Prince Li Ming said, Brother Dongli, from now on, your role will be very important, so I hope we can unite and contribute everything to His Majesty the Demon King's cause. It's a deal. Dongli said and stretched out his hand. It's a deal. Prince Li Ming stretched out his hand and clapped hands with Dongli, then, the group rushed into the Underworld Empire. After entering the Tower of Babel, Prince Li Ming put forward his request. Ghost Emperor Wentian furrowed his brows, feeling extremely unhappy in his heart. Dongli actually dared to do this. This void-splitting fire was originally given to him by the Temple of Annihilation after a discussion. In the end, he used it as his capital and put forward an unreasonable request. He was really muddle-headed and greedy. Li Ming, are you going to condone his stupidity? Ghost Emperor Wentian said. Prince Li Ming said, just this once, consider it as making up for the anger in his heart. Ghost Emperor Wentian let out a deep sigh and said, All right. It's all that person's fault on the throne of darkness. If he didn't leave so irresponsibly, you wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Prince Li Ming bowed, not daring to listen to Ghost Emperor Wentian's words about the Demon King Wentian. Let him in. Ghost Emperor Wentian said. After a while, Dongli entered and knelt down, Your son greets Godfather. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, I hope that in the future, you can consider the big picture and fight for the temple wholeheartedly. Now is the most difficult time for you, so you have to be united. Yes. Dongli said, as long as we get through the Little Western Paradise, Godfather Yongxi Wentian will have countless saint-rank powerhouses in his hands. As long as these saint-rank powerhouses enter the human countries, they can easily destroy the Council of Light and capture Yongding Tian. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, Yes, so your void-splitting fire is very important. You have to take on the responsibility of being the Demon King's godson. Yes, Godfather. Dongli said. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, Well, I will give you the cultivation of a half-saint. This way, you can have the power to match your identity. Then, his flame raised its hand and suddenly reached up to the sky. Suddenly, the undead in the distance suddenly turned into hell magic crystals and flew toward the Tower of Babel like meteors. Fortunately, it was only to break through to the half-saint realm, so only 100 or so undead at the infinite Grandmaster level and 10 5th level undead lords were needed. Although it was a little painful, it was not to the extent of hurting his muscles and bones. Hundreds of hell magic crystals condensed in the sky above the Tower of Babel and then violently poured down. When passing through Ghost Emperor Wentian's flame, they were instantly refined into pure energy essence. These energy essences, one after another, poured into Dongli's body. Boom boom boom, Dongli only felt a powerful Xianxia madly pouring in. His sea of qi instantly expanded and then suddenly exploded. His whole body fell into nothingness. He began to frantically break through. From the first grade of the 13th level to the second grade of the 13th level, it rose rapidly. Dongli suddenly felt an unparalleled sense of pleasure. This feeling of devouring, this feeling of breaking through, was simply too awesome and too mysterious. The feeling of being a peerless beauty was 100 times, 1,000 times more wonderful. Boom, finally, the entire Tower of Babel slightly roared and shook. At the same time, a crack appeared in the dark clouds above the Netherworld Empire. Then, Dongli completed the final breakthrough. He officially broke through from the infinite Grandmaster level to the half-saint realm. After the breakthrough, Dongli still stood in the same place, trembling all over, enjoying the incomparably mysterious feeling, as if still immersed in the aftertaste. This feeling was really too wonderful. Prince Li Ming stepped forward and whispered, "Brother Dongli, we should set off for the first dark realm." Dongli was stunned. "So soon?" Prince Li Ming said, "Although there are still a few days before the dark crack blooms, it's better to go early." Dongli nodded. "All right then." Then, the Evil Ways group bid farewell to the Ghost Emperor Wendian and left the Underworld Empire. They flew towards the border of the world of ice and snow, heading towards the first dark realm. At this time, Yang Dingtian also officially brought Dongfang Bingling back to Cloud Sky City. Coincidentally, after Dongfang Minmi heard the news of Yang Dingtian's return, he immediately returned to Cloud Sky City and planned to report to him about the important matters of the Council of Light. At this time, he was working in the main hall of Cloud Sky City. Yun Zhenu was with him. She had many documents that needed Yang Dingtian's signature. Yang Dingtian brought Dongfang Bingling in. Dongfang Minmi raised her head and saw Yang Dingtian first. She was pleasantly surprised. "Little Tian is back." Of course, she also saw Dongfang Bingling, but she did not pay much attention to her. She just looked away. Then, she suddenly trembled and her gaze fell on Bingling's face. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, she stood in the distance and the documents in her hands fell onto the table. Ling Dongfang Minmi said with a trembling voice. "Father." Dongfang Bingling choked. When Dongfang Bingling hugged her daughter, Dongfang Bingling was still fine. She was even a little unnatural. However, Dongfang Minmi had completely broken down. He was not just crying. He was even crying. Endless longing, endless guilt, all of it was released in this sorrowful cry. Although last time, Dongfang Minmi even persuaded Yang Dingtian to refuse to exchange Dongli for Dongfang Bingling for the sake of the Council of Light. However, this was his only daughter, his only flesh and blood. When Dongfang Minmi became the head of Yinyang School, he was indeed ambitious. He traveled the whole world to find the ultimate truth of this world. His feelings for his daughter and his wife were indeed not deep to the bone. However, when he was imprisoned under a 1,000-meter world of ice and snow for 10 years. This kind of emotional support was deep to the bone and marrow. When a person fell into complete loneliness, emotions would become the only strong sustenance. Dongfang Bingling was like this, and so was Dongfang Minmi. Therefore, for a long time, the deeper Dongfang Minmi missed his daughter, the deeper the guilt. Other than Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Bingling had never been hugged by another man since she grew up. Although the person hugging her now was her biological father, she still felt a little unnatural. However, after hearing his cries full of guilt and emotions, Bingling felt that many things in her heart were disintegrating. Her eyes were sour, and tears fell. She also hugged her father tightly. After a long time, Dongfang Minmi let go of his daughter. At this moment, he seemed to be a different person. His entire expression was completely relaxed, and even his eyes were light. He was finally completely liberated emotionally and spiritually. His daughter was back. Although he did not do anything before, his spirit was always shackled. Yang Dingtian, is Master's wife still in the Sea of Hades? Yes, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said, Bingling wants to have a simple wedding ceremony tonight, so I'll go and bring Master us over. Dongfang Minmi stopped him. Let me go. Then, he walked out directly. Even his footsteps carried the wind with them. In fact, after Dongfang Minmi returned, he and his wife had been separated more than they were together. They had never been physically intimate. Firstly, it was because his body didn't belong to him. It belonged to Lun Qingchen. Of course, whether it was him or his mistress, they had long since lost their desire for intimacy in that aspect. However, in terms of spirit and emotions, Dongfeng Minmi and his wife had always been in a state of relative estrangement. It was because of Dongfeng Bingling. Dongfeng Minmi had always felt guilty for letting his daughter fall into the hands of evil ways, so he was too ashamed to face his wife. From now on, there would be no barriers between the husband and wife. Dongfeng Minmi rode the demon eagle King Izao to the Sea of Hades. His speed was extremely fast, so after only a few hours, he returned with his mistress. At this time, the decorations in Cloud Sky City had been completed. Although it was simple, it was also festive. Red lanterns were hung everywhere, and red couplets and the word happiness were pasted everywhere. This was completely arranged by Yang Dingtian according to the ancient wedding ceremony on earth. When they heard that Dongfeng Bingling had returned and was going to get married, Yan Yan and the children wanted to come back like crazy. They wanted to make a scene in the bridal chamber. Especially Yan Yan, who wanted to come back very, very much. However, they were still persuaded by Dongfeng Minmi. Although evil ways wouldn't choose to attack Cloud Sky City at this time, they still shouldn't take any risks. Anyway, they would become a family in the future. It wouldn't be at this time. Yan Yan and the others could only give up resentfully. Master and mistress were both due, so the wedding ceremony at night could begin. Coincidentally, Qin Wanchou had just flown to Cloud Sky City to report important matters, so he acted as Yang Dingtian's elder. Then, Yang Dingtian was pushed into the shower and changed into a brand new red groom's brocade robe. Mistress landed in Cloud Sky City. Before she could hug her daughter and cry, she went into the room to put on makeup for Bingling. Because 12 o'clock on Earth was going to pass very soon, it was best to do the wedding ceremony in the first half of the night. Finally, when everything was ready, it was almost midnight. Although there weren't many guests, the entire castle hall was still packed. There were even many children who were picking up candy all over the floor and cheering everywhere. It was a pity that Yang Dingtian's babies couldn't come because they were in the Sea of Hades. Otherwise, it would be even more lively and interesting. When Mistress was putting on makeup for Bingling, she noticed that her daughter's jade-like ears were constantly perked up, listening to the lively sounds outside and the childish cries of children. Previously, Dongfeng Bingling liked silence very much. She hated bustling and noisy places. But now, she didn't seem to be able to hear enough of the noise outside. Mistress couldn't help but smile. This kind of Bingling was more human. She couldn't help but smile. These years, although you weren't by my side, it was indeed the happiest time of my life. Every day when you opened your eyes, those babies would climb into your bed, giggling. But seeing that these children are all grown up, it's up to you now. Bingling said softly, "Yes, I will definitely give birth to a few more babies for you to take care of." Hearing her daughter say this, Mistress couldn't help but be startled. Then, her beautiful face also rippled with joy. Finally, in the midst of cheerful music, the wedding ceremony began. Yang Dingtian was wearing a groom's robe and waiting at the door. Master, Mistress, Qin Wanchou, and the other elders were already ready. Soon, a matron of honor brought the bride with a red veil and slowly walked over. When Yang Dingtian saw this matron of honor, he couldn't help but be startled. This was actually Yun Zhenu. Moreover, her dress was no different from a bride. She even wore a phoenix coronet, but there was no veil on her head. Bingling wore a veil and walked into the hall. The auspicious time has arrived. The wedding ceremony begins. Shimanlai said loudly. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and grabbed a silk-embroidered ball with Bingling. First bow to heaven and earth. Yang Dingtian and Bingling bowed to heaven and earth outside the door. Second bow to the parents. The two turned and bowed to the elders at the top of the hall. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Yang Dingtian and Bingling bowed to each other. After the ceremony, send them to the bridal chamber. Then, a group of people cheered and sent Yang Dingtian and Bingling to the bridal chamber in the castle. Bingling covered her head with a veil and sat on the flower bed in the bridal chamber to wait. As for Yang Dingtian, he still had to come out of the bridal chamber to drink with the guests. After drinking for almost an hour, Yang Dingtian didn't use Xianxia to cure the alcohol, so he was drunk and walked into the bridal chamber with light steps. Bingling was still waiting there quietly. Yang Dingtian didn't lift the veil. He reached in and pinched her chin, gently lifting it. Bingling raised her head. "Junior sister, it's time for us to go to the bridal chamber," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes, I've been waiting for a long time," Bingling said softly. Yang Dingtian lifted the veil, revealing a gorgeous face. The 6 members of the evil ways came to the end of the world of ice and snow. In front of them was the border of the abyss. Princely Ming looked at Dongli deeply. Now was the time to use the void-splitting fire. It was time for Dongli to perform. Dongli released the void-splitting fire. The black and white flames began to merge and become a transparent flame. The transparent void-splitting fire flew into the abyss border and began to divide. 12%, 24%, in the end, the entire abyss border was filled with the void-splitting fire, turning into a transparent crystal. "Let's go," Dongli said. Wu Lingzi jumped into the abyss border first. Then Wu Daozi. Next was Dishi Bian. Then there was Crown Prince Li Ming. It could be said that if Dongli wanted to kill Li Ming now, it was very simple. As long as he stopped injecting Xianxia and withdrew the void-splitting fire, the abyss border would directly tear Prince Li Ming into pieces and turn him into ashes. However, Dongli didn't do that. In the end, only the Queen Devil Queen was left. "Let's go," the Queen Devil Queen said. Dongli nodded. The two jumped into the abyss border that was filled with the essence of the void-splitting fire. Then, as if they were traveling through time, everyone passed through the abyss border and entered the first dark domain. Prince Li Ming bowed to Dongli. "Brother, thank you for your trouble." Dongli said, "Don't forget, I'm also a part of the Temple of Annihilation. I'm also His Majesty the Demon King's adopted son." Prince Li Ming said, "Yes, we're all adopted sons of the Demon King. We must unite and defeat Yang Dingtian." The Queen Devil Queen said, "Let's go, we'll start looking for the void-splitting fire." "Yes," Prince Li Ming said. Then, the 6 members of the evil ways began to look for the void-splitting fire in the first dark domain according to the map. Prince Li Ming and Dongli walked together, chatting and exchanging pleasantries as if they were real brothers. In all these years, the two of them had never had a serious conversation. The more they talked, the more emotional they became. Prince Li Ming sighed, "Brother, this is the most enjoyable conversation we've had. Many times, misunderstandings are caused by a lack of communication. Sigh, it's a pity that Netherworld isn't here. If we had communicated with him enough, perhaps he wouldn't have made such a choice." Dongli said, "Yes, he's the smartest of the 3 of us, so he doesn't think too much. If we had communicated with him enough before, he wouldn't have done such a stupid thing." Li Ming said, "So brother, no matter what's on your mind in the future, you have to talk to me. We brothers can't be estranged anymore." Dongli nodded vigorously. "Of His Majesty's adopted sons, only the 2 of us are left. From now on, I'll definitely assist His Majesty the Demon King. And after His Majesty passes everything to you, the Crown Prince, I'll definitely assist you." Prince Li Ming held Dongli's hand and said, "No, you and I are the same. We're both adopted sons of His Majesty the Demon King and have the same inheritance rights. Moreover, His Majesty the Demon King is immortal and will become the new god of chaos in the future. So we'll be loyal to him and assist him for all eternity." Dongli said, "That's still with the Crown Prince as the master and me as the assistant. As long as we're clear about this, there'll be misunderstandings and trouble if we're not clear about it. So, you're the master and I'm the follower. This is something that can't be changed. From now on, I'll definitely obey the Crown Prince's orders, because I believe that His Majesty the Demon King has his reasons for appointing you as the Crown Prince." Prince Li Ming stared deeply at Dongli, his face twitching with emotion. He held Dongli's hands and said, "From now on, we're blood brothers, connected by blood and flesh. Yes, blood brothers, connected by blood and flesh, united as one to defeat Yang Dingtian." Dongli also held Prince Li Ming's hands tightly. Then, Dongli seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Prince Li Ming said with concern, "Elder brother, if you have something to say, just say it." Dongli hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth, and then said, "Crown Prince, don't you admire Dongfang Bingling a lot? Why did you hand her over to Yang Dingtian like this? Are you willing?" Prince Li Ming's eyes revealed a trace of pain. He sighed, shook his head, and didn't answer. Then, the two of them fell into a short silence. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming said, "Elder brother, you don't want to say something about this matter, do you?" Dongli smiled awkwardly, and then said, "Elder brother, after we get through the Little Western Paradise, Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light will be completely finished, right?" Prince Li Ming said, "Of course, Yongxi foster father has more than 40 saint-level experts and countless half-saint-level experts in his hands. As long as he enters the human countries, he can easily wipe out the Council of Light and completely capture Yang Dingtian. So, the key is to get through the Little Western Paradise. Elder brother, your task is very important. This is my responsibility and mission," Dongli said. Prince Li Ming said, "Elder brother, what you want to say is not this." Dongli was a little embarrassed, and said, "After Yang Dingtian is completely finished, can you give Vulture to me? I hate this bitch to the bone. I must torture her until she begs for death." "Of course." Prince Li Ming said, "Moreover, Vulture was originally your woman." "Then, I thank you again." Dongli bowed exaggeratedly. Prince Li Ming held him and said, "Elder brother, what you want to say is also not this matter, right? Say it boldly." Dongli said, I am really embarrassed to say it." Prince Li Ming held his hand and said emotionally, "You and I are brothers, and we are one. What is there that you can't say? As long as I can do it, I will go through water and tread on fire." Dongli said, "Crown Prince, my void fisher flame will bear important responsibilities. Not only will it open the path to the Little Western Paradise, but it will also be the second time. In the future, I may have to go to the second and third dark realms. So, my cultivation is especially important. Previously, because my cultivation was too low, I became Yang Dingtian's captive. Therefore, I feel that if I break through to the Saint Realm, my contribution to the Temple of Annihilation will be even greater." Prince Li Ming's face immediately froze, and then he smiled bitterly, "Elder brother, you want to break through to the Saint Realm?" Dongli looked at Prince Li Ming's face and said, "Yes, I feel that this is very important to the Temple of Annihilation. Moreover, the energy essence of the half-stepped Saint Realm undead in the Underworld Empire can easily help me break through to the Saint Realm." Prince Li Ming's face showed a pained expression, and his face twitched slightly. "Elder brother, those undead kings, undead overlords, and the future ghost Emperor Wentian's adoptive father are very useful." Dongli said, "Even if I break through to the Saint Realm, I probably won't be able to use them all up." Prince Li Ming said, "Then, why didn't Elder brother mention it when we were in the Underworld Empire?" Dongli said, "At that time, you and I hadn't opened our hearts to each other. Now, my blood is boiling, and I want to make greater contributions to the Temple of Annihilation. Of course, you don't need to help me break through to the Saint Realm now. You can help me break through after I open the Void Fissure and enter the Little Western Paradise. Of course, Crown Prince and Devil Queen, please make an oath." Why did Dongli only mention it now? It was because they had already entered the first dark domain. Without Dongli, these evil ways would never be able to return to the human world. He was irreplaceable, and everyone's savior. Prince Li Ming's face twitched, and he showed a pained expression. "Elder brother, I'm sorry," Prince Li Ming said, and then waved his hand. Immediately, Wu Daozi and Wu Lingzi rushed forward and directly pressed Dongli down. The Devil Queen stepped forward, took out half of an evil spirit tree, and destroyed the one that belonged to Dongli. Then, she reached into Dongli's body and pulled out the first-grade evil spirit from his body. The light of the first-grade evil spirit was stripped from his chi, heart, profound veins, and brain, inch by inch. Dongli roared, let me go, let me go. I have void fissure fire in me. Without me, none of you will be able to leave. You will be imprisoned here forever." Dongli's first-grade evil spirit was completely stripped away. Then, Prince Li Ming suddenly grabbed his body and rushed toward the border of the abyss. Dongli roared in shock, I have void fissure fire, I have void fissure fire, you can't kill me, you don't dare to kill me. Soon, Prince Li Ming dragged Dongli back to the border of the abyss. Dongli's face twisted. I know you're trying to scare me, you're trying to scare me. But sorry, I can't die. The void fissure fire in my body can't be transferred. Without me, you can't open the little western paradise. Without me, you will be imprisoned here forever. So, I want to break through to the saint level. I don't want to be ridden by you. I want to become the #1 person in the evil ways. Prince Li Ming's face twitched. Brother, I've been patient enough. I've given you a chance. Why are you still doing this? Ha ha ha, the greater the power, Dongli said hoarsely. I'm the most important person now. Why can't I break through to the saint level? Even Walingzi can do it, why can't I? Ha ha ha. Prince Li Ming raised Dongli high and said, I'm very sorry, Dongli. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You failed to live up to our expectations. Ha ha ha. Dongli laughed. You don't dare to kill me. You're just acting, ha ha ha. I'm the most important person. I can't die. Prince Li Ming closed his eyes and threw Dongli to the border of the abyss. Dongli let out a mournful howl. Note, a 5,000-word chapter, please vote. Inside Yang Dingtian and Bing Ling's room. Wu Yu rushed forward with her fastest speed and opened the energy jade box of the demoness of illusory spirit. In an instant, Dongfang Bingling, whose profound veins and flesh had been crazily devoured by the soul-devouring energy, froze. All of the bloodthirsty madness had come to a standstill. The moment she opened the energy box of the demoness of illusory spirit, Wu Yu kicked Yang Dingtian away. Then she shouted, What are you still doing here? Quickly go get the unfreezing water. Yang Dingtian was startled, then quickly rushed out, heading towards the depths of the dungeon, and directly carried the unfreezing water of a huge energy jade coffin over. Wu Yu controlled Bing Ling's frozen body from far away, and put it into the unfreezing water of the energy jade coffin. Then, she closed the energy jade box of the demoness of illusory spirit. Icicle's peerlessly white body lay quietly in the unfreezing water, completely sealed in ice. Her body was still covered with gorgeous blood-red tattoos. Her incomparably beautiful face was even flushed red, appearing indescribably gorgeous. Yang Dingtian's gaze trembled, standing there, his entire person had sunk into near madness. Wu Yu stepped forward and closed the energy jade coffin, submerging Bing Ling's body in the jade coffin. Seeing Yang Dingtian still trembling non-stop, Wu Yu gently hugged him in her arms, gently stroking his back, gradually calming him down. After a long time, Yang Dingtian's eyes could finally see, no longer filled with blood red. Taking a deep breath, he said in a trembling voice, You already guessed this result, right? Now that he thought about it, Wu Yu had indeed guessed it long ago, because when she passed by Li Water Villa, she had Yang Dingtian take out the demoness of illusory spirit. Wu Yu said gently, I didn't guess, but I was afraid that by any chance this kind of thing would happen. Li Ming is so vicious, would he be willing to hand over Dongfang Bingling to you? Impossible, this is his beloved woman, if he can't have her, he will destroy her. Yang Dingtian, then, when Li Ming proposed the deal, why didn't you stop me? If there is no exchange, Li Ming will not be able to get Dongli. Although Bing Ling will still be imprisoned, it will be much better than now. Wu Yu whispered, Can I stop you? Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yes, could Wu Yu stop him? He couldn't even open his mouth. It wasn't that Yang Dingtian didn't know Li Ming's character. However, a Dongfang Bingling who had regained her rationality meant a lot to Yang Dingtian. In Yang Dingtian's dictionary, liberating and saving Bing Ling had always been at the top of the list. Now, just handing over the useless Dongli could save Bing Ling. Yang Dingtian was absolutely willing, and he saw it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He would not give it up. Wu Yu said, Yang Dingtian, as long as Dongfang Bingling is not dead, there is still a chance, right? This result doesn't prove anything, it only proves that the road to saving Bing Ling is not complete, right? Yang Dingtian was instantly shocked as he nodded vigorously and said, That's right. My journey of saving Bingling has yet to be completed. I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It's impossible for me to save Bing Ling so easily. Wu Yu said, Now, no matter what, Prince Li Ming has already used the void-splitting fire, so they will soon enter the Little Western Paradise. You have to hurry, don't let them run away. This time, we must catch them all. Yang Dingtian's mouth trembled, infinite anger surging in his heart. Yes, no matter how vicious Prince Li Ming was, it was just a last-ditch effort. This time, they must be completely destroyed. At this time, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside, and Mistress' voice was full of fear. Little Tian, what's wrong? Queen Devil Queen once again brought Prince Li Ming into the Underworld Empire's Tower of Babel. Ghost Emperor Wendian was puzzled. What's wrong? Where's Dongli? Queen Devil Queen said, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. After he brought us into the first dark realm, he asked us to help him break through to the saint rank. So, we took back his first-class evil spirit and killed him. Ghost Emperor Wendian's flaming face suddenly trembled. Can the void-splitting fire be refined at the abyss border of the first dark realm? That's very risky. Li Ming stepped forward and knelt. I'm sorry, foster father, I couldn't hold back. Ghost Emperor Wendian sighed, the light in his flaming eyes became complicated. He's also seeking death. Since you left the first dark realm, it proves that the abyss border of the first dark realm can also refine void-splitting fire. It's good that you succeeded. Li Ming said, unfortunately, the refined void-splitting fire is of a lower level, it can't enter the underworld. Oh, no wonder. Ghost Emperor Wendian said, as long as it can pass through the abyss border, as long as we can pass through the little western paradise, we won't lack the real void-splitting fire. Ghost Emperor Wendian then said, then, what are your thoughts on entering the Underworld Empire again? Queen Devil Queen said, after Li Ming swallowed the void-splitting fire, his cultivation is only a sliver away from the Saint Realm, I want him to break through to the Saint Realm. In the first dark realm, Prince Li Ming insisted on refusing, but here he only bowed and said, I'm sorry foster father, my greed has disappointed you. His attitude was as if he was absolving the Queen Devil Queen. Ghost Emperor Wendian said, you're so close to the Saint Realm, it's a pity not to break through. Just the energy essence of an undead lord is enough. I'm still willing to part with this bit of energy. If you were really greedy, you wouldn't have exchanged Dongfang Bingling for Dongli, you would have let me break through to the Saint Realm. You know, my attitude has already changed. Prince Li Ming knelt and kowtowed, thank you foster father. Ghost Emperor Wendian stretched out his hand to summon. Suddenly, one of the saint-level undead lords suddenly turned into ashes and directly condensed into a saint-level hell magic crystal, flying toward the Tower of Babel. Soon, the saint-level hell magic crystal flew above the Tower of Babel, passing through Ghost Emperor Wendian's flaming body and was directly refined into pure energy essence. Finally, this saint-level energy essence directly poured into Prince Li Ming's body. In an instant, countless amounts of energy surged in. Boom! Sure enough, it was only a sliver away. As soon as the energy essence poured in, Prince Li Ming's sea of energy had already exploded. His whole body sank into nothingness. He successfully broke through to the Saint Realm and became the fourth saint-level powerhouse of the evil ways. After breaking through to the saint-level sea of energy, Ghost Emperor Wendian suddenly summoned the power of heaven and earth of the entire Underworld Empire. Suddenly, the earth of the Underworld Empire was horribly torn apart again. The terrifying sky above the Underworld Empire was torn apart alive. A terrifying blood-red light crazily poured in. The power of heaven and earth crazily hit Prince Li Ming's body. If it was a normal time, this power would be enough to turn people into ashes. But at this time, after this powerful power entered the sea of energy, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had entered another world. Because this powerful energy was really expanding, changing the space of the sea of energy, and changing the level of the Xian veins. Unless one borrowed the power of heaven and earth, it was impossible to achieve one's goal by force. The crazy collapse of heaven and earth, as if doomsday had arrived. After a full quarter of an hour, everything quieted down. Prince Li Ming slowly opened his eyes, his whole body was already enveloped in an incomparably powerful aura. Although he was also at the peak of the half-saint realm before, it was completely different from his current aura. A saint-level powerhouse was indeed a saint-level powerhouse. The gap between him and a half-saint was simply insurmountable. Prince Li Ming knelt down in front of the Ghost Emperor Wendian and kowtowed, saying, thank you, Lord Foster Father, for your help. The Demon King Wendian nodded and said, you have already broken through to the saint level, and you are about to pass through the Little Western Paradise. Then, before that person from the throne of darkness arrives, you must capture Yang Tian. You must not fail. Princely Ming bowed and said, yes, foster father. After soaking Dongfang Bingling in the unfreezing water, he placed the energy jade coffin in the top secret and powerful energy array. Yang Tian bid farewell to his grief-stricken master and master's wife, and flew to the Forbidden Continent Sea area with the fastest speed possible with Wu Yu. Yesterday's candlelight night was really too beautiful, like a fairyland. There was a saying that when the golden wind and the jade dew met, it was better than countless times in the human world. However, Yang Tian was absolutely unwilling to accept this. He wanted to be in love with Bing Ling forever. Bing Ling had become so gentle and charming, so cute and moving. How could he just let her disappear like this? This absolutely could not happen. He must find a way to break the soul-devouring curse. He must save Bing Ling and Uncle Shiman. The highest secret of this technique was in the hands of the demon king Wendian. Therefore, if he wanted to break the soul-devouring curse, he could only think of a way through the demon king Wendian. Soon, Yang Tian would have to face the demon king Wendian directly. However, he was indeed not prepared to face the demon king. After a few hours, Yang Tian arrived at the Forbidden Continent Sea area. Yaozi and Violets were about to tease Yang Tian about his wedding night, but they immediately stopped when they saw Wu Yu and Yang Tian's expressions. Wu Yu stepped forward and whispered about Dongfang Bingling's encounter. Immediately, everyone present fell into silence. Yang Tian said to Neru, let's set off and enter the Little Western Paradise. The Queen Devil Queen and Princely Ming can enter the Little Western Paradise at any time. To avoid any trouble, you should immediately take office as the chairman and directly end the Devil Queen and Li Ming in the Little Western Paradise. Neru nodded. Yang Tian asked, is Yao Li in the Skull Hall? I need to bring her back to Yingdu. Bo Lu said, yes, sect master. Princess Yao Li is inside. Yang Tian and Neru flew directly into the Human Kingdom's gate, entered the Skull Hall, and headed to the Little Western Paradise. It was time to get rid of the Devil Queen and Li Ming in one fell swoop. He wouldn't be arrogant for long. He entered the Skull Hall. The Saint Class and Half-Step Saint Class experts of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall were still waiting quietly. As for Yao Li, she was also sitting inside the hall, waiting for Bo Lu to come in and receive her. Neru stepped forward and said, Xianxia, I'm about to go to Yingdu to report my work. Before I officially become the acting speaker, can I have a small request? Xianxia said, tell me, as long as it doesn't go against my principles, of course I'm willing to agree. Neru said, after I leave, before the new order from the chairman comes, if any human enters the Skull Hall, I hope you can keep an eye on them. Don't let them enter the Little Western Paradise, and don't let them leave. Is that okay? Silver Shursan entered into deep thought, and then he said, Madam Neru, I can promise you that I won't allow them to enter the Little Western Paradise. However, I have no right to stop them from returning to the human countries. These experts from the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall were indeed fastidious. He wasn't even willing to do something that went against his principles. However, Neru and Yang Tian had already thought of this, so the order she gave Violets and the others outside was to give up the door to the human kingdom. If Crown Princely Ming and the others were to launch a suicidal attack on the Skull Hall, they would find that it was as easy as blowing off dust. They would rush directly into the Skull Hall. After that, Violets, Wu Yu, and the others sealed the entrance to the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. This way, as long as no one entered again, Princely Ming and the others would never be able to come out again. This way, he would be trapped in the main hall forever. At that time, as long as Neru finished her inauguration, the new chairman's order would arrive. At that time, the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall experts in the main hall would be able to capture Princely Ming and the others. Yao Li, your father is also in Yingdu. Come with me. Yang Tian, of course, there won't be any changes, but at least you'll be a good channel to communicate with. Yes. Yao Li bowed. Neru said to Xianxia, once I take up the position, I will send the chairman's order over. I will take my leave now. Isan bowed and saluted, see you off, Speaker Neru. After entering the Little Western Paradise, Yang Tian, Neru, and Yao Li used up all of their profound energy and flew towards Yingdu at their fastest speed. As for Yao Li, she was surprised to discover that Yang Dingtian's body had changed from a human to a member of the silent race. The three of them flew at their fastest speed and arrived at Yingdu in a little more than half a day. At this moment, the guards and envoys of the 9 great clans were already waiting at the landing plaza of Yingdu. As for the assembly hall, everything was ready. The 9 great tribes and all the councillors were ready. After Yang Dingtian and Nero landed in Yingdu, they immediately boarded a luxurious carriage and headed towards the Parliament Hall. When they arrived at the plaza of the Parliament Hall, there were already many nobles and commoners waiting outside. This was because the new acting chairman was about to be elected. The arrival of the Yingdu's nobles outside the plaza could be considered a declaration of their position. However, Yang Dingtian was surprised to discover that the Yingdu's nobles in the plaza were holding up flags and jade tablets. Most of them had Xianxia's name written on them. These people actually supported the great virtuous master Xianxia to become the new acting chairman. This was really funny. The so-called great virtuous master Xianxia didn't stay in the Little Western Paradise for a long time. He also didn't have any political experience in the Little Western Paradise. With the identity of the silent race's great virtuous master, he actually had so many people supporting him to become the acting chairman. Moreover, when Yang Dingtian stayed in the Silver Palace as a great virtuous master, many nobles thought that he was destined to become the acting chairman. Therefore, they sent their clansmen to flatter him. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian got off the carriage, he immediately received countless cheers. Many of the people present were shouting Xianxia's name. However, when Yang Dingtian supported the graceful, noble, and elegant Nero down from the carriage, the entire plaza was stunned. Subsequently, it went into an uproar. Memories of Speaker Nero flooded out of his mind. Then, the entire plaza's nobles and commoners shouted Nero's name in unison. Xianxia's name was instantly drowned out. From this, it could be seen how popular Nero was in the Little Western Paradise. The door of the Parliament Hall slowly opened. Inside, the 9 tribes and all the councillors were already seated neatly. Even Jia was wearing a snow-white dress, sitting in the clerk's seat. She was still in charge of recording and hosting. When they saw Yang Dingtian and Nero coming in, a portion of the patriarchs of the 9 great tribes only revealed slight astonishment because they already knew about it. However, all the councillors let out a cry of surprise. All of them thought that the great sage Xianxia would become the new acting chairman. Because Xianxia was not only the son-in-law of Demon's Wrath II, but also the widely loved silent tribe. He was also the great sage of the Silver Palace. Before this, there was a precedent for the great sage to be the acting chairman. They didn't expect that Nero would return. The legendary chairman who had died in love had returned. With her qualifications, she was more than qualified to be the new chairman. After everyone was in place, as the clerk, the host Jia stood up and said, "Now, the joint parliament will start the discussion and elect a new acting chairman. The 9 tribe leaders have the right to nominate candidates. In the end, the 2 candidates with the highest support rate will become the real candidates. After half a month, the final election will be held and the new acting chairman will be elected from the 2 candidates." That's right, Little Western Paradise was very particular. They didn't directly elect the acting chairman. They also had to nominate 2 candidates for election. Moreover, there was a half-month interval in between. Of course, this was only the acting chairman. When the real chairman was elected, it would take a full year from the nomination of candidates to the final election. Now that Nero needed to become the acting chairman immediately, there was only one way, and that was if she was the only candidate nominated. Then, there would be no need to go through the election and she would become the acting chairman directly. However, there were still a lot of uncontrollable factors. Because this kind of nomination was made anonymously by the 9 tribe leaders. Therefore, if any tribe leader wanted to be disgusted and wrote another candidate, they would have to wait another half a month for the final election. Of course, in the past few days, Demon's Wrath II and Demon's Wrath II had already informed all the other tribe leaders that they could only write Nero's name. Demon's Wrath II even issued an unprecedented threat. If anyone dared to make trouble in this nomination, not only would they lose their position as chairman, but they would also lose their name. Of course, this went against the spirit of democracy. But even in Little Western Paradise, there was no real democracy. The 9 tribe leaders used the energy wall to write the names of the nominees on the crystal plates. Then, the clerk, Xianxia, took a transparent empty box that had been certified more than 10 times to collect these nomination crystal votes. There were a total of 9 crystal tickets, and they were all collected at once. Then, Xianxia took out these crystal tickets, inserted her qi, and displayed the names on them. Then, the votes were counted. Madame Nehru, 1 vote. 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 The situation was indeed under control. All the tribe leaders were nominating Nehru. The great sage Xianxia, 1 vote. As the name was displayed on the last ticket, the tribe leaders' expressions changed dramatically. Who was it? Who had such ulterior motives? Monster Rathtu's gaze suddenly swept across the other 8 tribe leaders like lightning. Fortunately, this tribe leader only wanted to disgust everyone. Otherwise, if he wrote another nominee, it would really be a fight to the death. Yang Dingtian directly stepped forward and said, "I will not participate in this election. I will automatically give up my candidacy." The clerk, Xianxia, handed all the votes to the team of spiritual masters to verify the authenticity of each one. Then, she announced that Xianxia was the only candidate. Of course, this was not enough to directly become the acting speaker. More than half of the councillors had to agree. However, this was purely taking off one's pants to fart. The tribe leader had already nominated. If the councillors dared to disagree, they would be courting death. Because there were no other candidates, the vote could be held on the spot. The result was, of course, as expected. All the councillors and their tribe leaders of the 9 tribes raised their hands in unison. The shit-stirrer who nominated Xianxia dared to play tricks with the anonymous vote, but at this time, he did not dare. Otherwise, he would really be courting death. Just like this, Nehru became the new acting speaker with an unprecedented 100% support. Of course, the inauguration ceremony would take place in a few days. Even entering the Silver Palace would take a few days. This was because the Silver Palace had to make all kinds of preparations, such as new furniture, new servants, etc. However, the current Nehru could already use the speaker's authority. The Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall and the team of spiritual masters jointly handed the Little Western Paradise Speaker's badge and the Little Western Paradise Speaker's Silver Dragon seal to Speaker Nehru on the spot. Without any delay, Speaker Nehru immediately wrote a speaker's order. She ordered all the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall experts to unconditionally obey the orders of the great sage Xianxia and cooperate with the human kingdoms to capture the remnants of the evil ways. If necessary, they could even enter the human kingdoms to participate in the capture. Arrest list: Queen Devil Queen, Prince Li Ming, Dishi Bian, Wu Daozi, Wulingzi, etc. On each list, there was a portrait imprint. Then, this crystal energy paper was stamped with the Joint Council's Silver Dragon seal and the speaker's insignia. Just like this, the arrest order was officially effective. From now on, all the martial arts saints and half-step martial saints of the Silver Palace were to do their best to capture the remnants of the evil ways. Yang Dingtian immediately took this order and flew back to the Skull Hall without stopping to pass on the order. As long as Li Ming and the rest dared to rush into the Skull Hall, they were dead meat. When he went to Yingdu, Yang Dingtian couldn't use the demon spirit mist cloak's blink technique because he had Zhao Li and Nehru with him. But now, Yang Dingtian was using his fastest speed to blink crazily. Although he wasn't in such a hurry, it was better to be as fast as possible. Therefore, after a few hours, Yang Dingtian returned to the Skull Hall. However, at this moment, his profound qi was almost completely depleted. Yang Dingtian didn't enter the Skull Hall immediately. Instead, he consumed a supreme-grade mystic gathering pill to recover his Xianxia in the shortest time possible. Now, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at the peak of the half-saint realm, so one mystic gathering pill couldn't fill up his Xianxia gap. As for supreme-grade mystic gathering pills, Shiman Ningning didn't have many left. Now that Yang Dingtian was the ruler of the human countries, the Council of Light had a lot of resources. But supreme-grade pills couldn't be used inexhaustibly. After recovering part of his Xianxia, Yang Dingtian entered the Skull Hall. Inside, the experts of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall were sitting cross-legged quietly. There was no sign of the evil ways. Yang Dingtian went forward and took out the joint chairman's token. The leader of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall, Xianxia, took it and inserted a strand of Xianxia. The chairman's token and the joint council's token both released the same light. On Earth, it was easy to forge a seal. But in this place, it was completely impossible. Even a relatively low-level badge couldn't be forged. The reason was very simple. Every energy combination and energy crystal was unique. Even if you found the master who made the public token and asked him to make a second one, he wouldn't be able to do it. Xianxia bowed and said, "The Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall accepts the order." Then, he bowed and said, "Now, do you want us to go to the human countries to capture the remnants of the evil ways?" The chairman's order stated that the martial artists of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall had to obey the orders of the great sage Xianxia and cooperate with the human kingdom's Yang Dingtian to capture the remnants of the evil ways. Yang Dingtian thought about it and shook his head. "There's no need for that. Let's just wait for them to walk right into our trap." Although the evil ways only had 3 Saint-class experts, in fact, it was 4 since Li Ming had already broken through, they had evil spirits. It was relatively easy to capture one person, but it was very difficult to capture everyone. It might even be impossible. Previously, Yang Dingtian had tried every possible means to capture Li Ming in exchange for the icicles. But now that Bing Ling had returned, and in her current state, she was no longer someone that the Queen Devil Queen and Prince Li Ming could save. Evil ways. It was meaningless to capture any one of them now. He had to catch them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if even one escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. If that Saint-class expert of the evil ways were to fight to the death and take revenge on the Council of Light, Yang Dingtian would not be able to take it. At the same time that Yang Dingtian flew to the Skull Hall, Chairman Nehru had already ordered all the remaining Saint-class experts of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall to fly over as well. Therefore, in a few hours, there would be more than 20 Saint-class experts in the Skull Hall. The moment the evil ways rushed into the Skull Hall, they would be in an illusion and unable to control themselves. Capturing 3 or 4 of the 20 Saint-class experts was definitely not a bad idea. The other place was the dark crevice that was about to open. There, Demon Li too had gathered more than a dozen Saint-class experts from the Righteous Alliance and dozens of half-step Saint-class experts to set up an ambush. Moreover, they had already set up many powerful energy formations at the dark crevice in advance. Therefore, this was definitely an inescapable trap. As long as the evil ways entered the Little Western Paradise, they would not be able to escape. Yang Dingtian did not leave. Instead, he sat quietly in the Skull Hall, waiting for the next batch of experts from the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall to arrive. If the evil ways rushed into the Skull Hall during this period, Yang Dingtian would be able to make a move. After breaking through to the Saint class, Prince Li Ming stayed in the Underworld Empire for a few hours to completely refine his mystic meridians. Then, he and the Devil Queen were faced with a choice. Should they rush into the Skull Hall and enter the Little Western Paradise in advance? Or wait for the dark crevice to open? Both options had their pros and cons. Entering the Little Western Paradise in advance meant that they would have ample time to arrange the relevant matters in advance. Moreover, the 4 Saint-class experts, the Devil Queen's Soul Sword Wand, Wolingzi, and Dishi Bian all had soul clones. Against Yang Dingtian's side, they had 5 Saint-class experts and 1 Saint-class soul sword. Evil ways had just gained a slight advantage and had a slight chance of winning. Therefore, the success rate of rushing into the Skull Hall was very high. However, the disadvantage was that once the battle started, there was a possibility of accidents happening. If they had no other choice before, the evil ways would not have cared about this little bit of risk. But now, it was very safe for them to enter the Little Western Paradise. They only needed to wait for 10 days or so before they could enter through the dark crevice. It was completely in the bag. Now that the person in charge of the evil ways was Prince Li Ming, everyone was waiting for his decision. Prince Li Ming opened his eyes and said, "Even if it's in the bag, I still feel that we should not give up our determination to take the risk. We can't just sit and relax. Let's rush into the Skull Hall." After Prince Li Ming made his decision, the Devil Queen nodded in agreement. Then, the 5 evil ways experts, 4 saint class experts, and 1/2 saint class expert, quickly left the underworld empire and flew toward the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. After a few hours, Princely Ming's group of 5 arrived in the sky above the Forbidden Continent's sea area. They were only tens of thousands of meters away from Violet's and the others. Then, they saw a mahjong table. 4 people were building a great wall, and 2 people were watching the game. Only 2 people were guarding the door dutifully. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was not there, and that mysterious saint class expert was also not there. Therefore, there were only 4 saint class experts left. If they rushed into the Skull Hall, their chances of winning were very, very high. However, Princely Ming stopped and fell into deep thought. What did this mean? Why did Yang Dingtian not only leave, but there was also 1 less saint class expert? Why did such a change happen? So far, the major event that happened on Yang Dingtian's side should be Dongfang Bingling's soul-devouring attack. Then, Yang Dingtian would definitely be furious. Once he was furious, what would he do? Why did he take away a saint class expert? Yang Dingtian should know that 4 saint class experts should not be able to withstand the impact of the evil ways. Could it be that he had hidden himself and was lying in ambush with another saint class expert? It should not be. They did this last time and could not do anything to Princely Ming and the others. Yang Dingtian would not do such a meaningless thing. Not to mention that Princely Ming had now broken through to the saint class. Suddenly, countless doubts and guesses surged into his mind. Suddenly, Wu Daozi said, in his fury, will Yang Dingtian seek revenge on the Empire of Darkness? Princely Ming's eyebrows twitched. Logically speaking, it should not be. Once Yang Dingtian did anything to the Empire of Darkness, the evil ways would hunt down the Council of Light. This was a tacit understanding between both sides. However, if Yang Dingtian lost his mind, then everything would be hard to say. Although the Empire of Darkness did not seem to be of much use, it was still very important. If the Empire of Darkness was destroyed, Princely Ming would not be able to bear the wrath of the Demon King Wendian. So now, should he attack the Great Hall of Skulls? Princely Ming fell into a dilemma. He was an extremely suspicious person. In addition, he had just done something unforgivable to Dongfang Bingling, which had completely enraged Yang Dingtian. If the Great Hall of Skulls was still heavily guarded and all 5 saint class experts were present, then, he would attack. But now, Yang Dingtian seemed to have relaxed the defense of the Great Hall of Skulls, and Princely Ming became uneasy. Although he could not think of any conspiracy Yang Dingtian could play. But, 10 days later, he would be able to enter the Little Western Paradise through the dark crevice. There was no need to take the risk now. For the time being, give up on attacking the Great Hall of Skulls and return to the Empire of Darkness. Princely Ming said, if Yang Dingtian really did something to the Empire of Darkness, then we will completely take revenge on the Council of Light. Just like that, it was a pity. Princely Ming led everyone away and did not attack the Great Hall of Skulls. Sigh, if they had attacked, then all the evil ways would have been wiped out today. A few hours later, Princely Ming and the others returned to the Empire of Darkness. Here, they did not find anything unusual. It was just a false alarm. But Princely Ming became even more uneasy and suspicious. He really could not understand. Where did Yang Dingtian go? Where did that mysterious saint class expert go? The door to the human kingdom was so important. Why did Yang Dingtian give it up so carelessly? Princely Ming was completely puzzled. Suddenly, the more he thought, the deeper he thought. At this time, Yang Dingtian left after the second batch of experts from the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall arrived. At this time, the entire Great Hall of Skulls had a total of 20 Saint Class experts and 20 Half-Saint Class experts. The lineup was magnificent. Evil ways could not escape as long as they entered, no matter how heaven-defying they were. Yang Dingtian returned to the Silver Palace again and began to organize the traps and encirclement in the dark crevice with Yao Li and Yao Nu too. After everything was arranged, Yang Dingtian stayed in the Silver Palace with Jia and Yao Yang for the whole night. Originally, Yang Dingtian wanted to let Yao Yang sleep on a small bed. But seeing his beautiful and eager little face, Yang Dingtian could not bear to do that. So, the little guy squeezed between his parents like a crab, sleeping horizontally and vertically. Jia could not help but slap his little butt. A little troublemaker who spoiled things, the next day, Yang Dingtian passed through Mount Buzhou again and returned to the human kingdom. Then, the entire world fell into a temporary silence. They were waiting for the evil ways to attack the Great Hall of Skulls, or for the dark crevice to open. Yang Dingtian also fell into a short period of leisure. This kind of time passed in a flash. The time for the dark crevice to open was coming soon. The time for the dark crevice to open was finally about to arrive. The little western paradise was about to open. But Princely Ming didn't feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. On the contrary, he was filled with an instinctive sense of unease, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Tomorrow he would go through the little western paradise. As the time approached, Princely Ming sank into absolute anxiety. Finally, he couldn't help but ask the Queen Devil Queen about his unease. The Queen Devil Queen asked, "Then what are you worried about in the depths of your heart?" Princely Ming said, "I'm worried that whether it's on the other side of the dark crevice or inside the Hall of Heads, there's a huge trap waiting for us. As long as we charge in, we'll be walking right into the trap and completely finished." The Queen Devil Queen frowned. "Do you have any basis for this?" Princely Ming said, "No, it's just an instinctive suspicion." The Queen Devil Queen asked, "When did it start?" Princely Ming said, "Last time when I went to attack the Hall of Heads, I discovered that Yang Dingtian and that mysterious saint-level expert had disappeared. I started to have this uneasy feeling." The Queen Devil Queen was silent for a moment, then said, "Li Ming, do you know what the fatal flaw of a smart person is?" Princely Ming said, "Being too smart, thinking too much, thinking that others are as smart as themselves." The Queen Devil Queen said, "You know everything, but you still think too much, you're still suspicious, isn't that right?" Princely Ming nodded. The Queen Devil Queen said, "Wu Yu Ming, because you think too much, you chose the path of no return. There's one thing about Yang Dingtian that I admire greatly." Princely Ming said, "Please speak." The Queen Devil Queen said, "At that time, when Dongfang Bingling was still the first-class evil spirit Princess Mu Dan, she once went to persuade Zhu Hongxue, saying that our evil ways were to fight against the god of chaos, that we were the true justice, that the god of chaos was controlling everyone's fate, and that we were fighting and pursuing true freedom." There was no way to refute this statement, so Zhu Hongshua's position was shaken. Therefore, he went to ask Yang Dingtian if the god of chaos was manipulating everyone's fate and if the Council of Light was helping the evildoers. In the end, Yang Dingtian used one sentence to completely reverse Zhu Hongshua's position. "Do you know what he said?" Princely Ming shook his head. Queen Devil Queen said, "Yang Dingtian said, 'Are you very free? Evil ways defeated? Could the human nations be saved? What qualifications do you have to consider the god of chaos? When these missions are completed, only then will you consider these irrelevant questions.'" Princely Ming could not help but be stunned. Queen Devil Queen said, "It's not that Yang Dingtian doesn't know about the god of chaos, he even knows more. After all, he is the child of destiny, the spokesperson of the god of chaos. But when the time is not right, he never thinks about it, and he is too lazy to think about it. If it were you, you would definitely do your best to think about it and drill into a dead end, right?" Princely Ming nodded. Queen Devil Queen said, "So personality determines fate. Although Yang Dingtian is not as smart as you or Wu Yuming, he is a person with great wisdom." Princely Ming was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, "How did you know about the conversation between Yang Dingtian and Zhu Hongxue?" Queen Devil Queen was stunned. Princely Ming was indeed prone to overthinking. His focus was actually on this. Queen Devil Queen said with a smile, "Are you hoping that we have planted a mysterious thing on Yang Dingtian that can monitor his every move?" Princely Ming was stunned, then revealed a self-deprecating smile. "That's right, that's what he was thinking." Queen Devil Queen said, "You are overthinking. This is what Zhu Hongxue told Mu Dan, repeating it word by word." Queen Devil Queen then said, "Actually, your uneasiness comes entirely from the sudden disappearance of Yang Dingtian and that mysterious saint-level expert. You treat Yang Dingtian as you, and every action has a special meaning. In fact, maybe Yang Dingtian just lost his reason because of anger, that's all." Queen Devil Queen then said, "In fact, only one day later, Yang Dingtian and that mysterious saint-level expert appeared again, because he regained his reason." Princely Ming laughed in surprise. That's right, a few days ago, Yang Dingtian and a saint-level expert returned to the Taboo Continent Sea Area entrance, once again guarding the door to the human kingdom. However, this saint-level expert was not Neru, but another female fox demon. It's just that they wore the same clothes and the same mask. Alright, take a rest. Queen Devil Queen said, don't think about anything, just wait for the time to come. I know that tomorrow is very important for us. This is the final battle against Yang Dingtian, and also the most crucial battle. We can only win, not lose. And it's because we are 90% sure that you are uneasy and suspicious, because we rarely experience such a thing. Princely Ming said, I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty Devil Queen. Devil Queen left. Princely Ming was left alone in the room. He closed his eyes, but he still couldn't sleep. Countless thoughts were rolling in his mind. The next day came. Princely Ming's eyes were bloodshot. It was really strange. He was a saint-level expert, and he would be fine even if he didn't sleep for a month. It was impossible for his eyes to be bloodshot. But now, he was like an insomniac, his expression anxious, and his eyes bloodshot. Queen Devil Queen didn't try to persuade him anymore, because the smarter a person was, the harder it was to persuade them. In this mood, the 5 members of Evil Ways flew to the northernmost part of the world of ice and snow, and arrived at the familiar border of the abyss. Princely Ming released the void-splitting fire, and purified the border of the abyss. The 5 members of Evil Ways passed through the border of the abyss, and entered the first dark realm. Then, the 5 of them continued to run, and headed to the place where the void crack opened. They were already very familiar with it, because they had been here the last time. After only 6 hours, the 5 members of Evil Ways arrived at the place where the void crack opened. It was already very obvious, because the energy field here was very unstable, and the hard ground had already begun to crack. The signs of the void crack opening were already very strong. The 5 members of Evil Ways sat in a circle, waiting for the moment to open. There were less than 4 hours left before the opening of the dark crack. And on the side of Little Western Paradise, all the energy prisons and ambushes had been set up. The day before the void crack opened, Yang Dingtian returned to Little Western Paradise again. He would personally take part in eliminating all the members of Evil Ways in one fell swoop, and not completely leave it to Demon Li too. However, he still encountered a bit of trouble. This was because Mijou had appeared with dozens of dark wanderers a day before the dark crevice opened. He wanted Yang Dingtian to fulfill the agreement, and use the void-splitting fire to purify the dark crack, and let them completely devour the energy of the dark crack. This was a powerful and uncontrollable force. Now that the evil Dao also possessed the void-rending fire, Yang Dingtian was truly worried that Mijou and the other dark wanderers would immediately betray the agreement and cooperate with the evil Dao once they saw that the evil Dao had the void-rending fire. This was very likely, because Mijou had betrayed Yongxi like this. If that was the case, it would really be a huge problem. The Dark Wanderers led by Mijou had more than 20 saint-level experts. They were so large that they could not be destroyed. If the Silver Palace, the 9 great tribes, and the Silver Dragon Temple joined forces, they would definitely be able to wipe out all the Dark Wanderers. However, that would have to wait until after the Evil Ways were eliminated. Right now, the majority of Little Western Paradise's sage-level experts were scattered around the Skull's main hall and the Void Crack. In fact, Yang Dingtian even thought of directly extracting the void-splitting fire when the Dark Wanderers were devouring the energy of the Dark Crack, and let them die in the Dark Crack. Even though Mijou was Neru's husband, this suggestion was made by Neru herself. This was because the current Mijou was no longer the man she once loved deeply. Instead, he was merely a dark degenerate, an unstable factor in the Western Paradise. However, if it wasn't just Yang Dingtian who was purifying the Dark Crack, then the Evil Ways would also be doing the same. Then Yang Dingtian's plan would be ruined, and these Dark Wanderers would be pushed to the side of the Evil Ways. The possibility of this happening was very high, even more than 70 to 80%. Ultimately, Yang Dingtian and Mijou had a discussion. They decided not to devour the Dark Crevice's energy this time, and Yang Dingtian would compensate them double the amount. Tomorrow, I'll find him another Dark Rift that's even more powerful than this one. Mijou refused without hesitation. For this group of addicts, all promises were empty. What he wanted was right now, right now, right now. In order to prevent these dark wanderers from completely ruining Yang Dingtian's plan, Yang Dingtian decided to use his last resort, and took him to see a higher-level dark energy. Your Excellency Mijou, Yang Dingtian looked into his eyes and said, in fact, your daughter, Wu Yu, is my wife. Mijou was stunned because Yang Dingtian was no longer wearing the silver dragon mask, and because they were in Little Western Paradise, he was wearing the face of Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan. The Speechless clan couldn't have a marriage alliance with the Fox clan. Moreover, the Speechless clan should have no desires. The Speechless clan has no desires at all. You're lying, Mijou said. Yang Dingtian wanted to say that he was a human. At this moment, Mijou stepped forward and sniffed Yang Dingtian deeply. Then, he revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Oh, I know. You're the same as us. We're all like-minded people. I can smell some kind of dark power on you. Don't worry, only I can smell it. Those old fogies of the Silver Dragon Temple can't smell it." Then, Mijou's eyes were completely filled with trust. It was as if he had found a comrade. In Mijou's heart, as long as they were both addicts of the dark crack, they were definitely trustworthy. Then, Mijou said, "Moreover, the dark crack energy on you is much more advanced and mysterious than mine. I believe in you. You will definitely compensate me double the amount. You must have some good stuff hidden away." Yang Dingtian was stunned, but then he nodded and admitted it. Mijou said, "I don't care what your purpose is. You want to monopolize tomorrow's void crack. As long as you prove to me that you have a better dark crack, I'll agree." Yang Dingtian said in a low voice, "Follow me." Then, Yang Dingtian directly opened the dark energy door with the void-splitting fire. Inside was the continent of death, the world of darkness. Just one look, and Mijou was almost ecstatic, because the energy of the dark crack inside was unprecedentedly dense. "Take me there, take me there, take me there now. I'll listen to you, I'll listen to you," Mijou said tremblingly. Yang Dingtian said, "Mijou, not only are we like-minded, but you're also my father-in-law and even a traitor of the Silver Dragon Temple. It's just that I've hidden myself very well, so we're definitely on the same side, right?" "That's right," Mijou said mysteriously. Yang Dingtian said, "My void-splitting fire can lead directly to the world of darkness. There are endless dark cracks there at any time. However, the dark crack there is at the edge of the world of darkness. After we enter, it might take a few days and nights to return here. And I'm going to use this dark crack tomorrow. I can't miss it. I promise you that I'll take you to the world of darkness as soon as I'm done tomorrow." Mijou stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time and said, "Tell me, what are you going to do with the dark crack tomorrow?" Yang Dingtian's mouth twitched, and then he said in a low voice, "There's a woman who's the demon King Wentian's lover. She's going to come through the dark crack tomorrow. I want her." Mijou was stunned at first, but then he nodded and said, "I see." Then, he said in surprise, "You still have that kind of desire between men and women?" Yang Dingtian said, "Very strong, and I get more and more intense every time I'm satisfied." Mijou closed his eyes and said, "It seems that the dark crack you've devoured is indeed much more advanced than mine." Yang Dingtian said, "The dark crack is endless. Not to mention sharing it with 2 people, it's not a problem to share it with 10,000 people." Mijou nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you. I'll give you 1 day. Then, I'll come to you and wait for you to fulfill your promise." Yang Dingtian said, "It's a deal." "It's a deal," said Mijou. Then, he really left with the Dark Wanderers. Before he left, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, "Didn't you hear? Nero is back and has become the acting speaker." He said this because he wanted to bring him back to his senses. However, Mijou just trembled slightly and said, "I really didn't know, but I'm not interested." Then, he left and disappeared. After temporarily dealing with Mijou and the Dark Wanderers, Yang Dingtian heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, he went to the place where the crack of darkness had opened and waited quietly. It was finally time. The dark crack was about to open. Yang Dingtian and the dozen of Saint-class experts were already fully prepared. Rumble. It was as if the space energy was distorted. Then, the ground suddenly cracked open and a void hole appeared. Yang Dingtian and a dozen or so saints were ready. At the same time, at the first dark domain, a void crack opened at the same time. Finally, it was time, the final moment had finally arrived. This dark crevice was much smaller. Last time, the dark crevice where Xianxia killed Yaoqi was much larger at the bottom of the endless eternal peak. It had already opened a few days ago. As for this dark crack, it was only now that it slowly opened. However, there was nothing at the bottom of the crack, only a pitch-black shadow. Crown Prince Li Ming was extremely nervous. He even wanted to cover his heart with his hand and gasped for breath. In fact, there was no more oxygen in the first dark domain. He had taken the vitality pill and did not need to breathe anymore. Seeing Prince Li Ming's situation, the Queen Devil Queen reached over and patted his shoulder lightly. Prince Li Ming forced himself to calm down and wait for the dark crevice to open. On the other side of the dark crevice, Yang Dingtian was already breathing heavily and his heart was beating like thunder. This was a crucial battle for Prince Li Ming. How could it not be a crucial battle for Yang Dingtian? This battle could directly wipe out the evil ways. The Demon King Wentian was the only one left. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was also extremely nervous. Seeing this, Nara reached over and patted the back of Yang Dingtian's hand. Not long after the crevice opened, the crevice in the deep sea appeared little by little. It was as if an extremely deep tunnel had appeared. A faint mysterious light seeped through the darkness. The true entrance to the dark crevice had appeared. "Let's go in," the Queen Devil Queen said. Prince Li Ming's body was a bit stiff. The Queen Devil Queen went forward and pulled him up. Then, the 5 members of the evil ways walked into the dark crevice. After entering, they were surrounded by a completely dark void. It was as if there was no end to it. However, when they reached out to touch it, they felt extremely uncomfortable. Around them, there was black energy matter. Because it was completely dark, it looked as if there was no end to it. Less than a few hundred meters into the dark crevice, a mysterious and beautiful small abyss border appeared in front of him. This abyss border was the border between the first dark realm and the Little Western Paradise. However, it was not a real border. Instead, it was a temporary abyssal border that was formed when 2 planes were constantly moving. This was the origin of the Dark Rift. The first dark realm and the Little Western Paradise were constantly rotating. Moreover, the 2 planes were irregular, so they would occasionally border each other. However, the nature of the 2 planes were completely different, so the first dark realm instinctively wanted to devour the Little Western Paradise that was full of vitality. Thus, a temporary border of the abyss appeared. Because the bordering areas varied in size, the temporary borders of the abyss also varied in size. This temporary abyssal border merged with the dark rift and became a void rift. Therefore, as long as one had void fissure fire, one could pass through the border of the abyss and reach the other side's plane. Because the rotation of the 2 planes was regular, the opening of the void rift was also regular. This was recorded by Mi Zhu, who specialized in studying the dark rift. Looking at the narrow but extremely far abyss border in front of him, it still shone with a mysterious and terrifying light. Then, a flame appeared. One black, one white, and they began to merge and become a transparent flame. Prince Li Ming's heart skipped a beat. This really looked like void fissure fire. It was very similar. At that time, Li Ming had been attracted by this flame and jumped to his death. This was actually also considered void fissure fire, but its energy level was very, very low. It was just the energy released after the Dark Realm devoured the Vitality Continent. It was a very normal energy behavior. However, the real heaven and earth level obsidian fire was formed at the border of the Dark Realm's abyss once every 200 years. And the flame in front of them was just a flame that had been brewing for a few minutes. It could not be devoured at all. Devouring it would lead to death. The energy of this flame was very chaotic. Although the people of the evil ways were tempted, they were still clear about this point. Sure enough, this lowest level void fissure fire did not even split into 100 before it collapsed and turned into ashes. This abyss border was very short. It would disappear after a few minutes. Devil Queen said from the side, "Li Ming, it's time to start. Otherwise, there won't be enough time." Prince Li Ming looked at the abyss border in front of him. After crossing it, he would be in Little Western Paradise. However, the uneasiness in his heart was unprecedented. Even his every heartbeat was painful. Prince Li Ming said, "Devil Queen, my heart is extremely uneasy right now. It's as if the other side of the dark rift is filled with extreme danger." Devil Queen's face turned cold. She said, "Li Ming, do you remember how Yachi died?" Prince Li Ming said, "Of course I remember. He was tricked by Xianxia went in and jumped into the void fissure to turn into ashes." Devil Queen said, "In fact, with his intelligence, at the last moment, it was impossible for him not to be worried that this was Xianxia's scheme. It was impossible for him not to be worried. If he jumped, he would turn into ashes. But he still jumped." Prince Li Ming said, "Although he was suspicious, he still jumped, so he died." Devil Queen said, "So he is a hero. Because the void fissure fire only appears once every 200 years. If he missed it this time, the next time would be 200 years later. Moreover, whether it was a trap or not, he had to jump to know. If he did not jump, he would never know. So, he jumped. So, he is a hero." Prince Li Ming suddenly trembled. He said, You would rather I die so that I can be a hero and not a coward?" Devil Queen said, "That's right. At this point, if we retreat, then even if we live, we are just incompetent people. There is no need for Yang Dingtian to make a move. We have already lost." Then, Devil Queen said, "Besides, you said that you were uneasy and suspected that there was a scheme behind it. Do you have evidence? What kind of situation do you think the situation you described would happen? If we jump into the abyss, where are death and traps waiting for us? How did this happen?" Prince Li Ming said, "Chairman Yongxi failed, and Yang Dingtian controlled Little Western Paradise." Devil Queen said, "Do you think that is possible? If Yang Dingtian controlled Little Western Paradise, why would he need to set a trap for us? He could have just brought dozens of saint experts into the human kingdom and killed us all. The door to the human kingdom has always been in their hands." Prince Li Ming was stunned. If Yang Dingtian controlled Little Western Paradise, why would he need to set a trap? He could have just brought people to destroy the evil ways. Devil Queen continued, "Moreover, as the acting chairman, Yongxi has dozens of saint experts under him from the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall. In addition, he has a mysterious group of saint experts. Even if the 9 great tribes were to fight with him, he would still be undefeated in martial arts. Tell me, how did Yang Dingtian control Little Western Paradise? And he spent most of his time in the human kingdom." Prince Li Ming's mind became clear. Devil Queen said word by word, "Okay, let's say Yang Dingtian became a god and controlled Little Western Paradise. Then, would we have any power to resist his power? We would be completely suppressed by him. Are you willing to be in such a situation? I'd rather die with a bang than be humiliated by others." Prince Li Ming trembled and said, We can actually charge into the door to the human kingdom and charge into the Skull Hall." Devil Queen's eyes suddenly became very disappointed. She sneered, "Charge into the Skull Hall? Last time, Yang Dingtian and a saint expert left the Forbidden Continent, you were so scared that you immediately gave up. You have already run away once. Do you want to run away a second time? Li Ming, you are already crippled. You have already been scared out of your wits by Yang Dingtian. Your spine has already been broken." Devil Queen's words were like a whip, fiercely lashing Li Ming's heart. His mind shook, and he thought in shock, could it be that this uneasy feeling is not from intuition? Is it because I am afraid of Yang Dingtian? Have I already been scared out of my wits? If that's the case, then I am really crippled. Li Ming, you have already broken through to the saint level. Now it seems that you are even more useless than Dongli. Devil Queen said coldly, "Release the void-splitting fire to purify the abyss border." "You don't have to go. I will go. This is an order." "You are even more useless than Dongli." This sentence directly made Li Ming's heart bleed. Then, a surge of pride and anger surged in his heart. He directly released the void-splitting fire. 1 black and 100 void-splitting fire bloomed, and then fused together, becoming an absolutely transparent flame. This was the void-splitting fire. It was extremely transparent, without a trace of impurities. The transparent flame suddenly flew into the temporary abyss border, also known as the void crack. Immediately, the narrow temporary abyss border in front of him was quickly purified. The void-splitting fire began to split, and instantly covered all the abyss. The entire temporary abyss border became incomparably transparent, leading directly to the Little Western Paradise. Devil Queen looked coldly at Prince Li Ming, her eyes filled with incomparable disappointment, and then she was about to jump down. "No, I will go." Prince Li Ming suddenly roared, "Devil Queen, I will say the same thing. I feel a strong sense of unease." "You are wrong. I have not been scared out of my wits by Yang Dingtian. I am not a cowardly and incompetent person." After saying that, Prince Li Ming suddenly jumped down the temporary abyss border. Then, as if he was traveling through time, he continued to move forward in the light and shadow. Time seemed to pass quickly, but also seemed to stop. He did not know why, but the various scenes of the past were replaying in Li Ming's mind like a movie. In the scene, 3 people became the most important people in his life. The Demon King Wendian, Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian, one was his creator, one was his beloved, and the other was his enemy. Every one of them was engraved in his heart. Whoosh! The travel ended. He appeared on the other side of the temporary abyss border. This was already the Little Western Paradise. The moment he appeared, more than 20 saint-level energy directly locked onto him. My intuition was right. Prince Li Ming closed his eyes in pain, and his body was cold. The feeling of despair only lasted for a moment. Prince Li Ming immediately retracted the spatial rending flame. This was to prevent the Devil Queen and the others from rushing over. Of course, the spatial rending flame was interrupted the moment all his Xian veins were completely locked. Then, a familiar yet unfamiliar face was imprinted in Prince Li Ming's eyes. It was Yang Dingtian, but he was Yang Dingtian in the form of the silent race. Although Prince Li Ming had never seen him before, he had seen a very detailed portrait and recorded the scene in the recovery jade. Therefore, he recognized Yang Dingtian immediately. Suddenly, his heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. How could this be? How could this be? Although he was horrified, now was definitely not the time. Therefore, Prince Li Ming's body suddenly exploded. His life turned into a mass of energy wrapped in evil spirits, and he fled frantically. This speed was simply too fast. In an instant, he rushed out of the exit of the spatial rending flame. Then, he ruthlessly crashed into a layer of incomparably powerful energy wall. Every high-level evil spirit martial artist would explode and escape. Yang Dingtian had long been prepared. The Little Western Paradise had spent an astronomical number of crystals to build many layers of energy prison. Li Ming could not escape at all. Boom! Just as Li Ming crashed into the energy prison, the entrance of the prison instantly closed. He was directly imprisoned. 3 saint-level experts stepped forward to maintain the operation of the energy array. Prince Li Ming's energy body frantically attacked inside, but it was completely impossible to break through. Yang Dingtian only glanced at him, then returned to the temporary abyss border of the spatial rending flame. He released the spatial rending flame and purified this temporary abyss border. Soon, Yang Dingtian's spatial rending flame purified the entire abyss border into a transparent crystal. Prince Li Ming quickly understood Yang Dingtian's intentions. He wanted to attract the Devil Queen and the others over. When the Devil Queen saw the abyss border being purified again, she would definitely think that it was done by Prince Li Ming. After Li Ming confirmed the safety of the Little Western Paradise, he released the void-splitting fire to purify the border of the abyss and bring them over. On the other side of the abyss border, the Devil Queen was shocked when she saw the spatial fissure fire disappear. Could it be that Li Ming had met with some mishap over there? But a moment later, the spatial fissure fire appeared at the border of the abyss and purified it once more. She immediately thought that Li Ming should have first confirmed whether or not it was safe there. After confirming that it was safe, he would release the void-splitting flame to bring them over. He had always been this careful. At the same time, the entire void crack began to tremble violently. The temporary intersection between the Little Western Paradise and the first dark domain was about to end, so this void crack would soon disappear as well. "Let's go, we need to hurry, there's not much time left," the Devil Queen said. Suddenly, Wu Daozi spoke up, Your Majesty Devil Queen, actually, Princely Ming alone is enough to go over. When the next void crack appears, the experts of the Little Western Paradise will be able to come over, the Devil Queen said. That won't do, Li Ming isn't enough to command Xianxia. I still need to go over at this point, Dishi Bian suddenly spoke up. Then I won't go over, I'll stay here to provide support, the Devil Queen asked. Are you sure? I'm sure, Dishi Bian replied. At this point, the void crack was trembling even more violently. The Devil Queen nodded, then suddenly jumped into the temporarily purified abyss border. As for Wu Daozi and Wu Lingzi, they also jumped in. Dishi Bian lightly jumped out of the void crack cave and returned to the first dark domain. After a quick shuttling, who knows how much time had passed, but it also seemed like an instant. The shuttling ended. The Devil Queen suddenly rushed out of the abyss border. At this time, the void crack quickly shrank and shrank. Then, it suddenly disappeared. The people inside the void crack were directly ejected and appeared in the world of the Little Western Paradise. 2. Be precise, they were in the sea of the Little Western Paradise. Most of the void cracks in the Little Western Paradise appeared at the bottom of the sea. Then, the Devil Queen's dead concubine immediately saw the imprisoned crown Princely Ming. Her heart skipped a beat. Then, she discovered that more than 20 Saint Realm experts and dozens of half-Saint Realm experts had surrounded the 4 people of the evil ways. The Devil Queen's expression changed. I've really been tricked, I'm the one who harmed Li Ming. I'm the one who harmed the evil ways. I've become a sinner. I've become a sinner. Li Ming's intuition was right. Then, not only did the Devil Queen not escape, but her body suddenly self-destructed and turned into a powerful energy, shooting toward Princely Ming's energy prison. Suicidal attack, yet another suicidal attack. The incomparably angry and ashamed Devil Queen desperately wanted to save Li Ming. Last time, she saved Li Ming like this. But last time, Yang Dingtian used the Sword Soul as an energy prison to imprison Li Ming. And this time, the entire Little Western Paradise used countless powerful crystals and energy formations to build an energy prison. In addition, there were dozens of Saint Realm and dozens of half-Saint Realm experts supplying energy. This energy prison was not something that the Devil Queen could break through. Boom, 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 the Devil Queen screamed crazily and roared crazily. The 3 evil spirit experts crazily crashed into Princely Ming's energy prison, but it was to no avail. They could only see the 3 evil spirit experts explode again and again, shattering into pieces again and again. It looked incomparably heroic. Suddenly, one of the energy walls of Li Ming's energy prison opened. The Devil Queen and the other 2 directly rushed into the energy prison. Then, the energy prison closed again, and the 4 evil spirit experts of the evil ways were all imprisoned. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and identified the Devil Queen and the others. One was missing. Dishi Bian was not imprisoned. Strictly speaking, Dishi Bian was not considered a person of the evil ways. As long as the Devil Queen and Princely Ming were caught, they would all be caught in one fell swoop. And if Dishi Bian was in the dark realm, then she would not be able to do evil in the human world. Where's Dishi Bian? Yang Dingtian asked. The Devil Queen's eyes were bloodshot as she hissed, It really is you, it really is you, Yang Dingtian, I will definitely tear you into pieces, I will definitely kill your entire family. At this moment, the Devil Queen had lost all her bearing and temperament, as if she had gone mad. She was the one who had personally sent every one of the evil ways to their deaths. Yang Dingtian did not care about her vicious words. He looked at Princely Ming and said, Li Ming, where's Dishi Bian? At this time, Princely Ming was quiet, even too quiet, and there was no vitality in his eyes. Hearing Yang Dingtian's question, Li Ming was stunned for a moment, and then said, Xianxia, where's Xianxia? It's Xianxia went in. Yang Dingtian said, he has been executed. The Devil Queen's body trembled violently. Hearing this sentence, it was as if she was struck by lightning. Executed? Impossible, he has a second-class evil spirit on him, and Little Western Paradise has no dark matter. How did you execute him? The Devil Queen said. Yang Dingtian said, we threw him into the abyss border. No matter how strong the evil spirit is, it can't resist the abyss border and directly turned into ashes. Instantly, the Devil Queen's dead concubine's face turned as white as a sheet. Yongxi Wentian is dead, Yongxi Wentian is dead. Of course, this was not because the Devil Queen had deep feelings for Yongxi Wentian. It was because Yongxi Wentian was also a part of the Demon King. Now, Yang Dingtian could even kill the Demon King Wentian. This, for the evil ways, was equivalent to the collapse of their faith. At this time, Princely Ming suddenly said, Yongxi Wentian has a mysterious saint-class power, and the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall also has 20 saint-class powerhouses. The number of saint-class powerhouses he has is more than half of the Little Western Paradise. How can you defeat him? How can you kill him? The Devil Queen's beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine with hope. Yang Dingtian did not answer. Instead, he took out an image jade and inserted his Xianxia. Suddenly, an energy projection appeared. In the image, Yongxi Wentian was thrown into the abyss of the dark world and turned into ashes. He was thoroughly dead. When this scene appeared, the Devil Queen's dead concubine, Crown Princely Ming, and the others fell into complete despair. Yongxi Wentian was really dead. How could this be? How was it possible for Yang Dingtian to achieve this? How could this be? The 4 members of the evil ways fell into a dead silence. The Devil Queen finally calmed down. She asked slowly, Yang Dingtian, you must be very proud of beating us. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I'm just slightly relieved. It's nothing to be proud of. The Devil Queen's eyes turned cold and vicious. She said word by word, but don't forget, we still have the Demon King Wentian. He's 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than all of us combined. Before, he only treated the God of Chaos as an opponent. Now that you've defeated all of us, you'll have to face him. He'll also have to face you. Do you know what this means to you? Yang Dingtian shook his head. I don't know. The Devil Queen said, this means a nightmare for you. It means hell. Subsequently, the Devil Empress' dead concubine looked at everyone from the Little Western Paradise and spoke slowly, you fools from the Demon Fox race actually stood together with Yang Dingtian. When the Demon King Wentian returns, the end of Little Western Paradise will also come. Demon Li Tu laughed disdainfully. Arrogant and conceited. A mere human dares to call himself the Demon King. There are no heroes in this world. You're just a brat who's famous. It was an undisguised racial discrimination, and Yang Dingtian was also included in it. The Demon Fox race had always been disdainful of humans. When he knew that Yongxi was possessed by Wentian, his first reaction was not fear, but anger. A weak human being had actually possessed the body of a noble fox demon. Moreover, he actually openly ruled over Little Western Paradise. A human ruling over the Demon Fox race was a great humiliation. Just you wait. Just you wait. Your doomsday is coming. Undead concubine cursed, enunciating every word. Wu Daozi, who had never spoken, suddenly opened his mouth. Yang Dingtian, how do you plan to deal with us? Yang Dingtian looked at the imprisoned people of evil ways and said, soon, you'll know. Note, brothers, begging for monthly votes. Yang Dingtian said to Neru, Chairman, let's go. Then, dozens of saint-level experts moved the energy prison and flew toward Mount Buzhou. Next, it was time to decide the fate of the Evil Ways members. Previously, the fate of the Evil Ways members hadn't been decided yet. They had to capture them first. Of course, it wasn't only the fate of the Evil Ways members that was decided. In fact, this was only a small topic. The bigger topic was how to unify the Silver Dragon Empire and deal with the disaster of the Little Western Paradise that would occur 4,000 to 5,000 years later. Also, should the human nation save the Little Western Paradise Fox Demon Clan, and Yang Dingtian would propose an alliance between the 3 races. 3 races? The 3 races were the humans, mermaids, and foxes. The eternal topic of the 3 races was to protect the eternal survival of the Chaos World. Stop or avoid the Chaos World's great nirvana. And the current topic was the alliance of the 3 races to eliminate the Demon King Wentian. That's right. Yang Dingtian wanted to eliminate the Demon King Wentian from the Tiando League's mission to the alliance of the 3 races. Because they had to control the energy prison, the saint-level experts arrived at Mount Buzhou's Snow Mountain Castle after 16 hours. Yang Dingtian took out a token, and the castle's energy gate opened. An even more powerful energy prison was already prepared, and it directly imprisoned the 4 members of the evil ways. At this time, President Su Yan and Priest Fire Dance of the Silver Dragon Temple hadn't arrived yet. The meeting between the 3 races would be held tomorrow. Yangding Tian, Neru, Demon Li Tu, and Demon Fury Tu had a small meeting. There was only one topic: how should they deal with Miju's Dark Wanderers? This was because in a few hours, these Dark Wanderers would find Yangding Tian and ask him to bring them to the abyss of the Dark World to devour the dark energy. Yangding Tian, on the other hand, could make the Dark Wanderers enter the Dark World and immediately shut down the Void Fire, trapping this group of people in the Dark World. He could even be more ruthless and decisive. First, he would use the void-splitting fire to purify the border of the abyss. Then, when the Dark Wanderer jumped down to devour the dark energy, he would directly pull it away. Thus, all of the Dark Wanderers were annihilated. Before deciding the fate of the evil ways, they had to decide the fate of the Dark Wanderers first. Neru said, "These Dark Wanderers have become an unstable factor in the Little Western Paradise. I suggest that we imprison them forever or destroy them completely." Demon Li II immediately raised his hand and said, "I agree." Demon Rage II thought for a while and said, "I don't object to executing the Dark Wanderers, but I feel that this is a very powerful force, and they aren't afraid of death. Therefore, I feel that we can use them to deal with the Demon King Wentian." Demon Li Tu said coldly, "A mere human is something we can easily exterminate. Why would we need the Dark Wanderer to do something unnecessary?" In the face of Demon Rage's arrogance and prejudice, Yangding Tian and Demon Rage II couldn't do anything. Neru said, "The Demon King Wentian is also the King of Darkness. He controls the entire Empire of Darkness. Then, will the Dark Wanderers be used by him instead?" Yangding Tian said, "The energy of the Demon King Wentian's Empire of Darkness comes from a huge energy array. It rotates in a powerful energy field and produces unprecedentedly powerful energy. It has almost nothing to do with the energy of the void-splitting fire. At present, it seems that the void-splitting fire is the only thing that can control the Dark Wanderers." Demon Rage II said, "At present, there are a total of 3 people who have the void-splitting fire: Yangding Tian, Evil Ways, Li Ming, and President Su Yan. Therefore, the current Dark Wanderers can be commanded and used." Then, Demon Rage II said, "Actually, the few of us here have no right to determine the life and death of the Dark Wanderers. Because they are exiles of the Silver Dragon Temple, only the Silver Dragon Temple has the right to execute them." That was true. Yangding Tian said, "In that case, I will bring them to the Empire of Darkness this time. They will not be imprisoned or executed. Their fate will be discussed at the meeting of the 3 races and then decided." Neru nodded and said, "Then let's do it this way." Then, Neru said, "Evil Ways still have one person who got caught, Dishi Bian. Should we capture her as soon as possible?" Yangding Tian said, "She is currently either in the Underworld Empire or the First Dark Realm. If she is in the First Dark Realm, then she will be trapped forever." It was almost time. Yangding Tian left the Snow Mountain Castle on Mount Buzhou and came to the place where the Dark Wanderers were gathered. The Dark Wanderers led by Miju were already waiting here in an orderly fashion. Seeing Yangding Tian appear, Miju said excitedly, "You are indeed a man of your word." Seeing his fanatical and excited look, Yangding Tian couldn't help but feel sad. This was once the most noble high priest of the Silver Dragon Temple, the person who Neru had fallen in love with. Now, he had fallen to this level. Yangding Tian asked, "Everyone, are we going in together?" Miju nodded and said, "We Dark Wanderers share blessings and misfortunes. The whole world has already abandoned us. If we don't unite, we will really be lonely ghosts." Then, Miju's eyes flickered. "Now, you are also one of us, so we are already a family." A Dark Wanderer next to him said, "That's right. Although that Yongxi has void crack fire, he is hiding and bluffing. He doesn't let us know that he can enter the Dark World and enjoy it. He even betrayed our agreement many times." This Dark Wanderer was actually a woman. This group of people always covered themselves in black cloaks, so it was impossible to tell whether they were male or female. Then, the female Dark Wanderer stepped forward, closed her eyes, and sniffed Yangding Tian's scent. A moment later, her voice trembled and she said hoarsely, "Yes, yes, extremely mysterious and distant dark energy." Then, her breathing became rapid, and she shivered all over. I'm in heat after just one sniff. I don't know how many thousands of years I haven't been in heat. As soon as she said that, all the dark wanderers present laughed. Then, the female dark wanderer said, "Boss, his energy is more noble and profound than yours, so maybe we have to change bosses." Miju smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. He has void crack fire, which can bring us endless dark energy. He was already the boss in the first place. Boss, let us in quickly. I really can't wait. The last time I had fun was a few years ago. I'm counting on this time to live." Another voice sounded. Yes, if not for this time, I wouldn't have been able to take it and would have killed myself." A weak voice sounded. "Shut up," Miju said sternly. "No one is allowed to talk about killing themselves. When we were wandering, how many people died? Until we gathered together, no one chose to die. I know we have fallen, so we will fall to the end. I want to see what the God of Darkness will give us. We will keep devouring, and I want to see what we will become in the end." Then, Miju stepped forward to Yongding Tian. "Shall we begin?" Speaking of which, the Dark Wanderer's attitude towards Yongding Tian was completely different from their attitude towards Yongxi Wendian. To Yongxi Wendian, they were incomparably cold and professional. But to Yongding Tian, they were already on the same side. Because they smelled the same dark energy on Yongding Tian. "Okay." Yongding Tian nodded. Then, he directly activated Void Crack Fire. Seeing the Void Crack Fire, the Dark Wanderers were already excited. Their eyes shone with incomparable excitement. Previously, every time the Void Crack Fire bloomed, it meant that it was time for them to ascend. The Void Crack Fire bloomed to the extreme, directly splitting open an energy door in the middle. Behind the energy door was the world of darkness. Across the energy door, the unique energy aura of the world of darkness had already spread over. This aura intoxicated the Dark Wanderers. This was the feeling. Yes, this was the feeling. "Brothers and sisters, go in and enjoy," Miju said loudly. Then, he took the lead and jumped in. Then, all the Dark Wanderers swarmed in. In the end, everyone entered. Unexpectedly, no one stayed outside to hold Yongding Tian hostage. One had to know that Yongding Tian didn't have to do anything now, and he could imprison this group of Dark Wanderers in the world of darkness. He just didn't jump in. This group of Dark Wanderers didn't have the slightest bit of vigilance against him. They all jumped into the world of darkness. He extinguished the Void Crack Fire and left directly. Imprison this group of people in the world of darkness? This thought flashed through his mind. However, Yongding Tian's heart softened and he still gave up. Then, he jumped into the world of darkness. After entering the world of darkness, immediately, he saw all the Dark Wanderers celebrating as if they had found their spiritual home. There was no air here. There was nothing. Everything was dead. However, they were breathing greedily. It was already tens of thousands of times the gravity here, but they didn't care. Yongding Tian stepped forward and said, "Let's go, there is true dark energy at the abyss border." Miju immediately said loudly, "Brothers and sisters, let's go to the abyss border, we are going to have a great time." Then, a group of people surrounded Yongding Tian, like stars surrounding the moon, and rushed toward the abyss border. This group of people had never thought that Yongding Tian had the idea of completely imprisoning them here just now. Suddenly, Yongding Tian thought of the pyramid scheme organization. The people in there were all brainwashed and became extremely childish and simple-minded. As for Yongding Tian, he was born to be their leader. 20 hours later, the Dark Wanderers arrived at the border of the abyss, which they had never seen before. Then, their first reaction. All the Dark Wanderers were shocked and surrendered, as if they had seen their faith, as if they had seen heaven. All the Dark Wanderers knelt down neatly and kissed the ground here. For the Dark Wanderers, the abyss border and the void crack was their faith. The dark energy in the abyss border was their faith. Therefore, the abyss border had become the most beautiful and sacred scenery in their minds. In the past, every abyss border was temporary and short. But the abyss border in front of them was incomparably long and vast, incomparably eternal, and incomparably beautiful and charming. To them, this was really heaven. Most of the dark wanderers present had gone to the second dark realm to cultivate. Some of the dark wanderers had even seen the abyss border of the second dark realm. However, at that time, they did not feel anything about the abyss border. Moreover, as they continued to devour dark energy, their memories became narrower and shorter. Now, their origins, previous feelings, and so on were almost indifferent and forgotten. Therefore, Miju's feelings for Naru had already become numb and faded, and could not stir up any ripples. The abyss border had become their eternal memory. Suddenly, a dark wanderer came in front of Yang Dingtian, knelt down and kissed his feet, startling Yang Dingtian. "It was you who brought us to the dark heavenly kingdom. From now on, you are my king." Immediately after, the other dark wanderers also knelt down like crazy and shouted loudly, "You brought us to the heavenly kingdom. You are our king." Seeing this scene, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. End of chapter 1059. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.